Chapter 722. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. 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 Beep beep. Bamboo whistles sounded one after another on the academy sports field. At first, the instructors shouted 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4. Later, when they saw that the students were used to the rhythm, they took out the bamboo whistles that Lisa Schwan gave them and blew them. The effect was no different from shouting the slogans. This made Pang Feiji and the other instructors breathe a sigh of relief. Blowing a bamboo whistle was much more relaxing than shouting at the top of their lungs. Huff, huff, huff. After running a lap, Li Tai started to pant heavily. Yesterday, when he was standing in the military posture, he could play some tricks and slack off. But now, when he was running laps, he had no way to slack off. Moreover, because of the cotton padding in his shoes, running became a burden. What was worse was that his whole body was sore today. He was too lazy to even move his fingers. Running was simply killing him. Now, with every step he took, he was enduring immense pain. On the second lap, Li Tai gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep up with the speed of the team. On the third lap, he had already fallen from the middle to the back of the team. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty felt that his blood was burning, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Chin K. How are you? There are only 2 laps left. Hang in there. Li Qingxian sensed that something was wrong with Li Tai. He deliberately fell behind the team and encouraged Li Tai as he ran. I can't. Big brother. You go first. I'll stop and rest for a while. Huff, huff. I feel like I'm going to die if I continue running. Li Tai gritted his teeth and held on for a while before he finally stopped and said helplessly. Li Qingxian panicked. He came over and pulled Li Tai and said, No, we're brothers. How can I leave you alone? You pull my clothes, I'll drag you along. Li Tai shook his head and said, Big brother, your body is not much better than mine. You won't be able to complete it even if you pull me. Don't worry about me, run first. He can't move it by himself. What if I, old Cheng, am included? After running for a while, Cheng Chumo realized that Li Qingxian and Li Tai had disappeared. He hurriedly ran over. And me? Qingke, I'm strong. Why don't I carry you and run? Yuchi Baolin came over and scratched his head with a silly smile. Running 5 laps was like playing house to him. It was effortless. The few of them broke out in a sweat, inwardly thinking that the Yuchi family's children were still fierce. In the end, the 3 of them grabbed a strip of cloth and pulled Li Tai along as they ran forward. The 4th round. The 5th round. Phew. I'm finally done. All right. You guys can go and eat. Gather at the sports field at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Pang Feiji did a head count and announced loudly. Of course, there was no need for Qin Xiong to personally lead the morning exercises. Phew. I'm so tired. After hearing that, Li Tai sat on the grass and said to Li Qingxian, Cheng Chumo, and the others, Big brother, Chumo, Baolin, you guys go and eat first. I'll rest for a while before going. Through this run, Li Tai felt that something was different. He felt a tinge of warmth in his heart, and he started to think for others. Then. Qingke, hurry up. Don't be late. Li Qingxian saw that Li Tai looked like he was about to collapse, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he reminded him. Okay. I got it. Wenhao. Come over here. Come to my office. Meng Wenhao left the canteen after breakfast and did not expect to bump into Li Zixuan. He saw Li Zixuan waving at him and instructing him. Yes. Yamacho. Meng Wenhao did not know why Li Zixuan was looking for him, but he saw that there was still about half an hour before the military training began, so he agreed. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the principal's office, on the 10th floor of Guanghua Building. Have a seat. Li Zixuan pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. Thank you, Yamacho. Meng Wenhao walked over and carefully sat down as he said. I heard that you had chest pains last night, Wenhao. Are you alright? Although military training is important, don't force yourself when there's something wrong with your body. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Iron Egg was the one who told Yamacho, right? Iron Egg was just being nice, don't have any other thoughts. Li Zixuan could not help but say. This matter was indeed told to him by Bruiser after he finished his morning exercise. Li Zixuan still valued Meng Wenhao as a student. Moreover, symptoms like angina could be serious or minor. If it wasn't handled properly, it could be fatal. Li Zixuan had no choice but to pay attention to it. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you misunderstood. I know that Iron Egg was being nice, and I don't have any other thoughts. Then how are you now? Do you want me to give you 2 days off and let you go back to Cheng and to see a doctor? If it were Li Tai, hearing this, he would definitely nod and even shamelessly ask Li Zixuan for a few more days off. But Meng Wenhao was not Li Tai. No, thank you, Yamacho, for your kindness. I just had chest pains last night, but it's nothing serious now. Are you really okay? Li Zixuan asked suspiciously. Meng Wenhao said with a serious face, I'm really okay. Okay then. If there's anything, you can tell me at any time. Don't force yourself. Okay. Meng Wenhao nodded and got up to leave. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yamacho, I have something to ask. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me. Li Zixuan said without thinking, ask. I want to know, Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet going south? Li Zixuan suddenly said, Wenhao, are you worried about your father? Meng Wenhao nodded. Li Zixuan stood up and paced 2 steps in front of the window. He said, as far as I know, half a month ago, the imperial court did receive news from the fleet going south. The letter said that the fleet had arrived in Jinla and would return in a few days. Moreover, there were very few casualties in the fleet this time. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. It's estimated that in half a month, the prince and the others will be back. Meng Wenhao bit his lips and suddenly said, But last night, I dreamed that my father was covered in blood. I always have a bad feeling. Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet? I'm very worried. Looking at Meng Wenhao, who was holding back his tears, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He secretly hoped that the fleet going south did not have any accidents. As the saying goes, dreams and reality are the opposite. Wenhao, you don't have to worry too much. Recently, I will also find a way to help you inquire about the fleet going south. Although he was worried in his heart, Li Zixuan comforted him. Chapter 723. On an island in the southeastern seas, no one could have imagined that a barren land like this would house 20,000 some soldiers, and all of them were elites. Many of the smaller Nanyang kingdoms probably couldn't even gather so many well-trained soldiers even if they worked together. Moreover, the amount of food and resources these soldiers had brought with them was astronomical. Your Highness, General Wu, and the others will be back soon. Early in the morning, the red sun rose out of the sea, bathing the land in rosy light. Long snakes slithered across the ocean toward the bottom of the sea. A golden wave of snow more than 20 feet high rose up from the shore of the island. A soldier hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the cave on the island and reported in a low voice. This king will go and take a look. Li Shaogong responded indifferently. After a short while, he walked out with majestic steps, followed by the envoys of various countries. The group went to the shore and stood on a boulder to look out. A fleet of ships had appeared on the horizon and was slowly approaching. As they got closer, they could even see the large Tang character on their sails. They were clearly allies. Li Shao, how are Meng Youyang's injuries? What did the military doctor say? Li Xiaogong asked the guard at his side when he saw that the fleet had yet to reach the shore. The guard's name was Li Xiao, and he was the vice-captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, second only to Wu Di. He hurriedly replied. Replying to General, Meng Yuliang has more than 10 large and small knife wounds on his body. Fortunately, none of them hit his vital parts. However, he lost too much blood last night and is still in a coma. The military doctor said that his body's recovery ability is very strong. As long as he recuperates for a few days, he will be fine. Yes, the Tang dynasty had military doctors, and not just military doctors, but also a relatively complete medical system. One of the main reasons the Tang dynasty was able to consolidate its vast territory and long border defenses was that the prefectural armies had created the powerful Tang Empire army. And the strength of an army was naturally inseparable from logistics and medical care. At this time, there would usually be a special inspection officer in the army who would inspect the condition of the sick and the food and shelter every day, so as to arrange medical treatment and evacuation. If a new sick or critically ill soldier was found, it must be reported to the general manager, so that the doctor could patrol the camp and give the appropriate treatment. That's good. Have the military doctor use the best medicine and treat Meng Yuliang as quickly as possible. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment before instructing. He was about to return to Chang'an. He didn't want Meng Yuliang to still be sick at that time. That would make him feel that he owed Li Zishuan a favor. Yes. General. Li Xiao cupped his fists and replied. While the two of them were talking, the fleet was getting closer and closer. The bearded man beside them sighed and said, "This compass and nautical chart are simply divine tools for ocean voyages. If I wasn't familiar with this area, I might not have been able to find my way back if I went out at night." For some unknown reason, the bearded man didn't leave last night. Instead, he stayed with Li Xiaogong's army. Since ancient times, the government and the bandits couldn't coexist. He didn't expect that the regular army of the imperial court would one day live with a group of pirates. The picture was a bit strange. Li Xiaogong smiled and said, "Zhongjian, why don't you cooperate with the imperial court? When the time comes, not only will you have a compass and a sea map, you can also have the imperial court's newest ship. I reckon that this year, His Majesty will send a few more fleets out to sea. Furthermore, with Li Zishuan around, I believe that my Tang Empire's fleet will definitely not just wander around the South China Sea. There are endless possibilities in the future." The bearded man's personal strength was definitely one of the best among the generals of the Tang Empire. Li Xiaogong had always been unconventional when it came to talents. Previously, he had even recommended many Sui or Wagong generals who had surrendered to the Tang Empire to Li Er. Thus, more than half of the court officials were willing to submit to him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Xiaogong's reputation in the imperial court was so high. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong had a very accurate grasp of the human heart. Clearly, he could see that the bearded man's blood was filled with adventurous genes. Thus, he didn't promise him a high position or endless wealth. Instead, he used the vast ocean as a temptation to make the bearded man accept his olive branch. Oh, the bearded man's eyes lit up. He thought for a long time before finally shaking his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. However, I am used to being free and unfettered. I can't stand those rules and can't stand being controlled by others, so, he. Zhongjian, don't be in such a hurry to come to a conclusion. His Majesty is a wise sovereign and will definitely give you the greatest freedom. His Majesty has always been the most tolerant of talents. Haven't you seen how Wei Xuanqing often bluntly admonishes His Majesty and makes him flee?" Before the bearded man could finish speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and continued his bewitching speech. The bearded man fell into deep thought and remained silent. At this moment, the fleet was approaching. Wu Di boarded a small boat and walked over to Li Xiaogong. "Your Highness, this general was incompetent. After searching the surrounding waters for an entire night, I was still unable to find any trace of those pirates. Your Highness, please punish me." Li Xiaogong looked at the tired Wu Di and waved his hand. "It's not your fault. It's inconvenient to search at night, and there's also too much time between searches. It's understandable that you weren't able to find them. Take them back to the boat to rest. Thank you, Your Highness, for your leniency. Wu Di hurriedly thanked him and then slowly left. More than 400 of them didn't sleep last night, so it was indeed time for them to rest. Your Highness, do you want me to send a letter to our king to help you arrest these hateful pirates? After Wu Di left, the Jinla envoy next to Li Shaogong muttered. After listening to the translation, Li Shaogong was about to refuse when the envoys of other countries rushed to shout, Fu Nan country is willing to help the Tang Empire eliminate the pirates. Piao country is also willing to help the Tang Empire. Dandan country is also willing. Liu country is also willing. Seeing how excited these people were, Li Shaogong knew what they wanted to say even if he didn't need someone to translate for him. He said loudly, Thank you for your kind intentions, but this is a matter of the Tang Empire. Let's just wait for the news. After understanding Li Shaogong's meaning, the envoys quieted down. Li Shaogong shouted in a deep voice, Li Shao. This general is here. Immediately order the fleet to drop anchor and set sail. Destination, Wen Nation. Li Shao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Shaogong to be so bold. Although a general might not obey military orders in a foreign country, Wen Nation was currently a vassal state of the Tang Empire. How could one use one's own army to attack a vassal state? If news of this got out, wouldn't the other vassal states of the Tang Empire fall into chaos? Chapter 724. Seeing Li Zhao's hesitation, Li Shaogong immediately shot him a cold look. Li Shao hurriedly replied, Understood. I-oh. Your Highness. You can't. You can't. Just as Li Shao turned around and was about to pass on the order, a sharp voice came from the side. A eunuch in light red clothes ran over. He was the supervisor of the fleet heading south this time, Imperial Eunuch Sun Yud. The fleet is heading south to trade with other countries. Your Highness, please don't use your weapons. Furthermore, the Wen Nation has always been paying tribute to the imperial court. They can be considered a vassal state of the Great Tang. Sun Yud raised his finger and said weakly to Li Shaogong. From a certain perspective, he was the weakest supervisor in history. After all, the commander of this fleet was Li Shaogong. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Er had the right to criticize Li Shaogong. In the TV series, The Legend of Wu Meinyang, Emperor Taizong's trusted eunuch Wang De often wore purple clothes. Actually, this was not accurate. China's ancient official uniform system was formed in the Sui dynasty and was custom-made in the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, rank 3 and above wore purple robes, rank 4 dark red robes, rank 5 light red robes, rank 6 dark green robes, rank 7 light green robes, rank 8 dark green robes, and rank 9 light blue robes. Eunuchs were the same as other officials. They wore uniforms of appropriate colors according to their rank. However, there was a problem. During the Jingguan era, Li Er issued an edict that there would be no rank 3 officials in the imperial eunuch province. Rank 4 eunuchs were the highest. Thus, the old book of Tang said, at the end of Yongchun, 70 years to the end, the power was still in the hands of the eunuchs. It was only during the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong gave eunuchs a rank 3 official position if he liked them slightly. Only then did eunuchs wearing purple clothes appear. Eunuch Sun, did you forget what His Majesty said before we left? Li Shaogong replied with a faint and then shouted, You may have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten a single word. At that time, His Majesty said, outside the borders of the Great Tang, as soldiers of the Great Tang, we must ensure the safety of the people of the Great Tang traveling with the fleet. The people of the Great Tang must not be bullied anywhere. If we encounter an enemy, we must destroy them with all our strength. Chamberlain's son, last night, the fleet lost 28 soldiers, 12 sailors, and 2 heavily injured. Tell me, don't you think this prince has a good reason to attack? Sun Yud was speechless. Li Shaogong turned around, faced the fleet on the sea, and said loudly, as the saying goes, blood for blood. I am going to attack Neon under the imperial order to avenge the soldiers and sailors who died last night. Are you willing to follow my orders? As a Grandmaster expert, Li Xiaogong's roar was not soft at all. Basically, every ship could hear his voice. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Nation. Blood for blood. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Nation. Blood for blood. As soon as Li Xiaogong's voice fell, he immediately received a tsunami-like response. They had been inexplicably attacked by a group of pirates, and so many of their fellow soldiers had died. The soldiers were suppressing a wave of anger in their hearts. The Tangs were proud, and the Tang army was inviolable. Li Xiaogong smiled slightly, looked back at Sun Yud, and then said lightly, although this group of pirates may not have anything to do with the Neon Imperial Court, we have lost so many soldiers and crew members, and I can't go back empty-handed. Even if I go back, I won't be able to explain it to their families. So, this time, I will definitely go to Neon. After that, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed it to the sky with a clang, and said loudly, "Let's go to Neon." Sun Yud's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to refute. The soldiers in front of him were blinded by hatred. They only had revenge and killing in their eyes. At this time, whoever dared to jump out would definitely become the target of public criticism. Sun Yud said that he and the Neon people had not reached the point where they could risk their lives for him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a bleak and distant horn sounded on the sea. Li Xiaogong led the people on the island and began to board the ship. The envoys next to him all had different expressions. Some were afraid, and some were worried. Obviously, they were worried that their countries would be attacked by the Tang Empire one day, just like Neon. Looking at the powerful army of the Tang Empire, they felt that their countries couldn't stop it. Envoys, don't worry. The king of Neon is not good at educating people. He allowed the pirates to run rampant and attack the Tang Empire's fleet. That's why I gave him a warning. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Tang Empire's army will never take the initiative to provoke trouble. Who was Li Xiaogong? How could he not know what the envoys were thinking? As he walked, he comforted them warmly. After the envoys understood Li Xiaogong's words, they felt more or less at ease. Tang Empire is mighty. Shang Empire is mighty. Your Royal Highness is mighty. Renbiao, I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Late in the morning, Li Zishuan assigned training tasks to the personal guards who were not instructors today. After inviting Li Gang to supervise them personally, he sneaked out of the academy alone, returned to Chang'an, and went directly to Wang Renbiao's house. Xiao Xian, just say it. As long as I can help, the Wang family will do our best to help you. Wang Renbiao said with a smile. Thank you in advance, Renbiao. Li Zishuan laughed and then got to the point. I want Renbiao to help me investigate the recent movements of the fleet going south. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen there. I think with the Wang family's channels, you can still find out the news, right? Wang Renbiao frowned. Li Zishuan's request was not simple at all. On the vast sea, where could he go to find out the news? I will try my best to find out the news for you. Xiao Xian, wait for me for a few days. Wang Renbiao thought about it and finally agreed. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible for the Wang family. Haha. Thank you for your trouble, Renbiao. Li Zishuan smiled, then got up and prepared to leave. Sometimes, it would be much more convenient to have an additional friend. Back then, he and the Wang family of Taiyuan had almost become enemies, but fortunately, they became allies in the end. You're welcome. Haha. I owe you a favor. I still have things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. Renbiao, if you have any news, you can come to Yanhuang College to find me directly. Chapter 725. Father, look, there are so many big ships coming from the sea. Japan, Honshu Island, Kanazawa Harbor. Near noon, the fishermen on the shore began to pack up their boats and prepare to go home. 7 or 8 children with small buns were picking up shells or chasing each other on the beach. One of the children suddenly saw the ships covering the sky and shouted happily as if he had found a treasure. Not far from the child, there was a bare-chested middle-aged fisherman. When he heard his child's shout, he subconsciously smiled and said, "That's just the government's ship." Halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. He raised his head and casually swept his gaze around. He caught a glimpse of the endless sea of ships. Clearly, a fleet of this scale was not something that the local government could possess. Is this the imperial court's ship? The other fishermen also noticed the abnormality and began to guess. No. It's not the imperial court's ship, it's not the imperial court's ship. It's the Tang Empire's army is here. Run. After a sharp-eyed fisherman saw the big Tang character on the sail of the ship, his face was suddenly full of horror. He pulled his child and ran back. It should be noted that in ancient times, the Japanese people only had their own national language and did not have their own writing. Later, the Han culture was introduced to Japan, and the cultured Japanese began to write in Han. After the middle of the 5th century AD, the Japanese people created a way to write Japanese using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols. After the 8th century, this method of using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols has been widely adopted. In other words, although the Japanese at this time used characters similar to Chinese characters, the pronunciation was their own country's pronunciation, and many people knew some Chinese characters. It's really the Tang Empire's army, my God. What did we do wrong? We actually attracted so many Tang Empire's army. Let's run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run anymore. In the blink of an eye, the crowd on the coast all scattered and fled. Some people didn't even take the fishing gear on their fishing boats and ran away. Woo! With the sound of a horn, the huge fleet began to dock. Li Shao opened the way in front. After Li Shaogong got off the boat, he quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, we'll reach Feiniao City, the capital of Wu Nation, 80 miles east from here. However, there are so many of us. We'll definitely meet the local armies of Wu Nation on the way." Li Shaogong sneered. "Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, what's the point? How's Wu Di doing?" "Your Highness, I'm fine." Wu Di hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists. I will leave you with 8,000 elites to guard the ships at the harbor. If anything happens to the ships, you will be punished according to military law." Li Shaogong ordered solemnly with a straight face. Other than the possibility that he would be impeached, he was also taking other risks. His fleet was carrying a large amount of supplies, including the Great Tang's future food supplies. If they were stolen, the fleet that had mobilized the entire country to send south would truly end up empty-handed. Li Shaogong could not tolerate such a situation. This general obeys. "Your Highness, please be at ease." This general swears to hand over the goods on the ship. However, this general feels that 5,000 soldiers will be enough. "Your Highness is precious, and you must be careful in Wu Nation." Although Wu Di was somewhat regretful that he had been assigned to guard the fleet, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, 8,000 it is. Even if this king doesn't bring a single soldier, I'd like to see if the Wu Nation dares to attack this king. All you need to do is lead the army here and guard the supplies. After saying this, he turned to Li Shao and sternly ordered, organize the army and set out for Feiniao City. This general obeys. All soldiers of the 3 armies, assemble. The construction of Japan's capital had begun during the Feiniao era. When Emperor Goku was elected, the capital was set at Feiniao City, located in the southern part of the Nara Basin. Emperor Tenzi's capital was moved to Dajin City, located about 40 kilometers north of Feiniao City. When the Chu were burned, the pitiful land was scorched. During the rebellion of Ren and Shen, Dajin City was destroyed in the flames of war. When Emperor Takeda was on the throne, the capital was moved to Fujiwara City, located in the Nara Basin, surrounded by the 3 mountains of Yamato. Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's ancient cities for the first time. It was considered the first capital city in Japan's history. Many scholars later called Fujiwara City the first capital city of Japan, not because the previous city was surrounded by wilderness, but because Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's cities for the first time. It was the result of Tang Feng's influence. At this time, Japan, nation, was in the Feinio era, and Emperor Goku was in power. She was the first female emperor of nation. At the same time, she was the 33rd emperor of nation. From the first emperor Shunwu to the 14th emperor Zhong-ai, these 14 emperors couldn't be confirmed in history. They were probably fictional characters created by Koji and Neon Shoji to complete the transition from the Shunwu era to the human era. Empress Shigong, who filled in the 70-year history between Emperor Zhong-ai and Emperor Shen, also couldn't be said to be a real existence. Therefore, the 15th Emperor Shen, who had a more real existence, should be the real ancestor of the Japanese emperors known as the Wanshur lineage. Besides, strictly speaking, the previous emperors could only be considered kings. The title of emperor was coined by Prince Shungda of the Feinio dynasty. Your Highness. There are sounds of horse hooves ahead. The army advanced for about 5 kilometers. Li Zhao's expression changed, and he quickly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Xiaogong. Okay. Li Xiaogong looked ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. He let out a faint, okay, and then ordered, get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes, sir. Li Xiao responded, turned around, and shouted, get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Boom. The army dispersed, and the soldiers pulled out their modeo and stared ahead fiercely. After drifting on the sea for several months, their big swords were already thirsty. Dong, dong, dong. After a while, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Looking into the distance, they could see a cavalry of more than 1,000 people running toward them. A small country actually has cavalry too? Interesting. Generally speaking, infantry had a natural disadvantage against cavalry. However, Li Xiaogong didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he even had the time to gossip, making people feel that he wasn't here to fight but to enjoy the scenery. Haha. They're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How can they be a match for the Tang army? The bearded man laughed as he held a 3-feet-long broadsword that was similar in shape to the green dragon crescent blade. Chapter 726. Harumph. I am the county magistrate of Sichuan County, Hino Akai. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit? More than 1,000 cavalrymen galloped over. Then, a mustached Japanese man in an official uniform jumped off the horse. He saw that Li Xiaogong was the leader of the army, so he came over and saluted him. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and listened to his subordinate's translation. He said lightly, I am the county magistrate of Hejian of the Tang Empire. I have something to discuss with the Queen of Higu. You are just a little county magistrate. Do you think you can stop me? The county magistrate in Japan was called a county magistrate, which was similar to the county magistrate of the Tang Empire. 10 years ago, Crown Prince Shungda advocated for the Japanese people to call their ruler the emperor. Hino Akai's expression changed when he heard Li Xiaogong call him the Queen of Higu instead of the Emperor of Higu. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Oh, it is the county magistrate of Shanghua. However, if your highness wants to see the emperor, please let these soldiers stay here. I will personally escort you to Feinio City. Humph. Bastard. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Also, who allowed your king to call himself the emperor? Li Xiaogong was furious and reprimanded him. This, Hino Akai opened his mouth and his face turned pale. He was both embarrassed and angry. In the end, he clenched his fists and said, the nation has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire every year. I'm afraid it's not right for your highness to bring tens of thousands of soldiers here. Li Xiaogong clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Hino Akai expressionlessly. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, after a while, he said, so, you want to stop me? As soon as he said this, the 10,000 soldiers behind him immediately clenched the swords in their hands. The situation in the field became somewhat tense. "Your Highness, this is my duty. I can't let you bring such a large army through Sichuan County." Hino Akai forced himself to bow and said, "Haha. Do you think an old, weak, sick, and disabled person like you can stop me?" Li Shaogong was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the army behind Hino Akai and mocked him. Just as Hino Akai was about to retort to save his face, Li Shaogong waved his hand and ordered, "Continue marching. This king is following the emperor's orders. Whoever dares to stop us, kill them. Nothing. Pardon. Kill. Kill. Kill." The army suddenly took 3 steps forward and let out 3 roars. Killing intent filled the air, and their auras were like rainbows. Hino Akai couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Not only him, but the cavalry behind him also retreated. To be precise, the cavalry's horses were frightened by the battle cries. "Ben Wang will ask you one last time. Are you going to move or not?" Li Shaogong asked coldly. In fact, he didn't want to waste time in front of this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That was why he repeatedly gave Hino Akai chances. But Hino Akai thought that Li Shaogong was scared and that Li Shaogong was just trying to scare him. He swallowed his saliva and straightened his neck. "This is my duty, I can't." Clang. Swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shaogong had already lost his patience. He pulled out his sword and chopped off Hino Akai's head. The Japanese army was shocked. A slightly shorter general pointed at Li Shaogong and stammered, You. Li Shaogong was furious. "Li Shao, I will give you 800 men. Charge." "Yes, sir." Li Shao replied excitedly. He then picked a group of men and charged forward. Similarly, he didn't care about the short Japanese in front of him. "Baka. Avenge the county princess. Kill." The general pulled out his saber and shouted as he urged his horse to charge towards the Tang army. "Chop the horse's legs." In truth, the cavalry that Hino Akai had brought with him were all old warhorses. In terms of speed and momentum, there was a world of difference between them and the Turkic Khaganate cavalry. Li Shao bellowed as he swung his saber at lightning speed toward the warhorse that the general was riding. Hiss! The warhorse let out a whine and fell forward. The general was shocked and quickly got off his horse. Before he could stand firm, Li Zhao's saber was already slashing towards his neck. Difference. This was the difference in strength. As soon as the two armies clashed, the winner was obvious. Even though the Neon army had the advantage of horses, they were far from a match for the well-trained Tang army. Not to mention 800 Tang soldiers, even if there were only 500 Tang soldiers, they were enough to beat the thousands of Neon soldiers and make them flee. Mercy. Ugh, Hino Akai's general begged for mercy at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Li Shao didn't understand him at all. His sword chopped off his head mercilessly. At the same time, the 800 Tang soldiers behind Li Shao were also swinging their swords and harvesting lives. Compared to infantrymen, cavalry's greatest advantage was their speed and impact when they clashed with each other. If the Neon cavalry charged directly, they might cause some trouble for the Tang army. However, Hino Akai had stopped in front of Li Shaogong and wanted to negotiate. If the Neon cavalry wanted to charge again, it was no different from a fool's dream. In addition, Li Shao and the others had broken the formation of the Japanese army. Now, the Japanese army was in a mess. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They wanted to fight back, but they were no match for the Tang army in terms of strength and speed. Run! The Tang army kills without batting an eye. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the Japanese army had been killed. Li Zhao's 800 Tang soldiers only had a few light injuries. Some of the Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they quickly turned their horses around and ran for their lives. These fleeing soldiers seemed to have opened a window for the rest of the Japanese army. The remaining Japanese soldiers immediately scattered. At this moment, the advantage of cavalry was finally on display. They could run faster when they ran for their lives. There's no need to chase them. Li Shaogong quickly stopped Li Shao when he saw that he was about to give chase. He ordered, "Don't chase after them. Count the casualties and rest for a while before we continue to march to Fanio City." "Yes, my lord." Li Shao cupped his fist and accepted the order. "Your Highness, this Japanese official seems to be a little arrogant." The bearded man pursed his lips and said meaningfully. Li Shaogong thought for a moment and then nodded. A few years ago, this king met the Wa emissaries. They were all very respectful and obsequious. The Wa people today are truly different from before. This king would like to see just where these Wa people get their confidence from to be so disrespectful to this king and the great Tang. Li Xiaogong's meaning was simple. He was very unhappy with Hino Akai's attitude. He wanted to see why the Japanese suddenly became arrogant. Chapter 727. The news of the Tang army defeating Hino Akai in Sichuan County spread quickly because of the deserters. Suddenly, the people in the other counties around Sichuan County were in a state of panic. Although Hino Akai only brought a little more than 1,000 people with him, and the Tang army had tens of thousands of soldiers, there were only 800 Tang soldiers who participated in the battle. Moreover, the Neon army was all cavalry. Under such circumstances, they could only hold on for less than half an hour. In addition, in order to wash away the crime of desertion, the fleeing soldiers naturally tried their best to exaggerate the fierceness and bravery of the Tang army. Through word of mouth, Li Shaogong became an 8-foot-tall golden-armored general holding a huge sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, while the Tang army became hellish demons clad in iron armor, with infinite strength and invulnerable to swords and spears. The people in the counties along the way all shut their doors and did not come out, and the local officials also fled the county headquarters, not to mention organizing an army to fight against the Tang army. Therefore, the army led by Li Shaogong went all the way without any hindrance. In the evening, they arrived at the capital of Neon, Fanio City. Don't doubt the marching speed of the army. Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march more than 80 miles. Even in the marching records before the Tang dynasty, this was not the top speed. In the Wei Shu, the biography of Xiahou Yuan, Yuan was a general. He often went to the enemy when he was in a hurry. Therefore, there was a saying in the army, Xiahou Yuan, a military officer, 500 miles in 3 days and 1,000 in 6 days. Xiahou Yuan should be an infantryman. On average, he could travel 167 miles in a day. Of course, the day here referred to the day, not the night. Therefore, it was not shocking that Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march 80 miles. Order the soldiers to cook and set up camp here. If the Neon Queen does not come out to see me, we will attack the city tomorrow. The army arrived at the Mu Mountain outside Fanio City. Li Shaogong looked down at the palace below, which was somewhat similar to the Chang, an imperial city, and then ordered Li Shao, who was behind him. Mu, throughout the Mu, will be directly replaced by Mu in the text. After marching 80 miles, the soldiers were more or less tired. In addition, the sky was about to turn dark. Li Shaogong, who had rich battle experience, certainly would not choose to attack the city at this time. Yes, sir. Li Shao responded and hurriedly went to pass down the order. The bearded man stood slightly to Li Xiaogong's left. He had been looking down at soaring bird capital with narrowed eyes. Your Highness, Fanio capital is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Although the city is big, it's like a turtle in a jar. The birds are like caged birds. Even though the Japanese had learned the architectural style of the Great Tang, they had only learned the form and not the spirit. Moreover, the city walls are short, and there is no moat in front of the city gate. If Your Highness wants to take over the Japanese capital, I'm afraid it won't take much effort. Around the capital were the famous Yamato 3 mountains of Japan. To the west was Urching Mountain, also known as the God of Heaven Mountain. To the north was Xiangju Mountain, legend has it that gods lived on the mountain, and to the south, where Li Shaogong and the others were now, was Mu-Pin Mountain. Legend has it that the first emperor of Japan, Emperor Shunwu, ascended the throne on this mountain. The 3 mountains surrounded the capital. Although it made the capital look beautiful, it also limited its development. The bearded man clearly understood the art of war. At a glance, he could see the flaws in the capital's geography and the city structure. Li Shaogong nodded and praised, Zhongjian is right, but we can't let our guard down. We have to be on guard against the Japanese's sneak attacks. The Japanese nowadays don't seem to know their place. They even dare to call themselves the emperor. The ruler of the Central Plains was called the emperor, while the ruler of Japan called himself the emperor. Li Shaogong felt that this was a humiliation to the great Tang, so he was furious. The bearded man smiled and said, "Indeed, although I have never been to Wan Nation, I have heard many things about it." Previously, Prince Xingda of Wan Nation was the regent and vigorously implemented many new policies, which improved the overall strength of Wan Nation by a lot. In the imperial palace of Japan, the news that Li Shaogong had led his army into the country had long ago reached this place. The officials gathered in the palace were all panicked and fearful, and the mood in the hall was abnormally oppressive. Reporting. Your Majesty, the Tang army has already reached the outskirts of the city and is setting up camp on Mu-Pin Mountain. At this moment, a soldier entered the hall and bowed to the dignified woman in golden attire sitting at the head of the table. Buzz. The officials in the hall were all shocked. Ever since the coup more than 30 years ago, Fanio City had always been peaceful. Now that the Tang army had suddenly arrived, everyone was caught off guard. The Tang army has arrived at the city. It is said that their leader is a Duke of the Great Tang. Does anyone have a plan to deal with this? An old but sonorous voice came from the throne. It was Empress Gu who had spoken. 35 years ago, the head of the most powerful family in Japan, the Suo clan, Suo Matsi, although there was the word Matsi in his name, this person was a man, sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, who was supported by him at that time. Then, he supported the 39-year-old Empress Ida as the Empress, who was now the 74-year-old Empress Tugu. In the early days of the Tugu dynasty, the actual rulers of Japan had always been Empress Tugu's nephew, Crown Prince Xingda, and Suo Matsi. 5 years ago, Crown Prince Xingda passed away, and the imperial power gradually began to fall into the hands of Empress Tugu. Last year, Suo Matsi, the head of the Suo clan, also passed away. Now, Empress Tugu completely grasped the imperial power. Your Majesty, I think we should first find out why the Tang Empire has stepped into our country's territory, and then talk about other things. Not long after Empress Tugu finished speaking, a young man in his late 20s came forward and said, "Well, Big Brother Shanbei's words are reasonable. What do the other officials think?" Empress Tugu thought about it and agreed. This young man was Crown Prince Xingda's son, mountain-back elder brother Wang, and Neon people's names are so strange. He was also the successor chosen by the Emperor of Japan. His ability and knowledge were naturally outstanding, quite similar to his father's style. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Big Brother Shanbei's opinion. While the officials looked at each other, a short young official with a mustache walked out with an arrogant expression. He slightly leaned forward to Empress Tugu and then said, "I think that Japan has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire before, but the Tang Empire did not abide by the agreement and invaded without authorization. This is not putting us in their eyes. This is a good time for us to contact Beach and Goguryeo to resist the Tang Empire together. If we can destroy more than 10,000 troops from the Tang Empire in one fell swoop, Japan will be the well-deserved king of this sea area." Chapter 728. Fanio City, Wan Nation Imperial Palace. The person who spoke against it was called Su Wuxia. He was the current head of the Su family and also the son of Su Wa's wife. He had always been at odds with his brother, the king of Mountain Back. He was also very arrogant. Of course, as the head of the Su family, the richest family in Japan, he had the right to be arrogant. As soon as Su Wuxia's arrogant words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly thought that he was really bold. In the eyes of the Wan Nation, the Tang dynasty at this time was the real heavenly empire. the Tang dynasty was also a good race in their eyes. According to historical records, when the Tang dynasty's merchants went to Japan to do business, the local Japanese often warmly entertained the Tang dynasty. At night, they would offer their wives, daughters, and sisters to the Tang dynasty in the hope of giving birth to a son or a daughter. However, this behavior was only done in a small number in the Tang dynasty. In the Song dynasty, borrowing seeds began to become a custom. But now, Su Xiaoyi actually wanted to attack the Tang dynasty's army. This made many ministers feel that it was absurd. Absolutely not. The big brother Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Su Xiaoyi's method is simply disregarding the life and death of the Wu nation. Let's not talk about whether we can defeat the more than 10,000 Tang army outside. Even if we do, we will only incur the infinite anger of the Tang emperor. Don't doubt, with the character of the current Tang emperor, once he gets angry, the Wu nation will definitely be in danger of being destroyed. Your Majesty and ministers, please think twice. You're really greedy for life and afraid of death. The Tang Empire's army is only 10,000, while our Fanio city has 80,000 elites. How can we not defeat the Tang Empire's army?" Su Xiaoyi stepped out of the crowd and glanced contemptuously at the big brother Wang. Then, he arrogantly said, "You're afraid before the battle. Big brother Wang, you're not worthy of being the descendant of Crown Prince Xingde. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the Tang Empire not only has an army, but also thousands of warships and countless provisions. If we swallow these warships and provisions, even if the Tang Emperor gets angry in the future and attacks us, will the Wu nation still be afraid of the Tang Empire?" As soon as his words fell, the hall fell into silence, but some people's hearts were not calm. "Your Majesty, Su Xiaoyi is right. I think this plan is feasible. I also think that this plan is feasible." The Suo family's influence in the imperial court, coupled with the fact that there was indeed a group of radical ministers, caused many voices of agreement to appear in the main hall. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was anxious and quickly retorted, "Have you all forgotten the confrontation between the Tang army and the local army in Sichuan County? 800 Tang soldiers easily defeated more than 1,000 defenders of Sichuan County at the cost of 0 casualties. With such strength, it would be harder for us to win than to reach the heavens. Even if they win, the Wu nation will be greatly damaged because of this. They will no longer be able to deal with the anger of the emperor of the Tang Empire, so please think twice. Moreover, the current situation has not reached the point where it cannot be eased. As long as we clarify the purpose of the Tang Emperor's visit and make some concessions in some aspects, the Tang Emperor will be willing to withdraw his troops." Eldest brother Wang on mountain back represented the previous Crown Prince Xingde's faction, so there were many officials in the court who supported him. Moreover, his opinion was very much in line with the thoughts of the old conservative officials, so there were immediately echoes of agreement in the court. "Your Majesty, I think what Brother Shanbei said is reasonable. Your Majesty should prioritize the Wu nation and not act on impulse." I second the motion. Of course, there were still many officials who did not speak. They did not help either side. Obviously, even if Crown Prince Xingde and Su's wife had passed away, there were still 3 factions in the court of Wu nation. However, at this time, the power of the Empress Dowager was greater. After all, the influence of the living was still slightly higher. Cough. Seeing the 2 sides arguing endlessly in the court, the Empress Dowager coughed dryly, and the hall immediately quieted down. Then she slowly glanced at the officials in the court and said, "What you 2 said is reasonable, but I think it is not appropriate for us to confront the Tang army head-on at the moment. Since the Tang army has camped outside the city and has not immediately attacked, it means that there is still room for negotiation. Therefore, we can send a messenger to ask the commandery prince of the Tang Empire why he is here, and then we can make a decision. If we can invite the commandery prince of the Tang Empire to the imperial palace, of course, it would be best." Yes, the Empress of Wu nation was the same as the Emperor of China, calling herself I. In fact, it was not only this. The titles of Empress, Empress Dowager, and Crown Prince of the East Palace were the same in Wu nation as in the Tang Empire. It was mainly because the ancient Wu nation admired China's culture very much. Most of their languages were learned from China. From the empress to the common people, no one did not admire the Tang Empire. Su's wife sneered and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang Empire lives like a prince. How can he have the courage to come to Fanio City? If he dares to come, I will crawl to the morning court in the future." Yes. How can the commandery prince of the Tang Empire risk his life to enter the city? Absolutely impossible. The Empress Dowager frowned, and then she waved her hand and said, "I have made up my mind. Brother Mountainback recommends someone to go outside the city to negotiate with the Tang army." Brother Mountainback thought for a while, then bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I recommend the son of Sister Ono, Yoko Ono. He is proficient in Chinese and has a good understanding of the customs of the Tang Empire. He is the most suitable." Sister Ono was the person who helped Crown Prince Xingde to submit the letter of credence to the Sui dynasty. He was a very famous diplomat of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager thought for a while and nodded in agreement, approved. I, Old Sheng, will tell you another one. It is said that there was a monk who went to 100 Flowers building one day to find a girl. No, Cho Nyo, you are talking nonsense again. Monks have to abide by the rules and precepts. How can he go to find a prostitute? Listening to the voice, it should be Li Tai's voice. Yanhuang College, the sky had just turned dark. After the students took a bath, they lay on the bed and began to rest. After 2 days of military training, many students had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. At least they were no longer as tired as last night. Therefore, several second generations in dormitory 001 chatted in a low voice. What was even more excessive was that Ching Chimo, this smelly and shameless thing, actually told dirty jokes. Hey! How is it impossible? Not all monks will abide by the rules. Hey, no, Ching K, don't interrupt me. Wait for me to finish telling you, lest I forget. Ching Chimo muttered, and then continued, "Besides, the monk touched the prostitute's front and back with his hand, and then shouted, 'Strange, strange. The front is like a nun, and the back is like a disciple. Don't you think it's strange?'" Chapter 729. F***CK. Ching Chimo, you're so F***king perverted. In dormitory 001, after Sun Zifen heard the dirty jokes, he shouted loudly and ridiculed. Then he laughed and said, "Hee. But I like it. Come, Cho Nyo, use your intelligence and tell another one." Although spring had already passed, this group of teenagers who were still in their adolescence would inevitably talk about some explicit topics to stimulate the secretion of hormones. Li Tai said angrily, F***CK. Sun Zifen, you and Cho Nyo are so dirty, what a pair of cultured scums. The chubby boy was usually a little arrogant, but the circle he came into contact with was generally more elegant. At this moment, hearing the vulgar conversation in the dorm, Li Tai, who was in the dark, couldn't help but blush. Ching Chimo smiled wretchedly and said, "Hey. How are we cultured scums? Isn't it natural for a man and a woman to love? Haha. Baolin, don't you think so? Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Yuchi Baolin, who was about to get up and talk, suddenly touched his nose gloomily and then lay back down. In this dorm, he was the most honest person, so Ching Chimo could only bully him a little. All right, let's all go to sleep. There's military training tomorrow." Li Qingxian, who was sleeping on the top bunk, obviously sensed Li Tai's embarrassment and spoke up to help him out. "Sleep? Who can fall asleep so early? Besides, Huayu hasn't finished washing his clothes." Sun Zifen had just finished listening to the dirty jokes, and his blood was boiling. How could he fall asleep now? Besides, what he said was right. Qin Huayu was still washing his clothes under the moonlight by the sink inside. Speaking of which, Qin Huayu had miscalculated. Usually, he preferred to be quiet at home and only bathed once every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, when school started, he only brought 3 sets of clothes with him. However, at Yanhuang Academy, every night when he came back, his clothes would be drenched in sweat. how could he not bath? After showering, he couldn't possibly continue wearing those sweaty clothes, right? Qin Huayu, who always paid attention to his appearance, would definitely not do such a thing. In this way, after Qin Huayu showered tonight and found that he didn't have any clothes to change tomorrow, how could he? Thus, the eldest son of the Duke of Yi, our young master Qin, washed his clothes for the first time in his life. For this reason, he received a lot of ridicule from Qing Chumo and Sun Zifan. 2. As for the others, they were much more cunning than Qin Huayu. When school started, they brought 7 or 8 sets of clothes. Even if they changed their clothes every day, they would still be able to last until the academy's weekend. Oh. It's so lively. It seems that your training during the day is too little, and you still have the energy to talk nonsense at night. Just as Qing Chumo was about to agree with Sun Zifan's words, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door of dorm 001. F***CK. It's Yamacho, little Xian. The 6 people in the room all felt their hearts skip a beat, and they secretly cursed. Qin Huayu stuffed his clothes into the wooden bucket, and then quietly slipped to his bed in an attempt to muddle through. Open the door. Li Zishuan said faintly from outside. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have a mysterious penetrating power that directly entered their ears. Qin Huayu looked at his unscrupulous roommates who were chatting happily just now but were now curled up in bed like ostriches. He could only bite the bullet and personally open the door. Yamacho. Qin Huayu called out awkwardly. Although he was very familiar with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan was half his brother-in-law, now that they were in the academy, he had to do things according to the rules. In public, he had to call him Yamacho. Huayu, what are you doing with your hands full of water? Under the moonlight, Li Zishuan saw the water droplets on Qin Huayu's hands, and he squinted his eyes and asked. I just went to wash my clothes. Qin Huayu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said. Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and Sun Zifan on the bed almost burst out laughing. What? Weren't you all chatting happily just now? Why are you still pretending to be asleep? All of you, come down. Li Zishuan's attitude changed, and he said sternly. This was really a case of extreme joy begetting sorrow. Seeing that Li Zishuan was going to be serious, Li Tai, Li Qingxian, and the others on the bed all got out of bed and stood together with Qin Huayu. Although Qin Huayu is breaking the academy's rules by washing clothes at night, he is still better than you guys who are so bored that you don't sleep at night. Now, all of you go out and stand in military posture. Other than Qin Huayu, who will only stand for 15 minutes, everyone else will stand for an hour. After standing, go back to sleep. If anyone dares to slack off, the time will be doubled. Li Zishuan pointed at the door and shouted. No, do you really have to be so ruthless? Qing Chumo stared and asked weakly. Although he had martial arts and wasn't afraid of standing in military posture, who wouldn't want to lie comfortably in bed and rest at night? Qing Chumo will stand for 2 hours, the rest of you will continue as before. Li Zishuan looked at this joker indifferently and said casually. You. Qing Chumo almost vomited blood. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he thought about how he was just being naughty and got an extra hour of military posture, if he were to be naughty again, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The 5 unlucky people, under the lead of the current crown prince, Li Qingxian, left the dormitory unhappily. Li Zishuan said, Don't slack off, I'll be watching you guys from the shadows. If I find out that anyone is slacking off, you know the consequences. This guy was obviously playing tricks on them again. Tonight's dormitory inspection was a last-minute idea by Li Zishuan. He just said that Qing Chumo was bored out of his mind, but now he was the one who was bored out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to do a dormitory inspection. After Li Zishuan and the others left, Li Zishuan began to slowly go to the other dormitories to visit. When he was in high school, he was often visited by the teachers. Now that he had become the Yamacho of a big college, he began to check other people's dormitories. The speed at which one's life changes is truly unimaginable. However, with this, there would be a lot of unlucky people in Yanhuang College tonight. In the open space in front of the student dormitory, Li Tai stood in military posture with his head held high and his chest out. His body didn't move, but his mouth was secretly moving. He said, "Hee hee. Ugly ox, I'll teach you to stand for an extra hour, ha. This can be considered as resolving the hatred in my heart. F***CK. We are roommates, Chinke, how can you be so unsympathetic? Who the hell is your roommate? If it weren't for you telling such vulgar stories in the middle of the night, would we be standing here now? Hey, hey, hey. Look. You Dong Kai and the others have also been caught, haha. Could it be that they haven't slept yet? Haha. Isn't that Xiaoka? TSK. It's so lively tonight. Chapter 730. Cool. Why are you here? In the open space in front of the dormitory, Li Qingxian asked calmly while keeping an eye out for Li Zishuan's surprise attack. Li Ku, who was standing behind him, said gloomily, I went to bed too early last night and didn't even get to know my roommates. I'm not as sleepy as last night, so I wanted to talk to them a little more and get to know them better. In the end, I was caught by the Yamacho. Hee hee. Ku, how long did you guys stand as punishment? Li Tai interrupted. Li Ku said faintly, 1 hour. Oh. So it's only 1 hour. Li Tai was a little disappointed. Haha. Look. Another group is here. What the heck, isn't that Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the others? Why were they caught too? Ching Chimo saw another group of people in front of him and shouted excitedly. When he saw who it was, he was shocked. Pfft. Maybe some of them are washing clothes like Huayu? Sun Zifen couldn't help but laugh. Qin Huayu looked embarrassed, but Ching Chimo said happily, hee hee. Why don't we ask them how long they stand as punishment later? If I had known, would have gone to wash clothes just now. Damn it, when you guys leave later, I'll have to stand here for another hour. What a scam. Sun Zifen and Li Tai said disdainfully in unison, useless, I won't wash clothes even if you beat me to death. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan walked out of the dormitory slowly, followed by Pang Feiji. At this time, there were nearly 70 to 80 students standing upright in the open space in front of the dormitory. Li Zishuan thought angrily in his heart. There are quite a lot of students who have nothing better to do. Looks like they're starting to accept the current training volume. I can get Qin Xiong to give them more training tomorrow. Cough cough. Stop talking. Yamacho is here. Li Qingxian's lips moved slightly as he whispered to the people around him. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The students standing there were always paying attention to the movements at the door of the dormitory. When Li Zishuan came out, basically all the students immediately stopped their little tricks and stood in a standard military posture. At ease. Li Zishuan walked to the front of the line and shouted. Swoosh. The students thought that Li Zishuan was going to show them mercy. One by one, they excitedly took a step forward, but then they heard Li Zishuan's dull voice. Does anyone still remember what the Yanhuang College Student Handbook said? What time do you have to sleep at night? This voice was obviously laced with anger, causing the students to instantly wake up. One by one, they pretended to be listless in order to avoid being called out. Ching Chimo, tell me, what time do you have to sleep? Sometimes, the thing you don't want the most often happens. Ching Chimo kept saying in his heart, don't call me. Don't call me, but in the end, he was called out. It was really fate. I forgot. Ching Chimo scratched his head awkwardly and said weakly. In fact, he didn't forget at all. When the Yanhuang College Student Handbook was given to him, he took it home and never opened it again. Moreover, this guy seemed to be using it to wipe his ass. You forgot? Then you can stand for another 30 minutes later. Li Zishuan said indifferently. You. Ching Chimo was just about to say a few words of acceptance speech, when he saw Li Zishuan's slightly dangerous eyes and decisively shut his mouth. Sun Zifan, you answer for Ching Chumo. Sun Zifan, who was secretly laughing in his heart, immediately felt tragedy. The student handbook had so many pages, how could he spend the time to read it? Yamacho, a student's memory is not very good after leaving the bed. Can you let me go to the dormitory to recall it? After stammering for a long time, this joker finally thought of a perfect answer. Li Zishuan said angrily, you can stand for another hour later. Pfft. Ching Chumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw Li Zishuan looking over, he quickly pursed his lips and held back his laughter. In an instant, his tanned face turned red. Yamacho, I know what time it is. Just when everyone bowed their heads in silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Li Zishuan looked over and found that the person who had just spoken was Jia Jiayin, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam. Well, whether in ancient times or modern times, teachers would have a deeper impression of students with good grades. As for why this little top student was caught, don't ask. If you ask, it would be like doing laundry. Jia Jiayin, then you tell me. Li Zishuan said in a kind tone. He found that he was now more and more immersed in the profession of a teacher. Seeing this, most of the students in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to work overtime like Ching Chumo and Sun Zifan, the two unlucky people. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that lying in bed was more comfortable. Back to Yamacho, the Yanhuang College Student Handbook stipulates that the lights in the dormitory must be turned off at night, and then all students must immediately keep quiet and lie in bed. You are not allowed to walk around at will. That's 9:00 in the evening. For modern people, going to bed at this time may be a little early, but in ancient times, it was abnormal not to go to bed at this time. A prodigy was indeed a prodigy. Jia Jiayin recited the relevant regulations in the student handbook, word for word, and the students couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Well. Very good. Jia Jiayin, you can go back and rest now. Remember, if you want to do laundry next time, you must finish it before night to avoid being punished again. Li Zishuan nodded and said warmly. Yes, Yamacho. Jia Jiayin saluted Li Zishuan in front of everyone's envious eyes, and then prepared to walk back to the dormitory. Perhaps he felt that Li Zishuan's attitude at the moment was not bad. He actually stopped and said, Sir, I accidentally rubbed some grass stains on my clothes today, so the clothes are more difficult to wash. I want to ask if there is a shop selling locust or bath beans in the academy. Otherwise, I will probably be punished the next time I encounter such a situation. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yamacho, we need locust. Bath beans are also okay. Jia Jiayin's words could be regarded as the hearts of most people. These students basically rarely washed clothes at home. Now that they just started, not to mention that they didn't have any skills, they didn't even have locust or bath beans. How could it be possible to wash it clean without some time? Chapter 731. After hearing Jia Jiayin's words, Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He was just wondering why these students were still washing clothes at this hour. It turned out that it was because they didn't have the help of locust to wash clothes. The earliest ancient people used plant ash as a detergent because it contained potassium carbonate, which could remove the dirt on clothes. According to Cao Gongji, silk was refined with bars as ash. It was made of pure silk, and it was made of jade. The jade in this sentence was shell ash, which contained calcium hydroxide. When mixed with plant ash, it could produce potassium hydroxide. When it was immersed in water to wash silk fabrics, it had a chemical reaction with the oil attached to the surface of silk fabrics to produce potassium soap, which could wash silk fabrics clean and bright. Later, the ancient people of the Wei and Jin dynasties began to use locust and bath beans to wash clothes. Locust could produce foam in water and had the ability to remove dirt. Later, Sun Simiao invented a new way to wash clothes. It was to wash the dirty blood on the pig's pancreas, tear off the fatty liver on it, grind it into a paste, add soybean powder and spices, mix it evenly, and dry it in a ventilated place to become bath beans that could remove dirt from clothes. All right, I got it. However, the military training is a special period, and the conditions will naturally be more difficult. You don't have to pay too much attention to it, as long as the clothes don't smell. After the military training, the academy will have everything that should be available. Li Zishuan said lightly. When the academy was first built, there was indeed some space left for shops, but he had been too busy and didn't have time to attract investment, so there was basically no place to spend money in the academy except for the cafeteria. As for whether to make soap or not, it depended on whether he was in the mood. Yes, Yamacho. I understand. Jia Jian cupped his hands and walked towards the dormitory. Li Zishuan nodded secretly in his heart. He thought that although this child looked a bit fierce, his temperament and knowledge were not bad. Men, in the end, still relied on talent and knowledge. In ancient times, there were many famous people who were ugly but eventually became successful. Attention! After Jia Jian left, Li Zishuan shouted loudly and then said, "Start to stand in military posture. Pang Feiji, you supervise them. If anyone's actions are not standard or secretly lazy, give them extra time. Do you understand?" Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a crown prince and 2 princes here. But Li Zishuan asked him to spy on them. Wasn't this asking for his life? Yes. I understand now. Under Li Zishuan's pressure, Pang Feiji quickly agreed. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, From tomorrow night onwards, you and the other instructors must check the dormitories one by one. If you find anyone who has violated the rules, you will be punished the same way as today. You are not allowed to sleep until midnight, do you understand? Yes. Yamacho. Pang Feiji felt bitter. They were actually quite tired as instructors during the day, but now that they were writing, they had less time to rest. Thousands of miles away, in Wanation, on the Mupan mountain outside Fanio City. Prince, the king of Wanation has sent an envoy. He is now outside the camp. Do you want to see him? In the main tent, Li Shaogong was looking at the map on the table when a messenger suddenly came in and bowed. Li Shaogong raised his head and said lightly, "Let him in." Yes. After a while, a short man in Wanation clothes came in and bowed to Li Shaogong. "Yoko Ono greets your highness." This sentence was spoken in extremely pure Mandarin with a Guangzhong accent. Li Shaogong raised his eyebrows and said, "You can speak Mandarin?" Yoko Ono bowed slightly and said, "The culture of the Central Plains is extensive and profound. The entire Neon Nation admires it. I have studied in the Central Plains for a period of time under the influence of my late father, so I can speak some Chinese." In 607 AD, the first government mission sent by Japan to China's Sui dynasty finally arrived in Luoyang. The leader of the mission was Yoko Ono's father, Yoko Ono. In 609 AD, Yoko Ono came to China again to send the Sui dynasty's envoy back to China. She also brought a group of overseas students and monks. At that time, Yoko Ono was also among them. Therefore, Yoko Ono knew the culture of the Central Plains very well. Li Shaogong nodded slightly. He felt more comfortable talking to a Wanation person who could speak Mandarin. After a while, he asked, "Why did the Queen of the Ancient Kingdom send you here? Why didn't she come to see me personally?" Arrogant. It could be said that Li Shaogong's attitude was extremely arrogant. However, Yoko Ono's expression only changed slightly, and she did not dare to refute. "Your Highness, Her Majesty's body is not in good condition, so it is inconvenient for her to leave the palace. I hope Your Highness can understand." Yoko Ono said slowly. Inconvenient for her to leave the palace? Does she want me to enter the city personally to see her? When Li Shaogong heard this, he glared and said angrily. Yoko Ono immediately put on a fearful expression and bowed down. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Her Majesty is already old, and her body is not in good condition recently. She really can't leave the palace." "Old? How old is she?" Li Shaogong asked a very rude question, but who asked him to have a strong army? Those with strength are the boss everywhere. A weak country has no diplomacy, while a strong country has hegemony. This was a principle that would work in any era. Yoko Ono's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness, Her Majesty is already 70 years old this year." 60 years old, 70 years old is rare since ancient times. Li Shaogong actually did not know the age of the Wanatian queen. When he heard this, he was surprised and said, "Oh. So that's how it is. It seems that the queen of the ancient kingdom really wants me to enter the city to see her." When Yoko Ono heard this, she was indescribably excited. However, on the surface, she smiled and said, "When I came down, Her Majesty said that if your Highness is willing to enter the palace to see her, you will receive the grandest welcome from the Wanatian golden beauties. At that time, your Highness will definitely enjoy endlessly." Bastard. Li Shaogong slammed the table and said angrily, "Lowly woman, how dare you use her to charm me?" Yes. I said something wrong, Your Highness, please forgive me." Yoko Ono was very angry, but in fact, she was constantly slapping herself in the face to beg for Li Shaogong's forgiveness. Since the queen of the ancient kingdom wants to see me, then I will enter the city. It just so happens that I also have something to tell her." Li Shaogong snorted and said. Yoko Ono was overjoyed, but Li Shao was shocked and quickly said, "Your Highness, please don't. If there is an ambush in the Wanatian imperial city and you meet with any accident, I will die 1,000 times. Chapter 732. This little general is wrong. His Majesty sincerely invited your Highness into the city as a guest. Why would he launch a sneak attack? Li Zhao's words immediately attracted Yoko Ono's rebuttal. Li Shao coldly replied, "Who doesn't know that the Japanese are treacherous and cunning? You keep saying that Tang Empire is the best country in the world, but you still dare to attack us. Who knows if you have set up an ambush in the imperial city?" You. Faced with such humiliating words, Yoko Ono was so angry that his ears turned red. However, he knew where he was and what kind of situation his country was in. He suppressed his anger and said to Li Shaogong, "Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness, please understand. The Wu imperial court is absolutely loyal to the Great Tang. The previous lord of Sichuan County had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. His Majesty has already ordered his family to be imprisoned. My lord only wishes to discuss this with your Highness in person so that your Highness' misunderstanding of the Wu nation can be resolved as soon as possible." What a hypocrite. That's enough. That's enough. This prince has made up his mind. Li Shao, listen to my orders. Li Shao wanted to say more, but Li Shaogong waved his hand and interrupted him. "But your Highness, Li Shaogong faintly grunted, but it was as if he had the strength of 1,000 pounds, causing Li Shao to swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. "This general is here. I order you to stay in the camp. The soldiers of the 3 armies are under your command. If this prince does not return before dawn," speaking till here, Li Shaogong indifferently glanced at Yoko Ono. His gaze seemed to have an intense penetrating power, piercing straight into Yoko Ono's heart. His tone was calm, but within the calmness was a dense killing intent. "If this prince does not return before dawn, tomorrow, you will have the army at sea bring the fleet back to Chang'an. Then, you will lead 12,000 soldiers to attack the city. Everyone in Fanio City, regardless of whether they are old or weak, women or children, will be killed." Yoko Ono felt a chill run down his spine. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. This general obeys. Li Shao clasped his fist and shouted. Then, he glared at Yoko Ono with his red eyes. "Your Highness. It's not safe for you to be alone. If you don't mind, why don't you let me accompany you?" At this moment, an iron tower-like man with a curly beard walked in from outside the tent. Standing together, Yoko Ono only reached the man's waist, just like a child. The curly-bearded man was the curly-bearded guest. It couldn't be said that he was lying outside the tent to eavesdrop. For a martial arts expert of his level, his 5 senses were 10 times sharper than an ordinary person. In addition, the soundproofing of the tent wasn't good. Therefore, the conversation between Li Xiaogong and Yoko Ono was clearly heard by the bearded guest. Haha. Since Zhong Jian is willing to go with us, that's for the best. Li Xiaogong chuckled. He wasn't a hothead who blindly liked to fight. He was very clear about the mission he had on his shoulders. Naturally, he was willing to bring along this expert with him. As for Yoko Ono, she was already scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to refute, nor did she have the ability to refute. Li Xiaogong said a few more words and then brought the curly-bearded guest out of the tent. He mounted the horse and headed for the Wei nation's imperial city, Fanio capital. As for where the horse came from, it was obviously a spoil of war that he seized along the way. Although ordinary people didn't know that the Tang dynasty's prince was going to enter the imperial city to have a face-to-face talk with Emperor Tuigu, the Wei nation's upper echelons of officials knew about it the moment Li Xiaogong and the curly-bearded guest entered the city. In a manor in the west of Fanio capital, there were pavilions, terraces, and ponds. The design of the manor was very similar to the Tang dynasty's gardens. In an elegant attic, Su Wei was kneeling in front of the window. He was seriously wiping a Japanese sword. It could be seen that the shape of the Japanese sword was 60 to 70% similar to the Mo sword of the Central Plains. The body of the sword reflected the candlelight on his face, making his face look extremely cold. Is the news true? Su Wei asked indifferently. It's absolutely true. Behind Su Wei, a man in a black robe was kneeling. The man's head was covered with a wide hat, preventing others from seeing his face. Humph. This Tang dynasty's prince has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He dares to enter the imperial city with just 2 people. A trace of anger flashed across Su Wei's face. He was mainly angry that Li Xiaogong, as a prince of a country, didn't play by the rules and dared to take the risk alone. A few hours ago, he had boasted in the imperial court that if Li Xiaogong dared to come to Fanio capital, he would crawl to the imperial court in the future. But now, it was simply a slap in the face. The man in the black robe knelt on the ground and didn't answer. The attic fell into silence. After a long while, Su Wei snorted angrily. No. We can't let the prince of the Tang dynasty leave the city alive. Naoju, go find a chance to kill him. After killing him, the Tang dynasty's army will be leaderless and will definitely panic. At that time, the provisions and supplies on the thousands of ships will all belong to the Suwa family. The man in the black robe didn't immediately agree. He actually replied indifferently, the prince of the Tang dynasty is an expert. I'm not sure. Su Wei was furious. He stood up and pointed at the man in the black robe. Bastard. If you don't want to go, just say that you don't want to go. Why are you looking for excuses? Don't forget who was the one who saved your dog life back then. If it weren't for me, you would have died in my father's hands. From the moment I saved you, you were just a dog in my hands. You had to bite whoever I told you to bite. Do you understand? The black-robed man's body clearly paused. From the blue veins on his hands, one could still see the anger in his heart. After a long while, he said in a calm voice, I'll help you kill this person, and you give me back my freedom. Otherwise, except for me, no one in the Wen nation can kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. Are you negotiating with me? Su Wei pointed at his nose with a stunned expression. The man in the black robe was silent. It was a tacit agreement. You son of a bitch. Who gave you the guts to talk about conditions with me, Su Mo? Su Wei scolded angrily and kicked the man in the black robe. As a result, it was as if he kicked a big mountain. His toes immediately felt a sharp pain, but the man in the black robe knelt in the same place and didn't move. I have already repaid you a lot for saving my life. Master, don't push your luck. The man in the black robe still said without raising his head. Good. Very good. Su Wei took 2 deep breaths and then said, I'll do as you say. If you kill the prince of the Tang dynasty tonight, I will immediately give you back your freedom. From now on, my family will have nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Chapter 733. With a creak, the black-robed man walked out of the attic. Judging from his light footsteps, he was still very happy. Mother of the river, I will soon be able to fly away with you and leave Japan. You must wait for me. The black-robed man thought silently in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. In the attic, the angry Su Wei was crazily smashing things. As he smashed, he scolded, "You are just AF * king dog. How dare you negotiate with me? Good. Very good. After this, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Master, this man is too arrogant. Do you want me to bring people to kill him?" A man wearing a warrior's uniform carefully bowed behind Su Wei and said, "You? If you could beat him, I would have asked you to kill him long ago. Why wait until now?" Su Wei was even angrier when he heard this. He casually took a teacup and smashed it on the man's head. With a bang, the man's head was instantly broken and bleeding. Trash. The family has trained you for so many years, but all of you combined can't even beat one Eastern Hanjiju. What a bunch of trash. Su Wei was still not satisfied. He stepped forward and started punching and kicking while cursing with vulgarities. Back then, Eastern Hanjiju forcefully took my sister. My father gathered the top 10 experts of Japan to kill him. If I didn't see that he was strong in martial arts and secretly saved him, he would have long become a lonely ghost. Now that my father is dead, this dog thinks that no one can control him. How dare he negotiate with me? Humph. Go and bring my sister to my room. At this point, the expression on Su Wei's face suddenly became a little perverted. And with his description, the identity of the black-robed man was obvious. He was the assassin that Su Wei sent to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, the top expert of Japan, Eastern Hanjiju. In August 587 AD, China was in the 7th year of Sui Kaihuang at that time. Su Wei supported the prince of the Bo's tribe to ascend the throne, and he became Emperor Chongjun. At that time, Kitahime, the current Empress Dowager, became the Empress Dowager. 591, 4th year of Emperor Chongjun, Emperor Chongjun discussed with his officials. In order to recover the lost land of Renna, he sent 20,000 troops to Zuzi and an envoy to Shinlua. At this moment, all the political power was in the hands of Su Wei, which made Emperor Chongjun unhappy. In 592, 5th year of Emperor Chongjun, in October, someone presented a pig to Emperor Chongjun. Emperor Chongjun pointed at the pig and said, "One day, I will chop off the head of the pig and kill the people I hate." He then gathered a large army. From Heavenly Emperor Chongjun's words, Su Wumon knew that Heavenly Emperor Chongjun was determined to kill him. In the 11th month of the same year, Suo Ma-zi sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun. After that, Naoju of the Eastern Han raped Suo Ma's daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower and was known as the #1 beauty in Neon. Furious, Su Wuma gathered the top 10 experts to kill East Hanjiju. Everyone thought that East Hanjiju was dead. No one would have thought that Suo Ma's son, Suo Ma's brother, would actually save the enemy of the Suo family. No one would have thought that East Hanjiju would develop true feelings for Suo Ma. However, East Hanjiju would never have expected that his sweetheart had already been killed by someone. At that time, the Neon people were so perverted. In fact, in ancient Neon, marriage between close relatives was very common. From the emperor to the commoners, marriage between brothers and sisters of different mothers was very common. This could be seen in the historical records. There were even cases of brothers and sisters of the same mother marrying each other. At that time, brothers and sisters of different mothers were able to naturally get married or have relations with each other because they did not live in the same family. The sense of closeness between them was very weak or even non-existent. There was also no concept of kinship. It was often difficult to determine the father, and the family system was not perfect. According to the historical records, after the death of the 19th emperor of Neon, according to the rules, the crown prince, Prince Muli no Kei, inherited the throne. However, before he ascended the throne, he fell in love with his sister from the same mother. He had an affair with her. In the dead of the night, he visited his sister and left many romantic and unrestrained love songs. One day, he had the opportunity to sneak into his sister's boudoir. He was so happy that he could not help but sing in a low voice, "If the mountain is too high, the underground pipes will be buried to water it. The sister that I secretly fell in love with, the wife that I secretly cried for behind my back, tonight, let me love to my heart's content." The love songs that the crown prince wrote were spread out and had a very bad influence among the nobles. This young lady was a famous beauty in neon history. Many neon history books also called her Queen of Clothing. It was probably because she liked to wear transparent and sexy clothes. In the face of such a sexy beauty, it was no wonder that her brother loved the beauty and not the country. Not to mention others, just look at the current Empress of Nigu. She was the imperial concubine of Emperor Minda, and Emperor Minda was her half-brother. There was also the deceased Crown Prince Shingda. According to the records, Crown Prince Shingda's parents were half-siblings with Emperor Qin Ming as their father. The perverts of the neon people could be seen from this. As a standard fourth-generation emperor, the eldest brother of the mountain-back naturally had a lot of power in his hands. At this moment, in a house in the east of Fanio City, the eldest brother of the mountain-back was discussing matters with his subordinates. As one of the actual rulers of the Nigu dynasty, Crown Prince Shingda could barely be considered an emperor. "Master. The commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is about to enter the palace. I think the Su family has received the news earlier than us." An old man with a goatee cupped his hands and said to the eldest brother of the mountain-back. The eldest brother of the mountain-back smiled and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is really a hero. This time, Su Wani will probably lose face." Obviously, he thought of Su Wani's bold words in the imperial court earlier. The old man shook his head and said with a worried expression, "Master, you can't be too optimistic. We have to be careful of Su Wani's desperate actions and killing people." The eldest brother of the mountain-back was shocked and said in horror, How dare he? That's the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom." "Sir, are you worrying too much?" The old man said earnestly, "The Su family has always liked to take risks. This time, the Tang kingdom has brought a huge amount of supplies. It's hard to guarantee that Su Wani won't be tempted and take risks out of desperation. Moreover, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom has agreed to the emperor's appointment, which can be considered a loss of face for Su Wani. This person is extremely narrow-minded and is likely to retaliate. Master, you have to be careful." Chapter 734. You're right. I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. Koizumi Inada. Leave the mansion immediately and guard the palace gate. Once the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom leaves the palace, follow him and protect him secretly. After listening to the old man's analysis, the mountain-back elder brother nodded in agreement and then ordered his men. "Yes. I'll take my men there now." Koizumi Inada responded and then turned to leave. The mountain-back elder brother stood up and saluted the old man, saying, "The emperor's health is deteriorating day by day, and the barbarians of the Su kingdom are ready to make trouble. Even if I can't be the next emperor, I can't let the barbarians of the Su kingdom disturb the court. I'll leave everything in the mansion to you, sir. I have to go to the palace now." The mountain-back elder brother was the most potential candidate for the next emperor in Neon, so he said that. The old man bowed slightly and replied, "Don't worry, master. I'll make sure the mansion is safe." The mountain-back big brother nodded his head in satisfaction and then left with his 2 personal bodyguards. It was late at night, but Fanio capital was obviously different from before. The whole city seemed to be brewing a storm. The palace was in the center of the storm and seemed particularly depressing. The palace maids and bodyguards also seemed to feel this pressure. They all walked with their heads down. Some people didn't dare to look up and talk even if they were familiar with each other. They had been in the palace for many years and were the most sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Half an hour later, in the Neon Palace. Why did the commandery prince of Shenghua send troops here? In the palace, the queen of Neon and Li Shaogong sat opposite each other. Although she was a superior existence in Neon, in front of Li Shaogong, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom who held real power, she was not stupid enough to treat Li Shaogong the same way she treated the Neon subjects. The bearded man stood behind Li Shaogong. Although his face was expressionless, his five senses and his legs were already in the best state of alert. As long as there was any movement in the room, he was confident that he could protect Li Shaogong and capture the Queen of Tuigu at the first moment. This was the confidence of a master who was half a step away from the great Grandmaster realm. Queen of Neon, you can speak Chinese? That's right, the sentence just now was indeed in Chinese. Although it wasn't accurate, it was enough to make Li Shaogong feel very surprised. Everyone in Wanation admires the culture of the Central Plains. Although I am the Queen of Wanation, I have also yearned for the Tang Empire for a long time. Therefore, if Wanation offends you in any way, I hope your Highness can forgive us on account of our admiration for the Tang Empire. Wanation will be eternally grateful. The Empress Dowager of Gu was very humble. Not only did she not refer to herself as the Empress, she even used her own name to refer to herself. It was clear that she was well aware that with the current strength of the Wa, opposing the Great Tang was no different from striking a rock with an egg. On the side, Yoko Ono's heart was in turmoil. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager asking him to listen, he would have even forgotten the Empress's real name. Li Shaogong was very satisfied with the Empress Dowager's attitude, but he didn't show it on his face. After a while, he said, I will remember the Empress's kindness. But this time, I led the Tang Empire's fleet south for trade. On the way back, I was attacked by a group of pirates. I lost dozens of soldiers because of this. These pirates are from Wanation. What does the Empress have to say? Although his voice was soft, there was a hint of killing intent in it. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The bearded man also clenched his hands, ready to deal with the Wanations falling out at any time. The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. She had never heard that the Tang Empire's fleet had been attacked. Li Shaogong's words caught her off guard. But after all, she had been on the throne for nearly 40 years and had the ability to adapt on the spot. After a long pause, she got up and bowed to Li Shaogong, then said, after such a thing happened, as the Empress of the Wanation, Empress Dowager Ida cannot absolve herself from the blame for not governing the Wa people well. Your Highness, please tell us the specific identity of the pirates. The Wanation will do its best to help Your Highness find the leader of the pirates. I only hope that Your Highness will not implicate the innocent. Li Shaogong was secretly surprised. The old woman in front of him seemed to be full of wisdom. She could always make the right choice in a critical moment, and for the sake of the Wanation, she was flexible. To tell the truth, Li Shaogong was not afraid of unreasonable people, because he believed in the strength of the Tang army. He had brought 12,000 Tang soldiers with him, and if they were ruthless, they would be invincible in the Wanation. But in the face of the Empress Dowager, who had always been very humble, Li Shaogong was still very afraid. Of course, he knew the story of Go Jian, the king of Yu. He was very worried that the Wanation would become the next Yu. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was old and did not have much time left. Otherwise, he would have to remind Li Heir to be wary of the Wanation. The leader of the pirates is called Nakamura Kawayu. It is said that he has been wandering in the southeast sea of the Tang Empire. In the battle that night, he was seriously injured. But he is definitely not dead. Li Shaogong stared at the Empress Dowager and replied word by word. Nakamura Kawayu? Before the Empress Dowager spoke, the big brother king next to her couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the Empress Dowager's inquiring eyes, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this person has been wanted by all the counties in the Wanation. Later, he had nowhere to escape, so he roamed the sea and robbed merchant ships everywhere. The officers of the coastal counties received reports from merchants, but this person's whereabouts are uncertain, and the authorities have no way to catch him. The Empress Dowager heard this and said with a gloomy face, Bastard. Such a heinous person does not deserve to be a citizen of the Wanation. Immediately issue a decree that all the county princesses of the coastal counties should organize an arrest team in the shortest time. We must catch Nakamura Kawayu within 10 days. Yes. A guard next to her stepped forward and bowed. Yes, it was indeed a guard, not a eunuch. In ancient times, there were no eunuchs in the nation. Since ancient times, Japan had also been a country with a strong warrior spirit. Many Japanese men regarded their own lifeblood as their life. That was to say, no Japanese was willing to enter the palace to be a eunuch. Even if they starved to death, they would not be a eunuch. This cut off the root of the Japanese idea of eunuchs. In addition, Japan was an island country surrounded by the sea. And the island was rich in resources, wild animals and fruits. In ancient times, the Japanese could fish for a living, hunt, and even pick wild fruits in the forest for a living. Even if they did not surrender to the imperial court, they would not starve to death. Therefore, due to the geographical environment and rich economic crops in ancient Japan, the Japanese would not be forced to enter the palace to be eunuchs. Chapter 735. Your Highness, this is indeed Nation's fault, but please give us 10 days. If we can't hand Nakamura over to you after 10 days, the Ida division and the entire Nation are willing to accept any punishment. After the guards left, the Empress of the Nation bowed slightly to Li Shaogong and said. Li Shaogong shook his head without thinking and said, I have the Emperor's order, so I can't stay in Nation for 10 days. I will return to Chang'an tomorrow. The Empress of the Nation was stunned. She seemed to be caught off guard by this result. After a moment of thought, she said, no matter what, Nation has caused the Tang Empire to suffer losses. The Ida division is willing to take out 1,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. After we catch Nakamura and the rest, the Ida division will send an envoy to Chang'an for Your Highness to deal with. What do you think, Your Highness? Li Shaogong couldn't help but hold his breath. Nation was really rich. What did the Tang Empire lack now? What it lacked the most was, of course, silver and brass. The Tang Empire's territory was vast, but the exploration and mining technology of gold, silver, and copper were not good. Therefore, the country's annual silver production was only about 15,000 taels of silver. Yes, you heard right, 15,000 taels of silver. This 15,000 taels of newly refined silver, together with the silver that local officials plundered from the people and offered to the emperor, and sometimes the provinces and prefectures would turn the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The silver was usually cast into rectangular silver collars, 1 foot long and 2 inches wide. Most of the silver collars were 50 taels of silver. The collars had to be engraved or written with the weight, color, origin of the silver, the name, official position, year of the tribute, and so on. Therefore, silver was not a currency in the Tang Empire. Thinking about the later dynasties, those corrupt officials would embezzle tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. For example, Yan Song of the Ming dynasty embezzled 30,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver. He Shin of the Qing dynasty embezzled 800 million taels of silver. It was more than 10 years of the imperial court's income. Compared to these corrupt officials, the Tang dynasty's silver reserves were really weak. There was also brass. In the past few years, Great Tang had been recuperating, and the country was flourishing. The lives of the commoners had improved, and the demand for copper coins had increased. However, there were only so many copper mines that the imperial court had discovered, and there was no such thing as jiaozi or baozi banknotes. Thus, in the past 2 years, Great Tang had already experienced a shortage of money. At the very least, the Great Tang didn't dare to play around like this when the Nation casually took out 1,000 jin of brass, 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. After capturing Nakamura Yudo, he must be personally escorted to Chang'an by someone of sufficient status. In this way, I can pretend that nothing happened. Li Shaogong pondered for a moment before looking at the Empress and saying flatly, "Don't worry." How greedy. The bearded man couldn't help but look at Li Shaogong in surprise. This was what it meant to be greedy. 10,000 kilograms of brass, if brought back to Chang'an, would definitely be enough to solve the current shortage of money in the imperial court. The big brother on the mountain's back pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Even though he belonged to the conservative faction of the Wen nation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at Li Xiaogong's greedy demand. The Empress's eyes narrowed, and then she clenched her teeth and said, "Your Highness, this 10,000 kilograms of brass is really, say no more." Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted her. "There's no room for discussion. Queen, do you know that the 20 soldiers who died in battle were the bravest soldiers of Great Tang, and those innocent sailors? Now, they are all buried in the sea, and not even their bones are left. Before I set out to sea, His Majesty once told me, if there are any invaders, I will use all my strength to wipe them out. The Wa people have killed the soldiers and people of the Great Tang. Logically speaking, this king should have sent soldiers to attack them, but out of consideration for Her Majesty's devotion to the Great Tang, this king decided to give them a chance. Don't try to bargain." Li Xiaogong's arrogance was vividly displayed at this moment. A weak country has no diplomacy, and a strong country has hegemony. This sentence was also vividly displayed at this moment. The Empress closed her eyes. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Okay. I'll do as you say. But the amount of brass and silver is huge. Please give me 2 more days." She weighed and struggled in her heart for a long time before she agreed to this humiliating condition. Li Xiaogong said lightly, 2 days is too long. You must prepare 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver by noon tomorrow. The Empress clenched her teeth and said after a while, "Okay. I'll try my best." Li Xiaogong didn't think that she was disobedient. He looked around and said, "Then I wonder who the Empress is going to send to escort Nakamura Kawa?" The Empress thought for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. Emida wants to stay until tomorrow's court, Your Majesty. I'm willing to escort Nakamura Kawa to Great Tang." The Empress originally wanted to let the officials discuss this matter in the morning court tomorrow, but before she finished speaking, the eldest brother of the mountebank stepped forward and bowed. "I've admired Great Tang for a long time. This time I go to Great Tang to broaden my knowledge. When I come back, I can serve the Wen nation and share the worries of Your Majesty." The Empress raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly became ugly. Obviously, she didn't want the eldest brother of the mountebank to Great Tang. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest brother of the mountebank. Then he said, "Who are you that I mentioned before?" The eldest brother of the mountebank didn't show anger because of Li Xiaogong's contempt. He cupped his hands and replied, "I'm the eldest brother of the mountebank. The current imperial court's purple crown prince is Crown Prince Xingde. I wonder if the prince can give me this opportunity." Previously, Crown Prince Xingde divided the officials into 12 ranks and differentiated them by the color of the crown. That is, Great Virtue, Shao Virtue, De Ren, Shao Ren, De Li, Shao Li, De Xian, Shao Xian, De Yi, Shao Yi, De Ji, Shao Ji, De Ji, Shao Ji, De Ji, Shao Ji, etc. Each rank uses the same color to make the crown. The purple crown is the first rank. Crown Prince Xingde. Li Xiaogong whispered in his heart. He had heard a lot about Crown Prince Xingde's deeds from the bearded man on the ship. He knew that this person's reputation in Wen nation was great. It was basically equivalent to Li Er's reputation in Great Tang. So, he nodded and said, "Haha. Good. It's you. Since the matter has been discussed, then the prince will leave." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave with the bearded man without hesitation. The Empress and the eldest brother of the mountebank cupped their hands and said goodbye. Out of the palace gate, Yoko Ono stepped forward and smiled flatteringly. "Prince, this way please. His Majesty has prepared a carriage for you. It's late now. You too must be tired. You can rest in the carriage for a while." Li Xiaogong thought for a moment and nodded. Lead the way." "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 736. In front of the Wen nation Imperial Palace. Li Xiaogong and the bearded man boarded the carriage. Yoko Ono signaled the coachman to speed up the carriage while she rode a horse and followed behind Li Xiaogong and the others. At the same time, Dozens of black shadows rushed out from the bushes outside the palace gate and carefully followed behind the carriage. The undercurrent was turbulent. The power hidden in the deepest part of Faenio capital finally began to surge. All the forces began to appear. In the carriage, Li Shaogong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. He felt that something was wrong, mainly because it was too quiet outside. It was so quiet that only the sound of the carriage wheels rubbing against the ground could be heard. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. There must be something wrong. Li Shaogong, who had experienced many battles, first felt that he was ambushed. However, when he opened the curtains and looked outside, he was surrounded by wide and open streets. There was no way for an ambush in this kind of terrain. Moreover, this place was close to the Wanatian imperial palace. Unless it was the Wanatian queen's order, who would dare to touch him here? All the facts proved that he was overthinking things. There was no ambush within a radius of 100 meters, and no one would dare to ambush him in this place. However, Li Shaogong did not let down his guard. This was because in his many years of battle experience, this faintly discernible sense of danger had pulled him back from the brink of death countless times. Although this feeling had been wrong many times, when it came to matters of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, at this moment, Li Shaogong had already picked up the sword that was leaning against the carriage wall. Then, he closed his eyes and began to use his keen perception to sense the hidden danger around him. Hey! Gentlemen, please make way. Make way, ah! This is the night incense I just collected. At this moment, a handcart came in front of the carriage. There were wooden buckets on the cart, and the stench could be smelled from afar. The man pulling the cart shouted loudly as he pulled the cart over. Baka! Night incense! Get out of here! Wretch! The guards around the horse carriage couldn't help but scold him. In China, the ancient latrines did not have a sewer system or an automatic flushing system. They used a wooden bucket to hold feces, also known as a toilet bowl, which needed to be emptied after it was filled. Therefore, there would be people who would go to each house in the middle of the night to collect the feces in the toilets of each house. Pouring night fragrance referred to the dumping of feces. At this time, the Wanatian was very similar to the Great Tang in that they also had the job of selling night incense. Moreover, other than the patrolling soldiers and the night watchmen, the only people who dared to wander around outside at this hour were the night incense sellers. Hey, hey, hey! Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The man hurriedly bowed to the officer. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the moment he bowed, the handcart carrying the night fragrance tilted towards the carriage. The wooden barrel on the handcart crashed and fell in front of Li Shaogong's carriage. Blurg! Baka! What are you doing? Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? Baka! Blurg! Yoko Ono pinched her nose and rode to the side of the carriage. She roared at the night incense seller. Looking at the puddles of yellow and white substance on the ground, Yoko Ono could not help but feel nauseous. She hurriedly ran to the side, squatted down, and vomited to her heart's content. Just as Yoko Ono squatted down and the other Japanese soldiers covered their nostrils and bent down, a cold light tore through the night and suddenly appeared in the world. Almost in an instant, it reaped dozens of lives. Following that, a Japanese sword seemed to have fallen from the sky and directly stabbed into the carriage from outside the carriage window. Baka! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone attacked the county king of Tang Empire. Yoko Ono was lucky enough to escape a calamity. But even so, a large piece of his scalp was scraped off by the assassin's sword. At this moment, his entire head was covered in blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was a demon that just escaped from hell. After realizing the assassin's target, Yoko Ono was scared out of his wits. If something happened to Li Shaogong in front of him, not only would he lose his life, his entire family would be implicated. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would be sent to the Tang Empire as a sacrifice for the Tang Emperor to vent his anger. After understanding the serious consequences, Yoko Ono shouted for help as he picked up the other fallen swords on the ground and slashed at the assassin. Of course, he was very scared. After all, he was good at literature and not fighting martial arts. But even if he was scared, Yoko Ono still raised his sword. This was because he wanted to defend the honor of the Ono family. At this moment, he felt that even if he died in a battle, it would be worth it. Inside the carriage. When Li Xiaogong heard the sound of the sword piercing into flesh, he was already on full alert. At this moment, 2/3 of the sword had already entered the carriage, and Li Xiaogong's neck was less than 2 inches away from the sword. The crisis at that time could be seen from this. Haha. How dare you! This king has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiaogong was not afraid at all. After all, he was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He laughed loudly and then pulled out the long sword beside him. The sword chi caused the carriage to become unstable. Then, Li Xiaogong shouted loudly and the sealed carriage suddenly broke apart. Li Xiaogong was like a god. He stood at the bottom of the carriage. The aura and strength of a Grandmaster Peak expert was completely revealed at this moment. Grandmaster Peak? How is this possible? The black-robed assassin was stunned when he felt the violent true energy on Li Xiaogong. He mumbled softly. In his opinion, as a duke, Li Xiaogong must have lived like a prince. Even if he knew martial arts, he would not be that good. At most, he would be around the Qi transformation realm. Even if he had entered the Grandmaster realm, he would have a way to deal with him. But at this moment, the black-robed assassin realized that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong because he realized that Li Xiaogong was actually a martial Dao expert who was above him. Clang! After Li Xiaogong saw the black-robed assassin's figure clearly, he raised his sword and slashed at the black-robed assassin without hesitation. Haha. I didn't expect there to be someone so ignorant. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles. At the same time, in another carriage, the bearded man hugged his long sword and laughed loudly. Then, he also pulled out his long sword and joined the battle. Another Grandmaster Peak? No, this person is half a step to Grandmaster. After some speculation, the black-robed assassin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die here if the battle continued. Chapter 737. Bam! 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 The 3 martial arts masters, who represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the world, had already fought for dozens of rounds on this street. The onlookers with average eyesight could not see the situation of Li Xiaogong, the bearded man, and the black-robed assassin clearly. Of course, the palace guards brought by Yoko Ono could not intervene in a battle of this level. They could only watch from the side. At the same time, the black figures who had been following Li Xiaogong's carriage were hiding outside and secretly observing the situation on the battlefield. Not only is the Commandery Prince of Tang an expert himself, but the man he brought along is even more terrifying. Currently, we don't need to intervene. We only need to observe the situation and wait for a good opportunity. Among the group of black figures, a voice full of energy spoke in a low voice. Yes, boss is right. I wonder who sent this black-robed assassin. His martial arts skills are so high. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 in Japan, right? Haha. I don't even need to think to know that he must have been sent by Suo Yi. But why did he only send one person over? The previous leader paused for a while and replied, under normal circumstances, with this assassin's martial arts skills, he could have done it perfectly. However, no one would have thought that the Commandery Prince of Tang Dynasty and his man's martial arts skills would be so terrifying. However, based on my understanding of Suo Yi, he will definitely have a backup plan later. Pfft. On the battlefield, the black-robed assassin was sent flying for more than 10 steps by the bearded man's powerful stab. After stabilizing himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and felt slightly better. Li Xiaogong and the bearded man, 2 experts, chased after him with their swords. The black-robed assassin sighed in his heart. Then, without thinking, he immediately flew into the distance. Ha! Want to leave? You'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. The bearded man sneered and used the long sword in his hand as a hidden weapon, stabbing toward the black-robed assassin's back. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The distance of several hundred feet was covered in an instant. The black-robed assassin felt a strong wind behind him and hurriedly turned his body to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge in time because this attack was thrown by the half-step Grandmaster-level bearded man with all his strength. With a "pu" sound, the bearded man's sword shot at the black-robed assassin's back finally pierced through the assassin's right shoulder blade. Ugh! The black-robed assassin let out a muffled groan, sounding extremely pained. How could Li Xiaogong and the bearded man let go of such an opportunity to capture the enemy alive? The two of them used their qinggong and approached the heavily injured black-robed assassin. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the east side of the street. Then, a group of black-clothed masked warriors rushed towards Li Xiaogong. There were about 50 of them. When they got close to Li Xiaogong, they all drew their swords. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Yoko Ono, what do you mean? Could it be that your queen wants me to stay in Neon? Li Xiaogong looked at Yoko Ono, whose head was covered in blood, and asked calmly. Yoko Ono's face was sullen as she hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is definitely not Her Majesty's intention. Her Majesty is absolutely clear to you and the Tang Empire. Please understand. Li Xiaogong's face darkened as he pointed at the group of black-clothed warriors who were only 10 steps away from them. He said angrily, Then who are they? Neon two-faced people, I will remember this. One day, I will make you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Yoko Ono hurriedly said, Your Highness, if Her Majesty really had ill intentions towards you, she would have taken action when you were in the palace. Why wait until now? Your Highness, you might not know this, but the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united, so these people might be. In order to clear his name, this fellow didn't hesitate to expose his family's dirty linen. He even dared to say things like, the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united. Kill. Just as the two of them were talking, the black-clothed warriors from the east had already surrounded them. Without saying anything, they directly drew their swords and slashed. At this time, Li Xiaogong didn't have the time to care about the black-clothed assassin's life or death. In the face of more than 50 well-trained and uniformed warriors, even if he tried his best, he wasn't confident of winning. Fortunately, there was still the bearded man beside him. The two of them picked up their weapons and took the initiative to fight. The black-clothed assassin, who was severely injured earlier, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. Then, he prepared to take the opportunity to slip away. Li Xiaogong saw this and was anxious, but he didn't have a way to satisfy both sides. In a corner not far away, Su Wei said with a gloomy face, What a piece of trash. I thought he would be very powerful, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the end, you still have to rely on me to clean up the mess for you. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I would definitely kill you today. And this county king of Tang, you must also die tonight. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Xiaogong was in a dilemma and didn't know who to deal with first, a series of footsteps came from the west behind them. Then, he saw a group of guards in black walking towards them. Your Highness, I have been ordered to help you. I hope you won't refuse. The leading guard bowed slightly to Li Xiaogong. After listening to the translation, Li Xiaogong nodded and thought to himself, At least I came in time. Then, he flew towards the black-clothed assassin from before. You want to leave so soon? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right in front of you now. Come on. Kill me. Li Xiaogong said calmly as he looked at the bloodied assassin in front of him with his hands behind his back. The sword on the black-clothed assassin's shoulder blade had already been pulled out. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had to endure when he pulled out the sword. Of course, the black-clothed assassin didn't understand a single punctuation of what Li Xiaogong had just said. The furthest distance in the world, not life and death, but I'm standing right in front of you. You don't know what I'm talking about. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Kill me if you want, cut me if you want. The black-clothed assassin gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he spoke. Humph. I won't kill you. But I want you to live. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes. He definitely didn't have a good impression of people who wanted to kill him. However, the black-clothed assassin was different. Li Xiaogong still wanted to get some information about the mastermind behind this assassination from him. Su Xia, who was in the corner, saw that the advantage in the field had disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but curse, bastard, these people must have been sent by Big Brother Shan Bei. This damn person is going against me again. I must get rid of him. Chapter 738. Bring these people back to the barracks for me. The battle didn't last for long. Although the overall strength of the 50-plus people that Su Wei sent was slightly higher than the people sent by Big Brother King on the mountain back, the other side had the dragon-bearded guest, a great expert with abnormal strength. Not to mention the 50 experts that Su Wei sent, even if he sent 100 experts, it would still be useless. As for Li Xiaogong's side, he had already cut the tendons of the black-robed assassin and ordered Yoko Ono. He didn't even bring his guards to the palace, so he could only order Yoko Ono. He couldn't order the bearded guest, right? Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Yoko Ono bowed and said pitifully. Li Xiaogong wiped the blood-stained sword, then lightly glanced at Yoko Ono and said, "This matter might even be related to your queen. How can this king hand them over to the palace? If you don't want to die, then do as this king says." Your Highness. At this moment, a shout came from the corner of the street. Immediately after, the mountain-back's eldest brother rode a horse and rushed over with a group of guards. Your Highness, His Majesty knew that you were attacked in the city and was deeply shocked. His Majesty sent me to express his apologies and condolences. He also asked me to investigate the culprit at all costs. Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to me. I guarantee with my head that I will definitely find the culprit. The mountain-back Big Brother King jumped off his warhorse and then cupped his fists towards Li Xiaogong with a sincere expression. Li Xiaogong said expressionlessly, "Impossible. These people's identities are unknown. Furthermore, you and the Wu Nation's queen might be related to them. Before I figure it out, I will definitely not hand these people over. The more than 10,000 soldiers outside the city will also not agree to hand these people over to you." The mountain-back's eldest brother's expression froze. He understood the meaning behind Li Xiaogong's words. It was impossible for him to take these people away today. Otherwise, what awaited the Wu Nation would be an all-out war with the Tang Empire. He couldn't bear the responsibility. Your Highness, these assassins definitely have nothing to do with me or His Majesty. You shouldn't suspect us. However, seeing that Li Xiaogong was not moved at all, he said, "How about this, Your Highness, you leave a few alive, and I will interrogate them overnight. As for the rest of the assassins, you can take them away and deal with them as you wish. If we investigate together, it will be faster than if you investigate alone, don't you think so?" Li Xiaogong thought about it. It was indeed inappropriate for the Imperial Court's fleet to stay in Japan for long, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Then Ben Wang will believe you once more." A total of 51 assassins came tonight. 28 of them were hacked to death and 15 committed suicide by poison. There are only 8 left. Other than the one under my feet, you can choose any 2 of them. Hurry up. The Big Brother King glanced at the black-robed assassin at Li Xiaogong's feet. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." A moment later, Li Xiaogong and the bearded man led 6 assassins out of the city, while the mountain-back elder brother led the remaining 2 assassins back to the palace. It looked like the lights of the palace tonight would be lit until tomorrow. The next day, at Yanhuang College. It was just dawn, and the wake-up bell had already rung. The students who were immersed in their dreams had no choice but to get up even if they didn't want to. Oh. Do I have to get up so early? I'm so sleepy. Li Tai rolled over and stuck out his fat butt as he grumbled unwillingly. Although the bed in the student dormitory was a hard bed, Li Tai now felt that this hard bed was much more comfortable than the high bed and soft pillows in his prince's residence. If possible, he wanted to lie on it and sleep like this forever. I also feel so king sleepy today. Ching Chumo sat up, rubbed his face twice, and then muttered. CK. It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been punished to stand so late last night. Li Tai lifted the quilt angrily and sat up to complain. Goo goo. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, his stomach would immediately protest. CK, I'm so hungry. I still have to run later. Oh my god, what should I do? Why can't I have breakfast before running? The academy's system is too unreasonable. For the past 2 days, the little fatty hadn't eaten any meat. Those vegetables and whatnot weren't enough to satisfy his hunger at all. In addition, he had been punished to stand for so long last night and used up so much of his physical strength. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry in the morning. Chinke, it's not good to exercise after eating. Let's get up quickly and wash up. Otherwise, we'll be punished again if we're late. Li Qingxian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, leaned on the bed railing and said. I'll get up now. 121, 121, 1234, 1234. Yanhuang College was located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. There were no peddlers or pawns who woke up early, nor were there noisy pedestrians or merchants. In the early morning, there were only the neat and loud slogans of the students running here. Compared to the messy team at the beginning, they're starting to look more like it now. Li Zishuan had been waking up early recently. Firstly, he often came to the academy to check on the situation. Secondly, he had been waking up early to practice martial arts recently. He had been practicing the Lonely Wind swordsmanship that Dugu Xian had taught him last time. Because he didn't deliberately pursue progress, he had only practiced to the 3rd level until now. There were a total of 9 levels, and Dugu Xian had already reached the 7th level. Moreover, he found that this swordsmanship was similar to many other swordsmanship. The further one progressed, the harder it was to practice. Not only did it require a deep understanding of martial arts, but it also required some personal understanding. The two complemented each other, and only then could success come naturally. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to improve. More haste, less speed. As a Taoist disciple, of course he understood the principle of letting nature take its course. Hee. I heard that Jijie will be here in the afternoon, and tomorrow is the day off. It seems that these students have been having a hard time recently. Qin Xiong stood beside Li Zishuan and said with a smile. Li Zishuan was stunned. Qing Yaojin had said that she would come to the academy to be a temporary instructor when she had time. It had been so long, and if Qin Xiong hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, he would have forgotten. Thinking about Qing Yaojin's usual attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Last night, these little rascals were full of energy and didn't sleep in the middle of the night. This means that the amount of training is still too little. Uncle Cheng is here to give them a little challenge. Qin Xiong twirled his beard and smiled. Xiao Xian, you have to watch from the side. Don't let Jijie cause any trouble. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Qin, it's better for you to watch over them. I still have some other things to do these 2 days, so I'll leave them to you guys. Qin Xiong was speechless in the face of this lazy guy. Chapter 739. Huff, huff, huff. Ouch. Every time I run, I feel like I've lost half my life. When will this kind of hard life end? In the cafeteria, Li Tai was still panting heavily. He couldn't help but say this when he thought of the hardships he suffered while running, as well as the feeling of suffocation. Qingke, you're much stronger today than you were yesterday. Today, you ran the entire race on your own. Maybe in a few days, running 5 laps around the field will be as easy as blowing off dust for you. Li Qingxian smiled. Qing Chimo curled his lips and mocked, Qingxian, don't be delusional. I'm afraid we'll never be able to wait for this day. Huff, huff. After saying that, Qing Chimo took a bite of the pancake and slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge. He was simply elated. F***ck. Qing Chimo, you bastard. Your mouth is really F***king mean. Li Tai originally didn't want to become the kind of athlete that Qing Chimo spoke of. However, when he heard what Qing Chimo said, he suddenly became unhappy. Qing Chimo said indifferently, what mean by mean? I'm just telling the truth. Qingke, look, you've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage now. How can it be easy to run 5 laps? Nascent soul stage? What nascent soul stage? Li Tai was a little confused. He had read A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, he knew what the nascent soul stage was. However, what did this thing have to do with him? There, look. Haven't you cultivated to the nascent soul stage? It's like you have a child in your stomach. Qing Chimo swallowed the food in his mouth, pointed at Li Tai's bulging belly with his chopsticks, and said seriously. Pfft. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. When Sun Zifan heard Qing Chimo's explanation of the nascent soul stage, he immediately spat out the rice in his mouth. After coughing for a while, Sun Zifan didn't notice Li Tai's murderous gaze. Ha ha ha. So this is only the nascent soul stage. What a joke. It's so funny. Green Sparrow, you're actually so powerful. You've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, and I've only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Cough, cough. I was joking. It has nothing to do with me. It was Qing Chimo who said it. As Sun Zifan spoke, he felt the surrounding air become colder. He looked up and immediately saw Li Tai's red eyes, so he quickly woke up from his excitement and lowered his head to continue eating. Qing Chimo, just you wait. Don't let me have anything on you, or I'll kill you. Li Tai glared at Qing Chimo bitterly, and then turned his grief into appetite and ate heartily. Late in the morning, on the playground of Yanhuang College, the students were still sweating profusely. They were practicing the straight steps and walking in formation. The chanting of slogans came one after another, and correspondingly, the heat on the playground also came in waves. The scorching sun baked not only the ground, but also the students on the ground. The students felt as if they were in a furnace. What's worse was that under such difficult conditions, they still had to do all kinds of tricky movements. It was simply terrible. The heat of the summer is really strong. It's estimated that it will be hot for a few more days. I have to prepare some ice cubes for the college. Otherwise, many students will get heatstroke. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the students train at the side of the playground. However, this was what he thought in his heart. Everyone knew that mung bean soup was a good summer drink. It was already available in the Tang dynasty, but no one would be so extravagant as to add crushed ice to it. Hey! Why aren't you doing your military training? What are you muttering about here? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Li Zishuan turned around and saw that it was none other than Qing Yaojin. Ah! So it's Uncle Cheng. Why are you here so early? Shouldn't you still be in the morning court? Li Zishuan was surprised. Hee. I, old Cheng, am here. There isn't anything important in the court today. It's just a bunch of civil officials bickering. This old man asked for leave from His Majesty, saying that I'm not feeling well. His Majesty allowed this old man to come over. Qing Yaojin explained proudly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself that the old man was really mischievous. He actually lied to Li Er about such a small matter. Fortunately, Li Er was an enlightened ruler who treated meritorious officials well. If it was the later dynasty, if old Qing still dared to play like this, he would definitely be killed by the emperor for the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hey! Why don't you go and train? In the past, when you were doing business, you liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that you've opened the college, do you still want to be a hands-off Yamacho? Qing Yaojin repeated his previous question. Li Zishuan pouted and said, who said that I'm not training? Look at those 30-odd people over there. I'm the one training them. Excluding those who were instructors, there were still 34 people in his personal guards who were idle. These people were completely trained by Li Zishuan. Under normal circumstances, their training volume would be 5 times that of the students. If the students ran 5 laps, they would have to run 25 laps. If the students stood in military posture for half an hour, they would have to stand in military posture for more than 2 hours. Qing Yaojin took a closer look and couldn't help but say, isn't this just running? Why are you training them to run? Are you expecting them to be deserters in the future? It was originally a joke that Qing Yaojin thought of, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. Uncle Qing, there are many times that you can only make a comeback if you're alive. There's nothing wrong with letting them run faster than others. Besides, who said that we only run when we're running for our lives? When we're chasing the enemy, we'll naturally be able to catch up if we're faster than the enemy. Hey! You're full of nonsense. If Her Majesty hears about this, she'll give you a good beating. Anyway, I, old Qing, will never let my subordinates be deserters. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and teased. Then he looked at the students who were training under the scorching sun and said, Second Brother Qin must be tired these 2 days. Let him go home and rest. Next, I'll take over the military training of the students in the academy. Li Zishuan nodded and said, okay. You should let Uncle Qin rest for 2 days. Then I'll leave the military training of the academy to Uncle Cheng for the next 2 days. Haha. No problem, you brat, you can rest assured. With me helping you train them, I'll definitely help you train a group of obedient students. Qing Yaojin agreed readily, as if he was afraid that Li Zishuan wouldn't let him be the instructor if he was late. After hanging out with Qing Chimo for a long time, Li Zishuan obviously knew what kind of character the father and son of the Qing family were. He knew clearly in his heart, but in order to cooperate with old Qing, he said, well, since that's the case, I'll gather everyone and announce that Uncle Qing will be the temporary chief instructor. Chapter 740. Li Zishuan wanted to increase the amount of training for the students last night, but Qing Yaojin came today. He had to admit that this old man came at the right time. After calling the students to gather under the rostrum, Li Zishuan announced that Qing Yaojin would be the temporary chief instructor of the college. His authority was the same as Qin Xiong's, but Qing Yaojin was only a part-time instructor. He would only be there when he was free, while Qin Xiong was there every day. Nearly a third of the students in Yanhuang College came from Chang'an or the farms around Chang'an. They had heard of Qing Yaojin, the devil incarnate. Therefore, when Li Zishuan announced the appointment, there was a wave of cries. Clearly, many students knew that their days of hardship were coming. When Qing Yaojin saw this, he revealed a proud smile on his face, which made him look particularly scary. Okay, each class can rest for 15 minutes. All instructors, go to the college's conference room for a meeting. I will assign training tasks to each class. There was no such thing as an inauguration speech for Qing Yaojin. The old man folded his hands behind his back, smiled, and instructed the students to disperse. Damn it. Qing Chimo, UF** King screwed me over last night, and today you called your father over to screw me over. Are you done? On the field, Li Tai stood on top of Qing Chimo's head and said angrily. Qing Chimo was now lying on the grass. Qingke, you're wrong. I didn't want my father to come, but he wanted to come himself. What can I do? Speaking of this, Qing Chimo was still depressed. He knew better than anyone else about his father's temperament. Once old Qing arrived, little Qing would be done for. This was because his father had personally said that he would take advantage of the military training period to raise his martial arts realm to the Qi transformation stage. The Qi transformation realm. It was not that Qing Chimo had never thought about it, but he thought that he would be satisfied if he could reach the Qi transformation realm by the age of 30. Now it seemed that he would be the most miserable one in the academy in the following days. TSK. Who are you trying to fool? With your father here, your life will definitely be better, but the rest of us will be miserable. Li Tai, who did not know the inside story, curled his lips and sat down beside Qing Chumo. Although Qin Xiong was strict, he was very methodical in his actions. However, Qing Yaojin was different. To put it nicely, this old man had a big heart, was strict with his troops, and was not afraid of anything. To put it bluntly, this old man was heartless and had no sense of severity. When he trained people, it was as if he was playing with their lives. Cough cough, of course, he was playing with the lives of others. Ha! Qingke, you'll know when the time comes. Qing Chumo was too lazy to explain. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Little Xian, can you help me prepare a batch of 6 feet tall wooden barrels? Qing Yaojin asked on the way to the conference room. Li Zishuan looked at him strangely and asked curiously, 6 feet tall? Uncle Cheng, what do you need such a big wooden barrel for? 6 feet was close to 2 meters. Li Zishuan could not figure out what this old man was up to. Qing Yaojin laughed and said softly, of course, it's for the students who don't listen to me. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't beat them with the military rod or make them run. I'll just put them in the barrel and close the lid for 3 days. I'll leave 2 small holes for them to breathe. I'll get someone to deliver food to them. Li Zishuan did not expect Qing Yaojin to be so playful. He could not help but ask, isn't this just a small black room? Qing Yaojin smacked his lips and thought for a while before saying, small black room? That's a good name. Whoever doesn't listen to me in the future will be locked in a small black room. Otherwise, if I beat them with the military rod, these soft and tender students will definitely not be able to take it. Hee hee. You really have a lot of ideas. These students will have to thank you properly in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, you were the one who came up with this idea. Why are you putting the blame on me? All right. I'll send someone to get the craftsmen in the workshop to make a batch of large wooden barrels. Although old Chang's idea was a little harmful, it was still a good idea. After all, the military rod was not suitable for the academy. However, where did old Ching get such a rotten idea? In fact, this kind of punishment method of locking people in small black rooms had been circulating in the army for a long time. The specific origin was unknown. During the period of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Wu Meinyang introduced this method into the palace to deal with disobedient women in the palace. At that time, Li Ji's original empress, Empress Wang, had suffered such a punishment. Oh. By the way, Xiao Xian, I have another idea. Listen to it. Qing Yaojin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He had another idea. This old demon was eating people. He really began to mourn for these students in his heart. Uncle Cheng, please speak first. Ahem. This is just a preliminary idea of mine. Xiao Xian, you're smart. Help me perfect it. Qing Yaojin coughed dryly and began to introduce his detailed plan. I want to select the students in the academy who have a foundation in martial arts. In addition to the usual military training with the other students, they also need to undergo additional weapons training. After all, they have a good foundation. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he asked, weapons training? If they get hurt, it won't be a small matter. He did not object to Qing Yaojin training the students who knew martial arts alone, but if they fought with real weapons, it was still very easy to get hurt. After all, weapons had no eyes. Qing Yaojin waved his hand indifferently and said, what's a small injury to a martial artist? Xiao Xian, don't think too highly of these students. It's not good for them. Hearing old Cheng's words, Li Zishuan came to a realization. This was ancient times. In this era, students were usually willing to endure any hardship in order to learn knowledge and skills. They were not like the students in the modern era. If the teacher said a few harsh words, the children's parents would come to the school and fight the teacher to the death. Indeed, students should not be too delicate. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes. That's good. I agree with your plan. But in terms of weapons, I'll have to rely on Uncle Cheng to think of a way. Qing Yaojin laughed and said, heh. This is a small matter. Zhuo Wei happens to have a batch of weapons that can't be cut and are about to be eliminated. I'll send someone to get some later. I'm looking for you because I have another problem. I'd like you to help me perfect it. Please speak. The old demon wanted to eat people. Li Zixuan thought for a while and decided to cooperate. Chapter 741. I'm thinking about how to pick out the students with Kung Fu background. If they know that I am going to give extra training to the students with Kung Fu background, they will definitely hide their Kung Fu. Qing Yaojin's logic was quite clear. He had actually thought of this. This old man is really meticulous. About this? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and an idea came to his mind. He whispered, Uncle Cheng, I have an idea. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up and said, oh? What is it? Hurry up and tell this old man about it. It's like this, Uncle Cheng. In a while, 15 minutes later, all the instructors came out of the meeting room and returned to the field. All the students received a strange order almost at the same time. In order to teach students according to their aptitude, the academy has decided to select students with Kung Fu background and give them special treatment. They will be able to eat meat for every meal. Now, students with Kung Fu background can take the initiative to register and enjoy the special treatment after passing the assessment. When the students of each class heard this order, they all burst into an uproar. What? Those with Kung Fu background can eat meat for every meal? This is not fair. This is not fair. We are going to look for the Yamacho. Yes. This is not fair. Why can those with Kung Fu have meat for every meal while we can only eat vegetables? Among the students of the academy, only a small number of them knew Kung Fu. After all, they were scholars and there were not many people like Li Zixuan who knew both Kung Fu and Kung Fu at the same time. This is an order from the Yamacho. Those who are not convinced can go to the Yamacho's office after school. Now, listen to me obediently. With Li Zixuan supporting them from behind, the instructors were very confident. They all shouted at the students in their classes. As for Class 1, it was even simpler and more violent. What? Who is not convinced? Come out if you are not convinced. I will reason with you. Qing Yaojin put his hands behind his back and smiled maliciously. The students in Class 1 shrunk their necks. Only idiots would be willing to stand out and fight with Qing Yaojin. Haha. Good. Since no one had any objections, then from now on, those who had a foundation in Kung Fu should take the initiative to step forward and accept that award. I'm just testing you. If you pass, you'll be able to eat meat for every meal every day. Seeing that no one objected, Qing Yaojin said. Hey. Me. Chief Instructor, do you think I can do it? Hearing that he could have meat for every meal, Sun Zifen immediately became excited. He had been eating vegetables for the past 2 days. Sun Zifen felt that even his feces had turned green. He wanted to eat meat. You are Sun Fujia's son, right? You stinking brat, you already know how to visit brothels at the age of 6. Do you think this old man doesn't know martial arts? If there's another person like him, I'll have to punish him for lying about military intelligence. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and glared at Sun Zifen. Pfft. Haha. Sun Zifen, so you started visiting brothels when you were 6. Amazing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Qing Yaojin's words caused the students to burst into laughter. Sun Zifen's face turned red and he did not dare to speak anymore. Humph. How is it? What I said just now was right? Cho Nyo, your good days are here. Isn't this rule specially prepared for you? It's a pity that we can only eat vegetables for every meal. Li Tai nudged Qing Chimo with his elbow and said angrily. Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and said, What? Qingke, you want to go? If you want to go, I'll exchange places with you. Li Tai said angrily, I've never practiced kung fu before. How can I go? I think you're purposely trying to piss me off. Sigh, there's no way to communicate. Ching Chumo shook his head. If it was someone else who announced this order, he would definitely believe that it was a good thing. But now, no matter how stupid Ching Chumo was, he knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy that would kill him without paying for it. In the short time that the two of them were whispering to each other, 4 or 5 students had already walked out from class 1. At least 30 students from the other classes also stood out. Ching Chumo, you little bastard, why aren't you standing out? You brat, do you think I don't know if you have any kung fu foundation? Ching Yaojin's angry roar came from the front of the line. This roar completely shattered Ching Chumo's hopes and dreams. Oh, I'm coming. Ching Chumo walked out unwillingly under the strange gazes of the surrounding students. Ching Yaojin glared at his son fiercely but did not say anything else. Here, this is your identification. When you go to the cafeteria to eat, take this out. You can get meat dishes. You're not allowed to borrow it, or it will be confiscated forever. Ching Yaojin gave each of them a small token and explained. Li Tai and Sun Zifan, the 2 gluttons behind, were about to drool. All right, return to the team. Let's begin today's training. Before the training, this old man will say a few words to you. There are only 2 sentences, so listen to me clearly. Ching Yaojin waved his hand and attracted everyone's attention. Then, he raised a finger and said, First, listen to this old man and you can eat meat. Second, if you don't listen to this old man will let you suffer the harshest punishment in the world. The harshest punishment in the world? The students sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Brother Cheng, he was ruthless and didn't say much. Old Cheng was indeed much less talkative than Qin Xiong, but every word was bloody and ruthless. It made people's hearts turn cold when they heard it. Instructor, what's the harshest punishment in the world? Wang Meng scratched his head and asked. Ching Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, You want to know? You'll know when you give it a try. No. Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to be the first person to eat crabs. Someone would die. All right. These 2 days, the main training is running and formation change. Within 2 days, you must be neat and tidy. Run 5 laps first. If your steps are not in sync, we'll continue to run. After Ching Yaojin said that, he looked around with his eyes. Then, without giving the students any time to react, he directly shouted, Attention! Look to the right. Look forward. Turn right. Start running. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Bang, 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 bang. Throughout the entire process, the students were like machines. Whatever instructions Ching Yaojin gave, they would respond accordingly. Of course, in order to avoid running another 5 laps, everyone was concentrating to avoid making a mistake. Li Tai was especially serious. Right now, he could only run 5 laps at most. If he were to be punished, he wouldn't be able to run anymore even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 742. With Ching Yaojin here, Qin Xiong was no longer in charge of the training. Li Zishuan had some matters to attend to, so Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards' training was handed over to Qin Xiong. Li Zishuan himself slipped away. Hee. Young master, you're here. Young master, come to my house for lunch. I just hunted a pheasant yesterday. The meat is very fresh. Young master, come to my house. I hunted 2 rabbits yesterday. Come to my house. I have fish. Tisk, fish is nothing. I bought 2 caddies of wild boar meat in Chang'an yesterday. Young master, why don't you try it? That's right. After Li Zishuan left the academy, he went straight to the Han family village. As soon as he entered the village, he was greeted by a group of villagers. It was less than an hour before noon, so the villagers warmly invited Li Zishuan to their houses for lunch. Haha. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Today, I came to the manor to look for my father-in-law for some matters. I'll be having lunch there. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Li Zishuan smiled and rejected them one by one. All right. Disperse. With me, Han Tianhu, here, Xiao Xian will have nothing to eat in our village. Disperse. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Unknowingly, Han Tianhu had also arrived at the entrance of the village. He smiled and persuaded the villagers around Li Zishuan. Ha! Since Han Lijing is here, let's disperse. We'll invite young master another day. Young master, you must do us the honor. My wife's cooking is very delicious. That's right. Young master, you must do us the honor. Seeing that Han Tianhu had arrived, the villagers knew that they would not be able to invite Li Zishuan today. They said a few words and dispersed. Li Zishuan agreed to their requests one by one. They were all a group of lovely and honest working people. Young master. Thank you so much for promoting my family. Everyone else left, except for Hu Hanyun. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and thanked him. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? As expected, he was able to enter the academy because of his own ability. I didn't help him at all. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan quickly pulled Hu Hanyun up and said with a smile. Han Tianhu couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, you don't know this, but Hu has really become the pride of the village. When the other villagers heard that the Hu family had a student from Yanhuang College, they were all envious. A few people have already come looking for me, asking me to quickly set up a school in the village. Now that the villagers are living better lives, they want their children to be able to study. Li Zishuan said happily, that's a good thing. Haha. It's time for our village to have a school for beginners. Taishan, hurry up and get it done. If you have any difficulties, you can find me at any time. I can also send a group of engineers from the academy to you. Han Tianhu waved his hands and said, no need. The original school in the village can still be used after some slight renovations. There's no need to make it so luxurious. Hu Hanyun also said, yes, young master. We're used to living a hard life. We can't be fussy about that. To us villagers, it's already a blessing for our children to have a place to study. All right then. Li Zishuan saw that and didn't insist. He let them be. Hanyun, do you want to have a drink with little Xian in the afternoon? After talking about the school and the village, Han Li looked at Hu Hanyun and invited him. Hey! How can I do that? Hu Hanyun was quite tempted, but he refused. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go. The sun is really hot. Han Tianhu said casually. Now that his son and daughter were no longer by his side, he was usually the only one at home. He was a proper, lonely old man. It was rare for Li Zishuan to visit him, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to gather a table for a feast. Hu Hanyun could see that Han Tianhu was sincerely inviting him and wasn't just being polite. He said, okay. You guys go first. I'll call my wife to help cook. Han Tianhu smiled and said, that's great. Otherwise, my cooking skills won't be good. At noon, the Han family held a big banquet. Lu Yue also put in a lot of effort in cooking this meal. One had to know that Li Zishuan was not only the young master of the village, but also her son's Yamacho. She also wanted to do something to repay him. Come. Little Xian, Hanyun, let's drink. Han Tianhu raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. Okay. Haha. To Li Zheng, to young master. The three of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard from Yushi that the village's harvest this year wasn't good. Recently, I've been busy with the academy. Today, I happened to have some time, so I came personally to see how the villagers are doing. Han Tianhu put down his cup and nodded solemnly. This year's harvest is indeed not good. Our village is better. First, little Xian, you've reduced the rent. Second, the villagers have other sources of income other than grain, such as the mountain fruit wine previously and eggs now. So, even if there's a decrease in grain production, it won't affect the villagers. However, the other villages aren't so lucky. Sigh, I think many poor people will starve to death in winter. The good atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy after being said like that. Hu Hanyan comforted him and said, that can't be helped. How can young master take care of the world's citizens alone? This is something His Majesty should worry about. Besides, didn't the imperial court issue a tax reduction decree previously? The situation should be better. Sigh. Han Tianhu knew the inside story of the people. He shook his head and didn't explain further. He only sighed and poured himself a cup of wine. Li Zishuan said, His Majesty is a rare wise ruler. The lives of the world's citizens will definitely get better and better. Father-in-law, you don't have to be discouraged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat, eat. Little Xian, eat more. Han Tianhu waved his hand and pointed at the dishes on the plate. Li Zishuan quickly agreed. Then, he realized that the dishes for lunch were a little strange. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, egg and tofu soup, fried eggs, stewed eggs, onions, which should be called onions at this time, scrambled eggs. The dishes on the table were most likely related to eggs. Li Zishuan wanted to ask, Father-in-law, can't you sell your eggs? Father-in-law, just make some vegetables. Why did you make so many eggs? Shouldn't you leave them for iron egg to nourish the body? Some words could be said in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the dishes on the plate and smiled bitterly at Han Tianhu. Chapter 743. Ahem. This. Han Tianhu's face turned red as he coughed dryly. Xiao Xian, don't worry about it. Eggs are the most abundant thing in the farmstead. Iron Egg has been eating a lot of eggs recently. Li Zishuan paused for a moment before asking, Father-in-law, the chickens in the village have grown up and started laying eggs, right? Generally speaking, it would only take 3 to 7 months for a hen to mature and lay eggs. Counting the days, the hundreds of thousands of chicks should have started laying eggs by now. That's right. They started laying eggs a month ago. Now, every household can get hundreds of eggs every day. Han Tianhu nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a moment before asking curiously, that's a good thing. The farmers can sell their eggs in Cheng and city. That way, they can subsidize their families. Generating income for his own farmstead was something Li Zishuan had always wanted to do. Hu Hanyan interrupted, young master, you don't know. Previously, eggs were selling quite well. At its most expensive, it could be sold for 6 copper coins each. But now, it's not easy to sell them for 2 copper coins each. The farmers are selling them for 1 copper coin each. Even so, there are still many that haven't been sold. Seeing these things spoil, everyone's heart aches. We couldn't bear to eat them before, but now, we can only eat them like vegetables. In this era, eggs were worth money to the farmers. They would sell them in the market. But now, with the Han family farmstead situation, they had to eat them even if they didn't want to. Because the eggs were stored for too long, the bacteria would invade the shell and cause it to spoil. Eggs stored at temperatures higher than 25 degrees had a higher chance of spoilage. In the summer, they could be stored at normal temperatures for 7 to 10 days. Below 15 degrees, they could be stored for 30 days. In this era, there were no refrigerators, so the eggs in the farmstead could only be stored for 7 days. Any longer and they would spoil. The price actually dropped so much. Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had a lot of things to do all day long, so he definitely didn't have the time to understand these trivial matters of daily necessities. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the huge changes in egg prices in the past few months. Yes. Not only our village, but the neighboring plum village as well. Han Tianhu sighed. Sigh. How about this? Father-in-law, you can send a batch of eggs to the academy first. Anyway, the canteen over there consumes a lot of eggs every day. It's the same as buying other people's eggs. When the time comes, the canteen will buy them from you at the price of 2 copper coins per egg. Li Zishuan thought of an emergency plan and said. How can that be? Now, all the eggs in Chang and city are sold at the price of 1.5 copper coins. Aren't you suffering a loss, Xiaoxian? Han Tianhu said anxiously. He knew that his son-in-law was rich, but he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. The academy's cafeteria is not free, what loss is there? It's just that there are only 600 students in the academy at the moment. At most, we can consume 1,000 eggs a day. Hu Hanyan smiled and said, Young master, it's already good enough to sell 1,000 eggs a day. We will think of other ways. We can't let young master worry about everything, right? Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew that the farmers couldn't think of any good ideas. After all, they had a lot of foresight. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly smiled excitedly and said, I have an idea. How about this? I'll send someone to get Steward Wang to arrange the purchase of eggs today. All the eggs in the farm can be sold to Steward Wang at 2 copper coins per egg. Everyone is willing to sell, if they want to. Han Tianhu was shocked and said, Xiaoxian, you can't do that. Where are you going to sell so many eggs at once? The markets around Chang and city are all flooded with eggs. If you buy so many eggs, they will all go bad in your hands. That's right, young master. You've taken care of the farmers enough. We can't let you lose any more money. Don't say that I won't agree. Everyone in the farm would rather have all the eggs in their house go bad than agree to this. Hu Hanyun also agreed at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I've never said that I would lose money to help the farmers. Previously, you all thought that I would lose money when I bought the mountain fruits. In the end, I made a lot of money because of the sale of the gentle village. It's the same now. Since I dared to buy so many eggs, I definitely have a better way to preserve them. When the time comes, I will definitely only make money and not lose money. Hu Hanyan was a little suspicious and said, Young master, are you serious? I, old Hu, have traveled extensively and can be considered quite knowledgeable. How come I've never heard of such a magical method? Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Uncle Hu, don't worry. You also know that I never do things that I'm not sure of. When the time comes and I make a lot of money from these eggs, the villagers won't say that I, Li Zishuan, purposely lowered the price of the eggs to make money. Hu Hanyan glared and said loudly, Let's see who dares. The chickens in our farmstead were all given to us by young master for free. These eggs were originally considered extra wealth. We should be thankful to be able to sell them for money. Young master, earning money through eggs is also your own ability. If you don't buy them, we won't be able to sell our eggs and won't be able to make a single copper coin. When the time comes, if anyone is not grateful and is jealous, old Hu will be the first to fight them to the death and see if their hearts are black. Han Tianhu also stroked his beard and said, Old Hu is right. Little Xian, if you really have a way to preserve the eggs, that's also your own ability. If you rely on your own ability to earn money, no one can say anything. Moreover, we definitely don't have such a heartless and unscrupulous person in our farm who can't differentiate between right and wrong. Actually, Li Zishuan mentioned this mainly because he had seen too many similar news in his previous life. For example, someone helped the village find a good market for their farm products. The price was also higher than the price of the nearby farmer's market. Then, this person made a lot of money and built a big house in the village. In the end, many villagers said that this person was not kind and that he purposely lowered the price when he bought the farm products to make money. These people had completely forgotten that their own village gained extra income because of this person. That's fine. The Heavenly King's housekeeper will come tomorrow. Father-in-law, inform the people in our farm and the people in the neighboring plum village in advance. Hearing Old Hu's words, Li Zishuan also felt that he was overthinking. After all, the farmers in this era were still very simple and honest. Okay. In the afternoon, I'll go door to door and tell them to prepare the eggs tomorrow. Come, let's drink and eat, the dishes are getting cold. Chapter 744. After lunch, Li Zishuan chatted with his father-in-law under the shade of a tree in the courtyard for a while before leaving. There were still things waiting for him at the academy. He had recently discovered a strange thing. As a shut-in, he could no longer stay at home. If there was nothing going on, he would not be able to stay at home for long periods of time. This problem had troubled him for a while, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He blamed it on the fact that there were no electronic products in this era, causing him to be unable to stay at home. Electronics and chemical engineering were the most important things for the academy in the future. His ultimate goal was to establish the basic science of Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan would be satisfied if he could play games on the little tyrant learning machine while he was still alive. As a successful transmigrator, Li Zishuan had money and power in this world. It might seem comfortable, but from a certain point of view, he could not even be compared to an ordinary person in the modern world. He did not even have a phone to play with. He could only blame himself for not bringing a phone with him when he transmigrated here. Hey! There's a huge grasshopper here. Haha. You guys are finished. Wow. Such a huge grasshopper. I don't want to compete with you anymore. I'm going back to the chicken farm to pick up eggs. When he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan saw Dinyo and Ernyo playing with a group of children from the same village in the fields. From what they were talking about, it seemed like they were fighting grasshoppers. He smiled and walked over. The lifespan of a grasshopper was around 2 to 3 months. They could be divided into summer grasshoppers and autumn grasshoppers. The eggs of grasshoppers that survived the winter hatched into nymphs in April and May. They were called summer grasshoppers. The next generation of summer grasshoppers was called autumn grasshoppers. When autumn grasshoppers laid eggs, they were called winter grasshoppers. It was already the end of September. This group of naughty children must be playing with autumn grasshoppers. Dinyo, Ernyo, what are you guys doing? The few children were stunned. They quickly greeted Li Zishuan respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Then, Dinyo said in a muffled voice, "Young master, we were competing to see who could catch the biggest grasshopper." In the end, De Zhuang was shameless. Only now did Li Zishuan notice that there was a thick bamboo tube hanging from Dinyo's waist. He could faintly hear a dong 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 sound coming from inside. "Brat, why did you catch such a big basket of grasshoppers?" Even if it was a competition with De Zhuang, there was no need to catch so many. "It's such a hot day, aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to you?" Hee hee. Scratching his head, Dinyo awkwardly laughed, "Young master, we're not afraid of the heat. This grasshopper is for the chickens in my chicken farm to eat. My mother said that when a chicken is full, it can lay more eggs. If it lays more eggs, we can sell them for money. If we sell them for money, we can have new clothes to wear during the new year." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dinyo thinking hard while counting his fingers. Haha. "Dinyo, why don't you let your chickens out of the chicken farm to eat the grasshopper?" Li Zishuan was too tall, so Dinyo could only raise his head and answer, "Young master, that won't do. If we let the chickens out, after they finish eating the grasshopper, they'll definitely go to the vegetable farm. Looks like there aren't many grasshoppers this year." Li Zishuan understood this information from Dinyo's words. Grasshopper, eggs, eh? There's something in here. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He patted Dinyo's shoulder and said, "Dinyo, don't let the chickens eat the grasshopper in the future. Tell the other children in the farmstead that if they catch grasshopper, they can send it to the Yanhuang College cafeteria. 1 caddy of grasshopper can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. Ah. Young master, you're telling the truth? Daniel widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 copper coins for 1 caddy of grasshopper. To these children who had nothing to do all day, this was a way to make a fortune. As for the chickens in the chicken farm, even if they didn't eat the grasshopper, they would still lay eggs if they ate other insects, right? This was equivalent to earning twice the amount of money. No wonder Daniel wasn't excited. The other children all looked at Li Zishuan expectantly, hoping to hear a definite answer from him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send some grasshopper to the college cafeteria today. When the time comes, we'll definitely exchange money with grasshopper. Li Zishuan said with a smile. That's right, he wanted to introduce grasshopper eating in the college in advance so that when the grasshopper plague came next year, there would be people who could fight side by side with him. Moreover, the grasshopper was rich in protein, which was also very beneficial to the human body. As for how to make the students willing to eat the grasshopper, he already had a plan in mind. Wow! Thank you, young master. The group of children cheered and immediately scattered. It seemed like they went back to call their friends to get tools to catch the grasshopper. Hey! Daniel, come here. Li Zishuan quickly pressed on Daniel's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Young master. Daniel was confused. He didn't know why Li Zishuan called him. Here, I'll give you 5 copper coins. Give me your basket of grasshopper. Li Zishuan took out 5 copper coins from his pouch and handed it to Daniel. He also didn't know why there were copper coins in his pouch. He guessed that Han Yushi put them there before he left in the morning. Ah, it's good to have a considerate wife. Daniel looked at the bamboo basket in his hand and reacted. He quickly waved his hand and said, Young master, take the bamboo basket. I don't want your money. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hey! This kid! Li Zishuan shook his head, then took the basket of grasshopper and walked towards Yanhuang College. Dahu, come here. In the kitchen of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and shouted at a fat guy who was instructing people to wash vegetables. This person was the brother of Wang Eru, the head chef of Zuaxian restaurant. He was also the current head chef of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Wang Dahu. In terms of talent in cooking, Wang Dahu was not as good as Wang Eru, but they weren't too far apart. Li Zishuan saw that this person was honest and sincere, so he called him over. Yamacho, why are you here? Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Wang Dahu wiped his sweat and hurried over. Dahu, are you busy now? I have something for you. Li Zishuan nodded and asked softly. I'm not busy. Yamacho, if you have anything, just tell me. There were still more than 2 hours before the students' dinner time, so he wasn't very busy now. Okay, come with me. I'll teach you how to cook a dish. Li Zishuan squeezed the bamboo basket in his sleeve and said to Wang Dahu. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a small cubicle on the side. A dish? Did Yamacho invent a new dish? Wang Dahu, who was behind him, thought to himself. Chapter 745. Dahu, go boil these locusts with boiling water. Once they're dead, wash them clean and soak them in the water. Sprinkle some salt and marinate them. Li Zishuan passed the bamboo tube to Wang Dahu and instructed him as he came to the small kitchen. Ah. Grasshopper? Yamacho, the new dish you're talking about is for me to cook grasshopper? Wang Dahu was about to reach for the bamboo tube when he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and said with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, That's right. This dish is deep-fried grasshopper. What's wrong? You're making a fuss over nothing. Wang Dahu was tongue-tied. He swallowed and mumbled, Yamacho, you can't eat grasshopper. You'll offend the locust god. In ancient times, due to the lack of knowledge about locusts, the probability of a locust plague was even higher. When faced with locusts that filled the sky, people said that they were formed from fish eggs. When they entered the water, they would turn into fish and shrimp. Furthermore, when the locusts covered the sky, due to fear, people called them the locust god. When a locust plague happened, the locusts would cause serious damage. Wherever they went, the trees, crops, and even the grass would be eaten clean. The farmers would not be able to harvest anything. This caused many poor people to lose their homes. They would starve to death on the streets and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness. Even so, the people only knew how to worship the locusts. They did not dare to hunt the locusts. They allowed the locusts to eat the crops because they were afraid of the locust god's revenge. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to deep-fry locusts, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order, not to mention whether these things could be eaten as a dish or not. Based on the people's reverence for the locust god, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order. Locust god? Li Zishuan did not understand what a locust god was at first, but after some thought, he understood. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. In his previous life, he heard about the story of Yao Chong, the wise prime minister, destroying the locust god. At the time, he was still grumbling about how could the ancient people be so stupid to treat locusts as gods. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. What kind of bullshit locust god is this? This is just a little grasshopper that will die if you step on it. Li Zishuan casually took out a grasshopper from the bamboo tube. With a pa-ji sound, the green grasshopper was immediately flattened, and yellow liquid flowed out of its body. Did you see that? If this thing was the locust god, how could it have been stomped to death by me? Have you ever seen such a weak god? Li Zishuan pointed at the crushed locusts on the ground and shouted. Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. He knew that many children liked to catch locusts for fun. Even if they died, no one would care. After all, they were children. The gods probably wouldn't blame them, but Li Zishuan wasn't a child. Seeing that Wang Dahu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan said earnestly, Dahu, although you are not a student of Yanhuang College, you are considered half a student of Yanhuang College. As a student of Yanhuang College, you must understand that there is no God in this world. These locusts are a disaster to the crops, how can they be called gods? This is ridiculous. These things are only fit to be boiled in oil, do you understand? Wang Dahu was stunned for a long time before he nodded and said, I understand. Very good. Then go and do as I say. Li Zishuan could see that Wang Dahu had not completely changed his mind. He did not force him. After all, those old ideas were deeply ingrained in his heart. Without some time to digest them, he would not be able to completely abandon those old ideas. Yes. Yamacho. On the field, with Qing Yaojin as the temporary chief instructor, the students of Yanhuang College had a particularly heavy training schedule. The students felt that today was several times more tiring than the first day of military training. Run. Run. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4. 1-2-3-4. The instructors of Yanhuang College were like shepherds with whips today, and the students were like a flock of sheep. Under the shepherds' whips, they had no choice but to run with all their might, even though they did not know when this kind of running would end. Clang 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 clang. When people were in pain, time would pass very slowly. However, no matter how slow it passed, the time that should pass would always pass. Just when everyone felt that a year had passed, the sound of the drums and gongs finally rang for the end of Yanhuang College. All the students could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that if they were to train for a while longer, their entire lives would be gone. Beep beep. Gather. Qing Yaojin whistled and roared with his strength in the Grandmaster realm. Speaking of which, this bamboo whistle was almost broken by him this afternoon. It had to be said that old Cheng's lung capacity was really big. After blowing the bamboo whistle for an entire afternoon, the students of Class 1 still felt that their eardrums were buzzing. In a dozen breaths of time, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College had gathered. This speed definitely would not have happened a few days ago. Okay, For most of the students, today's training is over, but, as soon as Qing Yaojin said this, many students realized that something was wrong. What did he mean by most of the students? Didn't all the students' training end? Qing Chumo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. The trap that the old man had set for everyone from the beginning was finally going to be revealed. The batch of students who have a foundation in martial arts that were selected in the morning, don't go eat first. Go eat after 2 hours of additional training. From now on, you will be called the special training class. In the morning, Qing Yaojin had selected a total of 36 students who had a foundation in martial arts from more than 600 students. During lunch, these students did indeed enjoy meat that they had not eaten for a long time. Therefore, in the afternoon, except for Qing Chumo, they were secretly glad that they had been selected by Qing Yaojin in the morning. This way, they would be able to eat meat every meal in the future. It was really a blessing. But now, after Qing Yaojin's words, they finally understood why there was a saying that there was no free lunch in the world. Tricks, it was all king trick. The academy's tricks are deep. We are going back to Chang'an City. There's actually additional training? Why? In the morning, Hai Duke Lu did not mention anything about additional training. Some students could not help but talk about it below. Pfft. Haha. Ugly ox, it seems that I have really wronged you. It turns out that Hai Duke Lu is not targeting me. Haha. The happiest person was none other than Li Tai. When the little fatty saw Qing Chumo and Li Ku's bowls filled with meat in the afternoon, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, our Prince of Wei expressed that if he wanted to eat vegetables, then so be it. At least it was better than having to train for 2 hours. Chapter 746. Raise your hand. You can't hold the MO sword like that. Use more strength. You're so soft. Can you chop someone to death? Think about it. What you see in front of you isn't a wooden stake, but the wolf cavalry of the north. If you don't chop them to death, they'll kill you. Look at how weak and listless you are right now. You're just like a Motherf * King Softy. You're a disgrace to our Tang Empire on the battlefield. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, most of the students had gone to eat. Only the 36 students of the special training class and Qing Yaojin, the initiator of the special training, remained. You'll practice chopping for the next 2 days. When you can chop the wooden stake in front of you in one stroke, you can end the first phase of the special training in advance. Chop for 2 hours every day. You'll have to chop at least 500 times. Qing Yaojin instructed the students while instructing them on how to hold the sword. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin looked at the thick wooden stake and the chipped and rusty Mo sword in their hands. They couldn't help but gulp. They suddenly felt that their future was bleak. Hey! What's wrong? Do you think that the task this old man assigned to you can't be done by ordinary people? Then watch carefully. Qing Yaojin knew what the students were thinking when he saw the look in their eyes. Thus, he stepped forward and took the Mo sword from Qing Chumo's hand. He twirled the Mo sword with one hand, and then the Mo sword slashed at the thick wooden stake with lightning speed. Bam! Under the stunned gazes of the students, the rusty Mo sword in Qing Yaojin's hand was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It easily cut through the wooden stake from the middle. With a pang sound, the wooden stake that was cut off fell to the ground. The students could clearly see that the surface was as smooth as a mirror. This time, they were completely silent. They stole admiring gazes at Qing Yaojin. People who practice martial arts have always worshipped the strong. In the past, they had heard of Qing Yaojin's bravery on the battlefield. Today, they knew that Qing Yaojin's martial arts were equally shocking. Qing Chumo chuckled proudly because his father had shown his face in front of his classmates. As his son, he felt honored. Did you see it clearly? This old man doesn't expect you to be like me just now. You can use both hands to hold the saber. As long as you can chop the wooden stake in half, you pass. Then this old man will lead you to the next stage of training. As long as you work hard from now on, you will definitely become strong. After mingling in the imperial court for so many years, Qing Yaojin still knew how to say a few words. In just a few words, he had made the group of youngsters in front of him agitated and their faces flushed red. I heard it. Instructor, we will definitely train well. Qing Yaojin smiled with satisfaction and said, then let's start now. Practice chopping for 2 hours before you can go eat. Of course, the students obeyed. For a moment, the field was filled with the sound of blunt sabers colliding with wooden stakes. Qing Yaojin held his hands behind his back and guided the students on how to hold the saber. Okay, today's special training is over. Let's go eat. Oh, right, put the saber aside. Don't take it with you. After 2 hours, the sky had gradually darkened. Qing Yaojin hurriedly said to the students in the special training class. It was not that he did not want to train a little longer, but if he delayed any longer, the gates of Cheng and would be closed and he would not be able to go back. Oh. School is finally over. Phew. Let's eat, let's eat. The students let out cheers of relief. Qing Chimo looked at Qing Yaojin and said, Dad, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat? The food here is delicious. It's not inferior to the Zuaxian restaurant. Although this guy was afraid of Qing Yaojin, filial piety was not to be disobeyed. As a son, he still had to be filial. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and said, no need. I still have to go back. Chonyo, ask a few people to move these sabers into the building. I'll be leaving first. Qing Chimo was dumbfounded. He did not expect that instead of sucking up to his father, he would get himself into trouble. Damn it. Virgo, I'll help you move them. Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. Haha. Good brother. Let's go. Let's go eat when we're done. Phew. Finally, we can eat. I wonder what's left. Please don't run out of meat. 15 minutes later, Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin arrived at the cafeteria. Qing Chimo rubbed his stomach and thought gloomily. At this time, the cafeteria was almost empty except for the students from the special training class who had just arrived. Sadly, they were the last two to arrive at the cafeteria. Yo! You're from the special training class. The waiter was about to get off work when he saw Qing Chimo coming and saw the sign hanging on Qing Chimo's body. He quickly greeted him with a smile. Hey, is there any more meat? I want 2 portions of braised pork, 1 portion of lion's head, and 2 portions of rice. Qing Chimo nodded his head and said to the person who brought the food. There was enough meat and rice. This was Qing Chimo's only consolation. Student, I don't have any more lion's head. I only have 2 portions of braised pork and donpa meat left. The waiter said apologetically. Qing Chimo's eyes widened. Sure enough, the thing that worried him the most had happened. In this situation, he could only eat 1 portion of braised pork and 1 portion of donpa meat. He wanted 2 portions of each, but then what would Yuchi Baolin eat? He could not do that. Then give me 1 portion of braised pork and... What's this dish? Why haven't I seen it before? Qing Chimo began to order helplessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a bowl of something golden near the window. He quickly asked. This is the new dish that our manager came up with today. It's called flying yellow, locusts, tingda. This is not for sale yet. It's only a trial today. It will only be sold tomorrow. Hey, flying yellow, meteoric success, this is a good name. Give me 1 portion, quick. The locusts were wrapped in eggs and flour. They were fried until they were golden yellow and tender. They looked so delicious. The more Qing Chimo looked at them, the more he wanted to eat them. But what? Do you see? I'm a student of the special training class. According to the rules, I can eat whatever I want in this cafeteria. Do you understand? Oh, right, What is this flying yellow, meteoric success, made of? It looks like it's fried with some kind of meat. Ching Chimo glanced at the golden delicacy but could not figure out what it was. He could only ask. This is a secret. Our chef said not to tell anyone. Tisk. Why are you being so secretive? I don't want to know. Quick, give me my food. Ching Chimo pursed his lips and said. Chapter 747. Oh. Delicious, so F** King delicious. In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Ching Chimo tried a taste. As soon as the crisp and soft, meteoric success entered his mouth was instantly filled with the aroma of eggs and meat, as well as a tinge of numbness. This was the effect of the Sichuan pepper. Ching Chimo couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim how delicious it was. He couldn't stop at all. The Sichuan pepper originated in the Midwest of China. It was originally used as incense to worship the gods. It was recorded in the Book of Songs, Chen Feng, Song of the East Gate. The Sichuan pepper was a custom in the Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Sichuan pepper began to be used as a condiment. Gulp. Seeing how much Ching Chimo enjoyed it, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but gulp and say, "Ugly ox, is this meteoric success really that delicious?" Yes, of course. I think this thing tastes better than gnawing chicken. Ching Chimo stuffed his mouth with oil as he spoke. Then what does this meteoric success taste like? What's it made of? Ugly ox, have you tasted it yet? Yuchi Baolin really wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only ask Ching Chimo to describe it so that he could enjoy it. Oh, salty, fried, numbness, and meaty. As for what kind of meat it is, I haven't tasted it yet. In any case, I've never eaten this kind of meat before. Nonsense, of course I've never eaten locusts before. TSK, I actually got such a good deal when it's so delicious. Looks like this is God's reward for helping me clean up the knives in class today. Haha. At the end, Ching Chimo couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, only God knew if he would still laugh after he found out the truth. Although Ching Chimo's language skills were not good, Yuchi Baolin listened with great interest. His gaze toward the food in Ching Chimo's bowl became more and more covetous. Ahem, do you want to eat, Baolin? Ching Chimo was not stupid. At this time, he also realized that it was not good for him to eat alone, so he asked. Yes. Yuchi Baolin nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost dripping all over the floor. Oh. Seeing that you are my brother, I will give you 5, 6, 7. Yes, I will give you 7. It's not that I'm stingy, but Baolin, look, I don't have much left either. In the end, Ching Chimo split 7 locusts and gave them to Yuchi Baolin. Of course, he did not know that they were locusts. Otherwise, he would have given them all to Yuchi Baolin. Hee. Enough. Thank you, Cho Ox. Yuchi Baolin did not mind at all. He hurriedly picked up a locust from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in admiration, delicious. Brother Chonyo didn't lie to me after all. This meteoric rise is really delicious. Haha. How is it? I, Ching Chimo, treat my brother well, right? Hee, Chingke, Chingxian, Zifen, Huayu, let me tell you guys something. After returning to his dorm, Ching Chimo did not even bother to take a shower. Instead, he told everyone in the dorm smugly. Li Tai saw that the corner of Ching Chimo's mouth was still stained with golden food residue. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "What news? You just want to show off to us that you ate meat today, right?" At the mention of this, Li Tai's appetite was aroused. He really wanted to eat meat. For a fatty like him, not being able to eat meat was so cruel. Ching Chimo said excitedly, hee. No. Let me tell you guys, Baolin and I just ate a new dish in the cafeteria. I heard that it was made by the cafeteria's chef today. It was so King delicious. It was charred and tender, fragrant and crispy. When you ate it, you felt numb in your mouth. TSK, it was such a memorable taste. CK. Ching Chumo's night poisoning instantly made Li Tai jump out of bed. He asked anxiously, "What dish is it? What's it called? I'll go and try it tomorrow." Yuchi Baolin answered with a smile, "Hee hee. That dish is called Meteoric Success. It's delicious." Meteoric Success? Li Tai muttered it twice. He felt that this name was too domineering. He secretly decided that he must try this dish tomorrow. However, Ching Chumo's next sentence immediately poured cold water on the little fatty. "Chingke, don't even think about it. Meteoric Success is a meat dish. Only people in the special training class can eat it." Huh? CK. This is so King unfair. Li Tai was dumbfounded. Sun Zifan, who was beside him, was also disappointed. Hee hee. "Baolin, come here. I have something to discuss with you." After a while, Li Tai rolled his eyes and pulled Yuchi Baolin out of the room. "Yo, Lord Zhu, you're here." The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the academy. He saw Chao Wendong waiting for him. There were 3 horse carriages behind him. He had no idea what was in them. "Hey, Boss Chao. What are you doing here?" Li Zishuan went up to greet him. He suddenly realized that Chao Wendong might have ordered the military training camouflage uniforms in the carriage. Hee hee. The 700 sets of uniforms that Lord Zhu asked me to make have all been completed. I'm here to deliver the goods today. Lord Zhu, please take a look. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll ask my subordinates to change it. Chao Wendong's smile was so wide that creases appeared on his face. He had received many envious looks from the academy. After all, Yanhuang College was in the limelight. If he could build a relationship with Yanhuang College, it meant that he had unlimited potential in the future. Haha. Let's talk inside. What's the point of standing here? Li Zishuan laughed and invited Chao Wendong into the academy. Chao Wendong's subordinates lifted the curtains of the horse carriages. Chao Wendong extended his hand and said, "Please take a look, Lord Zhu." Li Zishuan nodded and walked forward. A pile of green camouflage uniforms entered his eyes. They weren't made of cotton, but were made of silk. These things were more breathable and cooler on the body. He casually took out a piece of clothing, and suddenly a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. He had also worn this kind of clothing in his previous life. "Lord Zhu, what do you think? Are they okay?" Chao Wendong saw that Li Zishuan was silent for a long time and thought that there were flaws in the clothes. He could not help but ask worriedly. Yes. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship and quality are very good." Li Zishuan came back to his senses and praised. He then put down the clothes and said to Mo Zhong, "Get someone to move these clothes to the warehouse of Guanghua Building. Then, let Mr. Yen gather the students to collect them." "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zishuan then said to Chao Wendong, "Mr. Chao, come with me. I have something to tell you." Chao Wendong was delighted and quickly nodded. Okay. After you, Lord Zhu." Chapter 748. "Lord Zhu, do you have any instructions for me?" In the principal's office in Guanghua Building, Chao Wendong cupped his fists at Li Zishuan as he leaned against the sofa. "I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions, but I have some small matters to discuss with you, Mr. Chao." Li Zishuan took a sip of water, then put down the teacup and smiled. "Oh. Lord Zhu, you're being too serious. What's there to discuss? Feel free to tell me what you need." Chao Wendong stood up, flattered, and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, "What do you think of Plum Village in Yunshan, Mr. Chao?" Chao Wendong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zishuan would bring this up out of the blue. He thought for a moment and answered. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery of Cloud Mountain is unique and beautiful. It is a paradise. Yanhuang Academy is located on Cloud Mountain. In a few years, this place will definitely be a gathering place for talents. In addition, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has opened a branch in Plum Village. Soon, Plum Village will attract a large number of merchants to gather here. In other words, in a few years, this place will be filled with the world's culture and wealth. It's a land of treasures. Clap, clap, clap. Li Zishuan clapped and laughed. Huh, Mr. Chow, you have good taste. No wonder you can become the biggest cloth merchant in Beijing. With your foresight, I'm not surprised that you can achieve what you have today. Chow Wendong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and waved his hands. You flatter me. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chow, what you just said is exactly my plan for the future of Plum Village and Cloud Mountain. I plan to rely on the powerful creative ability of Wonderful Taste Pavilion to turn Plum Village into a supermarket that is even bigger than Shi City. Then, with Yanhuang College's strong teaching staff, I'll turn Yunshan into a holy land of learning. Li Zishuan stood up and looked out the window, revealing his ambition. Although Chow Wendong had expected this, he still felt a ripple in his heart. He thought to himself, looks like I have to plan my plans for Plum Village in advance. Time waits for no one. Li Zishuan smiled and continued, perhaps Mr. Chow has doubts in his heart. What does what I said have to do with you? Hee, this matter is very important. The students of Yanhuang College mainly study engineering. In the future, there will be tens of thousands of students who will inherit my knowledge. At that time, with the top-notch academic ability of Yanhuang College and the strong creative ability of the Strange Taste Pavilion, there will be a huge market here. Boss Chow, you should be well aware of this. However, to build such a huge market, I alone will not be enough. I need many merchants to join in. Hence, I plan to set up a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Plum Village. Only the members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion. At the same time, they will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. When Chow Wendong heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Lord Zhu, you are finally going to set up a Chamber of Commerce? 3 months ago, when Li Zishuan got married, Chow Wendong spent a lot of effort to prepare a congratulatory gift for Li Zishuan. It was all for the sake of leaving a good impression so that he could meet Li Zishuan. In the end, he did meet Li Zishuan. However, his suggestion to set up a chamber of commerce and raise the status of merchants was rejected by Li Zishuan without hesitation. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise? Li Zishuan frowned and said in a low voice, Mr. Chow, don't misunderstand. The main purpose of setting up a chamber of commerce is to develop Plum Village and provide a source of income for some merchants. As for raising the status of merchants, I will not and do not want to worry about it. Although there were many unfairness in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, and businessmen, Li Zishuan was also one of the beneficiaries of this hierarchy. He had no responsibility and no obligation to help the merchants in their class struggle. You could say that he was selfish, but in this situation, he could only be selfish. Otherwise, his entire family would be implicated because of his audacity and willfulness. To Li Zishuan, no reputation was more important than his family. Chow Wendong choked for a moment and was immediately disappointed. However, he immediately thought about it. Even if Li Zishuan didn't help them raise their status, with Li Zishuan's Chamber of Commerce, at least they wouldn't be casually bullied by some unruly officials. This was a huge benefit. Lord Zhu is right. This old man has never thought of troubling Lord Zhu because of this matter. Forgive this old man for asking, but how can I become a member of the Chamber of Commerce? This was what Chow Wendong was most concerned about. Li Zishuan raised his teacup and smiled. It's very simple. To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you must first contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce. As for how to contribute, this is the reason why I invited Boss Chow here today. Chow Wendong's face was solemn and he looked like he was all ears. Boss Chow, you have already foreseen the future of Plum Village and Yunshan. This is very good. However, you did not see their current limitations. I would like to hear the details. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and said. Road. The main problem that Plum Village and Yunshan are facing now is the road. When I was traveling the world with my master, I once heard a county official say, if you want to be rich, you must first build the road. I think it is very reasonable. From the official road outside Chang'an City to Plum Village, the road is not only narrow but also bumpy. How can such a road carry the future of Plum Village and Yunshan? Therefore, the road from Chang'an City to Plum Village must be built. Li Zishuan said solemnly. Chao Wendong nodded and said, what Lord Zhu said is very reasonable. The road in Plum Village should indeed be repaired. However, it will only be paved with some green stone slabs. I don't think it will cost much, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I did not say that I want to repair the road with green stone slabs. I want to repair the road with cement. Seeing the confusion on Chao Wendong's face, he explained, it's the road in Yanhuang Academy. Chao Wendong's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. To be honest, after coming to Yanhuang College a few times, he had always been envious of the road and architectural style here. However, envy was not enough. Even if he was rich, there was no place where he could buy cement and the architecture in Yanhuang College. Although he did not know the cost of cement, he thought that it would be more expensive than green stone slabs. May I ask how much does Lord Zhu need? Li Zishuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, about 200,000 strings of cash. The first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce will depend on the amount of money they donate to determine the weight of their words in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 749. In 3 days, I will hold a bidding meeting at the Drunken Immortal Inn. All 200,000 strings of cash will be up for grabs. Of course, if the final number is less than 200,000 strings of cash, no matter how much it is, I will personally fill it up. The road in Plum Village must be repaired. In the office, Li Zishuan explained his plan. Chao Wendong rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Lord Zhu, I wonder if this old man can buy all of the 200,000 strings of cash by himself. Taking out 200,000 strings of cash at once was a little painful for Chao Wendong, but he felt that it was completely worth it. It all depended on whether Li Zishuan was willing or not. Li Zishuan looked at Chao Wendong in surprise. He probably did not expect this ordinary-looking businessman to be so bold. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, Boss Chao, doing business is about making money peacefully. It's not good to eat alone. Take the matter of repairing the road as an example. I can still take out a mere 200,000 strings of cash. But I didn't do that and left the opportunity to you, so. I understand. You are right, Lord Zhu. I'm just too narrow-minded. Chao Wendong said quickly. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. I understand Boss Chao's intentions. But I don't intend to publicize the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. So, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao to inform some wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City to participate. In the end, I will choose 5 people to be the first batch of members. He was a founding baron and a rank 3 crown prince, Zhan Shi. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce was not a pleasant thing to say. If word got out and everyone knew about it, it would be quite troublesome. So, he did not think of using Datong Daily to publicize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from the start. 5 people? Chao Wendong calculated in his heart. When the time came, each person would have an average subscription quota of 40,000 strings of cash. But it was rare to see people willing to fork out so much money for repairing the road. In this way, he had an opportunity. Don't worry, Lord Zhu. In less than a day, all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City who are qualified to participate in this bidding will definitely know about it. Chao Wendong quickly promised. That's great. Then, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao. After sending Chao Wendong off, Li Zishuan came to the field and saw green military uniforms. Obviously, Yen Silu had already distributed the camouflage uniforms to the students. But why did it look so weird? Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes and took another look. He still felt that the students in the camouflage uniforms in front of him were very strange. Hey! Although it looks like a hooligan, it's really cool to wear. That's right, that's right. Moreover, this shirt doesn't have sleeves. It'll be much easier to move around like this. However, Mr. Yen only gave each of us one set of these clothes. Be content. I heard that these clothes were specially made for us by the Yamacho. They didn't even charge us for it. It's like giving it to us for free. But how can I change into only one set of clothes? Then I can only wash it every night and wear it the next day. Hey, this dress is quite comfortable, but the hair doesn't match the dress. It's in the way. Oh right, it's the hair. When Li Zishuan heard the students talking about his clothes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the camouflage uniform and long hair does not look weird, then something must be wrong. Hey! Little Xian, after the students put on this kind of clothes, they all look quite spirited. If they train later, I guarantee that they will look better than before. You really have a lot of ideas. When Qing Yaojin saw Li Zishuan coming over, he went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zishuan was speechless. What do you mean by ideas? Young master's idea was clearly a serious one, all right? Uncle Cheng, don't you think that these clothes and their hair don't match? Qing Yaojin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, they don't match. The style of your clothes is cool, but most of the students' hairstyles are the opposite of this style. Li Zishuan agreed. Uncle Cheng, you have a good eye. That is indeed the case. The only thing we can do now is to let the students tie up their hair and put it in a bun. Qing Yaojin laughed. Ha, that's great, that's great. After the two of them finished their discussion, they arranged for the people below to get the hair tie. After a while, every student was given a hair tie. According to Li Zishuan's idea, everyone tied up their hair. Now, regardless of hairstyle or clothes, all the students looked neat and tidy. Although it's still a little weird, it looks much better overall. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll start the training. Qing Yaojin squinted his eyes, looked around, and said. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and then retreated to the rostrum. All instructors, listen up. Today's military training begins. All classes will train separately. As soon as he retreated, Qing Yaojin's loud voice rang throughout the entire field. Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. Good heavens, he didn't even have to use the loudspeaker this way. Everyone in the first class, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look to the front. Turn to the right. Run. Bang, 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 bang. Under Qing Yaojin's command, the students of Class 1 took the lead to start a new day of military training. With neat and powerful steps, the cadence of the whistles, coupled with the students' neatly dressed camouflage uniforms, today's team was very different from usual. Heh, this bunch of rascals. I haven't seen them for a few days, and they're actually so obedient. Indeed, there's always something to conquer something. Just as the students were running hard, a few uninvited guests arrived at the edge of the field. It was Li Er, who had brought Zhang Sun and Chang'e to Yanhuang College to visit the inmates. They were mainly there to check on Li Tai and Li Qingqian. They all knew that Li Ku was skilled in martial arts, so there was no need to worry about such a small military training. As soon as he arrived, Li Er saw such a group of uniformed students walking in neat steps. Moreover, there were also his two sons in the team, as well as some of the second-generation hedonists of Cheng and City that he had seen before. This made him very surprised. Since when did those hedonists who only knew how to walk chickens and fight dogs become like a well-trained army? Imperial father, look. That's Brother Qin Ke. He doesn't seem to be running very strenuously. Ah. Brother Qin Ke has become thinner, and he seems to have become darker. Chapter 750. Qingke. Qingxian. When Empress Zhongsun saw her two sons sweating profusely on the field, her heart instantly ached. After all, these two children were her flesh and blood. Don't worry, Guanyin. Li Er squeezed Empress Zhongsun's small hand and squinted his eyes. Guanyin, don't you see that Qingxian and Qingke have changed? Empress Zhongsun frowned and asked directly, what's different? Right now, she only cared about her two sons. How could she have the time to think about anything else? Li Er smiled, then pointed his other finger at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who were running, and said indifferently, spirit, energy, spirit, they're all different. The most direct manifestation is, look at Qingxian and Qingke. Aren't their waists straighter? Aren't their legs more explosive? And they can even cooperate with others. Haha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in just a few days, Qingxian and Qingke have changed so much? Li Zishuan's military training is indeed something. Father, brother Crown Prince and brother Qingke are working so hard. Why does brother Xiaoxian insist on making them run? Changle tugged at Li Er's wide sleeve and asked with her small face raised. The naive little girl found it hard to understand this kind of strange behavior of running in circles around the field. Li Er rubbed Changle's small head and smiled. This is military training. It trains people's physical strength, endurance, and ability to cooperate with team members. Although it's hard, it's still very necessary to mold young people's personalities. Changle nodded as if she understood. The little girl looked at the long green line on the field and smiled. Although Changle's heart aches for brother Crown Prince and brother Qingke, they're really pretty when they run. They're very imposing. Li Er laughed loudly. Haha. Father also thinks so. Then let them run 2 more laps later. This sentence was mostly a joke. After all, Li Er wouldn't trick his own children. However, Empress Zhongsun took it seriously. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please don't. The weather is so hot right now. What if? Li Er smiled and shook his head. I'm just joking with Changle. Guanyin, don't worry. Greetings, Your Majesty. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked over from the side and bowed. He had just stood on the rostrum and looked down at the overall situation. Not long after Li Er walked into the field. He saw them from above and came down to greet them. Rise. Li Er nodded and said, Did you make the green clothes that the students are wearing? Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er's first concern to be the clothes. He replied, Your Majesty, I mainly want the students to wear uniforms so that it is convenient for training. Secondly, this kind of clothing is cool and breathable. It can reduce the burden on the students. Li Zishuan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued, Your Majesty, I call this kind of clothing camouflage clothing. Actually, camouflage clothing has another advantage. When in the wild or in the jungle, camouflage clothing can hide the body better. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he had thought of the military use of the camouflage uniform. Then why did Li Zhanshi let Qingxian and Qingke run one round after another? Suddenly, Empress Zhongsun's unfriendly voice came from the side. Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not understand why the usually gentle and kind Empress suddenly became so difficult to talk to today. However, he thought about it and understood. He cupped his hands and said, I understand your love for your son. However, as the saying goes, jade cannot be made into useful without being carved. Qingke and the others will bear the heavy responsibility of developing engineering in the future. If they do not have a good body, how can they carry on until the end? Moreover, as far as I know, people like Qingke who are overly obese will easily have headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms once they reach middle age. It is very difficult to treat. In serious cases, it can be life-threatening. Therefore, I also plan to use this military training to help Qingke lose weight. I am doing this for his own good. Empress Zhongsun's expression changed. She asked in a low voice, is this true? Li Zixuan nodded solemnly and said, absolutely true. Empress Jiangxuan's face was ghastly pale. Li Zixuan was rather famous in the field of medicine. This time, he spoke with such certainty. She had no choice but to believe him. Seeing this, Li Zixuan glared fiercely at Li Zixuan. Then, he comforted, don't worry too much, Empress. Qingke is still young. I have plenty of time to invite all the famous doctors in the world to help him lose weight. Empress Jiangxun shook her head and did not say anything. Li Zixuan also realized that what he had said just now was a bit too much, so he spoke up. Cough, cough. What I said just now was only a certain probability of happening. I did not say that it would definitely happen. Moreover, as long as Qingke can persevere through the military training, there will naturally not be such problems in the future. Empress Jiangxun breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said, then I will have to trouble Li Zixuan to take care of Qingke. After saying this, she felt that it was a bit absurd. She had sent her son to be tortured in the hands of others, and instead, she had to thank others. No matter how she thought about it, this matter was awkward. All right. Let's go somewhere else to have a look. Li Zixuan looked at the time and said. Come. Your Highness, try this. It's very good for your asthma. As noon approached, Jiangxun wanted to see the cafeteria of Yanhuang College. After all, she was still worried that her son would not eat well here. After seeing that the environment of the cafeteria was not bad, Jiangxun wanted to have lunch here. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. The family of 3 ordered 4 dishes. Li Zixuan walked over with a plate of golden yellow dishes and said, let's go. Li Zixuan and Empress Jiangxun were both present. Of course, Li Zixuan would not directly call Li Lizzie as Sister Changle. Brother Xiaoxian, what is this dish? Li Zixuan had scruples, but Changle did not. The little girl looked at the golden food on the plate and asked doubtfully. Li Zixuan stared blankly. Staring at Li Zixuan, he asked in a deep voice, you just said that this food can treat asthma. Is this true? Li Zixuan felt that these words were very familiar. Previously, Jiangxun had asked him similar questions. Was he here today to treat old Li's illness? Autumn locusts were high in protein and low in fat. In particular, the female locusts had many eggs, which were rich in lecithin. After being digested, the lecithin released choline. Not only could it improve one's memory, it could also stop coughing and relieve asthma, treat whooping cough, and bronchitis. Replying to Your Imperial Majesty, this subject only said that there were benefits, but did not say that it could be cured. Princess Changle's illness still needs to be slowly nursed back to health. Chapter 751. Oh. It's delicious. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, have a taste. Li Zixuan and Li Er were discussing Changle's condition, but the person in question went to taste the yellow delicacies. It seemed that she didn't care about her condition at all. It couldn't be said that she didn't care. Perhaps the little girl knew that her illness couldn't be cured by medicinal stones, so she didn't want to show that she cared very much, lest her father and mother worry. Jiangxun picked up a locust and looked left and right, but couldn't see what it was, because it was wrapped in eggs and flour. She tentatively put it into her mouth, and with a light bite, her mouth was suddenly filled with a crisp fragrance. Well, this thing is really delicious, but I can't tell what it's made of. Empress Jiangxun praised sincerely. She felt that this thing was more delicious than Ken's chicken. Li Zixuan said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, this dish is called Soaring Success. As for what it's made of, forgive me for not being able to say. In fact, Empress Jiangxun also had qi disease, so eating more locusts was also very good for her body. But if Li Zixuan really said the ingredients of this dish, everyone present probably couldn't eat anymore. Oh. Soaring Success? That's a good name. It's just that you're being so secretive. Could it be that you're afraid that this consort will steal your secret recipe? Empress Jiangxun smiled and said. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare, but this guy didn't say what the ingredients were. Li Er's curiosity was greatly aroused. He picked up a piece of soaring success into his bowl, and then quietly poked the egg on the surface with chopsticks. A cute locust head suddenly popped out, and Li Er's face suddenly became very interesting. Li Zishuan, come with me. Li Er quickly buried the locust under the rice, and then said to Li Zishuan opposite him. Empress Zhongsun and Chang'e looked at each other. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and stood up, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Bastard! How dare you feed locusts to the Empress and Chang'e? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder. Walking to a nearby pillar, Li Er shouted in a low voice with a gloomy face. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er to find out so quickly that soaring success was made from locusts. However, he was not unprepared. His Majesty is angry because he thinks locusts cannot be eaten by humans. In fact, not only could locusts be used as food, they could also be used to detoxify, stop coughing, and stop asthma. They had extremely high medicinal value. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Er was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time he had heard that locusts had so many effects. Your Majesty, as long as you don't think that it's a locust when you eat it, the taste is still very good. Moreover, who knew how many locusts there would be next year? When the time comes, if this method of eating locusts becomes popular, coupled with the many chickens raised by the people, there will be no need to worry about the locusts not being wiped out. Li Zishuan added. Li Er was greatly moved, but he still hesitated and said, "But there is a saying among the people that there is a locust god. What if you incur the wrath of the gods?" Li Zishuan sneered and said, "Your Majesty, not to mention that there are no gods in this world, even if there were, they would not be locusts. They nibble away at crops and harm the common people. They can only be considered evil spirits and are not fit to be gods." Li Er nodded and then unhappily said, "No matter what, you cannot use the Empress and Chang'e as your experiment." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. This subject cannot bear the responsibility of this crime. In fact, before this, there were already people who tried this dish. This subject saw that the response was not bad. In addition, these locusts were indeed beneficial to the Empress and Princess Chang'e's illness. Therefore, this subject brought it out." "Oh. Then who else?" Li Er asked. Li Zishuan smiled and told Li Er about Qing Chimo eating locusts yesterday. Li Er laughed and said, "That's more like it. Today, we will give you some face and go taste that so-called soaring to the heavens." Looking at old Li's back, Li Zishuan silently cursed, "TSK. Still giving me face? If it weren't for me, old Li, you would have to eat locusts raw next year." The history books recorded, in the second year of Zhongguan, there were locusts in the capital. Xin Mao entered the garden and saw locusts. He plucked several of them and said, "The people live in the valley. If you eat them, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines." He raised his hand and was about to swallow them when he admonished, "Evil things may become diseases." He said, "We are suffering for the people. Why should we avoid diseases?" Thus, he swallowed them. In this year, locusts are not a disaster. Compared to eating locusts raw, deep-fried locusts were obviously more delicious. Ha! Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Chang'e? You're all here? When Li Zishuan and Li Er were talking, the gongs and drums of the academy had already sounded. Li Tai, who was always very enthusiastic about eating, was naturally the first to arrive at the cafeteria. After seeing the table of people inside, the little fatty was stunned, as if he had suddenly found his backbone. He hurriedly complained to Li Er and Empress Zhongsun, "Imperial Father, Imperial Mother. Xiao Xian. Yamacho deliberately abuses people. He punishes students every day and doesn't let us eat meat. He only lets us eat vegetables. You see, in just a few days, I've lost weight." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and secretly thought that this little fatty was arrogant enough. He actually complained in front of him. It seemed that he would have to make things difficult for this fellow in the future. Li Er frowned. It was true that he doted on Li Tai, but Li Tai's behavior of complaining still made him a little unhappy. In his opinion, he was Li Shimon's son. If he was bullied outside, he should be bullied back. What was the difference between crying and complaining to him like this and a girl? Qingke, Li Zhanshe is also doing it for your own good. Although it's a little bitter, it's only for a month. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Li Tai was instantly dumbfounded. What was wrong with this scene? Why was Imperial Mother, who used to be obedient to him, speaking up for an outsider today? Also, why was his tried and tested method of complaining and acting pitiful not working today? What this fellow didn't know was that he had the method of complaining and acting pitiful, and Li Zishuan had the knack of public relations in advance. Now, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun had already been public relations by him. Hee. Brother Qingke is so embarrassing. You actually came to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to complain about Brother Xiaoxian. Shame on you. Changle, who was eating happily at the side, raised her head at this moment and made a funny face at Li Tai and giggled. Actually, her words more or less had the intention of helping Li Zishuan out of the predicament. Just as Li Tai was about to quibble, he noticed the golden and dazzling delicacies on the plate. He quickly ran over and sat beside Changle, saying, "Meteoric rise, this must be meteoric rise. Changle, you leave some for me, let me try it." Chapter 752. Qingke, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Li Tai picked up a large locust and put it into his mouth, but Li Zishuan reminded him in a deep voice. Li Tai's action of putting the meat into his mouth immediately stopped, and his face showed both annoyance and reluctance. Your Majesty, the students have finished school. Let's go back to the palace. Empress Zhongsun looked outside through the glass door of the canteen, and then said to Li Er. Well, Changle, let's go back to the palace. Father will bring you here to play another day. Li Er looked at Changle and said in a gentle voice. Empress Zhongsun smiled at Li Zishuan at this moment and said, Li Zhanshe, His Majesty, and I can't finish these things, so let Qingke do it for us so as not to waste it. What do you think? Li Tai immediately laughed, and at the same time, he gave his mother 32 thumbs up in his heart. Li Zishuan was speechless. Empress Zhongsun had always been wise, but she still had a heavy selfishness when it came to the problem of children. But this was just a small matter, and he didn't need to be unhappy with Empress Zhongsun because of it. Besides, the main ingredient of locust meat was protein, and Li Tai wouldn't gain weight even if he ate some. In this case, I respectfully send Your Majesty and Your Majesty off. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed. Empress Zhongsun smiled and walked out of the door with Li Er and Changle. Before Changle left, she quietly turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and waved back. Hey. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I came at the right time today. After old Li left, Li Tai greedily sniffed the 5 dishes on the table, and then laughed very proudly. Li Zishuan glared at him angrily, but the words he had just said to Empress Zhongsun were still in his ears, so he couldn't be too harsh. He could only say in a strange tone, Qingke, you brat, take it easy. Don't overeat and you won't be able to run in the afternoon. There was only meat in Li Tai's eyes right now. He didn't care about anything else. He just vaguely answered, okay. Then, he buried his head in the food. Wow. Qingke, where did you get this meat from? Didn't they say that students in the regular class can't eat meat? Right at this moment, Li Qingxian walked in from outside and was surprised to see the 5 plates of meat on the table. Damn, dompa pork, braised pork, lion's head, these are all my favorite dishes. Qingke, save some for me. Sun Zifan followed closely behind Li Qingxian. However, this amusing idiot didn't pursue the source of the food. Instead, He went straight to the table and started snatching food. Li Tai panicked. Ba, 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 ba. This damn fatty was really ruthless. He directly spat on the 5 dishes on the table. Hey! It's all mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me, haha. Li Tai protected the food plates and laughed proudly at Sun Zifen, who rushed up to snatch food. Sun Zifen's face suddenly looked like he had been F***ed by a dog. He pointed at Li Tai with a trembling hand and said angrily, "Damn. Qingke, you're really F***ing wasting natural resources recklessly. You can't finish all these dishes alone. What's wrong with sharing some with me?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and started to say cheekily, "I'm not giving it to you. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? Hee hee. Are you angry?" Sun Zifen was really furious at this moment. It was bad enough that he couldn't eat meat, but he was also ridiculed by others. How could he tolerate this kind of anger? Ba, 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 ba. This amusing idiot took advantage of Li Tai's unpreparedness and actually spat 5 mouthfuls of saliva on the food plates. Hee hee, if you don't let us eat, then don't eat. Now, I'm asking you, are you angry? Sun Zifen also started to act cheekily and said proudly. Sun Zifen, I'm going to fight it out with you. The food that was about to be in his mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. This kind of feeling was worse than killing Li Tai. The little fatty slammed the table and stood up, wanting to fight Sun Zifen to the death. When Li Zishuan saw that these 2 idiots actually started to spit at each other over a few dishes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He went forward and reprimanded them. Spitting filth at each other in public, what kind of etiquette is this? This is simply ruining Yanhuang College's image. Get the hell out of here and get your food. Oh. Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be really angry, Li Tai and Sun Zifen decisively admitted defeat and the 2 amusing idiots went to get their food with their tails between their legs. However, when Li Tai left, he still looked back at the dishes on the table reluctantly. Noticing Li Tai's small movements, as the older brother, Li Qingxian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a little flustered. Seeing that the farce was over, Li Zishuan turned around and left in a huff. Li Zishuan went to the kitchen from the back door of the cafeteria and taught Wang Dahu a new method of cooking locusts. After drying the locusts, grinding them into powder, then mixing them with flour and eggs, placing them in a pan of oil and frying them into cubes or meatballs. This way, no one would be able to recognize that this dish was made from locusts like Wang Dahu did. He remembered that in modern times, there were many factories that ground locusts into powder to make protein powder. This way, they could avoid the psychological barrier that many people had when eating locusts. Speaking of which, the cafeteria had received more than 100 caddies of locusts from the children of the 2 villages today. And according to the trend, they would receive more locusts in the next few days. Therefore, the academy would be eating locusts for a long period of time. If the students of the special training class couldn't finish it, they would leave it for the teachers of the academy. If they couldn't finish it, they would hand it over to shopkeeper Lu and sell it at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Zishuan went straight home and saw that the courtyard was already filled with baskets of eggs. The courtyard, which wasn't particularly big to begin with, suddenly became crowded. Husband, we received more than 3,000 eggs in the morning. The farmers of the other villages heard the news and wanted to sell their eggs to us, but I saw that the Han village and Plum village had already sent over a lot of eggs, so I didn't take theirs. Han Yushi came up and said softly. She didn't look worried at all after receiving so many eggs. Obviously, she was very confident in her husband's methods. Li Zishuan nodded and said in agreement, we should pay close attention to the farmers in our village. By the way, wife, have you prepared the ingredients that I asked you to prepare for me yesterday? Han Yushi smiled and said, husband, they're all here. Do you want to start now? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, let's start now. The weather has been too hot recently, and the eggs aren't easy to preserve. It's better to do it early rather than late. Otherwise, many of the eggs will spoil. Didn't I ask housekeeper Wang to bring a group of servants over yesterday? Why don't I see them? Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Madame Li walk out of the house and say, Xian, I didn't let them come. The century eggs you're going to make are a family's secret recipe. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Chapter 753. Yunshan, Courtyard Number 1. When Li Zixuan heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but be speechless. He really didn't expect his mother to have the awareness of protecting intellectual property. Her thinking was simply too advanced. Mother, if we don't ask the servants to come and help us, how can we finish these thousands of eggs? Li Zixuan looked at Madame Li and smiled bitterly. Why is it impossible? Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said, There's me, your father, Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi here. There's a total of 5 of us. Xian, teach us the method of making century eggs later, and you can go do your own things. The 5 of us will use half a day to finish all these eggs in the courtyard. Father Li looked up at the sky and was speechless. It seemed like Madame Li didn't discuss this decision with him in advance. He was represented again. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. Mother. Compared to the drunken immortal and fairy mirror, these century eggs are just a small amount of money. Why should we trouble you and my father? Moreover, the farmers will send thousands of eggs in the future. How can you handle it? Madame Li frowned. I know that the money earned from these century eggs can't be compared to the drunken immortal and fairy mirror, but it's easier to imitate. If we don't pay attention, the recipe will be easily leaked. By then, there will be century eggs everywhere in the East and West markets. Won't we suffer a huge loss if we receive so many eggs? Xian, this is the secret recipe that you got from your master. You can't let others take advantage of it. Li Zixuan was a little helpless when he met such a protective mother. He sighed and said, Mother, the servants in our residence are all loyal. They won't spread the secret recipe. Moreover, the method of making century eggs is very simple. Even if we don't spread the secret recipe, others can imitate it in less than half a year. You don't have to do everything yourself. Madam, Xian, is right. The servants in our residence can withstand the test. You don't have to worry. Look, if you're exhausted, Xian will be worried, right? Seeing this, Li Jingma hurriedly said. He had been living a carefree life in Cloud Mountain recently. He didn't expect to be used as a coolie by his wife today, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, the situation took a turn, and Li Jingma didn't hesitate to assist. Madame Li glared at her husband and said after a while, Since Xian, says so, then we'll do as you say. Teach us the steps first, and tomorrow we will call the servants over to help. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, All right, mother, come with me. In fact, the method of cooking the century egg was very simple. First, the surface of the egg was covered with lime that had been stirred with water. It had to be uniform. Then, the outside was covered with a layer of grass ash or wheat husk. It was ready to be left for about a month. When the time comes, the raw eggs will turn into crystal clear cooked eggs. Together with tofu and vinegar, it will be a different kind of delicacy. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, how did this raw egg suddenly become a ripe egg? Li Zixuan explained with a smile, Dear, this is because quicklime is mixed with water. Xiaodong, did you sell your eggs to young master today? In the Han family manner, a woman in green clothes stood outside the courtyard and shouted at Han Xiaodong, who was enjoying the cool air inside. It's Aunt Luo. Yes, we sold more than 100 eggs to young master today. What's wrong? Han Xiaodong came to the front of the courtyard and asked doubtfully. So young master really accepted them. Aunt Luo opened her mouth in surprise and said, Then Xiaodong, do you know if young master will lose money by buying so many eggs? Han Xiaodong smiled and said, Young master will never lose money. Young master has never done anything that he is not confident of. Since he dared to accept them, it means that he will not lose money. Aunt Luo smiled and said, If that's the case, then I will send the eggs at home to young master in a while. I will also send the eggs from the child's uncle's house. Han Xiaodong hurriedly said, Ah. Aunt Luo, wait. Young master will only accept eggs from our manor now. I'm afraid he won't accept eggs from other manors. Ah. There's such a thing? Master Luo asked in disbelief. Yes, I don't think young master will be able to accept so many eggs at once. Han Xiaodong guessed. Oh, then I'll go back and send the eggs from my house to young master first. Your Majesty, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physician Department are here. In Gamla Palace, Li Er was bent over the table and reading memorials. Today was the official day off, but as the emperor, it was not easy for him to have half a day off in the morning. Therefore, after leaving Yanhuang College, he was full of thoughts about official business again. At this time, an attendant from the yellow door came in from the outside and bowed in a low voice. Announce. Li Er did not even raise his head and said lightly. After a while, two middle-aged men carrying medicine boxes walked in from outside. They were the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department who had followed Dugu Xian when he led the army to attack Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. Your subject greets your Majesty. The two doctors bowed to Li Er in unison. No need for formalities. Li Er said lightly, then raised his head and looked at the two doctors. My two beloved officials, I have invited you here today because I have something to ask you. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The two of them quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. We dare not ask, Your Majesty. If there is anything you need, please let us know. Li Er stood up and walked to Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. He thought for a while and asked, My two beloved officials, your medical skills are superb. I would like to ask if you know that locusts can be used as medicine to treat asthma? Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin frowned. After a while, Dr. Qin cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I have never heard of locusts being used to treat asthma. Dr. Wang also bowed. I have also never heard of locusts being used to treat illnesses. Perhaps it exists in ancient books, and I have never seen it. Dr. Wang saw that Li Er's expression was not very good, so he added on. Li Er stood on the spot, his expression uncertain. One could not tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy just by looking at his face. All right, I understand. My two beloved officials, you may go about your business. After a long while, Li Er waved his hand and said. Your subject will take his leave. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin bowed and left the palace. Chapter 754. Phew. Chonyo, your father is finally leaving. I only just realized how good Duke Yi is. As night fell, most of the students returned to their dormitory after eating dinner and bathing. Li Tai was wearing a white silk undergarment and lying on the bed. He sighed contentedly with Ching Chumo, who was diagonally opposite him. Although Li Tai's words more or less had the intention of making up stories about his father, Ching Chumo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I also don't want my father to be the chief instructor of the academy. Not only are you tired, but our special training class is even more tired. Our hands are sore from practicing the Modeo for the past 2 days. Uncle Qin's training is still easier for us. Sigh. I hope your father won't come in the future. Your hands are sore from practicing the Modeo, but our legs are about to break from running these past 2 days. Li Tai rubbed his knees. The little fatty clearly still had a lingering fear from what he had experienced in the past 2 days. He felt that the distance he had run in the past 2 days was almost equal to the distance he had run in the past 10 years. Hee, Qingke, you don't have to run. You're a prince, and Duke Lu won't eat you. Sun Zifen chuckled eccentrically. Li Tai said in annoyance, F***ck, Sun Zifen, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you go and try it? Duke Lu made that little black room. Once you go in, you can't come out for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep in there. I can't stand it. There's an unlucky guy in class 10. What's his name again? Yes, he's called Chen Yi. I remember that his father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. This unlucky guy was found slacking off by Duke Liu when he was patrolling this morning, so he was directly thrown into the little black room. I went to take a look during dinner and found that this guy was almost dead. He was crying for his father and mother inside. Furthermore, I can smell the stench from far away. To be honest, the small dark room was indeed very relaxing. He didn't have to train under the hot sun every day, and there was even someone to deliver meals to him. However, for someone like Li Tai who was a serious germaphobe, he couldn't stand it no matter what. This was also one of the reasons why even though Qing Yaojin gave him an unusually large amount of training, Li Tai still gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that the 2 days of high-intensity training were over, Li Tai felt that it was a little unbelievable when he thought about it. He didn't expect that he could complete so much training. If a person didn't have the pressure of external factors, they would never know where their limits were. Wow! Is that little dark room so exaggerated? Sun Zifen sighed in shock. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" That won't do either, because with your size, that bucket probably won't be able to fit you. After staying with Qing Chumo and Sun Zifen for so long, Li Tai had also learned a new skill, taunting. Sun Zifen was so angry that he stomped his feet. Damn! You're making it sound like you can fit inside. Qingke, don't you know your own size? Seeing that the two fatties were actually arguing with each other, Qing Chumo grinned and laughed loudly. Haha. If it were up to me, the two of you should stop arguing. You definitely won't be able to fit inside. I'll ask my dad to specially make a large wooden bucket for you later. Damn! Qing Chumo, you're courting death. In an instant, the two little fatties formed a united front, turned their spearhead, and rushed forward to suppress Qing Chumo. Goo goo. At 4:00 in the morning, Yanhuang College's dormitory 001 not only echoed with snoring, but also with the sound of a stomach growling. It was Li Tai. At this time, the little fatty was actually still awake. Instead, he kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. It was not for anything else but because he was hungry. Was there no hunger in this era? If you were hungry in the middle of the night, you could only hold your stomach and roll around in bed. In fact, to be precise, the little fatty was not hungry, but gluttonous. During the day in the cafeteria, because of Li Er and Zhang Sun, he was able to eat 2 mouthfuls of meat with great difficulty. At that time, he felt that he was going to die of happiness, but good things did not last long. In the end, Sun Zifen's arrival made his delicious lunch go up in smoke. In the first half of the night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was back in the prince's mansion, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, fish, and meat. Just as he was about to bite into the twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was dreaming, and the twice-cooked pork in his dream was his arm. After that, the little fatty could no longer fall asleep. Thinking back to the 2 mouthfuls of delicious food he had eaten at noon, and the table of fish and meat in his dream, Li Tai's mouth was full of sour water. There had never been such a moment that made him want to eat meat so badly. Now, as long as someone could give him a plate of meat to eat, Li Tai was even willing to exchange thousands of coins, or even tens of thousands of coins of wealth. In the end, Li Tai could not stand it anymore. He could only get out of bed and planned to go outside the dormitory to get some fresh air. At this time, the instructors were all asleep, so no one would check on the dormitory. Therefore, Li Tai was not worried at all. Yanhuang College's dormitory was actually a building complex. The rooms were neatly arranged in a very large courtyard. Since there was a courtyard, there was naturally a courtyard gate. Li Tai stood in front of the iron fence gate of the courtyard, enjoying the cool summer night breeze. Looking at the neat rows of trees outside the courtyard and their reflections under the moonlight, his agitated heart calmed down a little. Sha. At this moment, Li Tai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Little Fatty was startled and turned around to look. He saw that there was indeed a white-clothed figure with long hair behind him. The figure was about the same size as him. Li Tai thought that he had seen a ghost, so he was shocked at first. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, he was so angry that he immediately scolded, "Fuck. Sun Zifen, you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and specifically came out to scare people. Are you crazy?" That's right, the person who came was Sun Zifen. Sun Zifen crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey. Qingke, didn't you also not sleep in the middle of the night? You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Li Tai reacted and quickly explained, I felt that the room was too hot, so I came out to get some fresh air." "What does it have to do with you?" Sun Zifen raised his head and thought for a while, then said, "Then I saw you come out alone, Qingke. I was worried about your safety, so I came out to take a look." "What's wrong?" "Fuck, you're bullshitting. You're worried about me?" "Ah Pui, no, this king needs you to worry about me?" Li Tai glared and scolded angrily. "Humph. Believe it or not." Sun Zifen sat on the stone bench next to the courtyard gate and snorted indifferently. Chapter 755. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Beside the door of the dormitory, Li Tai saw that Sun Zifen didn't believe him and decided to tell the truth. "I woke up hungry. I want to eat meat." Although it was night time, one could still see that Sun Zifen's eyes lit up. This little joker quickly nodded and said, Yes, I also woke up hungry. Qingke, your meat dishes at noon were too fragrant. I couldn't help but think of that smell when I lay in bed. It was too tempting. Sigh, it's just that I didn't get to eat it at noon. What a pity. Damn. Sun Zifen, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, I would have had a big meal at noon and wouldn't be foolishly accompanying you to watch the moon. It would have been fine if Sun Zifen didn't say anything. Once he said it, Li Tai, this powder keg, directly ignited. The little fatty rushed to Sun Zifen's side and kicked the ladder twice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey. Qingke, lower your voice. If you alarm the instructors, we'll all have to go to the small dark room. Sun Zifen jumped up from the sudden attack. However, he didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he put a finger to his mouth and whispered to Li Tai. The little fatty immediately cowered. He glanced at the instructor's dormitory not far away. Seeing that there were no lights on there, Li Tai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. No matter what, it's because you spoiled my dishes at noon that I didn't get to eat a big meal. Let's settle this grudge. Sun Zifen, just you wait. See how I'll deal with you in the future when I have the chance. Li Tai said hatefully, but his voice was much softer than before. It had to be said that his words, "You spoiled my dishes," were used in the right place. Damn, you can't blame me for this. If you didn't spit into the dishes first, I wouldn't have spat too. Besides, if you're willing to share 2 pieces of meat with me, I won't spoil your dishes, right? It was not a good thing to be remembered by Li Tai. Moreover, he had gone overboard in the afternoon. Therefore, Sun Zifen thought for a while and added, Qingke, there's no point in talking about this. Both of us want to eat meat so much that we can't sleep. How about this, I'll take you out to eat meat tonight, and we'll forget about what happened at noon. Li Tai pursed his lips and said in disbelief, Where can we go to eat meat this late at night? Who are you trying to fool? Sun Zifen said confidently, Hey. Qingke, if you don't believe me, tell me if you agree or not. Seeing this, Li Tai nodded without hesitation and said, Okay. As long as you don't bring me to eat meat tonight, I'll write off everything that happened before. To him, as long as he could eat meat, he would be willing to give any amount of money, let alone such an insignificant promise. Hee. Then, Qingke, wait for a while. I'll go back to the dormitory to get something. Sun Zifen licked his lips and laughed proudly before sneaking back to the dormitory. Li Tai didn't have time to ask, so he could only sit on the stone bench beside the courtyard door and wait for Sun Zifen to return. After about half a cup of tea's time, Sun Zifen finally returned. However, there were 4 people behind him: Qing Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Qingxian. "Hey! You two want to go out to get something good to eat, and you didn't call me? Luckily, I'm alert. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss?" Qing Chimo pointed at Sun Zifen and Li Tai as he laughed wantonly. Although this fellow's martial arts skills were at a half-baked level, his martial arts realm was still the highest among the 6 people in Dormitory 001. Previously, when Li Tai left the dormitory, Qing Chimo had already sensed it, but he was too lazy to move in bed, so he didn't care. When Sun Zifen returned, he jumped down to catch him and interrogate him about what he was up to. With this commotion, the few people in the dormitory woke up. When they heard that Sun Zifen was preparing to bring Li Tai out to get some meat, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva and request to go together. Although Li Qingxian was the country's heir and couldn't do such a shameful thing, he was worried that Li Tai's group would be caught if they went out, so he came along. Tisk. Chon Yo, you and Bao Lin have been eating meat for the past 2 days. Why are you joining in the fun now? With the help of the 2 experts, Qing Chimo and Yuqi Bao Lin, it would be easier for them to go out to get food. However, Li Tai's mouth was full of jealousy. TSK, we can't have enough meat. Alright, let's not talk nonsense here. Let's get out of the dormitory first. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the instructors later. Qing Chimo glanced to the side and suggested. The few of them felt that it made sense and agreed. Come, Bao Lin. Lend me some strength. If they wanted to climb over the door, of course, they would need someone to support them from below. However, when it was Li Tai's turn, Qing Chimo felt a little diffident and said to Yuqi Bao Lin, who had just sent Qin Huayu to heaven. Hey! Coming! Yuqi Bao Lin responded and hurried over. With the combined strength of the 2, they finally sent Li Tai to the top of the door. Now, all that was left was for the little fatty to hold onto the metal fence and slide down. Not long after, the 6 people from Dormitory 001 all climbed out of the dormitory door. And then? Sun Zifen, didn't you say you could bring me to eat meat? Where are we going next? Li Tai clapped his hands and looked at Sun Zifen. Climbing over the door of the academy dormitory was the first time Li Tai had done something so unorthodox. It was like a modern university student skipping class for the first time. While he was nervous, he also felt a little excited. Hey! Follow me, I'll bring you guys to eat chicken. I know a place with a lot of chickens. Sun Zifen rubbed his hands and chuckled. It was also his first time doing something so exciting. His heart was still thumping. When everyone saw Sun Zifen's confident look, they followed him and walked forward. Of course, they couldn't walk through the door of the academy. There were still guards there even at night. The few of them climbed over the wall at a corner in the west. Then, using the moonlight, they followed Sun Zifen all the way to a forest halfway up the mountain to the west of the academy. Hee. It's right here. Sun Zifen pointed at the reed wall not far ahead and said with a smile, "This is the chicken farm that Plum Village built at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Let's go catch 2 and find a place to roast them." Wouldn't that be perfect? Li Qingxian was shocked. He hurriedly dissuaded them. Zifen, you can't. The chickens in Plum Village were personally handed over to the farmers by the Yamacho. If we catch 2 and are discovered, we'll definitely end up in trouble. There are tens of thousands of chickens in here. No one will find out if we lose 1 or 2. Sun Zifen patted his chest and said. Yes. We'll only catch 2, no, 3. The farmers will definitely not find out. Li Tai swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with his eyes staring straight ahead. Chapter 756. In the end, under Li Tai's insistence, this group of chicken thieves caught 6 chickens from the chicken farm at the side. The main reason was that Li Tai felt that the chickens inside were too small and not enough to eat, so he caught 3 more. Yes, 6 people, 1 chicken each, just right. The flock of chickens that had been chasing and playing in the forest for an entire day would never have thought that an evil person would break into the chicken farm and steal them on what was supposed to be a quiet and peaceful night. Chin K, Ziffin, it's not easy for the farmers to raise these chickens. It's not good for us to steal them like this, right? The dignified crown prince of the country was actually holding a chicken fearfully at this moment. However, when it came to this, Li Qingxian was a little hesitant. He turned back to look at the chicken farm and said with some pity. Hey! We've already prepared for this, Your Highness, don't worry. Sun Ziffin chuckled, then took out 2 strings of copper coins and threw them into the chicken farm. He then said with a smile, there's no problem now, right? 6 chickens, 2 strings of copper coins, I'm sure the farmers won't suffer a loss. Everyone looked at Sun Ziffin curiously. They probably didn't expect this joker to have a time when he considered things so thoroughly. Hey! Good! You're good. In this way, even if the farmers find out that 6 chickens are missing, I'm sure they won't make a fuss. Let's find a place to roast these chickens and eat. Li Tai praised Sun Ziffin with satisfaction and then said. Hey, come with me, I know a place suitable for roasting chickens. Sun Zifan took the initiative to volunteer. The few of them had no objections. They followed Sun Ziffin to the top of the Cloud Mountain, to an open space in the east of the academy. There was a clear spring beside them, reflecting the moonlight. It was a quiet and empty valley with the moon shining between the pines and the clear spring flowing over the rocks. Cho Nyo, Bao Lin, you kill the chickens. Your Highness, Qin Ke, the 3 of us will go find firewood. Huayu, you help move the stones and build a stove. How about that? After finding such an excellent spot for a picnic, Sun Ziffin began to assign tasks to everyone. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it too. Ching Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others agreed and began their respective tasks. It had to be said that Sun Ziffin's division of labor was rather reasonable. Ching Chimo and Yuchi Baolin, the 2 daring fools, were not careless in the slightest when it came to slaughtering the chickens. In no time at all, the 6 chickens that had been born for less than half a year ended their short lives. If Li Qingxian and Li Tai were to do this job, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve this result even after fiddling for half a day. 15 minutes later, a bonfire lit up in the empty space beside the spring. Sun Ziffin, Li Tai, Li Qingxian, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, and Qing Chimo sat around the bonfire. Each of them held a bamboo stick, and at the tip of the bamboo stick was a slaughtered and clean chicken. They extended the stick into the fire and continuously spun it. Yes, yes, there's already the fragrance of meat. Li Tai took 2 deep breaths and smelled the charred aroma of the chicken being roasted. The little fatty couldn't help but lick his lips, and his appetite was greatly aroused. It's still lacking a bit. Qin Ke, you just need to spin it a few more times and you'll be able to sprinkle salt. Sun Ziffin glanced at the meat that Li Tai was roasting and said. Sprinkle salt? Oh right, we didn't bring any salt. How the hell are we going to sprinkle salt? Ching Chimo slapped his thigh and shouted regretfully. Li Tai's face revealed a trace of regret, but the little fatty still said unyieldingly, if there's no salt, then there's no salt. As long as there's meat to eat. Ching Chimo said disdainfully, hee, Qin Ke, you're really desperate now. You can even eat meat without salt. Hee, who said there's no salt? At this moment, Sun Ziffin took out a small bag from his arms and said proudly to everyone, the salt is here. Everyone can have some later. Li Tai opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, damn, Ziffin, why are you so awesome today? You brought everything out. Copper coins, fire rolls, and refined salt. What else do you have in your arms now? The others also looked at Sun Ziffin in surprise. Sun Ziffin touched his nose and said with a smile, in fact, I've long wanted to catch 2 chickens to have a sumptuous meal. I've prepared these 2 days ago. Yamacho is too deceitful and doesn't give us any meat. You little bastards, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you actually came here to make a barbecue. How dare you? At this moment, a cold voice came from the horizon, which gave them a fright. They followed the voice and saw a man in white coming from Dongfang Takshu. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his sleeves were fluttering, like an immortal banished from the moon. Damn it. It's over, it's Yamacho. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Li Zixuan took a fairy lamp for a night tour of Cheng, and with a beauty, Sun Zifan had seen him like this before. So, he was the first one among the group to recognize Li Zixuan. Hearing what he said, the rest of the group suddenly panicked. They put out the fire and hid the chickens in a hurry. Okay, don't put it out, and don't hide it. I saw it all. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had landed near them. Seeing them in a hurry, Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, Yamacho, this is all a misunderstanding. We were all sleepwalking just now. Chonyo, Qin Ke, why are we all here? Weren't we all sleeping in the dormitory just now? Oh. We must be sleepwalking. Yes, we must be sleepwalking. Sun Zifan looked at Li Zixuan awkwardly. This funny guy racked his brains to come up with all kinds of excuses, but in the end, he could only blame sleepwalking. Li Zixuan didn't believe him at all. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he sneered, pointed at the half-cooked chickens on the ground, and said, Sleepwalking? Putting aside the fact that the 6 of you sleepwalked together and sleepwalked to the same location, each of you managed to catch a chicken while sleepwalking? I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to sleepwalk like this again? You left the academy without permission and dared to steal chickens raised by the farmers. This is a serious violation of the academy's rules. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the academy? Do you still deserve to be Yanhuang College's students? Li Zixuan's harsh words made Sun Zifan sweat profusely. The others were also silent. In the end, Li Qingxian could only step forward and plead. Xiao Xian, Yamacho, Qin Ke and Zifan were just greedy for food. They didn't deliberately violate the academy's rules. Can you spare them this time? Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Li Tai all looked at Li Zixuan anxiously. After all, today's matter could be serious or small. If it was serious, Li Zixuan could expel them because of this. Chapter 757. Xiao Xian, Yamacho, this is indeed our fault. Don't lower yourself to our level. It's best if you just let us go. Seeing Li Zixuan's serious expression, Qing Chumo could only shamelessly laugh. Li Zixuan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire when he woke up at night. At that time, he thought that there was a fire here. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and hurriedly used his qinggong to fly over. But when he arrived, the bonfire, chicken feathers, and chicken meat on the ground all told him what had happened on the mountain tonight. Someone had the guts to steal chickens from a farmer while it was dark. The farmers worked hard to raise chickens to reduce their taxes. In the end, you guys ate their chickens because of a momentary lust. Tell me, aren't you guys wicked? Where's your conscience? Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said, Xiao Xian, when we caught the chickens, we already left a few strings of money for the farmer. I think it should be enough to make up for the farmer's losses. Li Zixuan's expression became slightly better. Seeing this, Li Qingxian continued, moreover, these chickens are already dead. They definitely can't be returned. Xiao Xian, don't be too angry. You guys really want to eat meat that much? Li Zixuan asked. Yes. Other than Li Qingxian and Qin Huayu, everyone else nodded. Yes, seeing that you guys left money for the farmer, I won't pursue your responsibility for now. Li Zixuan looked at the chicken feathers all over the ground and knew that Li Qingxian was telling the truth. Chickens couldn't be brought back to life. Now that what was done, there was no point in saying anything more. Of course, he could only choose to forgive them. You two, move aside. Li Zixuan kicked Sun Zifan and Qing Chumo's legs twice. Oh. Hearing that Li Zixuan was letting them go, Qing Chumo and Sun Zifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then they were inexplicably kicked again. The two of them were immediately depressed and looked at Li Zishuan in confusion. You two, go and catch me another chicken. Wash it clean while you're at it. Don't forget to leave money for the farmer to buy the chicken. Li Zishuan looked at the two and said lightly. Catch another chicken? This time, not only Ching Chumo and Sun Zifan were dumbfounded, but the rest of the people were also in a state of confusion. Li Zishuan's words were not light. What? Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll lock you all in the little black room tomorrow. Li Zishuan glared and said. Ching Chumo and Sun Zifan immediately shivered and hurriedly ran away. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, There's meat but no wine. It's always a bit lacking. You guys continue to roast it here. I'll go back and get a jug of wine. Tonight, I'll accompany you guys and have a good chat. Li Tai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give Li Zishuan 32 likes. This move was really too damn considerate. The distance between here and the first courtyard was only 700 to 800 meters. Li Zishuan directly used Qinggong to rush over. In a flash, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Hee hee. Luckily, Yamacho still remembers our old friendship. Otherwise, we're all finished. Li Tai forgot the direction Li Zishuan disappeared in and said with lingering fear. Qingke, we really were too rash tonight. We can't do this again in the future. Otherwise, little Xian will definitely not let us go again. Li Qingxian sincerely said to Li Tai. The reason why Li Zishuan easily let go of tonight's matter was not only because Sun Zifan stole the chicken but also because Li Zishuan was giving face to Li Qingxian. After all, among the 6 people, Li Qingxian wasn't a student of Yanhuang College. He was a country's heir who was experiencing life at Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. If Li Zishuan didn't give face to him, it would make Li Qingxian's face very ugly. Hee hee, I know. I definitely won't. Besides, tomorrow is the holiday. After returning to the prince's residence, I can eat as much meat as I want. I definitely won't steal chicken with Sun Zifan again. Li Tai sat back in his seat and continued to roast the chicken while responding to Li Qingxian's words. During the time when the two people were talking, Li Zishuan actually came back so quickly. The speed of his Qinggong could be seen at a glance. Where are Sun Zifan and Ching Chumo? Haven't they come back yet? Li Zishuan said as he swept his gaze over the surroundings while carrying a bag. Li Tai was speechless and said, They probably haven't reached the chicken farm yet. How could they come back so quickly? Mountain Leader, your Qinggong is really convenient for you to travel. TSK, if I had this ability, I would directly fly back. As he spoke, Li Tai almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Directly flew back to your prince's residence to eat meat, right? Li Zishuan helped the little fatty to say the words that he didn't say. Then he said unhappily, with your personality that can even throw away your life for food, it's already difficult to lose weight. You still want to practice Qinggong? Even if you have my Qinggong, it's a fool's dream for you to fly back to the prince's residence. It would be strange if the guards of Chang and City didn't shoot you into a sieve. After insulting the little fatty, Li Zishuan picked up a half-roasted chicken. It was unknown whether it was Ching Chumo's or Sun Zifan's, and continued to roast it. Since these two people haven't come back yet, then I'll roast it first. It's been a long time since I roasted a chicken myself. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was a child from the countryside, so his survival skills were naturally not bad. In this life, he had followed spiritual master Ling Su in the mountains to learn from him and traveled around. He had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. Therefore, compared to Li Tai and the others, his roasting skills were naturally outstanding. After a while, the chicken in his hand emitted a rich aroma. Li Zishuan opened the package and began to sprinkle salt, pepper powder, cumin, and other spices on the chicken. Then he roasted the chicken in the fire. Suddenly, the aroma became even stronger. Goo goo. Li Tai greedily breathed in the aroma, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. He looked at the golden and fragrant chicken in Li Zishuan's hand, and then looked at the slightly black chicken in his hand. He thought gloomily in his heart, we're both roasting chickens, why is the difference so big? What the heck? Who roasted this chicken? Why is it so fragrant? It smells better than the roasted chicken in the restaurant. At this time, Ching Chimo and Sun Zifan also came back with a chicken. They smelled a mouth-watering aroma from afar. Ching Chimo cried out strangely. This is my chicken. Waha, Yamacho, you're so good to me. You actually roasted the chicken for me. Thank you so much. When Sun Zifan saw the chicken in Li Zishuan's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said with a bashful face. Get lost. Your chicken is still in Ching Chimo's hands. Go and kill it yourself. Li Zishuan slapped the silly guy's head and said angrily. He had worked so hard to roast it for so long, how could he just give it up? This guy was really thinking too much. Chapter 758. Bright moon, clear spring, roast chicken, fine wine, and teachers and students. Tonight, the wasteland was supposed to be as ordinary as usual, but because of the arrival of Li Zishuan, Ching Chimo, and Sun Zifan, the place became very lively. Little Xian, come, let me give you a toast. I know you've put in a lot of effort for Yanhuang College, but we've always been talking about you in secret. We brothers haven't had a drink together like this in a long time. Ching Chimo's expression changed slightly. He raised a bamboo tube of fine wine and gave a toast to Li Zishuan from afar. Li Zishuan was speechless. After a while, he sighed and said, all right. Tonight, there are only friends and brothers here, no teachers and students. I'll accompany you for a drink or two. Ever since Li Zishuan entered the Imperial College, his relationship with Ching Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, Li Qingxian, and the others had more or less changed. The relationship between friends and brothers had become mixed with the relationship between teachers and students, and there was a sense of distance between them for no reason. Ching Chimo's words just now made him feel a lot of emotions. Although he was a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, if he always acted like a Yamacho, it would be easy to neglect the relationship between brothers and friends. He didn't need to be like Kong Yingda, who always maintained the attitude of an old pedant, to maintain his prestige among the students. He was him. He was only 15 years old. Only others could imitate him. He didn't need to imitate anyone. Haha. Good. To be honest, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, I always felt suppressed when I talked to you before. I only feel that kind of feeling when I talk to my father. It's rare to be able to drink and chat with you as a friend today. It's really delightful. Li Qingxian was one of the earliest people Li Zishuan knew. Feeling the subtle change in the atmosphere, Li Qingxian said with a joyful expression. Hee, Gao Ming, you're wrong. We're not just friends and brothers today. We'll be friends for life. It was just that sometimes, due to their different standpoints, they had no choice but to do business as usual. Come, let's drink. Li Zishuan opened the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into his bamboo tube. The others did the same. After all, the drunken immortal's degree of intoxication was too high. If this group of people drank too much, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. At that time, they would definitely be punished. Hee. Little Xian, since we are good brothers, why don't we exchange chickens? Look, my cock is bigger than yours. Do you want to trade? Everyone couldn't help but cry out in joy as the cool wine entered their stomachs. Li Tai, the clever kid, had his eyes on the tantalizing roast chicken in front of Li Zishuan. He couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle. How can good wine not be matched with good meat? Li Zishuan was infuriated when he heard this. The little fatty's words were too king ambiguous. What did he mean by, my chicken is bigger than yours? He was obviously trying to stir up trouble. Scram. I'm not trading. My cock is 10 times bigger than yours. If you want to eat good food, you can do it yourself. Do it yourself, and you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Li Zishuan looked at little fatty and said angrily. Li Tai didn't understand why Li Zishuan was angry, but he also knew that it was impossible to trade chickens. He could only ask for the next best thing. Little Xian, can you share some of the seasonings you brought with you? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. At first, Li Tai thought that his roast chicken was pretty good. However, when Li Zishuan came, he instantly felt that the chicken in his hands was a little hard to swallow. Li Zishuan nodded and threw the bag of seasonings over. Everyone scrambled for it. After a quarter of an hour, with the help of various seasonings, the chicken in everyone's hands emitted waves of fragrance. Compared to before, the taste had obviously improved by more than a level. Woo woo. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten such fragrant roast chicken in a long time. There was no need for Li Zishuan to say anything. Li Tai had already started eating without a care for his image. Sun Zifan, Qing Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others followed closely behind. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, Li Zishuan shook his head and slowly tore off a piece of chicken drumstick and began to slowly taste it. The saltiness was just right, and the heat was just right. However, without the chili, it felt a little wrong. However, because cumin was added during the roast process, the overall taste was still very good. After all, there was a saying in modern times, a skewer of roast meat without chili, a skewer of roast meat without taste. A skewer of roast meat without cumin, a skewer of roast meat without a soul. From this, it could be seen how magical cumin was as a seasoning. Woo! I didn't expect that adding some benzoin fennel on the chicken and roasting it in the fire would actually be so delicious. Xiao Xian, how did you think of it? Li Tai lightly bit a piece of chicken drumstick. His eyes lit up, and he immediately praised it. The benzoin fennel in his mouth was cumin. Cumin was native to North Africa and West Asia. According to the archaeological findings in Syria, the use of cumin seeds could be traced back to 2000 BC. The ancient Egyptians used cumin as a spice. When the pharaohs were buried, the ancient Egyptians needed to make mummies. Cumin also became a component of the mummy's preservative. Benzoin fennel was an ancient name for cumin in China. From the word benzoin, one could see where and when cumin was introduced to China. Sima Qian recorded in the records of the Grand Historian, in the beginning, the Han envoy came to Rest. The king of Rest ordered 20,000 cavalry to the east border. The east border was thousands of miles away from the capital. Compared to the journey, there were dozens of cities, and there were many people. Dewan, Xia, and Anxi are all big countries. They have many strange things and indigenous people. They are quite similar to China, but their soldiers are weak. Therefore, it could be said that cumin was introduced to China from the Silk Road of the Han Dynasty. Yes, I only found out today that adding cumin to the meat can make it so fragrant. Xiao Xian, you are really too talented. As he was in the special training class, Qing Chimo had eaten a lot of meat in the past 2 days, so he was not as hungry as Li Tai. However, after tasting the meat he had personally roasted, Qing Chimo could not help but be surprised. Actually, there is still a kind of seasoning missing. If there is it, this chicken will definitely be more than twice as delicious. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up and he said, "What seasoning? I will send someone to search for it later." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Our Tang Empire does not have this kind of thing. If you want to get it, you can only go to the far west to find it. There are tens of thousands of miles of sea in between. I hope I can still eat it in my lifetime." The few of them knew that Li Zishuan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, so they did not ask him how he knew about the seasoning. Qing Chimo rubbed his chin and smiled. What are you afraid of? Our Tang Empire's fleet can now go to the small countries in Nanyang. In the future, we will definitely be able to go to the far west. Xiao Xian, you will definitely be able to eat that kind of seasoning again. Chapter 759. By the way, speaking of the fleet heading south, they should be back soon, right? Qin Huayu suddenly asked beside the bonfire. I heard from my father that the fleet should be back in half a month. Li Qingxian replied. Li Zishuan frowned as he thought of the dream that Meng Wenhao had described. He was a little worried, so he sighed and said, I hope so. This fleet has a lot to do with it. Sigh. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't go south with the army this time. It's better to use the tens of thousands of troops to show off in Nanyang than to stay in the academy. On the side, Qing Chumo said regretfully with a face full of unwillingness. Li Zishuan sneered, come on. Ugly ox, you're a landlubber. You won't be able to stand staying on the ship for 2 days. You still want to show off in other countries? I'm afraid you won't be able to. Qing Chumo tore a piece of chicken with his mouth and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. He then said unhappily, That's not necessarily true. I'm an expert who's about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Why would I be afraid of a small ship? Maybe I can even make some military achievements this time. Sun Zifan laughed strangely. Chumo, wake up. Stop dreaming. Go away. The adults are talking. You little brat, go away. Qing Chumo angrily scolded, and then suddenly looked at Li Zishuan seriously and said, Little Xian, you also know that I am not the type to study. In the previous entrance exam, I spent a lot of effort to get in. But I can't always stay in the academy. In terms of grades, I can't compare with Qin Ke and Wenhao. So, when the imperial court sends troops to the Turks, I plan to go to the north to make a name for myself. Otherwise, my life will be boring. This guy was usually carefree. Who would have thought that he would be so clear-headed? Maybe he was drunk today, so he said these things that were buried in his heart. Yes. Yanhuang College didn't intend to nurture bookworms in the first place. The academy only nurtured people who were useful to the Tang Empire. No matter what, as long as they had a positive effect, it was fine. Cho Ox, if you want to go to the front line to protect your country and build your career, the teachers in the academy and your classmates will support you. You will always be a student of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan knew Qing Chumo's character better than anyone else. Qing Chumo's plan was within Li Zishuan's expectations. Li Zishuan thought about it and nodded in agreement. Haha. Thank you. I've long seen through it. Xiao Xian, the Yanhuang College you've made is very different from the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. It's my honor to be classmates with Qin Ke and Bao Lin for a few years. Qing Chumo laughed and poured himself another jar of wine. There's not much wine left in the jar, so I'll drink as much as I can. It'd be a waste not to drink. Yes, yes. Brother Cho Ox, I'll go with you when the time comes. I can protect you. Yuchi Bao Lin hurriedly said with a simple and honest smile. Qing Chumo's face darkened. Yuchi Bao Lin had reached Qi transformation realm half a year ago. There was nothing wrong with him saying that he could protect him. However, Qing Chumo had received 10,000 points of critical damage. Ha! All right. Chumo, you can go to the front line without worry. My classmates and I will help you research and build more advanced and powerful weapons. We can guarantee that you'll win every battle without worrying about your life. You'll also be able to build countless military achievements. Li Tai's goals were clearly different from Qing Chumo's. Of course, the main reason was that his physique and physical fitness limited him from going to the front line. That's right. Chumo, will support you from behind. Although Qin Huaiyu was the eldest son of Qin Xiong and the second generation of the empire's military family, he was a scholar who didn't know anything about weapons. Therefore, he was the same type of person as Li Tai. Haha. All right. I believe in you, and I believe in Xiaoshuan's skills. Qing Chumo raised a bamboo jar of wine and offered a toast from afar. He was toasting with his hands, but he wasn't urging them to drink. Then, he laughed loudly. Li Qingxian shook his head. Qing Chumo and the others could have their own dreams and could do whatever they wanted. However, as the empire's heir apparent, he could only obediently follow the emperor and hide under his father's incomparably tall figure to learn about politics and how to govern the country. In the past, when Li Tai competed with him for favor, this was the life he wanted to live. However, now that Li Tai was engrossed in his skills and no longer competed with him for favor, he realized that the position of heir apparent was just a so-so. Now, he was actually a little envious of Li Tai's life. All right. Then, since you all have things to do, what should I do? Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Sun Zifen was a little depressed. Compared to the others, this little joker was a typical example of someone who was neither proficient in academics nor martial arts. At present, he didn't seem to have anything that he could show off. Hee. Sun Zifen, it's not that I, old Sheng, want to criticize you, but you really embarrassed your father. You only scored 5 points more than me in the entrance exam. Ching Chumo immediately mocked him. F***ck. Isn't 5 points more a lot? You have to know that just because of these 5 points, I'm dozens of places ahead of you. Sun Zifen immediately said stubbornly. Haha. Fine. Only you can do it. But I, old Sheng, am better than you. At least I have something that I can show off. Ching Chumo was obviously the type of person who had a cheap mouth. If he didn't attack others, he would feel bad. This blockhead winked at Sun Zifen and said sarcastically. Sun Zifen wanted to refute but found that he couldn't. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even the roast chicken in his hand became tasteless. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled meaningfully. Hee. It's still too early for you to say all this. After all, the academy hasn't started classes yet. In the future, you will have to learn all kinds of courses. You have never heard of many of them, let alone seen them. So, by then, you will really understand what you are good at. No matter what kind of knowledge you are good at, the academy will do its best to give you the space to show off your strengths. Everyone lowered their heads with a thoughtful look on their faces. My talents are born to be useful. Everyone who comes to this world has their own meaning and value. Everyone's potential is unlimited. When the day comes when you have done everything you can do, you will be surprised by yourself. Yanwang College is a small world that I have created for you. I hope that you can find your own ideals and values in this small world. Before that, don't blindly deny yourself, understand? Li Zishuan said earnestly to everyone. Understood. Thank you, Yamacho. After a long time, Sun Zifen solemnly saluted Li Zishuan and said. Haha. All right. Hurry up and finish your food and drink, then go back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't get up tomorrow and get punished. Li Zishuan stood up and said with a smile. Then, he floated away, leaving the 6 thoughtful young men behind. Chapter 760. Drip, drip, drip. At 5:00 in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, sporadic raindrops began to fall from the sky and hit the roof, making a slight drip, drip, drip sound. At first, the raindrops were very sparse, and the sound of the rain was also very soft. However, as time passed, the raindrops began to become heavier and denser. A torrential rain poured down, and the loud pitter-patter of raindrops woke many people from their dreams. It's raining? It's really raining? Does that mean we don't have to undergo military training today? Haha. That's great. At this time, it was less than a quarter of an hour before the academy's daily morning exercise time. After so many days of military training, many students had already formed a biological clock, and they would automatically wake up at this time every day. At this moment, they looked out of the window in the direction of the sound and found that it was pouring outside. One by one, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. This sentence of, "We don't have to undergo military training today," could be said to be a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. More and more people joined in the celebration, and soon, the student dormitory began to become restless. Huh? Why is it so noisy outside? Did the instructor blow the assembly call? In dormitory 001, Sun Zifen drank the least last night. It wasn't that he didn't like to drink, but that he wasn't as cunning as Ching Chumo and the others. When he wanted to drink, there was no wine left. Therefore, He was the first to wake up in the dormitory this morning. The silly little guy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered in a low voice. After a moment, he was a little more awake, and he could clearly hear the cheers outside. F***CK. It's raining? We don't have to undergo military training? Ha ha ha. That's great. We finally don't have to undergo military training today. Sun Zifen opened the dormitory door and saw that it was pouring outside. This fellow immediately started to make a fuss. Oh, Sun Zifen, what the F***CK are you yelling about so early in the morning? Ching Chumo, who drank a little too much last night, turned over in bed and muttered in extreme dissatisfaction. Yamacho. In front of the gate of Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong saw Li Zishuan coming out of the rain with an oil paper umbrella. He hurriedly ran out of the security guard post and bowed. It's already past 5, right? Why don't I see the students coming out for their morning run? Li Zishuan said with a frown as he glanced at the western field. Mo Zhong was stunned. Huh? Yamacho, it's raining so heavy today, everyone's is what? Li Zishuan's expression was somewhat displeased. Do you all think that there's no need for military training because it's raining? Who said that? Does the academy est the enemy? Mo Zhong was speechless. Li Zishuan asked, where is Duke? General Qin still hasn't come today. It's probably because of the rain. Li Zishuan paused and ordered, inform Pang Feiji, let him gather the students, today's militaries, as usual. It's not winter now, a little rain will only make people feel cool. Generally speaking, people won't catch a cold. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands and accepted the order. Beep beep beep. In the student dormitory, just as all the students were cheering for today's rain, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from outside the dormitory. In an instant, the noisy dormitory immediately quieted down. The students looked at each other in dismay, all of them thinking that they had misheard. However, the continuous whistling that followed brought them back to reality. Does that mean there's still military training today? Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's raining so heavily, do we still have to go out for military training? Hurry up and wash up. If we're late, we'll probably be punished again. In dormitory 001, Ching Chumo, who was catching up on his sleep, heard the whistle and was instantly filled with grief and indignation. F***CK, do they have to do this? Military training in this kind of weather, it's simply unreasonable. I was planning to sleep in, looks like that's not going to happen. Li Tai said regretfully. After eating a sumptuous supper last night, he wasn't hungry at all, he just wanted to sleep. F***CK, it's raining so heavily, I'll definitely get my clothes wet if I go out. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have washed them last night. What AF** king waste. Sun Zifen's focus was different from the others. He felt that going out for military training in this kind of weather was equivalent to washing last night's clothes for nothing. Li Zishuan stipulated that the students had to dress neatly during military training. They had to wear camouflage uniforms, but each person only had one set of camouflage uniforms. This directly led to the students having to wash their clothes before going to bed at night, or else they would only be wearing smelly clothes the next day. Alright, hurry up and get up, don't laze around in bed. Li Qingxian said with a frown. Not long after, the open space in front of the dormitory was filled with students. The bean-sized raindrops soaked the students' clothes instantly, but they didn't have the time to care about that at this moment. Beep, beep. Instructors of each class, do a head count. Since Qin Xiong wasn't around, Pang Feiji became the head instructor. He blew his bamboo whistle and shouted loudly. Yes. Not long after, a continuous stream of reports sounded in the field. Everyone from Class 1 is here. Everyone from Class 2 is here. 2 people from Class 3 are missing. 1 person from Class 4 is missing. You, go and call out the students who are late. In a while, lead them to run 10 laps alone. The rest of the students will start their morning run according to class order. Pang Feiji randomly pointed at a subordinate and instructed. Yes. Students from class 1, start running. Bang, bang, bang. In the heavy rain, the students were like dragons in the sea, meandering toward the field. The sound of footsteps and chanting was endless, as if it was going to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. A day of military training began just like that. Chang'e is here too. Imperial Palace West Court, Lijiang Hall. Li Er, who had just finished the morning court, came here to visit. He entered the door and smiled in surprise. Greetings, father. Greetings, your majesty. Chang'e and Zhang Sun bowed one after another. Yes, you may rise. Li Er laughed, walked closer, and asked, Guanyin maid, what are you doing? It's not even noon yet. Empress Zhang Sun smiled and said, Your Majesty, I heard from Li Xiannan at the academy yesterday that meteoric success can treat asthma, so I asked him to send some into the palace every day. This was just sent over, so I called Chang'e over and planned to have lunch together. Then, Empress Zhang Sun opened the food box. There was a plate of golden dishes inside. It was the crushed version of meteoric success. Li Er's expression changed when he saw that, and he said, Don't eat this. Don't be fooled by that brat. Chapter 761. What does your Imperial Majesty mean by this? Seeing Li Er's reaction, Empress Zhang Sun asked curiously. At this moment, Princess Chang'e's attention was also focused on Li Er. This was because she could sense that her imperial father was angry. Do you know what kind of material is used to make this so-called meteoric success? Thinking of this, Li Er became somewhat angry. He felt that he had been toyed with by Li Zishuan. This servant does not know. Empress Zhang Sun shook her head and replied. She had wanted to investigate the materials used to make Soaring to Glory. However, when she used her chopsticks to take a look, she discovered that the inside was a flour-like substance. She could not tell what it was. The Soaring to Glory that the Academy made today was made with crushed locusts mixed with flour and eggs. It was not strange that Zhang Sun could not tell the ingredients. Locusts. Soaring to Glory was made with locusts. Li Zishuan, this stinking brat, actually dared to deceive us. We must properly deal with him. Li Er sat at the head of the table and angrily slapped it. Ugh! Hearing that they had been eating locusts, Zhang Sun and Chang'e's faces turned deathly pale. Their stomachs churned, and they nearly vomited. Imperial Father, please do not blame Brother Xiaoxian. Brother Xiaoxian definitely would not harm Chang'e. There must be something hidden here. Chang'e recovered her wits and promptly pleaded with Li Er. That's right. Your Imperial Majesty. Xiaoxian has always been a loyal and righteous child. He does not seem to be someone who does not know the gravity of the situation. Perhaps these locusts really are effective against asthma? Empress Zhang Sun glanced at her eldest daughter and then spoke in support. Li Er coldly snorted and said, There is no need for you to speak for that brat. Yesterday, we already asked the 2 doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They have never heard of locusts being able to treat asthma. From this, it can be seen that Li Zishuan's words are nothing but nonsense. As we see it, this stinking brat is definitely itching for a beating. Seeing that Li Er only spoke fiercely but did not have any intention of punishing him, how could Empress Zhang Sun, who had been with Li Er for over 10 years, not understand what he was thinking? She could not help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this child remembered wrongly. It can be assumed that he does not have any ill intentions. Your Imperial Majesty, please do not blame him. I will settle the score with him in the afternoon. Take these things away and don't eat them in the future. Li Er pointed at the meteoric success in the food box and said with a straight face. Yes. Empress Zhang Sun responded. Chang'e, who was next to her, rolled her black eyes as if she was thinking of something. The rain came quickly and left quickly. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the raindrops had obviously lessened. By noon, 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky had cleared up, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the sun was about to come out. Leader, a lady sent a note to you, saying that it's for you. When it was almost noon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office and bowed to Li Zishuan. Oh. Did you ask about that woman's identity? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. That woman said, Yamacho, once you read the note, you will know who wrote the letter. Give it to me. Li Zishuan ordered. Mo Zhong stepped forward and handed over the note, then tactfully retreated. Li Zishuan opened it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly, and he said with some exasperation, F***ck. This is really good intentions doing a bad thing. Old Li is really narrow-minded. You don't know anything, and you still have the nerve to blame others? If Li Er heard this, he might go into battle and beat Li Zishuan up. Sigh, speaking of which, don't the doctors at this time realize the medicinal value of locusts? It shouldn't be. Now that old man's son is not in Chang'an, what should I do? Yamacho, someone from the palace is here. He said that he wants you to prepare to enter the palace to meet the emperor. In the afternoon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office, again, but this time, Li Zishuan had already changed into a purple official's robe, as if he was already prepared to enter the palace. Okay, I got it. You go down first, I will come later. Li Zishuan responded and said. That's right, he was indeed prepared. The note in the morning was a letter that Changle asked a palace maid to send over. In the letter, he completely explained Li Er's plan and attitude to him, so that he could be mentally prepared in advance. Yes. After a while, Li Zishuan rode a carriage out of the academy, followed by the palace attendant from the palace, and headed in the direction of the palace. It had just rained heavily, and the mountain roads were extremely difficult to travel on, so this trip took more than an hour before they arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Li Zhanshe is already here. At the Sweet Dew Hall, a small yellow door entered the hall and bowed carefully. Announce. Announce, Li Zhanshe for an audience. Hearing the eunuch shout, Li Zishuan took small steps and entered the hall seriously. He then bowed to Li Er and said, Your subject greets your Majesty. Humph. Li Zishuan, you maliciously deceived me and tricked the Empress and Princess into eating locusts. How should you be punished? Li Er didn't let Li Zishuan get up. Instead, he directly pressured him coldly. Your subject is terrified. Your subject doesn't know when I have deceived your Majesty. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Although he knew what Li Er meant, Li Zishuan still pretended to be ignorant and asked. After all, Changle had kindly informed him of Gaut's news. He couldn't betray an ally at a critical moment. Humph. Do you need me to remind you of what you did? What did you tell me yesterday? Didn't you say that locusts could cure Changle's asthma? But why did I ask all the imperial physicians in the palace, but none of them knew that locusts had this function? And you still say that you are not deceiving me? Li Er glared and said angrily. Li Zishuan was already mentally prepared for this. He began to put on an act and said with a surprised expression, How is this possible? Your Majesty is wise. Locusts do indeed have extremely high medicinal value. What I told your Majesty yesterday was only the tip of the iceberg. These things were all said by my master himself. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask Priest's son when he returns to Chang'an. What I said is absolutely not false. In fact, locusts could not only stop coughing and asthma, detoxify, penetrate rashes, treat whooping cough, bronchial asthma, infantile convulsions, sore throats, obstructed rashes, bronchitis, stop cramps, and so on. They could also reduce blood pressure, lose weight, lower cholesterol, nourish the body, and nourish the stomach and spleen. If eaten for a long time, they could prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. When used externally, they could treat otitis media. Frosted locusts could treat dysentery, enteritis, and so on. Whether it was Changle or Li Tai, locusts were very beneficial to their bodies. It was just that many doctors had yet to realize the value of locusts. Chapter 762. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er, who was originally full of doubts, couldn't help but become hesitant after hearing Li Zishuan's solemn explanation. However, he didn't give in easily. "Brat, you're using your master as a scapegoat again. Why did spiritual master Ling Xiu accept such a wicked disciple?" Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, "Wasn't I forced by you? If you were slightly more cultured, would I have to fight like this? Your Majesty, I was originally pure and kind. However, I entered the big vat of corruption that is the imperial court. However, I absolutely have a pure and innocent heart towards your Majesty and my master." Li Zishuan played a slick trick and said. This time, it was Li Er's turn to vomit blood. "Brat, what do you mean? Don't tell me that my court has polluted you." Cough cough. "I definitely didn't mean that." Li Zishuan shook his head and cupped his hands. He flatly denied, "I only meant to say that surviving in the imperial court is far more complicated than what I learned in the mountains. I still have many things to learn." Li Er glanced at Li Zishuan and said unhappily, "You're so glib-tongued at such a young age. You've ruined the integrity of a loyal official." Li Zishuan didn't care. He never wanted to be a loyal official. It was too tiring. He also didn't want to be a sycophantic official. It was too smelly. He only wanted to live happily and freely. "Your Majesty is right. I will definitely remember it in my heart." Looking up and seeing Li Er's face of disbelief, Li Zishuan could only change the topic. He said, "Your Majesty's previous concern, other than the effect of locusts, was that locusts couldn't be eaten by ordinary people. If this meteoric success was made from flour, even if it couldn't cure the illness, your Majesty wouldn't blame me." In fact, it was true. Li Er knew clearly that his family's disease, Qi disease, could not be cured. After knowing that his meteoric rise was caused by locusts and that it could not help Chang'e's illness, Li Er was furious. But what he was really angry about was that his daughter had suffered so much. She ate locusts but could not be cured. If meteoric rise was made by something slightly more normal, Li Er might not be so angry. "As for the effects of the locusts, my master came across it by chance during his medical practice. He didn't leave behind any medical books or notes. Moreover, Priest's son isn't in Chang'an right now, so I can't immediately prove the effects of the locusts to your Majesty. However, I can guarantee that the locusts are not disgusting insects. Their meat is very delicious and has high nutritional value. It is comparable to black chicken and bird's nest. Words have no proof. I just happened to bring some of the soaring meteoric success that the Academy made this afternoon." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan took out an oil paper package from his arms and opened it, revealing the golden soaring meteoric success inside. Li Er stared and said, "Why do you bring these things with you?" Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, since I invented the way to eat locusts, I usually bring some with me. When I am hungry, I can eat it as a snack. It is very delicious. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Seeing such delicious food, I can't hold back." After saying this, Li Zishuan apologized to Li Er. Then, he couldn't wait to grab a piece of soaring meteoric success and put it into his mouth. He deliberately chewed it until it was crispy, causing the palace maids and eunuchs outside to blush with shame. "Oh, it's really delicious. Your Majesty, do you want to try it?" Li Er was frowning when Li Zishuan handed over a piece of soaring meteoric success and asked. Scram. Even though Li Zishuan looked like he was eating very happily, Li Er couldn't help but feel nauseous when he thought that this thing was made by locusts. He then angrily said, "I will take my leave." When Li Zishuan heard this, not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also felt like he had been pardoned. He immediately took the opportunity to take his leave. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and didn't want to bother with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan bowed and slowly left the hall. Wretch, wretch. Li Zishuan quickly walked out of the imperial city and immediately scurried to a corner and retched. The heavens took pity on him. This was the first time he had eaten such disgusting things like locusts in his previous life. Although he knew that locusts had many benefits for the human body, although he had made a solemn vow in front of Li Er just now and acted beautifully, when he actually ate locusts himself, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted. Cough, cough. His performance in front of Li Er just now was just an act. What about bringing soaring meteoric success with him every day as a snack? These were all lies. The reason he brought a bag of soaring meteoric success today was because Chang'e had secretly informed him in the morning and he had prepared it in advance to deal with Li Er. Therefore, the cause of these twists and turns was Chang'e, but the person who helped him through these difficulties was still Chang'e. Sigh, I've finally gotten rid of old Li. But in the end, it's still because there are too few medical books in this era that specifically introduce medicinal herbs. This led to the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department not to recognize the magical effects of locusts. It seems that when Old Sun returns to Chang'an, it's necessary to ask him to compile a medical book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. After calming down his tumbling stomach, Li Zishuan thought silently in his heart. In fact, there were many medical books that could be used in the Tang Empire, such as Shenong's Materia Medica, Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Treatise on Typhoid and Miscellaneous Diseases, Synopsis of the Golden Chamber, and the 1,000 gold prescription that Sun Simiao might have started writing. These medical books could be said to have built a more complete medical system, but there were still certain limitations. Because the starting point of these medical books was to prescribe medicine for diseases. Overall, their contents were mainly prescriptions for various diseases. But there were millions of diseases in the world, how could they cover all of them? Therefore, at this time, a medical book was needed to find another way to improve the current medical system. The Compendium of Materia Medica was a peerless book that was compiled in the style of categorizing categories. It was different from the previous medical books in that it introduced prescriptions by categorizing the herbs in the world into categories. Li Shizhen used about 27 years, and after 3 rewrites, it was finally completed in the 6th year of the Wanli era. There were more than 1.9 million words in the book, containing 1,892 types of medicine, 11,092 medical prescriptions, and 1,160 beautifully drawn illustrations. It was divided into 16 parts and 60 categories. It was a comprehensive collection of traditional Chinese medicine from the Han Dynasty in ancient China. It was a systematic summary of Chinese medicine before the 16th century. It was known as the Magnum Canon of Oriental Medicine, and had a great impact on modern science. In his previous life, although Li Zishuan did not read the Compendium of Materia Medica, he had read part of it. The medical effects of locusts were what he read in the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life. Now that he had abnormal mental strength, if he seriously recalled, he could still recall some of the contents. Chapter 1531. The 8 sovereigns glared angrily at the black-robed man. They had indeed been preparing to deal with the chief sovereign of Dao. As long as they didn't fight, they wouldn't have guessed that this shameless fellow would take the initiative to say it, forcing them to fight the chief sovereign of Dao. Shameless. Truly shameless. Aside from that, they were extremely wary of this black-robed fellow. After a full hour, the chief sovereign of Dao still hadn't killed him. They realized that something was wrong. Perhaps, this person really was unkillable. No matter how powerful a sovereign celestial talisman was, it probably couldn't last for so long. It wasn't like they hadn't seen sovereign celestial talismans before, and none of them could last for so long. The words, invincible battle armor, caused their hearts to tremble. Did such a battle armor really exist in this world? They couldn't help but be skeptical. If it didn't exist, how could it have lasted for so long? But if it did exist, who had made it? Why hadn't they heard of it before? This was something they couldn't explain. Do you really think such a battle armor exists? The chief sovereign of Dao pointed again, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He waved his sleeves and stopped. He wasn't willing to attack anymore. There was no point in continuing. This fellow wasn't easy to kill. The chief sovereign of Dao couldn't afford to waste any more time. This was the first time that the chief sovereign of Dao felt so helpless against a sovereign. Even though he had the upper hand, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. The chief sovereign of Dao had a few treasures on him, but he didn't think that they could break through the defense. The chief sovereign of Dao gnashed his teeth at this fellow. Then you can continue. I can't leave, so you can attack as you please. Lin Fei said lazily. As long as you're not afraid of these fellows behind you, that's fine. I want to see if they have any good intentions. Bastard, try saying that again. The sacrificial blood ruler jumped out, a savage look in his eyes. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei said disdainfully. He was certain that the black-robed man wouldn't dare to attack. The sacrificial blood ruler really was willing to attack. Wasn't this just asking him to be laughed at? All he could do was snort coldly. This black-robed fellow was arrogant, but his defenses were impressive. For now, he wasn't a threat. Your words don't work on me. I won't be fooled again. The Dao sovereign had an idea. He didn't know why he had attacked again. He had almost been tricked by this guy. His goal was to get the battle fortress, so he didn't want to waste his time here. I've attacked. The rest is up to them. Space and time dissipated, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. These two great Daos were very domineering. This was also the reason why Lin Fei couldn't escape. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you won't have a chance. Lin Fei laughed. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll just stand still and let you make your move. None of the 8 hegemons had any reason to act. Isn't this clearly bullying us? Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush were quite powerful when working together, but not even Hegemon Dao had been able to defeat them, much less Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush. If you aren't willing to attack, then I'll leave. I don't want this battle fortress anymore. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei really was afraid that they would attack. As long as they didn't attack, the battle fortress would still be his. Lin Fei pretended to give up on binding the battle fortress and gave them a chance. Indeed, as soon as he said this, their gazes fell upon Hegemon Dao. Hegemon Dao's killing intent shot out. He hadn't expected this guy to do something like this. How vicious, to force him into a fight with them. Fellow Daoist, Hegemon Skyrush, won't make things difficult for you. Hegemon Skyrush laughed loudly, then turned to look at him. Hegemon Dao, if you're willing to give up the battle fortress, we can still coexist peacefully. Hegemon Dao hated this black-robed kid to the bone. Do you really think you can join forces? Hegemon Dao said calmly. I don't think you have the ability to do so. Attack. Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno immediately attacked, tossing the black-robed fellow to the side. Just attack. After they attacked, Lin Fei immediately retreated to a corner of the palace. His lips curled up into a smile that only he could understand. Hegemon Dao's combat power truly is formidable. He's fighting 8 hegemons by himself, but he's not at a disadvantage. The great Daos of space and time truly are extraordinary. Lin Fei pulled out a flask of immortal nectar and began to drink it. Although it seemed casual, Lin Fei was secretly on guard, afraid that they would launch a sneak attack. He had long ago deactivated his invincible defense, unwilling to waste his invincible points. It was a life-saving measure. A flask of immortal nectar entered his stomach. Hegemon True Dragon, one of the weaker of the 8 hegemons, had already been killed by Hegemon Dao. The 8 hegemons were attacking the remaining 7 hegemons, and the pressure on them increased exponentially. A few more will probably die. Lin Fei guessed to himself. Life-stealing spatial slash. Hegemon Dao once again gained the upper hand. He pushed back the stone-armored hegemon with a finger, then slashed out with a spatial slash against Hegemon Blue Tiger, causing blood to blossom. Time flow. The great Dao descended upon Hegemon Blue Tiger. Hegemon Blue Tiger's aura began to wane, and his body began to emit an aura of death. His blood began to wither as well. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before Hegemen Blue Tiger completely lost the ability to fight and was slain by Hegemen Dao's finger. Master, I'll be able to break through the throne in another hour. The little fiend's message caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble. Was he finally going to break through? He would soon be able to bind the battleship. By now, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Hegemen Dao had killed 3 hegemons in a row, and was now fighting against 4 hegemons by himself. They were Hegemon Skycharge, Hegemon Inferno, Hegemon Stone Armored, and Hegemon Blood Sacrifice. The battleship is destined to be mine. Even if you all work together, it'll be useless. Hegemon Dao's embroidered robes were splattered with blood. At this moment, Hegemon Dao was in high spirits. His finger technique, life-stealing spatial slash, and time flow continued to be unleashed. The 4 hegemons were completely suppressed. In the end, they had underestimated Hegemon Dao's power. He was powerful. Truly powerful. They truly weren't a match for him, and they could only bitterly defend. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Hegemon Dao killed the blood sacrifice hegemon with a single finger. The 4 hegemons were now reduced to 3 hegemons. F***ck off. Countless fingers slammed into the hegemon stone armored's body, riddling it with holes. He was sent flying backwards, slamming into the palace walls. He was on the verge of death. Haven't the 2 of you always wanted to fight with me over who the number 1 hegemon is? Today, I'll show you why I'm the number 1 hegemon. There's no way you'll survive today. Hegemon Dao had a smug look on his face. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno's eyes were filled with bitterness. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Even when working together, they weren't a match for Hegemon Dao. That's not necessarily true. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. It's hard to say who will win. Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skycharge exchanged a glance, as though they had come to some sort of decision. The 2 simultaneously produced Hegemon Immortal Talismans, then tore them apart and sent them smashing towards Hegemon Dao. You actually have these? Hegemon Dao's face tightened. A blazing sun suddenly rose up in front of Hegemon Dao, followed by an enormous black vortex that descended upon him. The 2 talismans exploded with terrifying power. The attacks from these 2 talismans were enough to instantly kill many hegemons. They simply couldn't fight back at all. Lin Fei immediately activated his invulnerable defense. These hegemons aren't easy to deal with. They all have these talismans, and this is my first time seeing them. They're all at least at the 7-star hegemon level. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 hegemon immortal talismans attacked. Of the 500 or so hegemons, only 200 remained. More than half had been killed. In midair, Hegemon Dao's face was ashen, and his body was covered with wounds. His hegemon battle robes had been shattered, and his left eye had been pierced through, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound. You won't be able to kill me. Hegemon Dao spat out a mouthful of blood every time he spoke. You're already injured. Do you really think you can deal with us? Hegemon Skycharge laughed coldly. Fellow Daoist Inferno, let's use our equipment to deal with him. All right. Hegemon Dao suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, a dangerous light flashing through his eyes. You underestimate me too much. To be able to injure me to this degree, you really do have some skill. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to acquire the Battle Citadel. Spatial exile. Hegemon Dao roared. The void suddenly split open, revealing an enormous gaping hole that looked like the maw of a titanic beast. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno had no time to defend. Looks of disbelief appeared in their eyes as they were swallowed up by the titanic beast. They vanished, and the gaping hole closed up. The 2 fellows who had seemed victorious were now no longer qualified. They really underestimated me. As soon as the 2 disappeared, Lin Fei began to applaud. Those 2 are idiots. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Not only that, but once I take control of the Battle Citadel, even if they come back, They won't be a match for me. Hegeman Dao knew that victory was in his grasp. You're not a bad person. As long as you're willing to be my retainer, I won't kill you. Lin Fei didn't believe that Hegeman Dao would be so kind. You put it very well. I know what you're thinking and what you need. You're just after my invincible battle suit and my fleshly body cultivation techniques, aren't you? I'm not some 3-year-old kid who's so easily fooled. Hegeman Dao really did have such thoughts. In particular, this invincible battle suit was something that he absolutely had to get his hands on no matter what. He absolutely couldn't pass up this opportunity. If you refuse to accept a gift, then don't blame me for being impolite. Another spatial tear opened up. This was the only time Hegeman Dao could use this technique, as it consumed far too much Grand Dao energy. You think you can exile me? Whoosh. Chapter 1532. You actually dodged it? The chief sovereign of Dao discovered that his attack had missed. He couldn't believe it. He had trained in 2 Grand Daos, which was why he had been able to block Hegeman Sky Rush and Hegeman Inferno's attacks. His injuries seemed severe, but in truth he knew that they weren't that severe. The attacks had all been diverted away. After expelling Hegeman Sky Rush and Hegeman Inferno, the chief sovereign of Dao felt that victory was in his grasp. I can't kill you, but I can always expel you out. This was what the chief sovereign of Dao had been thinking. Who would have thought that he would fail again? Failure once would cause him to lose face, much less a second time. The chief sovereign of Dao didn't believe that this fellow would be able to dodge his spatial exile. Not long ago, this fellow had been suppressed by his own Grand Dao energy. How could he have dodged it so quickly? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Because you've already lost. The chief sovereign of Dao felt very uncomfortable. He now understood how his opponent had been able to dodge his spatial exile. Impossible. How could I have lost? You should be the one to lose. The chief sovereign of Dao was no longer calm. I refuse to believe that you can dodge my spatial exile. Boom. Boom. A series of cracks appeared behind Lin Fei like black holes. You've lost. That's it. Lin Fei just stood there, not moving. The power of more than 10 black holes didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Break. A single word came out of Lin Fei's mouth. The 10+ black holes exploded like bubbles. You control the citadel. An impossible thought suddenly appeared in the chief sovereign of Dao's mind. Impossible. How could you control the citadel? Lin Fei's lips quirked up. You're right. I do control the citadel. In the past, Lin Fei really wouldn't have been able to block this spatial exile technique. This was the result of both space and time. Otherwise, Hegeman Sky Rush and Hegeman Inferno wouldn't have been so easily teleported away. After the chief sovereign of Dao defeated the two, Lin Fei had just so happened to bind his throne and take full control of the citadel. He was able to use its internal energy to shake off the effects of the Grand Dao energy. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head. The Dao Hegeman was no longer able to remain calm. Finally, a look of panic appeared on his face. From the very beginning, the chief Hegeman of the Dao hadn't taken the 9 Hegemons seriously at all. By relying on his spatial exile technique, he had been able to stand in an invincible position. The battle bastion was undeniably his. This wasn't a result the Hegemon of the Dao was willing to see. He had made countless calculations, but in the end, he had been tricked by his opponent. Life-stealing space / time stop. The Dao Hegemon refused to accept this. He made his move once again. I don't believe you can control the battle fort. This time, as long as the enemy couldn't stop him, he would be able to kill him and gain control of the battle fort again. Lin Fei wasn't flustered by the appearance of 2 big moves. After taking control of the battle fort, Lin Fei knew that he had won. Moreover, he was in an unshakable position, and he admired the war race's abilities. In this battle fortress, they were the gods. Suppress. Another simple word appeared. The life-seizing space / and time stop / crumbled as if they had encountered a giant's punch. Crack. The Dao Hegemon's body emitted a resounding sound. His ramrod-straight body began to sway. Boom. 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 An unstoppable force pressed down on the Dao Hegemon's body, like countless mountains crashing down on him. I refuse to accept this. The Dao Hegemon's strength was suppressed, and the bones in his legs snapped. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Even though he was a peak 6-star Hegemon, he wasn't able to resist this power. If you had banished me from the very beginning, perhaps you would have won. Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously. Instead, you treated the Sky Rush Hegemon and the Inferno Hegemon as your primary enemies. That's why you've lost. Lin Fei was inwardly rejoicing. If the roles had been reversed, he would have been in a much more difficult situation. If he hadn't been banished, then the Dao Hegemon would have lost. You truly have won. The Dao Hegemon continued to resist the boundless pressure. But if you want to kill me, it won't be easy. In addition, you're about to face a calamity, because I have a clone standing guard outside. You'll be hunted down by everyone in the entire weave. No one can just sit back and watch as a Hegemon rises to power. The Dao Hegemon knew that he had lost. He had lost to a junior. This was the greatest defeat he had ever suffered in his life. It could be said that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Fei's face sank. Although he had expected this, he knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Most likely, the Dao Hegemon already knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Can I take this as a threat? Lin Fei was no longer worried. If I can't have it, you can forget about having it either. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. Then you'll be disappointed. I'll let you know that once something is in my hands, no one can take it away from me. Thanks to the battle fortress suppressing the Dao Hegemon, Lin Fei was now completely at ease. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Lin Fei turned around and swept his gaze across the remaining sovereigns. The remaining sovereigns had yet to digest what had just happened. The Dao Hegemon, who originally had the best chance, had been suppressed just like that. One could well imagine their fates. I'm willing to be your follower. Me too. In the face of death, they would rather be followers. Hairball, come out. Lin Fei summoned Hairball. The moment she appeared, her vicious aura soared to the heavens. Her enormous body and ferocious aura caused the hundreds of sovereigns to pant. So much food. Is it for me to eat? Hairball had yet to transform. Right now, she was in her primordial evil dragon form. Her bell-sized eyes stared fixedly at the sovereigns, causing their hearts to race. This was a terrifying sovereign immortal beast. From now on, you're in charge of these people. Lin Fei said. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll allow you to eat them. Roar, I like it. With Lin Fei in control of the battle fortress, these people had no ability to resist. With the battle fortress, they couldn't hurt Qin Lai, and resistance was futile. You're saying that these restrictions are automatically repairing themselves? After solving the problem in front of him, Lin Fei began to study the interior of the battle fortress. For example, the restrictions on the outer perimeter. Only after truly grasping it did Lin Fei realize just how powerful the outer barrier was. Earlier, no one had been controlling it, so the barrier had been in an ordinary state. Once someone controlled it, its might would multiply. Breaking open a path in a few years was already an extravagant thought. Yes, as long as there's enough time, the spirit formations here can be restored. Once they're restored, the number of spirit formations here will reach 5 million. Chapter 1533. Lin Fei had underestimated the number of restrictions around the perimeter. Back then, the scan didn't even show 5 million. After he took control of the battle fort, the number of formations increased again. This proved that the war race was extraordinary. Master, I have to tell you that the outer formation is only the first layer. The battle fort has 3 layers in total. The outer formation is the first layer, followed by the core of the formation, activating the second layer, and then the third layer. After refining the battle fort, Lin Fei told the system to understand it so that he didn't have to think about it himself. It seemed that he was right. Can you activate them all now? The second layer core is not a big problem. You have over 100 rulers, most of them are 3 and 4 stars. There are 10 cores in total. As long as you have the right people, you can activate it. The third layer will be troublesome. The little devil said, I just checked and found that the battle fort is missing something important. What is it? Lin Fei frowned. This news didn't sound good. Energy stones. Lin Fei knew that this battle fort was not something to be trifled with. If that was the case, then there must be something to activate it. This was the most important place. Master, follow me. With the battle fort, Lin Fei could move freely without any restrictions. It's here. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the depths of the battle fort. This was a huge black disc, surrounded by layers of spirit arrays. Unfortunately, there was not much power left in them. Look, those are energy stones embedded inside. Following the direction that the little demon pointed, Lin Fei saw that there were 10 grooves on the disc. 9 of them were empty, and only one of them had a black stone in it. It was lying quietly in the groove. Lin Fei sensed it and could feel that this energy stone was extraordinary. It contained a surging power. What an incredible thing. Lin Fei had saint stones, but compared to this thing, there was a huge difference. This is the power of the battle fort. Normally, there should be energy stones in all 10 grooves. After the war, there was only one energy stone left to maintain the battle fort. Lin Fei also realized that they were in big trouble. In that case, I must go look for energy stones? Lin Fei frowned. If it was something else, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be this thing? How troublesome. I checked it just now. This energy stone's energy is only around 40% now, which is equivalent to 300,000 energy points. So, you have to find another energy stone. 40%? 300,000 energy points, Lin Fei muttered. I wonder what can I do with 40%? Lin Fei thought that with the battle fort in his hands, he would have another top-level weapon of war. He would be able to beat up anyone he didn't like. It's just flying normally and activating defense. What about the attack? This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. If it's an attack, then don't even think about it for now. At most, it'll be something else. Using it once or twice will exhaust the energy in the energy stone, and the battle fort will become a useless weapon of war. The little demon said coldly. Not an attack. It'll only be used twice for other things. What's the use? This made Lin Fei very dissatisfied. He wasn't happy enough. Is there a way? Lin Fei believed that since the little demon said it, there should be a way to solve it. It was nothing more than using the demon's heart. For now, there's the stupidest way. This time, the little demon didn't pay him anything. The stupidest way? The little demon laughed. Yes, it's a stupid way. Energy stones are a kind of purified energy. I didn't expect it to appear in this world. It can be seen that the war race that Master mentioned is not from this world. Otherwise, there would never be an energy stone. He's not from this world? Lin Fei was still shocked. This is a more advanced civilization. The little demon said. For example, I am a product of the progress of civilization, and energy stones are also a product of civilization. Lin Fei seemed to understand something. In that case, my leveling system is also a kind of civilization. Do you also know the origin of the system? As for why he had a system, Lin Fei didn't understand. After listening to the little demon's words, he suddenly understood. Maybe the system is a kind of civilization. Master, I can't say anything about this. The little demon said coldly. If the little demon didn't say anything, Lin Fei also couldn't do anything. Then let's talk about how to get energy stones. Lin Fei decided to return to the main topic. Although he really wanted to know the origin of the system, he had to suppress it. Fortunately, he had some clues. There was no hurry. Energy stones were the thing that Lin Fei was most anxious about now. I suggest Master to buy an energy purification furnace and purify the energy. Lin Fei snorted. How many demons' hearts? The little demon laughed. Master, you know what I'm thinking. This energy purification furnace isn't that expensive. It only costs a mere 5 billion demons' hearts. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. He pointed at the little demon and said, You actually said 5 billion demons' hearts? How can you say that? According to this price, I can't afford it. How could Lin Fei not vomit blood at this price? Without energy stones, the battle fortress would only be an empty shell. Wouldn't he be overwhelmed by everyone? 5 billion demons' hearts is indeed not a lot. The little demon said seriously. I know Master doesn't have that many demons' hearts at the moment, but you can mortgage it. Lin Fei didn't have that many demons' hearts on him. The little demon's words were tantamount to asking for his old life. Mortgage? Is that okay? Of course. Is there no other way? You don't have to think about it. You can wait until you find energy stones. However, I don't mind Master choosing this. According to you humans, it won't be long before Master meets all kinds of forces. For safety, you must buy an energy purification furnace. The little demon laughed happily. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This guy clearly knew that he couldn't find energy stones, but he still had the nerve to say this. Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless guy. All he knew was to get demons' hearts from him. Lin Fei knew that he had to buy it. You win. After spending all his wealth, except for the 200,000 demons' hearts, Lin Fei bought the energy purification furnace. It was a huge furnace. It looked very ordinary. Lin Fei was very suspicious. Was this thing worth that much? He also owed a huge amount of debt. He didn't know when he would be able to pay it off. This thing really works. Lin Fei was skeptical. He looked it up and down. Absolutely. The little demon stood on the huge furnace. Why don't you try it? With what? Holy stones. This made Lin Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. He didn't have to go out to look for other things. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. It contained 100 million low-grade holy stones and poured them all into the huge furnace. Purification successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 energy points. Lin Fei thought that he had heard wrong. He couldn't help but blurt out, What the hell? Only 10 energy points? Are you kidding me? The little demon said in disdain. You're still not satisfied with 10 energy points. Don't you think it's too little? The energy point itself is a more civilized product. Although the holy stone is not bad, the energy inside is too little. You have to be satisfied with 10 points. Otherwise, why would I tell you that this is a stupid method? Lin Fei really had to admit that this was a very stupid method. Being unhappy was one thing. Lin Fei knew what he was going to do. It should be to collect a large number of holy stones and exchange them for energy stones. Can you tell me how many energy points are needed to activate the battle fortress once? At least I can be mentally prepared. The little demon said with satisfaction. You're not bad. You didn't forget the main point. The battle fortress has 5 functions. Listen carefully. 5 functions? Lin Fei was full of joy. The first function is a confinement function. It's called War Cage. It's a unified 100,000 energy points. As long as this function is activated, it can confine a ruler. Any ruler? That's right. Any ruler, even if it's 9 stars ruler, as long as it's locked on, it will last for an hour. Lin Fei knew that it was used to escape, but it could also be used to kill. The second function is to release war beasts. 300,000 energy points for one. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 5-stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The third function is to release War Giant. 500,000 energy points for 1. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 7-stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The fourth function is to release War Roar. 1 million energy points for 1. It can release the attack power of an 8-stars ruler. The fifth function is to destroy heaven and earth. 1 million energy points for 1. It can release the attack power of a 9-stars ruler. Its attack range is 1 billion miles. After listening to these 5 functions, Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Apart from the first function, which didn't seem to be very effective, one could imagine the power of the later functions. For example, war beasts and war giants. They had innately indestructible bodies. As long as they had enough energy points, wouldn't they be able to form an army? If the latter two continued to attack, even an 8-stars ruler or 9-stars ruler would have to run. No one would be able to block such an attack. In fact, this was also the reason why the war fortress had become a top-tier weapon of war. Back then, the war race had occupied many territories because of this. For example, war beasts and war giants had innately indestructible bodies. Only the 8-stars ruler or 9-stars ruler could harm them. No one else was a match for them. This was also one of the reasons for their defeat. As for the 9-stars ruler, they were locked on by the war fortress and didn't dare to move forward. This made Lin Fei realize the importance of this function. Chapter 1534. Sky City. Ever since 3 years ago, the black-armored divine attendant had not brought any more rulers. The number of rulers had stabilized. Every day, rulers would enter the safety plaza, while others would head out to join various organizations to obtain resources. All of the rulers were waiting for the divine general platform to begin. At the same time, they were secretly increasing their strength so that they could find a way out of the divine general platform. The closer the time limit was, the rulers' thoughts became more and more frequent. Deep within Sky City, there were layers of restrictions set up here. Deep within the restrictions, this was a place of nothingness. It was filled with an aura of silence, devoid of any signs of life. That thing is moving. In the nothingness, 3 black thrones appeared, floating silently in midair. The 3 thrones formed a triangle, and in the middle was a huge map of mountains and rivers. On it were birds and beasts, as well as rulers. At this moment, one of the divine attendants on the thrones suddenly moved. With a point of her finger, the mountains and rivers transformed into a deep abyss that appeared above the 9 underworld flames. At the same time, an enormous creature appeared, disappearing from the 9 underworld flames and appearing beneath a mountain range. This thing has been in our world for 5,000 chaos years. I didn't expect it to finally activate. I wonder which kid is so lucky. The divine servant was expressionless when she said this, as if she was talking about something insignificant. This time, we should be able to produce a pretty good kid. Divine attendant of wood, that might not be the case. The divine attendant opposite her said, the battle fort came from the ancient civilization. Although it's not a particularly powerful weapon of war, it's definitely a top-tier weapon in this world. However, they lost their energy source, and this kid obtained it. I don't think he'll need much time. After all, he's not an overlord. The divine attendant was the first to speak. This thing has a long history in Sky City. It's not that no one has gone there, but no one has been able to control it. That's why this kid is quite interesting. Perhaps he'll bring us a pleasant surprise. At least it won't be a waste of our time guarding Sky City. Then let's wait and see. I also hope that our Sky City will produce a powerful expert. The 3 divine attendants fell silent. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In the Sky City, from a magnificent senfu, a roar suddenly came out, like muffled thunder. The chief hegemon of the Tao walked out of his private room, his face filled with rage and a cold, threatening aura. Just one last step. This was the clone of the hegemon of the Tao, and it had 60% of the true body's power. He had used a special method to train it, and the clone was able to communicate with the true body. They also knew about the battle fortress. Just now, the connection between the avatar and the main body was cut off. The Tao hegemon knew that the odds were against his true body, and that his power had been greatly affected. His influence in Celestial City would probably be greatly reduced, and even 60% of his power wouldn't be enough to suppress some of the mid-level hegemons of Celestial City. I don't care who you are. If I can't get the battle fort, you won't know either. Once the news gets out, you'll become the public enemy of all the rulers of Sky City. Let's see how long you can last. The hegemon of the Tao's figure vanished from Senfu. The rulers of Sky City were accumulating their strength. At this time, a piece of news suddenly began to spread. Within a single day, all of the sovereigns learned of this news. The battle fortress appeared in Sky City. None of the sovereigns could remain calm. There were only 7 battle fortresses in all of the territories, and it was rumored that 3 of them had disappeared without a trace during the great battle of the past. Countless people had searched for them in order to reach the heavens in a single step, but they had never found anything. Now that the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City, it was as if a giant pie had been dropped onto their heads. Who could remain calm? Anyone who obtained the battle fortress would ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a hegemon of their territory. Just as everyone was wondering if the news was true, another piece of news spread. An image of the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City. Isn't that the 9 underworld flames? What a terrifying place. But then again, I think I passed by this place before, but I never went down. I didn't expect the battle fortress to be underneath it. The battle race's formations and restrictions aren't something we can break. Aren't those the 10 sovereigns? Right, the 10 sovereigns must have gone there. But why aren't they the ones who obtained it? Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening in the sky. Their gazes didn't waver as they stared at the images in the sky. From the formation being broken to the black-robed man's sneak attack, everything happened. Isn't that Tion? In the safety plaza. Hegemon Skyend and the others noticed this as well. Their eyes bulged out, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hegemon Windrain hurriedly set up a formation. Skyend, don't talk nonsense. The walls might be eavesdropping. As soon as he recognized the person in the sky, Hegemon Windrain knew that something bad was about to happen. Ever since Tion had left the plaza, he hadn't returned. Hegemon Windrain hadn't said anything, as he didn't really want Tion to return. But how could he have imagined that just a few years later, Tion would go to a place like this, and apparently participate in the battle for the battle fortress? Hegemon Skyend's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He let out a deep sigh. I didn't expect Tion to be this strong, and that sovereign annihilation spear he just used, what if he had used it against us? Hegemon Windrain was covered with cold sweat as well. They didn't have a good impression of Tion. This was an insolent person, someone who couldn't be controlled. They had always thought that they would be able to suppress Tion, but today, they finally understood. Maybe, they were nothing in Tion's eyes. Bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to participate in the battle for the battle fortress, much less the terrifying 9 underworld flames. They all maintained their silence. Their gazes remained fixed on the sky. The scenery changed, all the way to the interior of the battle fortress. Hegemon Tion had displayed astonishing power. He appeared to be a 1-star hegemon, but in reality, he had the power of a 4-star hegemon. Killing hegemons was as easy as killing chickens for him. This truly stunned everyone. The scenes in the sky continued until the battle against the hundreds of hegemons came to a halt. Whoever obtained the battle fortress was the subject of countless wild guesses. One of the 10 hegemons, the Tao hegemon. He was the publicly acknowledged number 1 hegemon of the 10, after all. However, the appearance of the sky screen caused everyone to calm down from their excitement. The battle fortress definitely wasn't in the hands of the Tao hegemon. In other words, it was in someone else's possession. Indeed, a short while later, the results were announced. The battle fortress was in the hands of the black-robed man. Chapter 1535. Something big was happening. Everyone with status in Skysplit City began to move. The bounty had begun. The bounty on the black-robed man included any information that could be useful. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain immediately realized how dangerous this was. They had been very careful ever since they arrived, lest they offend the local tyrants and suffer retaliation. They knew very well why they were in Skysplit City. This was a test the divine attendants had given them. 10 years was a very short period of time, and if they wanted to survive for 10 years, it wouldn't be as simple as going into seclusion. For something like this to suddenly happen at this critical juncture, they knew that they were in big trouble. D. Tion was too bold. They couldn't figure out that D. Tion had clearly obtained the battleship, and now the hegemons of Skysplit City had been alerted and wanted to take it from him. A top-tier weapon like this shouldn't have fallen into the hands of a minor hegemon. Anyone who missed this opportunity would be an idiot. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain didn't know what to do. If those people decided to target them, they would be doomed. As for hiding in the plaza, that wasn't realistic either. The holy stones they had wouldn't be able to last that long. If they could, they wouldn't have to worry. After all, the plaza was protected by the divine attendants. What do you think we should do? Hegemon Windrain's voice contained a hint of bitterness. D. Tion, who had been rather famous all those years ago, had already reached this level. Hegemon Skyend and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. They had come with D. Tion. There was a connection. Let's just wait and see for now, the boundless hegemon said in a low voice. If they come knocking, we can only do what they say. I don't think D. Tion will blame us if he finds out. Even the boundless hegemon knew that he was afraid when he said this. That's right, he was afraid. The boundless hegemon was one of the leading figures of the exiled lands. After arriving in Skysplit City, he knew that his power was nothing in Skysplit City. And now, he was in trouble. I think this is the best course of action. The destruction hegemon said helplessly. I don't think those people will blame us. Perhaps this is the only thing we can do. As for reporting the situation and obtaining the bounty, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought about it. However, they didn't dare to do so, and the reason was simple. They were afraid of D. Tion. D. Tion had grown step by step, and now they had to look up to him. If he had a firm grasp over the battle fortress, they would be forced to abandon their helmets and armor. Such an outcome was not impossible. That was what they were worried about. If that was the case, then they would definitely die. They had a rough understanding of D. Tion's personality. He would definitely do something like this. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to handle him. I think so. Hegemon Windrain agreed. Go back and restrain your hegemons. No matter what, do not spread this news. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Sky City. Under a mountain range. A battle fortress that was hundreds of meters tall quietly appeared underground. Not enough, it's still not enough. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the purified energy points. He was very dissatisfied. Ever since he took control of the battle fort, Lin Fei left that place and moved to another place. He was sure that the news of him obtaining the battle fort would spread throughout Sky City. What he would face next would be a siege from all sides. I wonder if Hegemon Windrain and the others will use this chance to leak my information. Lin Fei thought of something else. If they dare to leak it, no matter where they are, I will destroy them. He came to this underground area. Lin Fei was mining holy stones. There was a holy stone mine below. He had originally planned to mine the holy stone mine, but the holy stone mine here had been sealed by the chains of power. Lin Fei could only smile bitterly when faced with this situation. He would mine slowly. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought Hairball with him this time. This meant that he now had another place to mine holy stones. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had purified 10,000 energy points. This amount was like a drop in the bucket for the current Lin Fei, but it was better than nothing. As long as he accumulated 100,000 energy points, he would be able to use the war cage. As long as I have energy points, they won't be able to break through the battle fort. This is my greatest advantage. During this period of time, Lin Fei had gained a better understanding of the entire battle fort. For example, there were 10 hubs. These were the battle fort's attack hubs. As long as there were enough people, they did not need to rely on energy points to activate several attacks of the battle fort. Right now, there were not many rulers. Out of the 10 hubs, only 2 could be activated. The tens of thousands of evil demon warriors from before had all been sent out to mine holy stones. The harvest was not too obvious. Lin Fei pondered for a long time. If he wanted to obtain a large number of holy stones, he might have to start with the rulers outside. In less than half a month's time in the underground. While Lin Fei was grinding monsters to level up, he also arranged for the demon warriors to mine. Since 3 days ago, Lin Fei knew that trouble was coming. In this area, rulers began to appear one after another. There were quite a few of them. They seemed to be searching for something. At first, there were only a few of them. However, in the following days, the number of rulers increased to groups. As soon as these rulers appeared, they broke through the ground, revealing the mine below and began to search. They also know that holy stones can be exchanged for energy points. Lin Fei did not make a move. His heart was filled with doubts. Apart from this, Lin Fei really wanted to know where these overlords got their energy points. This was the key. Lin Fei now understood that it would probably take a while for this to happen. After enduring for another 3 days, Lin Fei also knew that he could not take it anymore. Because those rulers were approaching in this direction. As soon as they broke through the ground, they would definitely find traces of this place. Since they sent themselves to my doorstep, then don't blame me. More than 10 rulers appeared on a mountain range. Do you think we'll find that black-robed guy? Who knows? Sky City is so big. It would be great if we found him. I heard that guy is only a 4-star ruler. He only managed to steal the thing after tricking 10 rulers. Right now, 90% of the rulers in Sky City have started to move. They are searching for the black-robed man everywhere. Small characters like us, as long as we find clues, there will be benefits waiting for us. Why should we participate? The rulers nodded. They ate the meat while they drank the soup. It was not a bad idea. This time, the ruler of Sky City had offered a reward. As long as they provided clues of the black-robed man's whereabouts, they would be rewarded greatly. This made everyone scramble like ducks, wishing that they could be the first to discover the black-robed man's whereabouts. It's the mountain range below. Let's get to work. A 2-star ruler pointed to a place. More than 10 rulers were about to break through the ground to check the situation below. As for why they had to check the mine, it was an order from above. To them, it was troublesome, but it was also a small matter. You guys don't have to do anything. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. They discovered that a black-robed man had appeared in the distance. He appeared just like that and slashed at them with a dazzling sword. More than 10 rulers, the strongest was only a 3-star ruler. The rest were 1-star rulers and 2-star rulers. Now, they were all existences like ants. 1-star ruler dead. 2-star ruler dead. 3-star ruler dead. With a slash of the sword, the corpse fell. Lin Fei attacked with his full strength, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they died, a yellow light shot out of their bodies and exploded in the sky. It was like a brilliant flower exploding in the sky. I still fell for it. Lin Fei shook his head. From the moment they died, he knew that they had forced him to show himself. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would have this. Everyone probably knew where he was now. Since you've come to me, I might as well fight again. Lin Fei turned around and entered the battle fortress. Bang 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 in the sky, the explosion of the yellow light quickly spread out. He's appeared. Quick, chase him. We can't let him escape. The yellow light exploded as if it had pierced through the sky. The entire Sky City moved. Ever since news of the battle fortress spread, everyone's attention was on this top-grade weapon of war. As long as they could obtain it, they would reach the heavens in a single step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone rushed in that direction. It's the battle fortress. Is that the top-grade weapon of the battle race? Stop him. The rulers rushed over. No one wanted to be one step slower. Especially those who were in the vicinity, they knew that this was a great opportunity. In just a moment, hundreds of rulers appeared nearby. They were of all different realms, and their eyes were bloodshot. This was a rare opportunity. After seeing the battle fortress, they went completely crazy. Smash it. Lin Fei sat on his throne inside the battle fortress. Roger. The battle fortress was a moving fortress. Ramming was also a method of attack. The battle fortress instantly turned into a black line and smashed into them. Bang bang bang, the one-star rulers at the front were smashed into by the battle fortress. Their eyes were filled with fear. Like pieces of glass, their bodies continuously exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In less than a breath's time, 20 to 30 one-star rulers were smashed to death. The two-star rulers were slightly better off, but their bodies were in pain. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't block the second wave of attacks. Before they could dodge, the second wave came. Bang bang bang, this was the first time the battle fortress displayed the power of a top-grade weapon of war. The hundreds of rulers were prepared to stop the battle fortress. It would have been even better if they could kill their way in. But after facing it for real, they realized how terrifying it was. Stop it. We must stop it. Our people will be here soon. The rulers roared. Chapter 1536. He's appeared. The black-robed kid has appeared in the east. That guy killed a large group of rulers. News kept coming back. That mysterious black-robed fellow had finally been found. This was good news for everyone. Everyone chased in one direction, and at the same time, blocked the way from all directions. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, and it was exceptionally obvious. All the rulers in Eternia began to move. The attack began, in the air above a mountain range. Dozens of rulers were attacking an enormous black object. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of attacks and divine abilities landed on the black battle fortress, but they were all blasted away. Hua! The black fortress smashed into the ruler's sturdy body, shattering like glass. Pieces fell from the sky. You're courting death. Within the battle fortress, Lin Fei sat on his throne, watching coldly. 1 or 2-star rulers will die after 2 collisions. 3-star rulers are a bit more troublesome. After a dozen collisions, they won't have it easy either. Collisions. This was the most primitive attack method of the battle fortress. Not long after, Lin Fei laughed coldly and drove the battle fortress away. As for the dozens of rulers that died, Lin Fei didn't care at all. Every time they attacked, they would be completely wiped out. However, the hegemon didn't pay much attention to this news. He continued to attack relentlessly, continuing to block the path ahead. That black-robed fellow is really crafty. The clone of the chief hegemon Dao once more fell a step behind, a terrifyingly grim look on his face. I refuse to believe you can survive being surrounded by everyone in Eternia. There's no way the battle fortress's power source is inexhaustible. The ruler of Dao had an extraordinary background. He naturally knew that the battle fortress needed a special power source. In the ruler of Dao's eyes, the black-robed fellow was relying on the special power source he had left behind. Once it ran out, he probably wouldn't be able to activate the battle fortress. At that point, they would be able to attack. Dao, you didn't catch up. Not far away, a group of people arrived. Seeing them, the ruler of Dao's expression was a bit unnatural. You're not the same. That's not your style. The person who came laughed loudly, revealing a shriveled old face that was sinister and sinister. When he laughed, it was especially cold, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. It's normal that I can't catch up to him. The Dao Dominator was unwilling to say more. I'm going to chase after him. After coldly saying these words, the Dao Hegemon chased after them. The 10 hegemons of the past? Heh heh. The mystic Hegemon laughed coldly. Sir, why didn't you kill that guy? A trusted aide asked. Right now, the sovereign lord of Dao is nothing more than a clone. He's not worth fighting. Besides, there are still members of his clan in other Eternia. Killing him will cause a lot of trouble. It's better to keep him alive. After all, he's no threat. Ever since the Dao Hegemon's true body had been suppressed by someone else, the Hegemon of Eternia no longer took the Dao Hegemon seriously. Every day, Lin Fei would control the battle fortress to travel all over the place, killing who knew how many sovereigns. The maximum number of divinity points was increasing. Gradually, the number of people began to dwindle. They appeared on the outskirts, but did not attack. As soon as Lin Fei got close, they would leave the battle fort's attack range. Are they planning to surround and trap me? Lin Fei could sense the changes in them. The number of sovereigns around him had decreased. Lin Fei was also aware of this situation. They are planning to completely surround me. They also believe that I don't have any energy to support the battle fortress. Once I lose my energy, it will be their best opportunity to attack. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. A few days later, Lin Fei stopped on top of a mountain. The battle fortress just hovered there, as if waiting for something. In fact, they were indeed besieging him. This was what they had discussed. Everyone knew how powerful the battle fortress was. 1-star and 2-star sovereigns could be killed in a few hits, and this was the simplest attack of the battle fortress. They chose to besiege him. When the time came, they would attack together to deplete the limited energy of the battle fortress. Without the limited energy, the battle fortress would no longer be as threatening as a mountain. This was what they were thinking. There were a total of 8 forces surrounding them. They were all powerful sovereigns of Sky City. They were not any weaker than the previous 10 sovereigns, but they were not as famous. Now that the 10 sovereigns were a thing of the past, Sky City belonged to them. Besieging the battle fortress was also their idea. In the beginning, the 8 forces were very confident that the black-robed fellow would definitely fall into their encirclement. For this reason, they specially took out a formation to seal off a large part of the void. They gathered most of their strength, and the progress was good. When the black-robed fellow stopped advancing, their expressions changed. This situation was different from what they had expected. Could it be that there was a problem? The battle fortress is not moving? The news spread among the 8 forces. The scouts all confirmed that the battle fortress was not moving. They were even more confused. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had already predicted this? The people of the 8 forces immediately gathered together. Is that guy trying to find out our goal? Should we stop and observe the situation first? Why do we need to observe? We have so many people, and 90% of Sky City's strength. Can't we deal with that guy? That's right. I heard that the battle fortress needs special energy. As long as we attack from afar and exhaust the other party's energy, the battle fortress will become useless. That's our chance. I think we have to act. As long as we stay within a certain range, the battle fortress won't be able to unleash its true power. After all, it's not at its peak. In a temporary location, the leaders of the 8 factions gathered together to discuss what to do. The other party's actions were not normal. As for whether or not they should act now, they didn't have a good idea. The moment they opened their mouths, they were all talking at once. The situation was unclear. It's best if we act as soon as possible. We don't want to waste time. If we can't break through the battle fortress, we'll have to wait for the Divine General platform again. If that happens, we'll have wasted all our efforts. The unibrow hegemon said calmly. The hegemon was a peak 5th-star hegemon, and his skills were not bad. Everyone came to their senses upon hearing this. How could they have forgotten? Chapter 1537. After some discussion, the 8 forces decided not to hesitate. They had to act immediately. After all, their understanding of the battle fort was limited to rumors. In reality, they didn't have any real contact with it. They didn't know much about it. They had to act as soon as possible. In their eyes, they had so many sovereigns. There were more than 3,000 5-star sovereigns, several hundred 6-star sovereigns, and countless 3- and 4-star sovereigns. The formations in the 8 directions began to shrink. Everyone approached carefully. The news they received every day proved that the battle fort hadn't left. As long as the battle fort was still there, everything was negotiable. The formation they used this time was specifically used to restrict the void. If the battle fort was at its peak, they wouldn't use this method against it. Any formation would be destroyed if the battle fort rammed into them. They all believed that the battle fort wasn't at its peak anymore. It could definitely trap them. As long as they had more time, they wouldn't have to worry about the battle fort leaving their sight. Are they that afraid of the battle fort? Lin Fei found their cautious attitude funny. Did they have to be like this? The battle fort stopped. Lin Fei was waiting for them to come to him so he could go on a killing spree and increase his invincibility, divinity, and even experience. It's good that they're like this. I'll just pretend I don't know anything. They'll regret it sooner or later, no matter who they are. Energy points were being purified every day. At their speed, it would take him at least half a month. Lin Fei believed that half a month was enough. By then, he would become a 5-star ruler and killing them would be easier. Lin Fei entered the demonic dimension to kill monsters and level up. Half a month wasn't long. The 8 forces finally combined their formations. The moment they combined, an umbrella appeared in the sky. The canopy opened, and a canopy hung from the sky. After the umbrella was combined, the 8 forces sighed in relief. They finally trapped the battle fort. Now was the time for them to act. Once the formation was formed, they didn't have to worry about any changes. The enemy was like a turtle in a jar. It wouldn't take long to break through. Boom! A 7-colored bridge appeared in the east, stretching out for 150 million kilometers. The entire sky was filled with 7 colors, and it was dazzling. However, that dazzling radiance was accompanied by a terrifying aura. A fairy wearing the 7-colored sovereign battle armor appeared on the 7-colored bridge. Her calm gaze fell on the enormous black object, and a look of shock appeared on her face. This was the war fortress, the war race's peak war weapon. By relying on this, there was no battle they couldn't overcome. The dark mass of sovereigns standing on the 7-colored bridge were all panting, and their eyes were fixed on the battle fort. It was as if they wanted to see everything that had happened in the battle fort and never forget it. This was the first time they had seen the battle fortress, the ultimate weapon of war in the hands of the overlord. I am the Rainbow Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. A calm voice with a hint of excitement could be heard. This was one of the 8 forces. An astonishing aura also appeared in the south. A boundless ocean appeared in the sky, turning into a water giant. This water giant was filled with the might of a sovereign. It was a special life form. It wasn't strange for special life forms to exist in the endless territories. They were born with great power, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. They didn't have to worry about breaking through. At this moment, the water giant opened its palm. A blue-robed sovereign stood on its palm, urging the water giant to stride forward. With every step it took, a vast ocean would appear below it. All immortal beasts would be swallowed up by the ocean and turned into nourishment for the water giant. I am the Blue Water Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. He also had a group of sovereigns behind him. There were quite a few of them, and they were enough to fight against the Rainbow Ruler. The Western forces weren't any weaker than the other 2 forces. In comparison, the water giant appeared on a red bird. As soon as the bird moved, flames filled the sky, like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was very pleasing to the eye. This bird was about 100 million meters long. When it spread its wings, it was about 150 million kilometers long. It was a truly enormous creature. This was a Dominator rank flamingo. And it was a mature one. Its combat power was equivalent to that of a 5-star sovereign. A mature flame bird could spit out flames that could burn weaker 5-star sovereigns to death. The ardent fire ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The ardent fire ruler wore a red robe that was covered in fire runes. There was even a flame mark between his eyebrows. Only those who knew him would know how terrifying someone with a flame mark was. The ardent fire ruler was a terrifying person. A black hole appeared in the north. A giant black hole. This black hole was at least 200 million kilometers long. When it appeared, everyone felt as if their minds were about to be sucked into the black hole. They couldn't get out. At this moment, a black-robed fellow was sitting in the center of the black hole. He didn't release any aura, but he did give off a terrifying feeling. The cave ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The cave ruler's voice spread out. The black hole appeared, and his voice seemed to spread endlessly. The entire Sky City could hear it clearly, as if it was right next to their ears. The appearance of these 4 forces brought about a powerful side. They all had the power to resist each other. But this wasn't the end. Apart from them, 4 other forces also appeared. Their lineup was equally powerful, and they took over the remaining 4 directions as well. The Green Hill ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Tiger Mountain ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Sun Mountain ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The mysterious Dark ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The 8 forces appeared in 8 directions, which were actually the 8 points of the formation. The rumbling sound continued to spread. These 8 forces are actually much stronger than the 10 rulers' forces. They've come out in full force. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei also saw the situation outside. 8 directions besieged him, blocking his way out. Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy to break this formation now that he lacked energy points. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about this. Looking at the dark forces, Lin Fei couldn't wait to open fire and kill them in his hands. That would be a lot of experience and invincibility points. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he couldn't do it for the time being. They definitely want to break my battle fortress, thinking that I don't have enough energy points. Unfortunately, they don't know that I can purify energy points every day. After half a month, I've accumulated more than 100,000 energy points, almost 200,000 energy points, and I still need to accumulate more. This was Lin Fei's advantage, and it was also something they didn't know. Lin Fei was very confident that if they wanted to break the battle fortress, it would be pure wishful thinking. In the end, it would be for nothing. As long as there was energy support, the battle fortress could be repaired. It could be said that it was an unbreakable castle. For the time being, Lin Fei wouldn't expose himself so soon, and he was ready to give them a big gift. The 8 forces were here. They truly did want to know what sort of background this fellow had, for him to be able to defeat the Dao Hegemon and the 10 Hegemons. They attacked such a person together, it was natural for them to feel uncomfortable, which was why such a scene appeared. At this moment, they were all waiting to see if this guy would appear, or would he come out from hiding in the battle fortress. He came out. It's that black-robed man. A platform suddenly appeared in the sky above the battle fortress, and a black-robed man appeared on it. Everyone came from far away. I'm still very happy. Lin Fei smiled. For a nameless person like me, you guys set up such a formation. I feel that you guys think too highly of me. Facing tens of thousands of rulers, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. What he had was endless fighting spirit. Because these people were all monsters in Lin Fei's eyes, they could help him level up. If he killed all of them, it would definitely be a big harvest. You guys, don't you think this guy has guts? In the depths of Sky City, on 3 tall thrones, 3 god servants looked at this big show. The one who spoke was Emissary Mu. Indeed, facing tens of thousands of rulers, he didn't panic at all, and he can even face them calmly. This kind of thing, just the gazes of tens of thousands of rulers would be enough to soften an ordinary person's heart. Unfortunately, this guy didn't learn to keep a low profile, instead choosing to face the rulers. This kind of courage is rare, but facing 8 forces, he has no advantage at all. The result is a one-sided situation. The 3 god servants didn't think that this guy would win. They were the clearest about the battle fortress's history. It had lost most of its energy when it first landed here. If it was at its peak, they wouldn't care. Even if tens of thousands of rulers came, they probably wouldn't be a match for the battle fortress. But now it was difficult. This is the guy's choice. We can only watch. The 3 god servants nodded. Although they knew everything, they wouldn't investigate. Although the battle fortress was good, in their eyes, it was just an ordinary thing. Especially this thing, without the support of energy, it was pretty useless. Once they attacked, the battle fortress wouldn't be able to hold for long, it would be broken, and then facing the rulers that covered the sky, the result would be obvious. The odds of victory weren't high. This was also the first time the 8 forces saw the black-robed man. However, they couldn't see his face clearly, as if it was covered by a layer of power. No matter how they looked, they couldn't see through it. They couldn't help but be shocked. Could this be some powerful secret technique? Chapter 1538. Being mysterious was one thing, but whether or not this person appeared was another matter. As soon as the black-robed man appeared, the rulers of the 8 powers knew who they were going to deal with next. Moreover, they had the upper hand. Taking down the other party was already in the bag. Sir, you must be joking. Who in Sky City doesn't know of your existence? The title of Battle Fortress Master isn't something that just anyone can have. The 7-colored ruler's voice was cold. The 10 rulers all suffered greatly at your hands. If that's the case and you're still a nobody, then all the rulers in the world won't have the face to call themselves rulers. The 7-colored ruler's words provoked the Tao ruler. This be *tch, who was so obedient in front of me back then. In the distant void, the Tao ruler's expression was extremely gloomy. His veins were bulging. The Tao ruler felt extremely helpless. All of this was done by the black-robed guy on the battle fortress. The other party had destroyed his future. You'll definitely die, definitely. The Tao ruler could only continuously curse the other party. Perhaps if the other party died, his main body would regain its freedom and regain its previous divine might. Perhaps he could even fight for the battle fortress. The Tao ruler's eyes started to flash. On the battle fortress. Lin Fei looked around. He knew that almost all the rulers of Sky City had come today. Even if they weren't 80%, they were at least 70%. Lin Fei was extremely proud. He was a ruler, but he had attracted tens of thousands of rulers. There were probably very few people in the world who could do this. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Thank you for your praise. This will make me very proud. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. It was a very calm and fearless smile. The 7-colored ruler had never seen a person with such thick skin. How could he say something like this in this situation? Did he not know what kind of situation he was in? 7-colored, there's no need to say anything to this guy. Giving him the title of Battle Fortress Master is already giving him respect. If we look down on him, then he's just a small ruler. The Black Shadow ruler's mocking voice echoed. A hint of disgust flashed in the 7-colored ruler's eyes. He didn't like this person. Lin Fei glanced sideways at the Black Een sovereign. You talk big. I'll remember you. When the time comes, I'll definitely treat you well. As for you, beautiful lady, since you have such a good attitude, I'll spare your life and make you my maid. The mystic Een Hegemon looked down on this fellow. All he had done was play a few tricks, and he didn't have any real skill to show off. The Tao Hegemon had failed miserably, but that didn't mean that he would fall for it. And now, this fellow actually dared to threaten him at a time like this? The mystic Een Hegemon's eyes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. You've got guts. I'll personally return those words to you. I believe it won't be too long. The black Enrich sneered. At that time, I will definitely capture your primordial spirit and let you have a taste of my methods. Lin Fei said disdainfully, everyone can talk big. Look at you. You're gloomy all over. You're not a good person either. Maybe you're planning to plot against everyone so that you can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Many sovereigns turned to look at the mystic sovereign. They were on guard. You're slandering me. The mystic sovereign was so angry that his entire body shook. He had never seen such a shameless fellow. To be honest, this idea was indeed true. When the mystic sovereign had arrived, he had been thinking about how he could gain the upper hand in this show. It would be best if he could reap the benefits of a third party. An idea was an idea. If it wasn't realized, then it was just an idea. But now that someone had pointed it out, the other 7 sovereigns were on guard. After all, he didn't have a good reputation in Sky City, and he was full of evil tricks. Mystic if you dare to play any tricks, I, the Inferno Sovereign, will be the first to kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The distant sovereign of Inferno shot out a cold glare. With that attack of yours, I'll kill you. The sovereign of Inferno had always looked down on the mystic sovereign. He was famous for playing dirty tricks in Sky City. There's no need for you to try and drive a wedge between us. The sovereign of Inferno's gaze shifted. Everyone has come here today with the same goal. Hand over the battle fortress and I won't kill you. From the start, Lin Fei had never tried to drive a wedge between them. He had only said those words because he didn't like the cold and gloomy aura on the other party's body. This was a wedge between them? It was a coincidence. Lin Fei laughed loudly. There's no need for everyone to come from so far away. Everyone knows that the battle fortress is a top-grade weapon of war. As long as it is activated, I'm not exaggerating, but most of you will die. Do you believe me? The 8 sovereigns trembled slightly. These words were a bit threatening. The battle fortress was famous. No matter who it was, as long as they heard of it, they would have to be careful and not dare to underestimate it. If it really did launch its strongest attack, they really wouldn't know how to block it. Lin Fei saw their expressions and couldn't help but find it funny. These fellows were truly cowardly. With this much courage, they still dared to try and steal his battle fortress. Sir, you are quite eloquent. If it was the battle fortress at its peak, perhaps we would care. But do you think it would be of any use now? The black-robed cave sovereign revealed a look of disdain. There are so many of us. At most, you can only attack one direction. The rest of us can still make things difficult for you. The cave sovereign's words were like a sharp knife that sliced through this layer of lies. Everyone came to a sudden realization. The name of the battle fortress had given them a preconceived notion. They subconsciously reacted after hearing the cave sovereign's words. At most, you can only attack one direction. If you have the ability, then take care of all of us. That's your ability. The Blue Water Sovereign was enraged. He had been frightened by the cave sovereign's words. This fellow truly deserved to die. Lin Fei laughed loudly once more. The battle fortress is in my hands. If you have the ability, then come and try. Let's see who's afraid of who. Even if I die, I'll drag a bunch of you down with me. It's worth it. These are all sovereigns, ha ha ha. The 8 leading sovereigns could feel the sovereigns behind them becoming restless. They were relying on strength to suppress them. If they were to send them to their deaths, then even if they were powerful, sooner or later they would be in trouble. They could acutely sense that they couldn't continue like this. This fellow was too slippery. With just a few words, he had caused the connection between them to crack. Although it wasn't too obvious, it was still quite effective. Everyone was worried about becoming one of the targets of a powerful attack. Tempest of Sovereigns, open. Chapter 1539. Swish swish swish, the storm formed by the sword transformed into a boundless energy wave that swept outwards. Ding. Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 2-star ruler. The energy wave swept outwards, catching everyone off guard. None of the weaker rulers were able to block the attack of the ruler tempest. It dealt a double blow to their souls and bodies. After the tempest passed, the rulers died one by one. Most of them were 1-star and 2-star rulers. Their deaths brought huge benefits to Lin Fei. They turned into sky-filling experience points. The tempest continued to wreak havoc mercilessly, while the gazes of the 8 rulers shot towards a certain spot in the sky. That was where Ruler Dao was. Ruler Dao was scared by their gazes. He forced himself to look shocked. "You don't need to look at me like that. I didn't know about this. I really didn't know. Humph, after this is over, I'll deal with you, my Ruler Dao." Ruler Ardent Fire sent a furious message. "Do you think we'll believe you? You actually didn't say that this black-robed fellow trained in the Ruler Tempest. What are you planning? After this is over, I'll definitely deal with you." The Ruler Tempest was very powerful. This was equivalent to the existence of a domain. It was very effective against low-level rulers. For example, every time the Tempest swept out, a low-level ruler would be heavily injured. When the second wave appeared, the low-level ruler would fall from the sky. The 8 rulers didn't care about the Ruler Tempest at all. They all had mid-level ruler battle robes, so the Ruler Tempest didn't affect them much. They were willing to accept that Ruler Dao had lied to them. This was a very vicious move. Even they were heavily protected by the mid-level ruler battle robes. They wouldn't attack Ruler Dao now. The time wasn't right. They had to suppress the Ruler Tempest first to prevent more casualties. Although it seemed like a long time, everything happened in a very short time. Over 100 1-star rulers were killed by the Ruler Tempest, and countless were injured. 7-colored domain. The 7-colored ruler shouted, and a 7-colored domain appeared. 7-colored bridges flew through the air, smashing against the Ruler Tempest and opening up a vacuum. The Ruler Tempest couldn't enter and was blocked outside. Flame Empire. The Sovereign of Fire waved his hand. His forehead opened, and an endless stream of fire shot out. Wherever the fire passed, mountains, rivers, mountains, and warriors of flame filled the entire Flame Empire. They began to attack the Sovereign of Fire, quickly carving out an empty region. Turn. A low growl rang out from the cave god's mouth. The enormous black hole behind him began to slowly rotate, and with each rotation, it destroyed the Sovereign Tempest and protected the Sovereign behind him. The casualties were also greatly reduced. Boundless Ocean. The special life form below the blue water ruler, the water giant, transformed into a vast body of water, moving up and down to resist the ruler's storm. The remaining 4 sovereigns did the same. They chose to attack while protecting their subordinates, lest they suffer heavy casualties. This was not something they wanted. Even if they reacted quickly, the loss was not small. The low-level sovereigns were more or less injured. Before they even made a move, their troops were already heavily injured. This made them very dissatisfied. Attack! Boom boom boom. With the help of the 8 sovereigns, they were able to resist Lin Fei's Sovereign's Tempest. They no longer hesitated and attacked the battle fortress. The sky was filled with mystical abilities and secret techniques, and they attacked without any regard for their lives. The battle fortress unleashed a wave of energy, blocking the attacks. The battle had begun. 8 directions, with 90% of the sovereign's power gathered, they unleashed their most ferocious attacks. Too strong. The moment they attacked, Lin Fei disappeared. Even Lin Fei himself felt threatened by the ferocious attacks. These were terrifying attacks that could kill him. Facing the densely packed attacks, the battle fortress did not change. It maintained its stability and was not affected at all. Lin Fei was completely at ease. When there are too many sovereigns, they can also become man-eating tigers. It's a pity that with them resisting the Ruler Tempest, it won't be easy for me to kill so many sovereigns. Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. Previously, he had engaged in a war of words with them in order to give the ruler Tempest a chance to be used. That attack just now barely killed more than 200 sovereigns, and most of them were one-star sovereigns. This allowed Lin Fei to obtain nearly 300 divinity points. His invincibility points had also increased by 1 to 200,000 points. This was much better than going out to hunt by himself. It was like harvesting a large wheat field. It was a pity that he couldn't continue now. Ding, divinity is approaching 1,000 points, please keep up the good work. Suddenly, such a voice came from the system. Lin Fei didn't understand why the system gave such a prompt, or a prompt for divinity points. This was the first time he encountered such a prompt. He hurriedly opened the system and found that his divinity had already reached 912 points, only 88 points away from 1,000 points. Could it be that once I reach 1,000 points, I can unlock the use of divinity? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that apart from this reason, there was no other reason. Fight! The sovereigns of the Sky City were now almost all out. The overwhelming attacks of the sovereigns shook this area, but the void did not collapse. It was still solid. The battle fortress in the middle was attacked by countless divine abilities and secret techniques. What they had to do now was to break the outer defense. The continuous attacks could quickly consume the energy of the battle fortress. Without energy support, even if the other party turned the sky upside down, they wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of their hands. It was easy for them to resist the sovereign storm. The rest was left to their subordinates. The mysterious dark ruler took out a treasure tree and slowly turned it, releasing cold air. As soon as the sovereign storm approached, the cold air froze the storm, forming a large area of ice around it. With so many people attacking, let's see how you block it. Because of a few words from the other party, the mysterious dark ruler dispelled the idea of secretly attacking them. None of the remaining sovereigns were easy to deal with, especially the fierce fire ruler, who had always been very domineering and had a particularly fiery temper. He also controlled flames, which happened to restrain the power of the Great Path, so he didn't have an innate advantage. The mysterious dark ruler could only grit his teeth and swallow the threat of the fierce fire ruler, not daring to say anything. Kacha suddenly, a crack appeared in the distant ice, as if it had been hit by a huge force. Bang bang bang, the ice broke. All of a sudden, someone rushed in. Shio shio shio, the sky full of ancient sword will turned into densely packed long swords, stabbing towards them. They were attacking the battle fortress with all their strength and didn't care about the situation around them. When the ice broke, they obviously didn't react, but when the powerful sword will descended, their reaction was slow. Many sovereigns coughed up blood on the spot. In a single exchange, over 10 sovereigns fell from the sky, their bodies riddled with holes. They didn't know how many sword wills they had received, but they were caught off guard. A 3-star sovereign coughed up a mouthful of blood. The color of his sovereign battle robe dimmed, and he revealed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and a black-robed man appeared. He's here. A fist landed on the 3-star sovereign. The sound stopped. The surrounding people saw a golden sword will sweep over, as well as a flash of a black shadow, and they all chose to retreat into the darkness. You actually dared to attack. The mysterious dark ruler's face was filled with anger. You're walking right into my trap. Watch how I capture you. At this time, the mysterious dark ruler couldn't believe that this guy had eaten a leopard's gall, daring to attack on his own initiative. Wasn't this just sending himself to be captured? Once he captured the other party, wouldn't the battle fortress be his? A black shadow appeared. It was Lin Fei. If you want to capture me, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Whoosh! Lin Fei charged in front of a 1-star sovereign and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the sovereign battle robe and taking a life with one strike. He then pounced at the other sovereigns. Icy Myth Dragon Lasso. Seeing that the other party was killing people, the mysterious dark ruler didn't stop him. He took out a white icy dragon, which emitted cold air. The moment the icy dragon moved, space was frozen, and it charged straight at the other party. Coincidentally, a sovereign accidentally ran into it, and he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Mid-grade binding treasure. Lin Fei dodged with a whoosh, and with a sweep of his sword art, he took a few more lives. A layer of ice appeared on his left and right arms. With a thought, Lin Fei's great Tao power surged out, shattering the ice. This cold ice really isn't simple. I have to be careful and avoid it. With a thought, Lin Fei knew how to deal with it. He couldn't let the icy dragon tangle with him, or else it would be a small problem. Invincible defense, activate. Without another word, Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, holding the sovereign weapon, and charged into the group of sovereigns. This guy is courting death. The Black Dark Ruler sneered, full of contempt. Did he really think he was a plaything? This time, he had gathered around 4,000 sovereigns. If the other party charged forward, he probably wouldn't even need to do anything. His subordinates would be able to take this guy down. No matter how strong the other party's body was, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences in such a situation. He would be heavily injured, which would save him a lot of trouble. Kill him. This guy is here to die. Take my sky-raising sword. The sovereign's eyes lit up. However, they dared to attack, and their attacks landed on the other party's body like stones sinking into the ocean. At this time, the black-robed guy who had charged and put away his sovereign weapon, and with a wave of his hand, took out a war weapon. The sovereign destruction cannon appeared in his hand. Sorry, this is my killing move. Boom! As soon as he spoke, a light beam blasted out. This scene was something they couldn't imagine. Why did their attacks not work? Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Chapter 1540. The moment the cannon was fired, the aura of death spread out. At this moment it was unknown how many sovereigns had died to the sovereign obliteration cannon. No. I don't want to die. I'm a 3-star ruler. In the future, I can become a 4-star ruler, a 5-star ruler. The sovereigns that had been locked onto only had a flash of consciousness before they sank into the boundless darkness. Their bodies exploded, filling the sky with fragments. This was a massacre. A true massacre. Lin Fei smiled. Didn't you want to deal with me? Come at me now. The ice dragon chased after him, and Lin Fei's figure blurred as he dodged it. He ignored the incoming attack and once again fired his ruler's obliteration cannon. Boom, boom, boom. This time, he fired 3 times in a row. The stored energy had been completely used up. Ding! Killed a 2-star ruler. Ding! Killed a 3-star ruler. Ding! Killed a 4-star ruler. Ding! Killed a 4-star ruler. These 3 cannons were earth-shattering. The Black Shadow ruler's troops were in chaos. The black beam of destruction was like a demon, devouring life after life. Ruler after ruler died under the attack. Lin Fei gained a lot of experience. Ding! Congratulations to player for becoming a 5-star ruler. He opened the system and saw that his experience bar was full. Lin Fei had become a 5-star ruler, and his aura was stronger. Ding! Congratulations, player has 1,000 divinity points. Ding! Start the Age of Gods. For the divinity points, Lin Fei was going all out. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. He activated his invincible defense, and with the ruler's destruction cannon, they suffered heavy losses. I'll fight you to the death. The Black Shadow ruler's face was as black as coal. In the blink of an eye, he had lost more than half of his forces, and those who remained were all heavily injured. However, this was not the most important thing. What the mystic Enrich cared about was that his own forces had been scared out of their wits. This was what he did not want to see. Boom, boom. A Mystic Een saber appeared in the Mystic Een ruler's hand. He no longer planned on capturing the other party. Saber light flashed out majestically, and a vast expanse of white light spread out. Layers of space turned into ice. Ha ha ha, I'm done playing with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly and rushed outside. He punched out, shattering the ice and rushing out. Damn it. The Black Een Hegemon caught up. Lin Fei's speed was even faster than his. The ancient devil's wings were not to be trifled with. Lin Fei was able to maintain a certain distance from him. Your Excellency is very capable. You still dare to come out at this time. Then, stay here for me. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Green Hill Hegemon, and he waved his hand, causing an enormous palm to appear. Terrifying power shot out to block his opponent's path. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and struck out with his palm as well. Palm to palm. A terrifying wave of chi spread out. Hegemon Green Hill was sent flying. After becoming a 5-star ruler, Lin Fei's combat prowess rose once more, allowing him to block the attack of a 6-star ruler. As soon as Hegemon Xingqiu retreated, Lin Fei broke through the blockade. Where do you think you're going? The 7 rulers all knew that Lin Fei had charged into the Black Een Hegemon's camp. However, everything had happened too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the Black Een Hegemon's forces had suffered grievous losses. An enormous empire of flames appeared, and a dense horde of flaming soldiers charged over. This was Hegemon Ardent Fire's empire of flames. Next, a boundless ocean came crashing down. The 7-colored Hegemon's bridge tore through the air, freezing everything in place and preventing Lin Fei from escaping back to the battle fortress. At this moment, they all attacked at the same time. They all felt a hint of unease. Boom, boom, a sky-filling barrage of attacks engulfed the enemy. The 8 rulers didn't relax at all. Their gazes were fixed on that area. They refused to believe that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. I'll remember your great gift. Whoosh. A silhouette rushed out and entered the battle fort before anyone could react. The 8 rulers were all stunned. That fellow was actually fine? How was this possible? Astonishment. At this moment, they were still in a state of astonishment. The other party's voice was still echoing in their ears. The 8 rulers looked at each other. A hint of unwillingness and bitterness flashed in their eyes. They had attacked together but failed to take down the other party. This was something they couldn't accept. They didn't understand what the other party had used to hold on. They didn't believe that such a treasure existed. But at this moment, they didn't know what to say. They had lost the first round. They had lost miserably. That kid isn't simple. He actually used a treasure that we don't know about. The 3 divine servants were slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on their faces. However, this smile was extremely ugly. It seems that our sky city has produced a powerful fellow. The wood divine servant said expressionlessly, even 8 rulers couldn't take him down. What a heaven-defying fellow. What I'm curious about is what life-saving technique did he use to withstand the wave of attacks. This is a power I've never seen before. Moreover, it was the attack of 8 6-star rulers. The 3 divine servants couldn't see the specific reason. This was the first time they couldn't see through the power. That power was extremely mysterious. It was so mysterious that they couldn't see the whole picture. After returning to the battle fortress, Lin Fei removed the invincible defense. Someone was spying on me just now. They probably didn't see anything. Lin Fei thought to himself as he sat on the throne. Facing the siege of 8 rulers, Lin Fei relied on the invincible defense to resist, but it also consumed a large amount of invincible points. Lin Fei felt his heart ache when he saw this. The invincible defense mainly relied on invincible points. The level of attack would consume a lot of invincible points. The attack just now consumed a lot of invincible points. At the mysterious dark ruler's place, he killed many rulers. He didn't calculate the specific details. Lin Fei thought that there were no less than 1,000 rulers and obtained a large amount of invincible points. But now, Lin Fei was curious about who was spying on him. When they attacked, Lin Fei clearly felt the appearance of a divine sense. It was very obscure. If they weren't surprised, they wouldn't have noticed it. Could it be the divine servants? Sky City. After thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that they were the only ones who had this possibility. If it's really the divine servants, I have to be careful so that they don't see the existence of the system. Lin Fei thought to himself. This was the only thing he was worried about. My master, you actually don't have to worry. The little demon flew out. Those 3 puppets will never discover the system on master's body. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Lin Fei was still a little dissatisfied. The little demon said disdainfully. They didn't target master, so I didn't care. They were attracted by your defense just now. It's only good for you, there's no harm. Chapter 1541. Lin Fei was a little angry. Why didn't the little fiend inform him first? In Sky City, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of other rulers, but he was wary of the divine servants. Now that he was being watched by the divine servants, he had to be careful in certain aspects. This wasn't something Lin Fei wanted to see. It made him feel a little pressured. Although the little fiend's words made Lin Fei feel a little better, he still had other thoughts. The divine servants are puppets. From what I can tell, they're not from this world. No one in this weave can make puppets of this level, including the battle fort in your hands. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to hear what the little fiend had to say this time. They must have a purpose for staying in this world. Sky City is a place for them to test themselves. It's hard to become a ruler, but in a place like this, they're worse than pigs and dogs. Don't you think it's strange that they didn't stop you when you used destruction to kill them? Lin Fei had researched divine servants, Sky City, and the divine general platform, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. The little fiend's words seemed to make sense. They really didn't care about rulers. In any weave, rulers were still very important. It really is strange. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Isn't the price too high for the test? The little fiend sneered, puppets don't know emotions. In their hearts, there's only the mission. Nothing else matters to them. They won't care even if all the rulers die. In other words, I'm now their test target? You can say that. The little fiend nodded, but first, you have to survive today's attack. Then you'll have a chance to learn about the Divine General Platform's history. Survive. Lin Fei laughed. If that was the case, then the Divine General Platform's history was extraordinary. Could it be? A terrifying thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. Attack, don't stop. The 8 rulers' attack had failed at the last moment. They returned to their respective positions and ordered their men to attack the battle fort again. This was one of the only ways, and also the oldest way. Only by draining the battle fort's energy would they have a chance to go in and fight the black-robed guy. The battle fort is descending. Are we leaving? Suddenly, the battle bastion descended and landed on the flat ground below. There was no more movement. Dao, the information you reported back then. He must be hiding a lot of things. Hegeman Blaze sent a mental message to Hegeman Dao, his tone extremely unpleasant. The Dao Hegeman laughed coldly. I don't know. It's useless even if you ask. At this time, he would not admit anything. After all, this matter had caused the Dao chief Hegeman to lose a great deal of face. Only by returning the favor would the Dao chief Hegeman feel a bit better. Only then would everyone feel a bit better. His other thought was that he could not wait for all of them to suffer a great loss. Hegeman Ardent Fire didn't believe Hegeman Dao's words. This fellow definitely knew about this beforehand, and had even fought against him before. Most likely, he had suffered a major setback because of this. You better watch out for yourself. Hegeman Blazing Fire swore to himself that once this matter was concluded, he would definitely teach He Gemin Dao a lesson and make him regret his actions. The remaining sovereigns all had similar thoughts. They blamed He Gemin Dao for hiding some things. The first time they had attacked, they had already left a bad impression in their hearts, allowing Dao to easily leave. If they had known about Dao's defenses, they would definitely have used a different method. That meant that they had missed a good opportunity, and they probably wouldn't have another one. Within the battle fort, Lin Fei was currently opening up his system. Do I need to activate the era of gods? This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Ever since he had learned that killing sovereigns would give him divinity, Lin Fei had wanted to know what the use of divinity points were. Although he had asked the little fiend, he hadn't been able to get any clues. At most, he had gotten some vague answers, which was as good as not saying anything at all. Activate. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all, choosing to activate the era of gods. The era of gods shall begin. The system changed the scene, and a large door appeared. The door slowly opened, and Lin Fei flew through it without his control. Welcome to the era of gods. The little fiend waved his pitchfork, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a serious look on his face. It's you? Why can't it be me? The little fiend laughed. I'm your guide, I'm omnipotent, ha ha ha. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and only then did he have time to check out his surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge space. Not far from him, there were many ice statues erected. No matter how he looked at it, it felt weird. Can you tell me, what is the era of gods? The little fiend flew forward. Follow me, take a look at this first. Lin Fei had already noticed the little fiend beside a statue, so he flew up and stood on top of it. It was a giant wearing armor. It's actually real? Lin Fei was startled, and his body shook a little, avoiding the other's gaze. Just now, when Lin Fei's gaze fell on the giant's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he was sucked into them, unable to extricate himself. Who said this is fake? The little fiend laughed. This is a real god, a real god. God? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a god. Then his gaze fell on the statues in the distance. They are all gods, it's a pity that all of them are dead. However, these gods are all of the noblest bloodlines, such as the god in front of you. Lin Fei did not understand. What is the use of gods and the era of gods? I really want to know why I came here. Lin Fei voiced out his doubts. You'll know when you get to the front. Rows of statues extended all the way inside, with no end in sight. The statues were not exactly the same. Some had the heads of immortal beasts, some had the tails of immortal beasts, some were powerful, some were short, some were ugly, there were all kinds of them. All of them were emitting godly aura. These godly auras were all frozen, but one could still feel the terrifying might brought by the godly aura. It was unknown how far he had walked. A golden pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei, standing tall like a towering tree. God's Tower. Lin Fei looked intently and saw two big golden words. Could it be that I can exchange for things related to gods here? Lin Fei was a little excited. You guessed it. The little fiend pointed at the God's Tower. Do you want to go in? Yes. You need to consume 100 divinity points to go in. So black-hearted. Since he was already here, how could Lin Fei be distressed by 100 divinity points? Previously, he went on a killing spree and gained 2,000 divinity points. Coupled with the previous ones, he quickly broke through to 3,000 divinity points. This is your divinity card. The little fiend reached out and a golden card appeared in her hand, then she handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a look and saw that the divinity was 310, and on the back of the golden card was a God's Tower. This is pretty good. You'll know the benefits of this golden card in a while. After swiping the card at the door and deducting 100 divinity points, Lin Fei stepped into the God's Tower. After entering, Lin Fei found himself in a hall, but the hall was quiet and there was no one except for Lin Fei and the little fiend. Look at that place behind you. The little fiend pointed behind Lin Fei. Behind? Lin Fei turned his head and immediately saw a huge screen behind him, only to see missions jumping on the screen, ranging from 1-star missions to 9-star missions. Are you thinking that leveling up is too slow? As long as you complete these missions, leveling up will become even easier, provided that you pay a little divinity. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the missions on the screen. Killing someone from the Time Clan can get 100 divinity points. What are these people from the Time Clan? Killing a Juggernaut now would only give 1 or 2 divinity points, but killing someone from the Time Clan would give him 100 divinity points, which was still very tempting. This is the place to accept missions. If you want to get divinity, you can get it here. When you have time, you can slowly look at it yourself. Now, come with me. Lin Fei already had a vague understanding of the God's Tower. The little fiend brought Lin Fei to another corner of the hall, where a portal appeared on the opposite side. Next to the portal, the floor number and the related items on each floor were indicated. This is the place to exchange items? Yeah, your 3,000 divinity points are really not very useful. The little fiend said contemptuously. Lin Fei was also used to the little fiend's sneering and mocking tone. Do you have any good suggestions? I suggest you learn a few top-notch Juggernaut secret techniques. Your combat strength is not good, and you should improve your bloodline. Your bloodline is too weak. Lin Fei really did not care about bloodline, and he looked more or less uncomfortable when the little fiend mocked him. Is my bloodline really that weak? This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Your bloodline is the worst I've ever seen. Which of the Juggernauts outside doesn't have a bloodline stronger than yours? Lin Fei was convinced. Then I'd better go take a look at my bloodline first. Along the way of cultivation, Lin Fei did not do much research on bloodlines, but he also knew that bloodlines were powerful. Cultivation would also become exceptionally easy. This was something that Lin Fei had to admit. Lin Fei decisively chose to go to the bloodline floor. After going up, Lin Fei appeared in a loft. In front of him were rows of wooden shelves, and on each wooden shelf was a ball of jingguang, emitting light. It's blood essence. Lin Fei came to the closest place and saw a ball of blood essence. Despite the jingguang seal, Lin Fei could still feel the thick energy emitted by the blood essence. 1-star Juggernaut blood essence, 15 divinity points. After refining it, one can easily become a 1-star Juggernaut. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this cheating? Chapter 1542. Lin Fei smiled embarrassedly. According to what the little devil had said, he hadn't been relying on cheating to improve, and this statement was not wrong. Lin Fei said this because he was also shocked by the things in the God Pavilion. It turned out that bloodline was also so important. So, after refining this kind of 1-star ruler blood essence, one can easily become a 1-star ruler? Lin Fei repeated. I know what you are suspecting. In fact, you don't have to doubt it. The upgrade system itself is the biggest cheating device. Something that can help people break through is too normal in my opinion. Lin Fei continued to read. There were 1-star to 9 stars ruler blood essences. The price started from a dozen, then a few hundred, 1,000, and finally tens of thousands. For example, 9 stars ruler blood essence required 50,000 divinity points, which was the highest. Level 1 deity blood essence. When Lin Fei read to the end, he was shocked once again. He actually discovered the heavenly god's blood. Ever since becoming a ruler, Lin Fei knew that the realm after him was the deity realm. You don't have to be surprised. As long as you have divinity points, any bloodline is not a problem. The little devil said disdainfully, these are just the most ordinary bloodlines. For example, Venerable Su Feng you saw last time, she was born with a noble bloodline. Don't think that she is weaker than you now. Once she becomes a ruler, she will burst out with unlimited potential. There is also young Master Fan, he also has a noble bloodline. Hee, none of your opponents are weaker than you. No wonder I can't see through them. Lin Fei suddenly realized. Whether it was Venerable Su Feng or young Master Fan, they were different from the first time he met them. So, they are all from above? Lin Fei pointed above. You can think so. The little devil said, then, do you still think that you are strong with your little strength? Thanks for the lesson. Lin Fei nodded, I am not the strongest yet. I can't beat these rulers in front of me. I still need the battle fortress to resist. You don't have to be so listless. Now that the era of the gods has begun, it is also the beginning of your glorious era. Right now, there is a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you kill these people outside, your strength will increase tremendously, and it will be an explosive increase. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. Lin Fei also went to take a look at the other bloodlines. They were all noble bloodlines, and he couldn't exchange them for the time being. This is the bloodline of a supreme divine beast. Azure Dragon Divine Beast Bloodline. White Tiger Divine Beast Bloodline. The bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. The Black Tortoise Bloodline. In the middle of this layer, there were 4 clumps of essence blood sealed, each of them emitting a godly aura. Lin Fei's mind was shaken. Once the seal was undone, just the divine might it emitted would be enough to kill him. This is the Invincible God King bloodline. This is an Invincible God Emperor bloodline. There is only one Invincible God King and one Invincible God Emperor in every generation. The little devil kept introducing. Lin Fei was also extremely shocked. These bloodlines, no matter which bloodline it was, as long as one refined it, one would become a powerhouse between heaven and earth. Then what bloodline do I need to refine? Lin Fei was very conflicted about this. You don't need to cultivate these ordinary bloodlines, they are useless to you. You better cultivate these bloodlines. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the other side. Special bloodline. The little devil pointed to a clump of bloodline not far away, this is the sea god bloodline. After cultivating it, one's physical body will become softer, cultivating the softness of water to the limit. And over there, that is the most foreign race Tantai bloodline, known as the strongest body. Although it can't be compared to the body of a god, it is also the limit. And your invincible defense can't be used at any time. These words hit the bottom of Lin Fei's heart. Invincible defense indeed couldn't be used so wastefully. This thing had to be used on the blade. Cultivating a strong physical body was a must, 10,000 divinity points, so cheap. 9 stars ruler's blood essence cost 50,000 divinity points, but this foreign race's blood essence was actually so cheap. This made Lin Fei very surprised, and he almost suspected that he had seen wrongly. This is a special lifeform's bloodline, it is not orthodox, so the price is naturally cheap. Not orthodox even if it was 10,000 divinity points, Lin Fei still couldn't do anything. It was too expensive. Other special lifeforms' blood essence wasn't cheap either, basically around 10,000. If you want to get the blood essence as soon as possible, you should go to another place. Divine Technique Room. Lin Fei changed to another place. There were many jade slips sealed here. These jade slips were densely packed. In terms of cultivation technique, Lin Fei was also considered strong, but his power was now limited. Even the previous ruler's storm had become much weaker. After all, to become a ruler, one's mind was very perfect, without a trace of flaw. Lin Fei's ruler's storm could only be used against low-level rulers. It was a useless existence. It was a pity to abandon it, but it was tasteless to eat it. The Great Sword Chi's secret technique's power was also weakened, especially against a mid-level ruler's battle armor. It was almost impossible to break the opponent's defense. What's there to introduce? Lin Fei didn't check, afraid that he would be immersed in it. If he looked too much, his mentality would be affected, and this wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to see. You've become smart, don't you want to look anymore? The little devil smiled. In front of you, I'll just be looking for nothing. I might as well use this time to properly cultivate. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very prideful, so this should be the most to its liking. Hee, I thought I would go in stupidly again. The little devil waved its steel fork. You asked the right person. The little devil was very satisfied. Now isn't the time for you to cultivate. You should cultivate a special method, such as the method to collect the holy stone vein, and use it to refine enough energy points. As long as you have enough energy points, the people outside will be no match for you, and the divinity points you want will appear continuously. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I really walked into a dead end. Ever since he came in, Lin Fei had been thinking of a way to solve the predicament in front of him, but he never thought of doing it in the holy stone vein. The holy stone vein under Sky City was all surrounded by a special formation, so Lin Fei couldn't collect a large amount of holy stones, and could only mine carefully. This undoubtedly delayed the time. If there was enough method to collect the holy stone vein, he could immediately obtain more energy points, and then he could use the function of the battle fortress. Hee, you only know now. The little devil pointed there. There is a special method there. I believe there will be a suitable one for you. Lin Fei had experienced the special bloodline before, so he knew about the special cultivation techniques. They should not be expensive here. As expected, there were many special methods here. Many of them were not heard of by Lin Fei, and their effects were also different. Lin Fei rummaged around, until his eyes fell on a jade slip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I found something. Chapter 1543. Method, God Refinement. Lin Fei seemed to know that it would be useful to him the moment his eyes fell on the jade scroll. This was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei looked at it carefully. The record of the method was very simple, and at the same time, it was a very useless method. I'm lucky to be able to find this method. It might not be useful to others, but to me, there's nothing more suitable than this. God Refinement, a method specially used to refine minds. This was created by a refining god. He felt that mining mines was troublesome and had too many impurities, so he researched the method of God Refinement to reduce the trouble of mining. Unfortunately, this method could not be used to attack. Therefore, it became a special method, which was also a useless existence. I'll see if there are any other methods that are suitable for me. Lin Fei did not choose God Refinement immediately and decided to look around. This won't do. This time is too long. This is too expensive. Barely. One by one, the jade scrolls were ruthlessly eliminated. 2 hours later. Lin Fei returned to the front of God Refinement. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this method was suitable for him. In these 2 hours, it was not that Lin Fei did not find similar methods, but it was a pity that they were all difficult to cultivate. With Lin Fei's current strength, it was very difficult to cultivate, and the success rate was very low. God Refinement was much simpler. Looks like I can only choose this. Lin Fei did not see the little demon appear and wanted to ask what he thought. 500 divinities, it's really not cheap. Seeing the exchange rate, Lin Fei gritted his teeth and exchanged for this method, obtaining God Refinement. Fortunately, I have the divine fire, so I can save one of the steps. Once he got the God Refinement, Lin Fei left the God Tower and returned to the battle fortress, preparing to cultivate God Refinement. They really don't give up. Returning outside, Lin Fei first went to check the battle fortress's energy point. The consumption was quite fast, but at least it could still last for a long time. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Inside the battle fortress, there was an independent space. Lin Fei did not go there, but went to the mine in Hairball's body space. That's the safest place. The mining speed here had reached its limit, but the holy stone that was mined was still not much. Lin Fei threw his senfu. After activating the formation, he went to cultivate the god purification. This technique was not difficult. He needed a divine fire to get started. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei chose to cultivate spirit refinement. All along, Lin Fei's grasp of the divine flame had been very simple, and it could be said to be the outermost level. Right now, the god refinement technique was a deeper level of usage of the divine flame. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his divine flame to attack. Lin Fei had an idea as well. Once he dealt with the sovereigns outside, he would definitely cultivate a fire-type attack technique. I need to practice the spirit refinement first, and I'll have to reach the greater mastery of the art of fire. This was not difficult for Lin Fei. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a lot of top-grade experience pills on him. The Tao of Fire was not difficult. Success. In the secret room of Senfu. The power of flames was overwhelming. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, and the flames jumped up and down. With the help of the top-grade experience pills, the Tao of Fire also entered the sovereign level, and it took less than 100 years. This was under the condition that time was accelerated. After this step, the rest was simple. The level of the divine flame was higher than the sovereign level. If Lin Fei wanted to control it, he had to cultivate the Tao of Fire himself. Once the Tao of Fire was formed, the rest was the in-depth cultivation of the technique. This was not difficult for him. It took him 50 years. Lin Fei successfully cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even though he used a trick in the middle, Lin Fei still successfully cultivated it. After collecting the Senfu, Lin Fei appeared in the mining area and chose a mining area that no one was mining. Come out. There was a loud boom. Lin Fei grabbed towards the mine. A huge flaming hand appeared, and a blazing heat wave surged. It grabbed the entire mine and fell into the flaming hand, leaving behind a bottomless pit. The huge mineral vein was like a small snake. Refine, refine, refine. Lin Fei's heart stirred. The excess things on the mine were instantly evaporated. Piece after piece of holy stone appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was not the end. If this was the extent of the spirit refinement technique, then the special technique would be too worthless. The holy stone melted piece by piece. In a short period of time, the huge mountain range had its impurities removed, leaving behind a miniature version of the mine, which landed in Lin Fei's hands once again. That's it? Lin Fei returned to the outside and placed the mine into the cauldron. Discovered a pure holy stone mine, obtained 200,000 energy points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, this is still the easiest. Previously, he had worked so hard to obtain a few hundred points at a time, which was already a lot. Now that he had obtained more than 200,000 energy points in one go, how could Lin Fei not be happy and excited? Good stuff, really good stuff. With the addition of these 200,000 energy points, the energy points that were originally being consumed had once again recovered to 350,000 energy points. If Lin Fei was willing to release a war beast, he could already release a war beast. If I make a war beast now, it will definitely be enough to make them drink a lot. Lin Fei did not plan to do that. In this kind of situation, a war beast's effect was negligible. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it big. No matter what, he had to release a war giant or a war roar. Continue to earn energy points. Lin Fei first collected the mines in the mining area. He had collected a total of 3 mines. He had thought that he would be able to obtain 600,000 energy points, but in the end, he only obtained 300,000 energy points. It turned out that 2 of the mines only had 50,000 energy points. Lin Fei also had 600,000 energy points on hand. The people who were originally mining the mines were all free, and the small world was also empty. This is not enough. 1 year. The people brought by the 8 rulers had been besieging the battle fortress for a year. In this 1 year, they had been attacking the battle fortress every day. Recently, they finally showed joy. The originally motionless battle fortress was gradually shaking. This was enough to prove that their method was effective. The battle fortress's energy supply was starting to run out. This was also the reason why it was shaking. They attacked with even more effort. As long as the battle fortress was broken, they would see what they could do. Boom! The originally motionless battle fortress smashed towards the mysterious dark ruler. No one was able to react in time. Bastard! The mysterious dark ruler's face had been gloomy for the past year. Caught off guard, the battle fortress smashed into the mystic Yin sovereign, sending him flying. His subordinates behind him were also sent tumbling. They were the last of his forces. Rip! The heavenly umbrella that was opened up had a hole in it. The battle fortress wobbled and charged out. Quick, Chase. The battle fortress can't last much longer. Attack. The blue water ruler, fierce fire ruler, and the others immediately realized that the other party was struggling. This collision seemed to have created a hole. They believed that the battle fortress must have used up a lot of energy to leave this place. They finally saw hope. Thus, such a scene appeared in the sky. The battle fortress wobbled. The densely packed rulers behind used their ruler weapons, secret arts, and divine abilities. All sorts of attacks rained down from the sky. A struggle before death. This was what the rulers saw. They were extremely excited to be able to break through a battle fortress. Even if they couldn't control the battle fortress, it would still be a glorious thing in the future. Come out. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared on the battle fortress. He grabbed towards a mountain range below, uprooting a huge mine and sending it into the flaming hand. The black-robed man also endured a wave of attacks before disappearing from everyone's sight. What divine ability is that? Who knows what he grabbed just now? It seems to be a mine. It's a saint stone mine. The 8 rulers at the front also saw this scene. They didn't have time to stop him. The other party was too fast. He can actually grab a mine? Damn, what is he trying to do? The fierce fire ruler didn't understand and said angrily. Maybe he's using the saint stone to convert energy? Impossible. The few rulers shook their heads. They didn't know what to do with energy, but they had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing to let the other party keep grabbing the mine. Stop him. We can't let him take it. Damn it, he's taken another vein. Next, this scene happened again and again. Each time the black-robed man appeared, he would take a mine. They couldn't stop him at all. The black-robed man was very cunning. Each time, he would take on the next wave of attacks. Since he didn't leave the battle fortress, they couldn't do anything but watch as the mine was taken away. For the first time, they felt helpless. They knew that this wasn't a good thing, but they couldn't stop him. They could only let him take the mine. In the meantime, they tried to take it, but they realized something unbelievable. They couldn't grab the mine. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread. What was this black-robed man trying to do? Was he going to use the mine to turn the situation around? Although they were worried, fortunately, the battle fortress was still shaking. Some of the attacks could land on the surface of the battle fortress, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress wouldn't last much longer. This was the only thing they could be at ease about. The outer defense is broken. Half a month later, the outer defense of the battle fortress was broken. Everyone's attacks landed on the surface of the battle fortress. Now they just had to break into the battle fortress. For the persevering ruler, this was the best piece of news. They were just a step away from entering the inner parts of the battle fortress, and the formation masters were all gathered together to protect them. After chasing for another 3 days, the battle fortress suddenly stopped. Everyone could see that they were about to break into the battle fortress. Run, keep running. The mysterious dark ruler said coldly. Chapter 1544. P.S. I'm going on a long trip in the next few days, so I'm afraid the script won't be stable. I'll probably only be able to update once a day. Sorry. Run. Of course, they didn't want him to run. They wanted to have a battle to the death with them. The Divine General platform's 10 years were almost up. If they continued, they would have worked for nothing. When everyone went to the Divine General platform, they wouldn't be the only ones who wanted to take down the battle fortress. This was not something they wanted to see. Hearing the black-robed man's words, they were happy. It would be best if they fought. Sir, I'll say it again. As long as you hand over the battle fortress, I believe no one here will attack you. The 7-colored ruler smiled. That's right. As long as you give up the battle fortress, we won't kill you. The fierce fire ruler agreed. Kiki, leave behind your treasures, and we can let you go. The mysterious dark ruler smiled sinisterly. It's up to you. The other rulers looked over, their eyes lighting up. In the end, it was the mystic Enrich who had spoken the truth. Everyone knew that the other had powerful treasures that could withstand their combined attacks. If they could get them, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. Hand over your treasures, and we can let bygones be bygones. Your battle fortress shouldn't be able to last for long. This is your best choice. Once we attack, no matter how powerful your treasures are, they won't be able to stop us. At this moment, they seemed to have the other in control. The battle fortress would not be able to unleash a terrifying attack after a heavy collision. Even if it could, its power would be greatly reduced. As long as they were on guard, it wouldn't affect them much. Ha 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 ha, you're all bullsh asterisk ting. Suddenly, the person on the battle fortress laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in this world. The 8 rulers' expressions turned ugly. Usually, no one dared to question their words. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? You, Mystic Enrich, do you really think someone like you would let me leave? You probably want to kill me 100 times over. Lin Fei pointed at the mysterious dark ruler and cursed. The mysterious dark ruler was filled with endless resentment towards the black-robed man. He could no longer suppress his anger. You're right. No matter what you do, I'll kill you today. I'll also suppress your primordial spirit in the 9 underworlds and make it suffer day and night. You guys probably have the same idea. Lin Fei ignored their expressions. Didn't you want the battle fort for yourself? Now is your chance. As long as you kill me, you can have the battle fort. What are you waiting for? If you don't come now, you won't have time. You also know that you're about to die. If you had known that this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. The mystic Enrich was the one with the most hatred. I'll be the first to attack and kill you. The mysterious dark hegemon was itching to make a move. I can't wait that long. Kill. A white ice palace appeared, emitting an endless amount of cold air. At the same time, there was also a chill in the air, freezing the space around it. The huge ice palace smashed over, and a terrifying chill rushed towards the battle fort. This was the attack of a 6-star dominator. At the same time, it was one of the trump cards of the profound sovereign's consummate techniques. The black hegemon did not intend to give his opponent any chance to resist. I knew you would be the first to attack. Lin Fei's black hair fluttered in the wind. Standing on the battle fort, he laughed. Come out, war giant. 500,000 energy points evaporated in an instant. Roar heaven and earth began to tremble. The weaker sovereigns exploded like rubber balls, falling into the abyss one by one. Regardless of whether they were powerful rulers or weak rulers, their hearts trembled at this moment. A huge golden figure appeared in their vision. This was a 300 zhang tall golden giant. The golden giant wielded a 3,000 zhang long golden saber as it emerged from the battle fort. Standing on the mountain range, it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Kill. The golden saber slashed at the mysterious dark hegemon. A golden light flashed. The white ice palace was slashed apart. The mysterious dark hegemon was instantly scared out of his wits. 7-star dominator. Cracking sounds rang out from the mysterious dark hegemon's body. I can't accept this. The upper half of the mysterious dark hegemon's body fell off, and his entire body was split into 2. Even someone as powerful as him was unable to block this terrifying saber. Even after exhausting all of his defensive treasures, he was still unable to block this saber. The mysterious dark hegemon had fallen. After killing the mysterious dark hegemon with a single saber strike, the golden giant's enormous body moved with astonishing speed. Unaffected by its body, it charged into the mysterious dark hegemon's troops and swept its golden saber. Ah, my body. I don't want to die. Damn it, how can there be such a giant? With this saber strike, countless rulers were either injured or killed. A massacre also began to appear. This is too awesome. On the battle fort, Lin Fei looked at the ever-increasing divinity and sucked in a breath of cold air. The war giant was mighty and awesome. The 500,000 energy points had been well spent. The war giant was like a god of death. With a sweep of its golden saber, its terrifying might could basically kill its enemies with a single strike. Moreover, with its terrifying speed, no one could escape from it. As for the ruler's counterattack, it was as if it was scratching an itch. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the battle race was able to conquer one territory after another. With this kind of war giant, they were still able to sweep through everything in their path. Originally, Lin Fei had been prepared to use the war roar. It was just 1,000,000 energy points. But now, it seemed that the war giant was more powerful. At this moment, the war giant was unstoppable. No matter what realm the ruler was at, they couldn't block that golden light. Once the golden light flashed, a large number of rulers would die. This place had already turned into a battlefield. The remaining 7 rulers, it was as if someone had hit them in the head. They couldn't believe this outcome. The battle fort actually had such an attack method? Didn't they say that it had used up most of its energy? Why was this happening? Hua Jingguang light swept across. The 7 rulers' mid-grade ruler battle robes appeared on their bodies. They had a hard time blocking and their battle robes were covered in cracks. We were all tricked. The 7-colored ruler was in a panic and couldn't calm down anymore. His voice was filled with bitterness. The other party had turned the situation around. Facing a war giant with the combat strength of a 7-star ruler, they could only bitterly block. As for their subordinates, they didn't have time to help at all. They could only watch as they were killed by the golden giant. It was a true one-sided massacre. War giant, this is a war giant. Why did it appear here? Why didn't it be used right from the start? The fierce fire ruler's flame empire collapsed from the golden light. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 1545. War Giant. These 4 words were like a terrifying existence that pierced into the hearts of the 7 rulers. Everything about the past appeared in the depths of their memories. Although they did not have the chance to come into contact with it, it was because of their understanding of the war giant. They actually saw a war giant in their lives. A golden war giant. Not to mention attacking, just the war giant's attacks alone were already too much for them to handle. If this dragged on, it would be disastrous. They realized why the other party stopped. They were preparing to start a massacre. We lost. The 7-colored ruler said helplessly. We didn't lose. I heard that the war giant is formed from energy. Once the time runs out, it will disappear. This is our chance. Ruler Fiery Ruler shook his head. Everyone seemed to have grasped a trace of hope. That's right. The war giant had a time limit. Do you think the 7 of us can hold on? The 7-colored ruler poured cold water on them. Look around first. Everyone was speechless. In a short period of time, the war giant killed countless giants. The original team had already collapsed. Everyone felt uneasy and tried to escape. However, they were unable to escape from the enemy's golden blade. It's over. It's really over. If you want to deal with that guy, go deal with him yourselves. I won't participate anymore. Ruler Greenhill said this and turned to leave. Everyone knew that this defeat was not something they could turn around. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A beam of light shot out from the battle fortress. The beam of light turned into a cage. Ruler Greenhill was trapped in the cage. No matter how he attacked, the cage did not change at all. This is the war cage. Everyone, leave. Ruler Fiery Ruler said bitterly. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Although the war cage wasn't a powerful killing move, once they were trapped in the cage, with their current strength, there was no possibility of leaving. If they didn't leave now, when would they? All of you, stay behind. Shio 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 6 beams of light shot out, turning into the war cage and trapping them. The 6-star ruler's attack only caused a slight ripple in the cage. The people who were trapped in the cage became depressed. Who would have thought that this would be the result? In front of the battle fortress, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just the war cage was not something they could deal with. They were like fish on the chopping board. War giant, war cage. The spectating chief hegemon of the Tao was so terrified that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He immediately turned tail and prepared to flee. The might of the golden light was not something he could withstand. Even if his main body was here, he would have to run away from the war giant. These were originally mine. The Tao hegemon frantically fled, but his final hopes were shattered. The problem was how to survive. As the person who had spread the news, the Tao hegemon knew very well that the Tao hegemon would definitely kill him. You think you can leave? A golden figure chased after him. It was the war giant, and atop the war giant was a black-robed fellow. No. Lin Fei deeply disliked the hegemon of the Tao. The wargiant's sword swept out, sweeping across the chief sovereign of the Tao's body. The chief sovereign's armor was shattered, and his body was blasted apart. A clone couldn't even withstand the war giant's powerful attack. Ding. You've received 2 divine movement points. Ding. Obtained 3 divinity points. Ding, get 1000 invincible point. All kinds of notifications made Lin Fei overjoyed. He opened the system and saw that the invincible point and divinity points were rising rapidly. Looking at the chief sovereigns who were still resisting in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly blinked. I seem to have wiped out 80 to 90% of the chief sovereigns in Sky City. Previously, Lin Fei just wanted to let the war giant go on a killing spree, and he really didn't think about anything else. Only now did he think of this problem. Who cares, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Fei threw this problem to the back of his mind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The war giant had wiped out all the chief sovereigns. Apart from the smell of blood, there was still the smell of blood. Lin Fei obtained 40,000 to 50,000 divinity points. From the previous 3,000 points, he had become a small tycoon. As for the chief sovereign's weapons and battle armor, there were almost none. The war giant's attack was too strong. With a sweep of the sword, the weapons and battle armor were all shattered into pieces. Lin Fei felt regret and pity when he thought about it. Fortunately, the storage ring was still there, which could more or less comfort him. The holy stones inside could be turned into energy points again. This battle had used up almost 1,000,000 energy points. The 7 chief sovereigns were all trapped in the cage. The originally majestic group was now empty. They had long heard of the power of the war fortress, but only when they saw it for the first time did they realize how terrifying it was. You've lost. Lin Fei stood on the war giant and appeared in front of the 7 chief sovereigns. Yes, we've lost. The 7-colored sovereign's beautiful face was pale. The remaining chief sovereigns felt helpless, but they also knew that they had lost. There was no way to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of chief sovereigns had been killed. This was such a cruel method. Even they might not have seen such a scene before. They had thought that victory was in their grasp, but in the end, they had still fallen into the opponent's trap. They usually killed dozens or hundreds of chief sovereigns, which was already a lot. But now, compared to the opponent, it was like one was an adult and the other was a child. There was no comparison. If you want to kill me, cut me up, don't talk nonsense. Even if you kill me, my clan will still attack you. The chief sovereigns of the endless territories will also attack you. The war fortress will never be something that you can obtain. They seemed to be unafraid of death, but they still showed their unwillingness. These were their true bodies. If their true bodies died, they would lose more than half of their strength. Whether I can obtain it or not is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. The war giant attacked again. Wait. Just as he was about to attack, a wave of power descended from the sky and suppressed the war giant, preventing him from attacking. F***ck, they're finally out. After killing tens of thousands of chief sovereigns, Lin Fei was waiting for the divine servants to attack. He wanted to see what they were going to do to him. The chief sovereigns of Sky City had almost been wiped out. This was not a small matter. 3 black-armored divine servants appeared in the sky. Bang, 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 the war cage was broken. The remaining 7 chief sovereigns sucked in a cold breath. The divine servants were so powerful that they could suppress the war giant and break the war cage. With this kind of strength, it was probably not an exaggeration to say that they were 9 stars chief sovereigns. Greetings, divine servants. The 7 said hurriedly. Lin Fei was a little displeased. He wanted to kill these people. Of course, the 7-colored chief sovereign was an exception. Lin Fei was prepared to use her as a maid to serve tea and water. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about using a 6-star chief sovereign as a maid. Lord Divine Servant, this person is cruel and has killed tens of thousands of chief sovereigns. Lord Divine Servant, please kill him. Is that so? Chapter 1546. Silence. The cave ruler was already a 6-star ruler, and he had obtained a special treasure like the boundless abyss that could divert a third of an attack. He was quite famous amongst the 6-star rulers, but he had died just like that without even being able to resist. Do you have any objections? The black-armored divine attendant turned around and asked coldly. The remaining 6 rulers lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. They had no other thoughts. Objections? Who would dare to have objections? They had not seen the cave ruler die with a cold snort, let alone them. They would most likely suffer the same fate. To be honest, they did have this thought. They hoped to borrow the divine attendant's hands to kill the fellow in front of them. According to their expectations, the divine attendants in charge of Sky City would definitely be enraged when most of the rulers were dead. They might really act, and there might be an opportunity waiting for them. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? They had gone in the opposite direction. At this time, they secretly rejoiced that they had not been in a hurry to speak. Instead, the cave ruler had rushed out to die. Lin Fei did not speak. He was waiting for the divine attendants to speak. You are quite bold. 80 to 90% of Sky City's rulers died at your hands. One of the divine attendants said, aren't you afraid that I will be the first to kill you? Kill me? Are you willing? From the moment they had killed the cave ruler, Lin Fei knew that they would not do anything to him. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed, because I killed these useless fellows. I'm afraid that in your eyes, these rulers are dispensable. In any case, they won't be able to return from the divine general dais. Dying now is no different from going to the divine general dais. Lin Fei was just that bold. With his invincible defense, even if they really wanted to attack, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to return safely. Of course, he wouldn't use this move unless he had no other choice. Ruler Ardent Fire and the others' expressions changed. They would never say such words, especially in front of these divine attendants. They could kill them with a single glance. You are indeed bold. The divine servant's voice didn't change at all. It was still as cold as before. Killing these pieces of trash is killing them. We like your audacious temperament very much. Pack up your things and come to Sky City. It ended just like that. Lin Fei thought that they would at least say something. As for the rest of you, you can go down and accompany them. As soon as the divine servants opened their mouths, they were sentenced to death, even if they had clones. Bang bang bang, just like that, the sovereigns melted like snow in winter. Can we not kill her? Lin Fei said as he pointed at the rainbow ruler. Sure. The 5 sovereigns melted away one after another. They were as dead as could be. The 7-colored sovereign's face was pale. Looking at the black-robed man, he revealed a complicated expression. This guy actually saved him at this time. Was he not afraid of being killed by the divine servants? The 3 divine servants disappeared from the sky. How is it? How do you feel after walking on the road of death? Lin Fei looked at the pale woman. Not good. It was not that the 7-colored sovereign had never experienced death before. However, This was the first time he had been so close to death. He could not resist at all, as weak as an ant. The appearance of the black-robed fellow gave the seven-colored ruler a different kind of ruler. You guys brought this upon yourselves. You had nothing better to do than to steal the battle fortress. Lin Fei said. The seven-colored sovereign rolled his eyes. Isn't this all because of you? Then what do you plan to do with me now? Be my maid. Lin Fei said proudly. Can't you see that I'm missing a maid? I think you're very suitable. Otherwise, why would I save you? You really dare to make me your maid? The seven-colored sovereign said angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The seven-colored sovereign knew very well how powerless his words were. This guy had the upper hand now. Even the divine servant seemed to look at him differently. A woman's intuition was very sensitive. Don't regret this. The seven-colored sovereign gritted his teeth. In the beginning, the seven-colored sovereign never thought that this guy could do it. Who would dare to make a dignified six-star sovereign like himself a maid? Yet, it really came true. Just prepare to be my maid. Now, control your temper. If you're not convinced, you can make your move. Let's see what you can do to me. This bastard. Sky City. This originally bustling place had become desolate. Now, it was cold and cheerless. The streets that used to be filled with rulers were now empty. The sovereigns who remained in Sky City were basically all 2-star and 3-star sovereigns. They were all cautious people and did not run out because of the battle fortress. Their rationality allowed them to suppress their greed and desires. Thus, they survived. I wonder how Di Tian is doing. In a restaurant in Sky City. Windrain Sovereign and the others gathered together. Ever since 80 to 90% of the sovereigns had left, the pressure on them had lessened. They did not need to hide inside and could roam around in some restaurants. As for leaving the city, they did not dare. It was too chaotic outside. Who knows? In any case, this has nothing to do with us. Although this was what they said, their impression of Di Tian was very complicated. If not for Di Tian, they would still be hiding in the plaza and would not have come outside. On the other hand, they were worried about getting involved with Di Tian. Fortunately, no one had discovered this, which was why they dared to drink here. Hua, a black figure charged in from outside Sky City. The black figure disappeared as soon as it appeared. This person looks a little familiar. It's Di Tian. He's Di Tian. Windrain Sovereign and Skyen Sovereign both noticed the black figure. Their eyes widened as they recognized who the black figure was. Their expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, no one was around. They did not dare to imagine that Di Tian would return at a time like this. Wasn't he being surrounded and attacked? Could it be that something had happened outside? Logically speaking, Di Tian should not have returned. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and temporarily placed the seven-colored sovereign on top of it. As for controlling the battle fortress, that was something he did not even need to think about. Lin Fei was very relaxed. After entering Sky City, he swept out with his divine sense. The enormous Sky City was empty. There were not many sovereigns left. What a sin. Lin Fei looked very serious, but no one knew how much he was exaggerating. After entering Sky City, a will came to guide him. He followed the will and flew into the depths of Sky City. The layers of restrictions automatically opened up a path. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of Sky City. He passed through the layers of barriers, which shocked even him. He saw the 3 divine attendants. They sat on their thrones, and their auras caused the surroundings to be terrifyingly quiet. You're here. Chapter 1547. What do you mean you're here? Lin Fei shuddered. I'm not your woman. They could easily kill a 6-star ruler without even lifting a finger. Lin Fei naturally didn't dare to underestimate the 3 giants. Especially since he had entered from the outside, Lin Fei had to be very careful. Perhaps only the battle fortress could break through the layers of restrictions here. For example, right now, Lin Fei seemed to have appeared in a different space. The space was constantly changing. The three divine servants seemed to be in front of him, but Lin Fei was very clear that his attacks would fail. Di Tian greets the three divine servants. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You're not bad. You actually have a way to activate the battle fortress and summon the war giant. The wood divine servant said, however, your methods are too cruel. You killed almost all the rulers here. What do you say? This again? Lin Fei was very clear that they wanted to give him a warning. After all, too many people had died. I didn't expect this either. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. As Lin Fei spoke, he pondered. There's no use for such a weak ruler. My three divine servants, if there's anything you need me to do, please let me know. Although I can't guarantee that I'll complete it, as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Fei had discussed this with the little fiend. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the divine servants did this on purpose. Their goal was very simple, to find the strongest expert. He was that strongest expert. Although he had won by relying on the battle fortress, in this matter, only the winner takes all. A loss was a loss. The divine servants had to do their own things. You're quite smart. The wood divine servant said, just as you said, those people couldn't withstand a single blow. Even if they died, they would have died in vain. The three divine servants were quite optimistic about this Di Tian. There were very few people who could emerge victorious from the encirclement of the sovereigns. What they needed was the most powerful person in the world. This was the goal of Sky City. Even if all the rulers died, as long as one person was the strongest, they wouldn't have any objections. Thus, when the war giant started killing, they didn't stop it. It was easy for them to destroy a war giant. In the end, they had all died, but Di Tian had survived and become the strongest individual in Sky City. Even though his personal strength was only average, he had countless tricks up his sleeves. Even a 6-star ruler might not be able to take him down. They needed such a powerful expert to work for them. How much do you know about the Divine General stage? Here comes the main topic. When it comes to understanding the Divine General platform, I don't know as much as the three divine attendants. Lin Fei said. Even if he knew something, he wouldn't say it. On this issue, Lin Fei played a small trick. No matter what he said, the other party had already spoken up. How could he be more familiar with the situation inside than them? Definitely not. Since that was the case, there was no point in saying it. You're very smart. You don't know the situation on the Divine General platform as well as we do. Lin Fei laughed dryly. I'm sure you know a little about the Divine General stage's origins, but you don't know the specifics. I'll tell you about it now. It was created by a divine king. All you need to know is that he was an extremely powerful divine king. The main use of the Divine General stage is to select divine generals. Once you become a divine general, you'll have a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Your mission is very simple. Once you enter the Divine General stage, do your best to distinguish yourself. How do you do your best to distinguish yourself? That's to snatch deity roots. This is a cruel battle. The more deity roots you have, the more precious divine items you can refine, which will greatly increase your strength. After that, you'll have a chance to enter the Divine General Palace. Once you're there, you'll know what your mission is. Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. The meaning of this mission was too great. Wasn't it a little too simple? Had he forgotten about it after such a long time? Is my final mission to enter the Divine General Palace? Lin Fei asked carefully. Yes, it is to enter the Divine General Palace. Lin Fei blinked. I'll know the mission once I'm inside? Yes, as long as you're inside. However, this step is very difficult. You must be mentally prepared. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering this kind of mission. However, their faces were expressionless, and their tones were flat. Lin Fei couldn't see any clues. I want to know what deity roots are. Why do we need to snatch deity roots? Deity roots are a special existence. As long as one refines it into one's body will have divinity. The more divinity there is, the easier it will be for one to master divine arts. Otherwise, without divinity, it'll be difficult for anyone to cultivate. Lin Fei stood inside for a long time. Alright, you can go now. Enjoy the remaining days. I'll inform you when the Divine General stage opens. A wave of fluctuation came, and just like that, Lin Fei appeared in the Sky City. Strange, how strange. Lin Fei murmured in his heart. Isn't it just going to the Divine General Palace? I didn't say that I had to go. Everyone said that it would be difficult and that the competition would be fierce. Hee hee. In a mountain range outside the Sky City, Lin Fei threw out Senfu and prepared to stay here for the rest of the time. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in the Sky City. Moreover, he didn't like the three god servants very much. It was more comfortable to live outside. Before that, Lin Fei prepared to properly modify the seven-colored ruler. The seven-colored ruler wasn't a follower. Lin Fei didn't make her swear an oath. He just let her be a maid by his side. Does this maid know how to massage? Are you trying to kill me? By the lake next to the mountain range, Lin Fei crossed his legs and lay on a cloud. Behind him, the seven-colored ruler pinched Lin Fei's shoulder unwillingly, feeling extremely wronged. Ever since this fellow returned that day, the seven-colored ruler's nightmare began. He had to learn everything a maid could do. For example, making tea. For example, cooking. As a high and mighty ruler, the seven-colored ruler hadn't done this in a long time. As for eating, it was already in his memory, and he had almost forgotten about it. That day, the seven-colored ruler exploded. What made the seven-colored ruler tragic was that no matter how she attacked, her attacks were useless against him. However, she didn't dare to underestimate his attacks. What was even more tragic was that the mid-grade ruler battle armor on her body was taken away. Her storage ring was also taken away. It was said that she had kept it for herself. After losing the ruler battle armor, the seven-colored ruler's defense became weaker. She gritted her teeth against Lin Fei, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. The other party was also immersed in such an atmosphere. This made things difficult for the seven-colored ruler. Chapter 1548. In the last few years of the 10 Years' War, Lin Fei's life was quite comfortable. Every day, he would either tease the seven-colored ruler or level up for a short while. No one would disturb him. He had his own time. The three divine servants had put in a lot of effort for Lin Fei to stand out on the Divine General platform. First was the Holy Stone Mine. Lin Fei was free to collect these mineral veins. With the help of the Divine Refinement technique, Lin Fei didn't hold back at all. He collected the Holy Stone mines one by one and turned them into energy points for the battle fortress. Such a good opportunity didn't come by very often. With the energy points, the formations and restrictions inside the battle fortress were completely repaired in a year. The densely packed formations and restrictions were connected from top to bottom. Even Lin Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw it. How could he break through this? Of course, during this time, Lin Fei recruited a large number of demon warriors through the demon dimension. He used them to activate the battle fortress and unleash the most ordinary attacks. This was something that couldn't be done before. Ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to block even an ordinary attack. The battle fortress could unleash the power of a real fortress. Leisurely times were always short. Di Tian, come to me quickly. On this day, Lin Fei was still sunbathing by the lake. The seven-colored ruler massaged his shoulders with a hateful gaze. The divine servant's voice sounded in his mind. Is it finally starting? Lin Fei signaled for the seven-colored ruler to stop. He knew that his leisurely days were over. It's starting? The seven-colored ruler's life wasn't as bad as he had imagined. All in all, Di Tian wasn't bad. What surprised the seven-colored ruler even more was that after killing so many rulers, Sky City had almost become an empty city. The remaining rulers weren't of much use, but the divine servant didn't punish Tion at all. Instead, she tried her best to rope Tion in. This was something the seven-colored ruler hadn't expected. This was the first time the seven-colored ruler had seen someone killed to this extent. What will come will come. Lin Fei stood up. Stay by my side and don't talk. It was still the same place as last time. The expressions of the three divine servants didn't change much. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to sense a trace of joy in it. If one wasn't an extremely powerful person, one wouldn't be able to tell. The divine general platform is about to begin. Lin Fei listened. Quite a few extremely powerful sovereigns have appeared on the divine general dais, and the competition will be intense. You have to be careful. The three of them were divine servants' instructions. Lin Fei nodded to show that he understood. It's best if you don't use the battle fort in the platform. You can only rely on your own abilities because there are existences you can't afford to offend. They are emissaries that have existed for a very long time. Even if it's just a shadow right now, it's still not something you can handle. You must be mentally prepared. The phantom of a divine general? Lin Fei had never even considered using the battle bastion. This thing couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If he used it on the divine general platform, all the rulers of the weave would be tempted, and the supreme experts would all appear to hunt him down. Lin Fei didn't like being hunted down all the time. Even though Lin Fei really liked the feeling of killing someone with one shot from the battle bastion, it felt really good, and he would get a large amount of experience and all sorts of benefits. Sirs, you know that I'm quite strong, but I'm afraid I'm just an ordinary existence on the divine general platform. You can't just let me go empty-handed, right? Lin Fei said, feeling wronged. The seven-colored sovereign didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the three divine servants. They could kill him with a single finger. After hearing Tion's words, he knew the difference between them. The seven-colored sovereign didn't have the guts to ask for benefits openly. I knew you would say that. The three divine servants each took out a celestial talisman that emitted a faint light and flew in front of Lin Fei. These are three celestial talismans. One can protect you from death once, one can unleash the power of an expert like me once, and the last one can help you escape 10 billion kilometers away. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with these three things. These are all one-time consumables. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. Is there nothing else? Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said, I have to risk my life for the divine general platform. Only with more protection will I have the confidence to complete the mission. If they dared to give him things, Lin Fei didn't mind asking for more. No matter what it was, as long as it was useful, it was fine. He was cheating here. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that the other divine servants of Sky City would also provide some convenience to the people they chose. He wasn't the only one who benefited. If he really thought that he was the only one who benefited, he wouldn't even know how he died. They would definitely give him these things. Lin Fei was very confident. This is the Destruction Spear Phantom. It has the power of an 8-star ruler. It can be used 10 times in a row. After 10 times, the phantom will return. This is our greatest support for you. A black spear appeared in front of Lin Fei, emitting a faint aura of destruction. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Lin Fei knew that this kind of illusory weapon could only be created by an extremely powerful magic treasure. In other words, the three divine attendants had a real destructive spear in their hands. Moreover, it possessed terrifying power. Thank you for your support, sirs. I will definitely do my best. Lin Fei put away the Destruction Spear Phantom. You can go back now. The Divine General platform will start in the afternoon. Back to his own Senfu. Lin Fei didn't refine the Destruction Spear Phantom. The three divine attendants gave Lin Fei a different feeling. This was especially so for this mission. He kept feeling that there were secrets that no one knew about. Why did he have this thought? Even Lin Fei himself wasn't too clear. Little devil, what do you think of this thing? Lin Fei summoned the little devil. This thing is good for you, but it's not a good thing. Fortunately, you didn't refine it. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal disaster. The little devil glanced at it and said coldly. Fatal disaster? Lin Fei didn't see what was hidden in the spear. He used his divine sense to check it several times. His expression couldn't help but become serious. This is a phantom that was stripped from the weapon. If you refine this phantom, it will be equivalent to establishing a connection with the weapon itself. If the other party wants to kill you, they only need to take out the weapon and they will be able to kill you through the air. *CK, I knew they wouldn't be so kind. They even hid such a trick. Lin Fei's forehead was full of cold sweat. May I know what grade this weapon is? Establishing a connection could kill him from a distance. Lin Fei really hadn't seen this kind of weapon before. Chapter 1549. It can't be. There's a divine weapon in this world? Lin Fei thought he had misheard. This spear phantom actually came from a divine weapon. A divine weapon isn't something amazing. The little devil didn't care at all and even looked down on him. With your current divinity points, you can exchange for a low-grade divine weapon if you earn a little more. Lin Fei thought about it again. A divine weapon really wasn't that amazing. In fact, a divine weapon was still very powerful in this world. Whoever took it out, even the rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Today was the first time Lin Fei heard of a divine weapon, and it came from the 3 divine servants. From the fact that they took out a divine weapon phantom for you, it seems like they're plotting something big. The little devil analyzed, maybe after it's done, your life will be in danger. Lin Fei cursed the 3 divine servants in his heart. He had almost been tricked. Lin Fei wasn't clear about the characteristics of a divine weapon. If he really refined the phantom and had a connection with the divine weapon, it wouldn't be impossible to kill him from a distance. Should I refine it? If I don't, maybe they'll suspect me. Lin Fei thought, but if I refine it, it'll be equivalent to having a karmic connection. Maybe I'll fall into their trap. This had become a headache to deal with. Lin Fei wasn't willing to put his life in the hands of others. Whether they had this intention or not, Lin Fei had to guard against them. At least, he had to let them believe that he refined the divine weapon phantom. Otherwise, they would suspect him immediately. The divine general platform hadn't been opened yet, so Lin Fei was still in big trouble. Even with the battle fortress, he might not have a chance of winning, especially if they were prepared. The destructive power of the battle fortress would also be greatly limited. That's simple. As long as you're willing to spend some divinity, I can help you condense you to confuse them. When the time comes, if they really want to kill you, they'll only kill your fake body, and you won't have any trouble. Moreover, with this fake body, you can also use the karmic connection to take control of the other party's divine weapon by using deceptive tactics. There's such a cultivation method. The shrine is omnipotent as long as you have enough divinity points. I don't think it's expensive. It's not expensive, only 1,000 divinity points. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei could only learn. 1,000 divinity points was equivalent to 500 juggernauts, which was still barely bearable. After a while, deep inside the battle fort, an exact copy of Lin Fei appeared. His aura and divine sense were exactly the same. Even I can't tell. Lin Fei used his spiritual consciousness to check for a while but did not find any flaws. If you can tell, then this cultivation technique is too worthless. The little devil said, now let the fake body refine it. Lin Fei took out the spear image and handed it to his doppelganger, who easily refined it. I've refined it. You can use it now. Leave this avatar in the battle fort. Don't worry if the divine weapon comes. Just let him out and you'll be safe. Lin Fei put away the spear image and saw his other self sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something. He's using the connection to trace the source and slowly corrode the divine weapon, the spear of destruction. As long as he has enough time, he can take the spear for himself, making them lose their soldiers and their wives. The little devil smirked. When that time comes, their faces will definitely look good. After the important trouble was solved, Lin Fei felt a lot more at ease. Perhaps, the divine servants were also at ease. After all, he refined the spear image, which meant that the power of life and death fell into the hands of the other party. Lin Fei did not like this kind of shameless method. Now that he had no worries, Lin Fei wanted to know what tricks they were playing. In the afternoon, everyone received the notice. The Divine General platform would open today, which was undoubtedly good news for the juggernauts who had been in Sky City. In order to fight for the battle fort, the 10 juggernauts of Sky City had all died. A large number of juggernauts were killed, so they did not dare to go out and had been hiding in Sky City. With the opening of the Divine General platform, they could move to a new place, which was undoubtedly a relief. Boom! In the sky above Sky City, a vortex descended, piercing through the clouds and the void. It was like a giant pillar of light that appeared in Sky City's plaza. This pillar of light was majestic and boundless. Everyone seemed incredibly small in front of this pillar of light. The juggernauts appeared in the plaza, staring at the pillar of light not too far away. This was the moment they had all been looking forward to. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A strange power enveloped Sky City. Every juggernaut, regardless of their cultivation level, subconsciously flew toward the pillar of light, unable to control their bodies. After sensing that there was no danger, the juggernauts relaxed. One by one, they entered the pillar of light. Lin Fei was also affected by the power, unable to move. This power is quite strange. It can suppress my power. The Divine General platform above should be even more extraordinary. Lin Fei did not resist, allowing himself to enter the pillar of light and fly upward. In the depths of Sky City, the 3 divine servants also stood up. Their gazes were fixed on the pillar of light. A hint of anticipation appeared on their previously expressionless faces. I hope I'll succeed this time. Lin Fei felt his surroundings change faster and faster. A terrifying tearing force tore at him, as though it wanted to tear him apart. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. This process lasted for a very long time. By the time Lin Fei regained control of his body, he had appeared on a platform. There were many similar platforms around him. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, the platforms flew away and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lin Fei noticed that there were 9 towering mountains in the distance. Apart from these 9 mountains, there was nothing else in his field of vision. Divine General Mountain? Lin Fei looked again. One side of the mountain had been shaved off, leaving behind 3 majestic words. Just from these words alone, Lin Fei could tell that they were extraordinary. At this time, the platform beneath him was pulled by some sort of force, directly flying into the distance. It was getting farther and farther away from the 9 mountains, and in the end, it could no longer be seen. Lin Fei estimated that it had flown for at least 10 billion miles, perhaps even more. As for where the platform was flying to, Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention. He just let Little Fiend scan this space so that he could have a better understanding. This place is really not ordinary. Even time is messed up. I don't even know how long it has been since I left that place. The platform dissipated, and Lin Fei stopped in midair with a solemn expression. The surrounding space and time were in a state of chaos. This was the first time he had encountered such a place. The divine servant said that I have to obtain as many deity roots as possible in order to have a chance to enter the Divine General platform. I wonder what deity roots look like. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to carefully scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he searched in a certain direction. After traveling thousands of miles, a huge bird suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a red bird. The moment the bird appeared, its wings were like 2 blades, slashing towards Lin Fei's direction. Then, it let out a loud cry and spat out a wind blade. The bird's attack speed was extremely fast. It broke through the speed of an ordinary 1 or 2 star dominator and had at least the speed of a 3-star dominator. A stupid bird also dares to come out and show off. Lin Fei really looked down on a bird. He casually flicked its wings twice, and the huge force sent the bird flying, sprinkling feathers down from the sky. The bird was startled and hurriedly fled, not daring to continue fighting. Come down. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and directly stood on the bird's back. He grabbed with his bare hands, and the bird's head exploded. Its huge body fell down. Ding! Killed bird. Obtained 30 divinity points. The system's notification shocked Lin Fei, and he suspected that he had heard wrongly. What the hell? Why did I get 30 divinity points from killing a bird? An ordinary dominator would only get a few points. The stronger one was, the more divinity points they would get. Up until now, Lin Fei only remembered that he had obtained a lot of divinity points from killing young Master Brahman's clone. That was also the only time. But now? Obtaining 30 divinity points from killing a dominator bird was a pleasant surprise for Lin Fei. Let's try again. Not long after, another bird appeared, but its strength was much weaker. In order to check if there was really so much divinity, Lin Fei did not waste time and slashed with his long saber, killing the bird on the spot. This time, Lin Fei did not hear wrongly. He obtained 20 divinity points, 10 less than the previous one. Lin Fei moved around again. He killed a total of 5 ruler birds in total and obtained 20 or so divinity points from each bird. What a strange place. Lin Fei was very surprised that the Divine General Platform was such a place. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that God roots could also be converted into divinity points? As soon as this thought appeared, it filled his mind. There are so many divinity points here. You can collect them. The more divinity points you have, the better it is for you. The little devil could not understand the situation here. When you have enough divinity points, you can exchange for a divine weapon or divine armor. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Fei thought so too. No matter how strange this place was, at least for now, it was the most suitable place to collect divinity points. A dominator bird was better than 10 dominators. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ding! Killed dominator bird. Obtained 20 divinity points. Ding! Killed immortal emperor bird. Obtained 10 divinity points. Others did it for the Divine General Platform, but after Lin Fei discovered the benefits, he had long forgotten about it. Now, he was wholeheartedly collecting divinity points. These dominator immortal beasts were average in strength and easy to kill. After there were fewer birds in the sky, Lin Fei entered the mountains to hunt immortal beasts, big and small, for divinity points. Chapter 1550. It had been a month. Since entering this space, Lin Fei had spent a month's time. During this month, he had been hunting immortal beasts, regardless of whether they were big or small. As long as he encountered them, he would not let them go. Mosquito meat was also meat. This also caused Lin Fei's divinity points to rise rapidly. The harvest was gratifying. The speed was much faster than when he bombarded the ruler, so Lin Fei was excited every day. Ding! Killed Celestial King level giant ape, obtained 5 divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's hand rose and fell, and the behemoth fell down. As for killing these immortal beasts, Lin Fei already had some experience. As long as he was fast and did not give them a chance to attack, he could kill them in the shortest time possible. 100,000 divinity points. The divinity points were increasing every day, and Lin Fei really did not pay attention to the specific number. Ding! Player obtained 100,000 divinity points, can obtain a free cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. In the next second, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion. Such a good thing. Although Lin Fei had 100,000 divinity points, it was still very difficult to exchange for a good cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. The door of the God Pavilion opened again. This time, the little devil did not appear. As soon as he stepped into the God Pavilion, there were only 10 light balls in front of him, traversing the air, emitting a gray light. This is a random choice. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Did it really think it was a free choice? It turned out that it gave him a choice. When he used his divine sense to check, it bounced back every time. Lin Fei understood that this was intentional by the system. If he wanted to choose a good thing, he probably had to rely on luck. This one in the middle is fine. Lin Fei was very lazy. He could not see through the 10 light balls, so he could only choose randomly. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. The remaining 9 light balls dissipated, and a jade slip fell into Lin Fei's hands. He could not wait to check it out, wanting to know the power of the Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. After looking through it, the Divine Level Cultivation Technique, 1 Saber Slash, was indeed very domineering. Lin Fei himself had once practiced an ancient saber technique. The difference between this saber technique and a god-tier cultivation technique was indeed huge. The ancient saber technique was very tyrannical, but the divine grade cultivation technique was even more tyrannical. It directly pushed forward, displaying its tyranny to the fullest. My cultivation technique, I'm currently lacking a domineering cultivation technique. The god-level single-blade chop suits me the best. The more Lin Fei looked at it, the more he liked it. With this thought, Lin Fei prepared to cultivate the deity tier cultivation technique, 1 Blade Chop. Ding! The activation of the divine level space will consume 1000 divinity points for 1 day. Without waiting for Lin Fei's consent, the scene before him changed once more, and he found himself in another space. F***CK, do you have to scam my divinity points like that? Something new appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was a godly class technique, single saber slash. He reached out, and a sovereign's blade appeared in his hand. Hua, he slashed out with his saber. A divine light flickered. The void was torn open, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Ding! Using 1 blade chop once, plus 1 experience point. Ding! Primary 1 blade chop. Opening the system, Lin Fei understood that this place was specially for practicing deity tier cultivation techniques. On second thought, deity tier cultivation techniques shouldn't be easy to practice. He had taken a shortcut here. Lin Fei also discovered that this space contained divine light, which was very beneficial for practicing here. Again. Lin Fei's saber slash treated the void as an enemy. With each slash, the power would increase, and the domineering nature of the saber technique would be revealed, revealing an attitude of looking down on the world. Hundreds and thousands of slashes. Gotcha! The sovereign's blade shattered. I did it just like that? Returning to the outside once more, Lin Fei was still savoring the power of the last slash. Domineering. Looking down on the world. This was a true saber technique. Even though Lin Fei had used 10,000 divinity points to execute the saber slash, it had allowed Lin Fei to grasp a powerful saber technique. Now that he was a 5-star ruler, his saber slash could deal with at least a 7-star ruler. After all, this was a deity tier saber technique. One needed to reach a certain realm to use it in order to unleash its perfect power. With this power, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He continued to kill monsters. After mastering 1 blade chop, Lin Fei only felt a trace of domineering aura on his body. When killing immortal beasts, a trace of domineering divine might made the other party tremble. This was a strange thing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Killing monsters was the most important thing. Another 10 days passed. Lin Fei obtained thousands of divinity points, but he still didn't encounter the god root that the god's servant mentioned. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace. Boom! Another immortal beast died under the saber. There was a gentle aura in front of him, like a gentle spring breeze. At this moment, Lin Fei felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Very real. Very real. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he shattered this aura. He recovered and released his divine senses. It emitted a misty light billions of miles away. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling. This is God light. No, God light isn't like this. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He seemed to know what it was. Whoosh, he spread his demon wings and flew out. He covered billions of miles in an instant. At this moment, in a mountain range, there was a gentle aura. Lin Fei focused his eyes and saw a young tree sapling swaying in the wind by the lake. This young sapling was completely golden, and the gentle light was released from the sapling. Is this the God root? Lin Fei was sure that he didn't recognize it wrong. This was the God root. The more things that the God servant mentioned, the more chances he had to enter the divine general platform. Grab it and let me see. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, appearing above the golden sapling. He only needed to make a light grab, and the sapling would fall into his hand. This isn't something a little sovereign like you can get. An arrogant voice came from the void. Then, a golden light flashed. The other party slashed at Lin Fei's arm. It didn't cut it, but Lin Fei's hand was sent flying. After Lin Fei's hand was sent flying, another hand reached out from the void and grabbed at the God root. He didn't see the attacker. It was a sovereign expert who attacked from afar. Whether or not you can get it is not up to you. Cut. Great Sword Chi's secret art. 5 swords merged into one and cut the hand. A drop of blood fell from the void. This sword didn't end there. It went deep into the void. Ever since he cultivated the divine blade slash, he had a better understanding of cultivation techniques. Lin Fei also improved the Great Sword Chi's secret art, and its power increased. This sword went straight to the source. A muffled groan came from the void. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He grabbed with his other hand and the sapling landed in his hand. The divine light converged and turned into a God root. Ding! Discovered God root. Do you want to exchange for divinity points? Exchange. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. The God root turned into divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 1000 divinity points. 1000 divinity points? Lin Fei was shocked. What kind of joke was this? 1000 divinity points suddenly appeared. Killing a sovereign immortal beast required 20 to 30 points. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Give me back my God root. Before Lin Fei could digest this news, a fierce aura came from the front. A huge warship came crashing over. The surrounding void was damaged by this collision. A young man stood in the sky above the warship. Black mist pulsed around his body. Lin Fei was quickly locked on by the warship. An invisible pressure surrounded him, causing the surrounding space to become like mud. You're just a 5-star sovereign, and you dare to snatch my God root and injure me? In front of my destruction warship, I want you to die, 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 die. Completely destroy me. His roar caused the young man's face to contort into a sinister expression. He was also a 5-star sovereign. He was very strong. The warship under him was also a sovereign warship. Moreover, it had the power of the great Tao, making it stronger. The young man was very arrogant. Boom! This collision shocked the world. The warship crashed into the other party as promised. The young man was even more proud. Anyone who dared to fight with him would be killed. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. The young man's expression changed. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A gray light flashed in the young man's eyes, and the 5-star sovereign's body instantly turned into pieces. This saber was a saber slash. God-tier saber technique. It was the first time he used it. No matter how strong his body was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this God-tier saber technique. Not bad. I obtained 100 divinity points. The person he killed this time gave him a lot more divinity points. Lin Fei pondered for a while. It should be because the other party had refined the god root, and the divinity in his body had increased. He obtained more divinity points by killing the other party. The system is really a scam. 1,000 god roots, and after refining, there are only 100 left. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, Lin Fei once again saw a shortcut to obtain divinity points. It was either to snatch the god root or to kill the sovereign, especially the sovereign who had refined the god root. Lin Fei also put away the sovereign worship. The god-tier saber slash was too domineering. With this saber slash, everything on the other party's body would be turned into pieces. Nothing could be left. The saber slash consumes too much power of the great Tao. Based on my strength, I can use it 5 times at most before all my power of the great Tao is used up. This is a problem. The power was there. This consumption gave Lin Fei a headache. Great destruction of the heavens, suppress for me. Suddenly, 3 terrifying auras blasted over again. Lin Fei's background changed, and he was in a world full of destructive aura. The sky was full of immortal kings and immortal emperors, densely packed, and they used all kinds of divine abilities to attack. The huge world revolved, and Lin Fei was instantly drowned by divine abilities. At the end of the world, 3 sovereigns stood side by side, their eyes cold. A mere 5-star sovereign really thinks he is something. Things like the god root are only worthy of us, not this guy. The sovereign in the middle said indifferently. Chapter 1551. All 3 of them were 6-star rulers. On the god general's platform, they came from the same territory and naturally worked together. The moment they found traces of the deity roots, they would immediately chase after them. The 3 of them worked together and obtained many deity roots. They had never been defeated. At least, not yet. The Great Destruction World was ruler Qing Hong's treasure. It was refined from a great world, and now that the 3 of them were using it, its power was limitless. They even dared to fight against a 7-star ruler. They didn't care about a 5-star ruler at all. The moment they attacked, they wanted to kill him. Under the attack of the Great Destruction World, they could kill him in less than a few breaths. Then, they could take the deity roots and leave without wasting any time. F***CK, are you done yet? The Great Destruction World pressed down, and Lin Fei couldn't shake off the world's power. When the sky full of attacks came, he activated his invincible defense. He was in a bad mood, and the moment he used the Great Sword Chi's secret art, the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, sweeping away the densely packed immortals. Under this sword, the immortals were all torn to pieces. There were too many immortals in the Great Destruction World, and those who were killed would be reborn again and again. After attacking a few times, Lin Fei knew how powerful this treasure was and that it couldn't be destroyed easily. For now, it could be said that this was the most powerful treasure Lin Fei had ever encountered. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that you landed in the Great Destruction World and are destined to die. The last thing you should have done was obtain the deity roots. Mocking voices came from the sky. The sky full of immortals attacked again, their aura even more ferocious than before. They were like a black cloud, trying to drown Lin Fei within. Single blade slash. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. If he couldn't kill the immortal army, he would just destroy the Great Destruction World. Let's see who would kill who then. Boom! Lin Fei executed a terrifying blade attack for the second time. This blade attack shone with divine light, and the immortals' attacks were all disintegrated. Everywhere the blade light passed, the immortal army was turned into dust, and countless cities were destroyed. Gotcha! The 3 rulers didn't care about the other party. They might be able to block the first wave, but they couldn't block the second. In their eyes, this was a deathbed struggle. The other party wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They only needed to wait for a while. However, when that resplendent and tyrannical saber appeared, the army of immortals collapsed. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as if this saber was aimed at them. Not good, my great sky destroyer. Hegemon Qing Hong's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the cracks in the Sky Destroyer realm, and he felt great heartache. What kind of saber skill is this? We've been locked onto. The saber-carrying divine light rushed over, and the remaining two sovereigns felt a trace of terror. This saber strike had exceeded their expectations. How could that fellow unleash such an attack? Go! The three of them didn't have the confidence to face this attack, so they left the Great Destruction Heaven realm. Boom! The Great Destruction Heaven world shook. In an instant, everything in the world was crushed. The three exited the Skydevastator world, which was now covered with cracks and scars. Hegeman Qinghong was still badly shaken by the terrifying attack his opponent had unleashed. What should we do? This fellow is not easy to deal with. Before Hegeman Qinghong could say anything, a streak of saber light suddenly cleaved apart the Sky Ruin world, causing it to be heavily damaged. My Skydevastator world. Hegeman Qinghong's heart was dripping blood when he saw this. This was his most powerful treasure. How could it have been cleaved apart? My apologies, the three of you. This thing of yours isn't very tough. It wasn't even able to withstand two of my saber strikes. The faces of the three twitched as they watched a black-robed youth walk out. His sharp gaze swept past the three of them, and it was as though he had slapped them across the face. Previously, they had been certain that their opponent was dead for sure. Now, it's my turn. After unleashing two saber strikes in a row and breaking apart the Skydevastator world, Lin Fei had used up half of his Grand Dao energy. He had to admit that this world was very tough. Ordinary sovereigns would die even if they didn't. You destroyed my Skydevastator world because you used a powerful treasure. I refuse to believe that you can still use something like this. Hegeman Qinghong had lost one of his most powerful treasures. The two of them were definitely going to fight to the death. Let's attack. The three of them had communicated with their divine sense, and they were certain that their opponent wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful treasure. This was their chance. With 3 6-star sovereigns attacking, they refused to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with this fellow. Illusory Destruction Spear. Boom! The aura of destruction directly pressed down on the 3 6-star sovereigns. Traces of the aura of destruction pierced through their ruler battle robes. The 3 6-star sovereigns were certain that their opponent didn't have any powerful treasures. They still had the advantage. This piercing attack caused their expressions to turn unsightly once more. The aura of destruction caused their hair to stand on end. Die! The illusory destruction spear pierced forward, and an overwhelming amount of destructive energy surged over like an ocean. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt as though they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. All that was left behind were skeletal corpses. Instant kill. What's the point? After putting away the illusory destruction spear, Lin Fei smiled. The system sent him a message. He had obtained 600 divinity points. This was a good deal. It would be a waste not to use the treasures bestowed by the divine servants. 7-star might was perfect for killing 6-star sovereigns. After experiencing the benefits of the deity root, Lin Fei also began to pay attention. A single deity root was worth 1,000 divinity points. Coupled with the people who came to snatch it, it could be considered a big deal. Lin Fei hunted immortal beasts while searching for deity roots. Perhaps because the location was remote, deity roots didn't appear often. Until now, he had only encountered them 3 times. Each time, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. The illusory destruction spear had also been used 5 times. Especially the last time, a 6-star sovereign had withstood the first wave of attacks. Lin Fei had no choice but to use it again and kill the other party with 1 stab. Master, there should be good things in the southeast direction. I discovered more than a dozen energy waves. Among them, the strongest should have the combat power of a 7-star sovereign, and the weakest should have the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. I like this. Lin Fei was worried that he hadn't discovered it. 7-star sovereign? Lin Fei wasn't worried. Killing an expert of this level should give him a lot of divinity points. 1 billion miles away. This was a mountain range. However, it had been razed to the ground. All kinds of great Tao powers filled the place and intertwined with each other. As long as a weaker sovereign entered, he would immediately be killed by these great Tao powers. There was no other possibility. Skirich sovereign, you're already injured. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. In the sky above the mountain range, a burly man with a bare upper body was currently drenched in blood. His body was also in tatters. Ha ha ha, I'm injured. I'll make you pay a huge price. If you don't believe me, you can try. Who would dare doubt my words? The burly man held a black axe in his left hand. With a swing of the axe, a ray of light shot out and shattered an attack. Skirich, you were lucky to escape last time. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Moreover, you've snatched the deity root. Our Windcloud clan won't allow you to break through again. At this moment, more than a dozen sovereigns were attacking. The weakest was a 4-star sovereign, and the strongest was a 6-star sovereign. The burly man on the other side was called Skirich sovereign. He was a peak 5-star sovereign. Not far away, a white-robed sovereign stared at Skirich sovereign. A cold aura emanated from his body. Windcloud Howling Wind heaved a sigh of relief. This Skirich sovereign, an enemy of the clan, was finally going to die by his hand. He believed that the clan would be very happy to have gotten rid of one genius sovereign after another. A peak 5-star sovereign could unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star sovereign. If he continued to grow, who knew how much impact he would have on the clan? Windcloud Howling Wind did not expect to meet him here. It was a good opportunity to settle everything in one go. It would also save him a headache. If he did not lead the team today, the people below him would not be able to stop Skirich sovereign. Soul Shock Spear. Windcloud Howling Moon flipped his hand, and a golden spear appeared. Skirich sovereign, die. The golden spear stabbed forward. The terrifying power of the great Tao caused the surrounding time to slow down. The sovereigns who were attacking Skirich sovereign felt their movements become infinitely slower. Skirich sovereign's movements also slowed down. Without a doubt, Windcloud Howling Wind was very strong. His spear stabbed Skirich sovereign's body, shattering one of his arms and opening a large hole in his chest. Fresh blood flowed out. Skirich sovereign, this is the clan's strength. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than me? Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at Skirich sovereign from above after heavily injuring him with a single spear strike. If he attacked again, this genius sovereign would die by his hand. I hate you. Skirich sovereign roared with his head raised. I hate myself for being too weak. I can't continue killing the Windcloud clan's lackeys. I hate, his unwilling voice reverberated in the sky. Windcloud Howling Wind mocked, you asked for it. You should have known this a long time ago since you dared to go against the Windcloud clan. Now, let me send you on your way. Killing a genius dominator like you is such a great achievement, ha ha ha. For a sovereign, killing a genius sovereign was the greatest sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this person was the clan's nemesis. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'll drag someone down with me even if I die. I'm willing to die with a 7-star sovereign like you. Skirich sovereign was prepared to die. He mobilized the remaining power of the great Tao in his body and prepared to self-destruct. You can't do it. The mockery on Windcloud Howling Wind's face deepened. He seemed to have expected this. He pointed a finger at Skirich sovereign's forehead. Skirich sovereign had just mobilized his power, but it was suppressed mercilessly. He could not mobilize it at all. He could only watch as his opponent pointed a finger at him. The difference in strength between them was too great. Skirich sovereign would not be able to block it even if time was slowed down. This was the suppression of the realm. He could not break free from the restraints of the great Tao. Am I going to die just like this? Pfft. A deathly aura enveloped the sky-reaching ruler. However, in the next second, the deathly aura dissipated, and the sky-reaching ruler saw an unimaginable scene. Feng Yangxiafeng's chest had been pierced by a long spear, causing his entire body to be pierced through, and drops of blood dripped down. Who attacked? Skirich Sovereign did not sense anyone around him. Windcloud Howling Wind was a 7-star sovereign. How could he have been ambushed? If it was not an ambush, then how could the situation before him be explained? Someone actually attacked him at this moment and dealt a fatal blow. Who ambushed me? Windcloud Howling Wind roared. At such a critical moment, he was actually ambushed, and even suffered a fatal injury. Windcloud Howling Wind could no longer remain calm. The middle-grade sovereign battle armor on his body was pierced. This was a middle-grade sovereign battle armor. Windcloud Howling Wind had paid a huge price to exchange for it from the family treasury. Now, it was pierced by someone. Ha ha ha, Windcloud Howling Wind, to think that you would have such a day. Skirich Sovereign broke free and swung his axe at his opponent. It landed on his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to shine. Scram! The enraged Windcloud Howling Wind pierced Skirich Sovereign's body again and sent him flying. How dare you ambush someone from the Windcloud clan? Come out and face the wrath of the Windcloud clan if you dare. Windcloud Howling Wind's time covered the area. The spear in his hand stabbed out one after another. Large areas of the void were shattered, but the person was not forced out. This was an attack from a furious 7-star sovereign. Windcloud Howling Wind was dumbfounded when the person he expected did not appear. How could he not be here? Whoosh! At this moment, another spear stabbed out from the void. You're finally out. Windcloud Howling Wind's spear stabbed out as well. Time slowed down. The opponent's spear attack slowed down. Come out. Boom! The spear exploded with terrifying might. This might crushed time and slowed down. A ray of light shot out and pierced through Windcloud Howling Wind's sovereign battle armor again. It pierced through him again, and his strong body was torn apart. I was stabbed again. Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at the wound on his body. It was hard to imagine that he was hit again. Time slowed down didn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated. He was defeated again. He saw the destructive aura explode again and engulfed him. Lord! Oh no, Lord is dead. The sovereigns outside watched this scene with their eyes wide open. A powerful 7-star sovereign was ambushed twice and killed in front of him. This was no less than a nightmare. Windcloud Howling Wind fell down. A black-robed figure walked out with a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and slashed at them with his sword. Thousands of sword lights were created. The sword lights swept through them one by one, killing the sovereigns one by one. This trip was really worth it. Although I used up 2 destruction spear shadows, this kind of guy needs to be killed in this way. Lin Fei didn't feel it was a pity. After killing Windcloud Howling Wind, he obtained 1,300 divinity points, which exceeded the god root. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Daoist. I've long wanted to kill that old dog, Windcloud Howling Wind. Chapter 1552. The one who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei used a trick. He relied on Little Devil to conceal his aura and conceal himself to secretly injure this 7-star dominator. 2 consecutive destruction pike phantoms were enough to take a 7-star dominator's life. He obtained a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As for saving him, it was a piece of cake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the clan at all. Even if they came, he could kill them with his own methods. He didn't need any honorable methods to deal with such people. He just needed to achieve his goal. Lin Fei was very open-minded, especially when he was facing a 7-star dominator. He would be an idiot to fight head-on, especially when he saw that time had slowed down. Any attack would be mercilessly suppressed. Sneak attack seemed to be the best method. Only Lin Fei could do such a close-range sneak attack. Of course, there were some dominators who were especially skilled in this aspect. You don't need to thank me. You can leave before they arrive. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to this person. After plundering nearly 2,000 divinity points, Lin Fei wasn't interested in a 5-star dominator. What was important was that he wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. One more or one less did not make much difference. If such a person were to remain, perhaps the Windcloud clan that they spoke of would be a huge headache. When Skirich Dominator saw the black-robed person, who was as young as he was and exuded the aura of a 5-star dominator, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had encountered a genius dominator so soon. His combat power was above his, especially in the art of concealment. He couldn't compare. Skirich Dominator was very confident in his own strength. Fortunately, Skirich Dominator's Daoist heart was stable, and he quickly returned to normal. You've killed someone from the Windcloud clan. Please be careful from now on. The Windcloud clan has many tricks up their sleeves. They even sent 3 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform this time. Skirich Dominator felt the need to remind the other party. It didn't matter if the other party attacked to save him. 3 8-star sovereigns? Lin Fei hadn't thought too much about killing a 7-star sovereign. He hadn't expected this person to have such a powerful background. Aside from a 7-star sovereign, he also had 3 8-star sovereigns backing him. Yes, the Windcloud clan is the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave. They have a 9-star ruler in their clan. This time, they've arranged for 3 8-star rulers to enter the Divine General platform to help young Master Windcloud ascend the Divine General platform. Got it? Lin Fei said simply. As long as he didn't go looking for the 8-star sovereigns, they wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. Lin Fei was quite calm. After killing Feng Yunxiao Feng, Lin Fei naturally wanted to collect the spoils of war. Who knows, Feng Yunxiao Feng might even have a deity root. True enough. In Feng Yunxiaofeng's storage ring, Lin Fei found 10 god roots neatly placed in a jade box with an immortal talisman sealed on it. 10,000 divinity points. He didn't expect to catch a big fish after killing a 7-star sovereign. Up until now, Lin Fei had obtained pitifully few god roots. This was his first time encountering a ready-made god root. Now that it was in Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei wouldn't take it out. He immediately exchanged it for divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 13,000 divinity points. Lin Fei was delighted once again. It was more than expected. Lin Fei's thoughts wandered as he thought to himself, this Windcloud clan isn't simple. A 7-star sovereign actually has 10 god roots. I couldn't find many god roots even after searching everywhere. However, why didn't he refine so many god roots? It doesn't make sense, I understand now. Skirich seemed to have mentioned that these sovereigns serve the young master. Doesn't that mean that the Windcloud clan has many ready-made god roots? Lin Fei had always been very courageous. If he killed some people from the Windcloud clan, he might reap great rewards. He could even look further and not focus on the Windcloud clan. Sir, I also have 3 god roots here. I hope you will accept them. Without waiting for Lin Fei to continue thinking, Skirich Hegemon took out a jade box. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face before he gritted his teeth and spoke. For the clan. So what if he had to pay some god roots? Skirich Hegemon felt that although the person in front of him was of the same realm as him, his combat strength was much more terrifying. A 7-star sovereign, Windcloud Howling Wind, had died in his hands just like that. Skirich Hegemon didn't care about the methods used. As long as he won, any method was fine. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Lin Fei scanned the jade box with his divine sense. There were 3 god roots in it. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why did these people get god roots so easily? He had searched so hard and yet didn't gain much. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. If you have a request, say it. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His lazy voice fell into Skirich Hegemon's ears. Lin Fei didn't think that someone was giving something to him to thank him. Judging by the long hesitation on the other party's face, there must be a reason. If it wasn't something troublesome, Lin Fei didn't mind helping him out. This was called accepting with a clear conscience. Lin Fei could actually steal it. However, the other party was already so pitiful. Wouldn't it be too shameless to steal from him? Skirich Hegemon took a deep breath. A cold glint shot out of his eyes. I want you to help me kill someone. If you want me to kill the young master of the Windcloud clan, then forget it. Although he didn't know what kind of bitter feud this guy had with the Windcloud clan, Lin Fei didn't need to know. He just needed to speak to cut off the other party's thoughts. With 3 8-star dominators supporting a young master, killing him would be no easy task. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do so. Skirich Hegemon did want him to help him kill the young master of the Windcloud clan. The young master was a super prodigy with extremely powerful combat strength. If he stood out in the Divine General platform, he would become a stabilizing force for the Windcloud clan in the future. If he killed him, it would be a huge blow to the Windcloud clan. The death of any super prodigy would have a huge impact on the clan. Skirich Hegemon didn't expect the other party to cut off his thoughts so easily. He didn't want to attack the young master, but he did have a sliver of hope that the other party would agree. Feng Yun Xiaofeng would kill him on a whim. They might even be friends. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was just passing by. Then help me kill a 7-star dominator. That person will have deity roots. I'm sure you'll like it. Skirich Hegemon said in a low voice. They collect deity roots to support the young master. Almost all the great clans in the Divine General platform are like this. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1553. My lord, Xiao Feng is dead. The cold voice glinted with cold light, and it came from the mouth of a sovereign who bore a striking resemblance to him. This was a rocky area of the Divine General stage. There were tall rocks of different sizes everywhere. At this moment, a 7-star sovereign hurriedly rushed over, holding a broken piece of jade in his hand that contained the words, Wind and Cloud Howl and Wind. This was the Windcloud clan's soul stone, and it contained a trace of the sovereign's soul. Who killed him? There were many sovereigns standing in the rocky area. There were many layers of security. It was very tight. I'm not sure yet. A hegemon with thick eyebrows and large eyes shot out waves of cold light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, causing the surrounding hegemons to secretly tremble. This was one of the 3 8-star hegemons, and his name was Hegemon Feng Yun Sha. The 7-star sovereign who came to report was sweating profusely when he glanced at him. The Windcloud Slaughter sovereign had been a notorious sovereign since a chaos year ago. Once his name was mentioned, everyone retreated, not daring to offend him. Back then, the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign had killed an entire world in one battle. He had completely destroyed an entire world. Even now, there were still remnants of the sovereign's Tao there. In the Windcloud clan, everyone was wary of this sovereign. Go and find out who has the guts to kill a member of the Windcloud clan. The Windcloud Slaughter sovereign did not want to ask too many questions. I want to kill his entire clan. This was the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign's temper. After sending the sovereign away, the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign returned. In the center of the rocky area, 2 people stood on each side. They were like 2 ferocious door gods, each emitting a sovereign aura. They covered the sky above this area, forming an inescapable net. Slaughter sovereign, what happened? The one who spoke was the Windcloud Minor Saint. He was known as a saint since birth. He cultivated quickly, and it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a sovereign. Xiao Feng is dead. What? He's dead? Where's the deity root? The Windcloud Minor Saint frowned slightly. The Windcloud Minor Saint did not care about the death of a 7-star sovereign. He was more concerned about the deity root. That was the most important thing. His gaze landed on a young man in embroidered clothes. Traces of divine light shone from the young man's body. The 3 8-star sovereigns also looked at the young man. Someone stole it. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. Young master, you're a genius. You're progressing at lightning speed. Perhaps it won't be long before you can completely refine all the deity roots. When that time comes, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate a deity-level cultivation technique and become the strongest person in the Feng clan, surpassing the old ancestor. Their main mission was to protect the young master. As a large family with a long history, they were well aware of the benefits of the Divine General platform. For example, they were old. His potential was gone. Even if he went to the Divine General platform, it would be useless. Young master is different. The incident with Xiao Feng must be caused by someone targeting our Windcloud clan. Inform the people outside to be careful. No matter what, we can't let them snatch away the deity roots. Young master still needs a large amount of deity roots. Windcloud Minor Sage was very clear about the actions of those people. Why don't I go out for a while? If they dare to do anything, then we'll do the same. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. It's a good opportunity for me to go out and take care of some opponents as well. I'll let them know that the Feng Yun clan is not a clan that anyone can deal with. Feng Yun Little Saint and the other 8-star sovereign exchanged a glance. Then you must be careful. Feng Yun Little Saint was good at controlling everything. Ever since he entered the Divine General platform, he had been controlling everything. Feng Yun Samsara was different. He was a battle maniac. Even though he had disappeared for many years, his desire to kill was still very strong. This situation was very suitable for Feng Yun Samsara. The competition this time was more intense than before. Arranging for Feng Yun Samsara to go out was undoubtedly a good choice. He could intimidate the other party. Alright, leave this matter to us. Feng Yun Samsara was very assured. He was not as good as the other two when it came to planning. Fighting and killing was more suitable for him. You said that those people are nearby? The Skirich ruler's face fell. Why did he say so much? Great, now he had been dragged into this matter. He had originally wanted to rely on the other party to kill the Windcloud clan members. Who would have thought that the other party would be so bold as to ask him to lead the way? Only then did the Skirich ruler realize what kind of person he had encountered. A person filled with murderous intent. Yes, they are in front. The Skirich ruler pointed ahead. When I passed by last time, I saw their family gathering deity roots. I just don't know if they are still there. Lin Fei was indeed very bold. Ever since he knew that many large families and sects were gathering deity roots, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. These deity roots would be very beneficial to him. As long as you follow me, I will help you kill a few of the Windcloud clan members. Lin Fei did not know much about the Divine General platform, but the Skirich ruler knew a lot. The Wu clan. They had set up a base in a mountain valley. At this time, rulers were coming and going. You have done well. After a few more days, we can change locations. The ruler of Dark Mountain looked at the deity roots that had been handed over and stroked his white beard. He was very satisfied. The Wu clan had worked very hard for their young master. Every time they arrived at a new area, they would arrange for people to occupy that area. When they encountered other rulers, they would either chase them away or kill them. Their methods were tyrannical, and they did not show any mercy. This was the way of the clan. They had collected many deity roots over the past few days, and today was the day to hand them over. Boom! The aura of a 5-star ruler descended. In the air above the mountain valley, 2 rulers suddenly appeared. The aura of one of them was coming from one of them. Wu clan members, listen up. I am from the Windcloud clan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the deity roots obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the 5-star ruler was released to threaten the other party. When the Skirich ruler heard this, he felt a strange sense of excitement. This guy was really daring. He even dared to say such things, but he liked to hear it. Why didn't he think of such a method in the past? The Windcloud clan. The ruler of Dark Mountain had heard of this clan. It was said that this clan was the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave, and they had a 9 stars ruler. He did not expect them to come to the Wu clan. Your Windcloud clan is really arrogant. Do you really think this is the Yellow Springs Weave? The ruler of Dark Mountain met the other party's gaze. The Wu clan was also a large clan in the Weave, and they were not afraid of the Windcloud clan. After all, they were not from the same clan. Even if the Windcloud clan came, they would have to think twice. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So you are not handing it over? Chapter 1554. The Wu family's ruler was enraged. They were a large clan in their own territory. Now, they were being threatened by the Windcloud clan from another territory. Furthermore, they were being threatened by 2 5-star sovereigns, and their tone was extraordinarily arrogant. If they really handed over the deity root today, it wouldn't be long before other clans came knocking on their doors. This wind must not rise. At once, a juggernaut jumped out and glared at the two of them. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to stab holes into the two of them before he would be satisfied. The Skirich Dominator pointed at them and said sternly, "Good, very good. How dare a mere Wu family like you act so insolently before the Windcloud clan? Don't blame the Windcloud clan for being impolite." Originally, the Skirich Dominator was filled with resentment towards the Windcloud clan. He could not wait to slander the Windcloud clan, and the most effective way was to kill them. "My lord, let's make our move. We'll show them just how powerful the Windcloud clan is." The Heavenspan Hegemon now wielded a sovereign hatchet, and it radiated the might of a sovereign. He chopped out with it, and the sovereign who had just appeared was nothing more than a peak 4-star sovereign. The hatchet slammed into him and sent him flying, leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. The Wu family can't withstand a single blow. The Heavenspan Hegemon's axe was filled with the power of an all-out attack. "Everyone, let's attack together and destroy the Windcloud clan's overlord. We'll show them the power of the Wu family." The Dark Mountain Hegemon was a 7-star Hegemon. Upon seeing Hegemon Windcloud's men attack, Hegemon Windcloud gave the order to surround and attack them, wanting to keep them here. Did the Wu family think they were afraid of the Windcloud clan just because they didn't make a move? If the Windcloud clan found out about it, they would not dare to do anything without concrete evidence. The Skyspan Juggernaut was the first to attack, but he was immediately surrounded and attacked by the other Juggernauts. He thought to himself that he had been too excited just now. How could he have charged forward so carelessly and become their target? In less than a moment, the Skyspan Juggernaut was injured. Lin Fei did not make a move at all, which was quite amusing. The Skirich Dominator's temper was truly impatient. This was good as well. If they did not reveal the Windcloud clan's tyranny, no one would believe that they were from the Windcloud clan. Just a mere Wu family. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some people. If he was going to kill someone, he naturally had to kill the strongest. In the gorge, only the 7-star Hegemon, the Dark Mountain Hegemon, was interested. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared into the void just like that. The Dusk Mountain ruler did not make a move. A 7-star ruler had his pride, and the 2 5-star rulers did not need to make a move. However, they were still on their guard. After all, the Windcloud clan was still very famous. Where is he? I can't sense him at all. The Dark Mountain Sovereign subconsciously used his divine sense to search, but he could not find any trace of the other party. He thought to himself, this is bad. The other party must be an expert in concealment who has evaded his divine sense search. Hua! All of a sudden, a saber light flashed. This blade was unbelievably fast, and it came out so suddenly. The Dark Mountain Hegemon saw the black-robed man. Then, he was plunged into darkness. A 7-star Dominator killed with a single slash. What Wu family? How dare they put on airs in front of the Windcloud clan? This is the end of it. Lin Fei took the storage ring from the other party and stood in his original position. The hegemons of the Wu clan, who had been attacking, were all shocked. Lord Dark Mountain is dead. The Windcloud clan killed the Dark Mountain ruler. Everyone, run. He must be a 7-star dominator. Those who attacked were scared out of their wits. Anger aside, they might not be a match for the black-robed man from the Windcloud clan even if they joined forces. Let's go. With the death of a 7-star dominator, they fled in panic as if they had lost their heads. Stay here. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. One slash was all it took to kill a dominator. Their powerful strength was so weak in front of this black-robed man that they could not even withstand a single blow. The Skirich Hegemon was shocked, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Well done, my lord. A family like the Wu clan doesn't appreciate our kindness. It's best to kill them all. Lin Fei and the Skirich Hegemon attacked a few times and killed 7 to 8 dominators. The remaining dominators ran for their lives. No need to chase. If we really kill them all, who will help us promote the Windcloud clan? Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Just now, this 7-star dominator had obtained 500 divinity points. More importantly, he had obtained 12 god roots, which was another 10,000 divinity points. Take these things with you. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else, so he tossed them to the Skirich Hegemon. He was flattered. He really could not see through this guy's true combat strength, but one thing was for sure, he was stronger than him. I know a few more places that probably have families or sects guarding them. The Skirich Hegemon asked carefully. Do you think I'll be afraid when they've already killed them? Could it be that you're afraid? Lin Fei laughed. The Skirich Hegemon twisted his neck. Who's afraid? I'm not. Someone's going to be the unlucky one. Ha ha ha. They're all dead. A few dominators met cautiously far away. These were all 4- and 5-star dominators. They were all furious. They did not expect the Windcloud clan to play dumb and almost annihilate them. The Windcloud clan. The Wu clan will never let this go. The remaining dominators roared angrily. Let's go, my lord. Let them help us vent our anger. We'll be right there. The Wu clan had sent 2 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform. They could not take this lying down. They had to make the Windcloud clan pay the price. Yet another mountain range. This place was controlled by the Mu clan. They had taken over the nearby mountain range, which was about 1 billion miles in size, and chased away all unrelated people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to obtain the deity roots. Today, someone broke into the Mu clan's territory. 2 people claiming to be from the Windcloud clan killed their way in. I don't care who you are. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the deity roots, you're going against the Windcloud clan. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Another battle began. The Skirich Hegemon led the charge, and at the crucial moment, it was Lin Fei's turn to attack. Lin Fei's first move was to deal with the strongest one. As the saying went, to capture all his followers, one had to capture the leader first. He had to kill the strongest to destroy their confidence. As expected, the Mu clan's 7-star dominators were killed in a few exchanges. The remaining dominators fled pathetically. This time, Lin Fei had obtained 20 deity roots. The Skirich Hegemon had also obtained many ruler weapons. In the past, he had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain a ruler weapon. Today, he could easily obtain one. It was 2 extremes. Chapter 1555. Phew, this is so satisfying. In the sky, 2 silhouettes flew past quickly and landed on a mountain. The Skirich dominator was very excited. This was the happiest day of his life. He had never felt so good before. Ever since the Windcloud clan destroyed his clan and made it a thing of the past, the Skirich dominator had always wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he could only kill some unimportant people. He had finally reached the dominator realm, but he was hunted down by the Windcloud clan. His days were very sullen. Ever since he met Di Tian, he finally had a place to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. As long as the Windcloud clan was unhappy, the Skirich Dominator would be happy. These days, the Skirich Dominator did not know how many deity roots they had plundered. There were at least a dozen, and they were all quite famous. The Skirich Dominator believed that as long as the Windcloud clan's elites were left alone, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked. He believed that this day would come soon, and he would be able to vent his anger again. Brother D. Tion, there shouldn't be any clan or sect that we can deal with within a radius of tens of billions of miles. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder. These days of plundering, his divinity points had broken through rapidly and kept increasing. From the previous 100,000 divinity points, it had broken through 300,000 divinity points and was rushing towards 400,000 divinity points. This was much faster than Lin Fei working himself to death. Lin Fei felt that it was still not enough. Let's find a place to rest. We've plundered so many deity roots, I believe most of their troops have already moved out. If we continue to wander around, we might run into them soon. Lin Fei said, the Windcloud clan might have already come out to look for us. They might run into us soon. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I also think that we should rest for a while. The Skirich Dominator did not understand what he meant. It looked like they were safe now, but they might run into danger in the next moment. When that time came, they would run into at least a 7-star Dominator. Then let's change places. Lin Fei and the Skirich Dominator got up and left. They flew all the way away from this area, changing directions several times along the way. Finally, they hid in a mountain range, opened a cave abode, and set up layers of formations. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The clans and sects that were robbed were enraged when they heard that their god roots had been stolen, especially when the culprits were the Windcloud clan. It was like a slap to their faces. This anger must be vented. The clan began to arrange for the 7-star dominators of the clan to form teams of 3 to search for the members of the Windcloud clan. They wanted to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Only then did they realize that the Windcloud clan had not only robbed them. They had even robbed quite a number of famous clans in the territory. Once they heard about this, everyone set aside whatever they were doing and prepared to find trouble with the Windcloud clan. They died here. Feng Yun Sha Sheng had brought 3 7-star rulers and 10 6-star rulers to search for someone. Since they dared to provoke the Windcloud clan, they had to be taught a harsh lesson. Feng Yun Sha Sheng's thinking was very simple. Anyone who dared to make a move against their people and snatch away their young master's important deity root was definitely an enemy clan within the weave or an enemy from the nearby weaves. The growth of a clan involved many benefits. Moreover, the growth of a clan was achieved by stepping on countless other clans, so the competition was very intense. In the Netherworld weave, no one dared to make a move openly. However, in a place like the Divine General Platform, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know who did it. Feng Yun Sha Sheng found the place where the incident happened. Space-time reversal. Feng Yun Sha Sheng immediately took out a treasure. It was a mirror-like treasure with a resounding name, the reflective mirror. It could be used for playback. This kind of space-time reversal could only be performed by an 8-star ruler. Space-time in the area in front of Feng Yun Sha Sheng began to reverse. Wave after wave of scenes began to appear, from people appearing at the beginning to days and nights. After a moment, the scene from that day replayed. I know this person. He's the Skirich ruler, the one the clan is after. A 6-star ruler spoke up. He recently killed quite a number of our Windcloud clan disciples, and quite a few of them had great potential. The Skirich ruler was heavily injured. The scenes replayed one after another. Next, it was the scene of Feng Yun and Xiao Feng being ambushed and killed. What a brilliant concealment technique. It's actually unaffected by the time Dao. Feng Yun Sha Sheng was expressionless, but his killing intent intensified. The 6-star rulers and 7-star rulers behind him felt the pressure, but they could not say it out loud. They could only endure it. This person deserves to die. The Skirich ruler deserves to die too. Feng Yun Sha Sheng put away his treasure. It was fine as long as he knew who did it. When he used spacetime reversal, his subordinates had already recorded the two of them. They would chase them to the ends of the earth. They went to the east. Let's chase them. Feng Yunsha determined the direction and flew out. The rulers behind him followed one after another. Half a day later, Feng Yunsha encountered a group of people. The two 7-star rulers in the lead attacked them the moment they heard that they were from the Windcloud clan. Several of the Windcloud clan's 6-star rulers died. Windcloud clan, you killed someone from the Wu family. Today, you will pay with your blood. The Wu family's 7-star rulers attacked wildly. Whoosh, a resplendent firework exploded in the sky. It was the Wu family's transmission signal. Kill them. Feng Yunsha had just found the person behind the scenes. Although he did not know the background of the black-robed man, it did not matter. When the time came, someone would naturally kill him. However, someone attacked them at this time, and the reason was ridiculous. In his opinion, they were just two 7-star rulers. If they were killed, then so be it. The Windcloud clan was not that easy to bully. The Wu family's people immediately rushed over after receiving the message. They joined the battle without saying a word. Only a few of the people brought by Feng Yunsha were left. This time, Feng Yunsha was finally angered. Once he used his 8-star ruler strength, he crushed everything in his way and killed all the enemies. This was not the end. Lin Fei did not know that Feng Yunsha did not explain and started killing just because of his killing intent. This caused an endless battle. Now, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. With more than 300,000 divinity points, Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. A God-tier saber technique was not enough. Although his attack was strong, it was still not enough. It was still difficult to face a 7-star ruler head-on. Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. Previously, he did not have enough divinity points, so he could only endure it. Now, he no longer needed to endure. In any case, he had to exchange for 1 or 2 God-tier cultivation techniques. What cultivation technique should I learn this time? Chapter 1556. The first time he entered the God Pavilion, Lin Fei had just broken through 100,000 divinity points. This time, Lin Fei's divinity points were almost 400,000. This increase was very fast. 400,000 divinity points was just the beginning, and it would soon break through 500,000, 1 million, or even more. This was not a dream, but an inevitable thing. For example, recently, Lin Fei had gained at least 200,000 divinity points. Lin Fei believed that as long as he had a few more God-tier cultivation techniques, his harvest would be even greater. As for refining the God root, forget it. The system could learn God-tier cultivation techniques, but it would just consume divinity points. There was a big difference between refining and not refining. I am now a 5-star dominator, and I still need some time to reach 6-star dominator. To deal with powerful dominators, the God-tier cultivation technique 1 blade slash is not bad, but black is not enough. I need a supplementary cultivation technique. Killing 7-star dominators is already my limit. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal me. It can avoid the search of 8-star dominators and 9-star dominators. Coupled with the 1 blade slash cultivation technique, I believe it will be much easier to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei had a choice. In the meantime, he also asked the little devil, but the little devil said that it was his own choice. Forget it, it was the same as not saying anything. Lin Fei went to the place with special cultivation techniques and prepared to choose one related to concealment. This was the only shortcut he could take at the moment. If he was not afraid of bringing out the battle fortress, Lin Fei was willing to bring it out. At that time, no matter who it was, as long as they made him unhappy, he would blast them. With the divine servant's reminder, Lin Fei did not dare to bring out the battle fortress. From the moment he entered the space of the divine general platform, Lin Fei felt that this space was extraordinary and hid unknown secrets. The matter of the battle fortress would spread soon. Lin Fei would face them sooner or later, so he had to improve his strength. Learning a god-tier cultivation technique was a must. Cultivation technique, stealth, can sneak in the dark, requires 10,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, unfettered escape, unfettered breeze, escapes billions of miles in one go, requires 50,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, one flash away. There were many special concealment techniques. It was several times stronger than Lin Fei's current movement technique. Along the way, Lin Fei was not satisfied with anything. It was not that there were flaws in this area, but there were flaws in that area. Overall, he was not satisfied. After looking through a few hundred jade slips, Lin Fei was a little anxious. Could it be that he couldn't find a concealment technique? Search again. After flipping through the first jade slip, Lin Fei's heart sank. God-tier art, void concealment art. At this moment, a god-tier cultivation technique entered Lin Fei's vision. He first looked at the price. It required 180,000 divinity points. It wasn't cheap. Look again. Activating the void stealth technique required the support of divine power. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. It actually needs the support of divine power. I don't even have a trace of divine power on me. I was happy for nothing. The void stealth technique was the most suitable technique that Lin Fei had seen so far. He did not know what grade this technique was. The only thing he knew was that once this technique was activated, it would not leave any fluctuations and no traces could be found. Even 8 stars and 9 stars rulers might not be able to find his traces. Since he needed divine power, he stopped Lin Fei. Little devil, come out. Can divinity points be used as divine power? For some reason, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. He summoned the little devil and asked about this matter. The little devil put her hands on her hips and said, I thought you would only ask about this when I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Why did this expression look so despicable? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. You said it can be used? Divinity points themselves are a special existence. They can also be transformed into divine power. When used in conjunction with divine power to activate techniques, the power will suddenly increase. Do you think that divinity points are simply used to exchange for techniques and equipment? The little devil laughed happily. It was not easy to see Lin Fei being defeated. Lin Fei stomped his feet on the spot. Why didn't you say so earlier? As for whether divinity points could be used as an energy source, Lin Fei had always had this idea, but he had never put it into practice. I can't say that. You can only say that you didn't look carefully. The little devil said. If you don't believe me, you can open the technique page. There is a note at the end. Lin Fei immediately opened one of the pages where the system was located. As soon as he saw it, his face fell. God-tier technique, 1 blade slash, great success realm. Can be activated using divinity points. Each activation will consume 100 divinity points. There is no limit to the number of times. Seeing this, Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so careful. It was just 100 divinity points. It was not like he could not afford it. Undoubtedly, this time, Lin Fei did not look carefully. Now you know. The god floor quietened down again, and the little devil ran back. Exchange for the void escape technique. Lin Fei's face was a little red. He did not notice the situation the first time. After recovering, he exchanged for the void escape technique. 180,000 divinity points were gone, and Lin Fei was left with only 170,000 divinity points. Cultivating the void escape technique requires 10,000 divinity points. Do you want to cultivate? After spending 180,000 divinity points, spending another 10,000 divinity points did not make Lin Fei's heart ache. 190,000 divinity points were spent just like that. Lin Fei finally came to the cultivation space and began to cultivate the void escape technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the cave abode in the mountains. The Skirich overlord sat cross-legged on a rock. His gaze fell on Tion in the distance from time to time. He did not know what Tion was doing. Seclusion? It did not seem like it. If it was not seclusion, then what was it? He really could not figure it out. Suddenly, figures flew past in the sky above the mountains outside. The Skirich overlord thought that it was the Windcloud clan. Fortunately, it was not. He went straight ahead. He thought that was it. There were people flying past the mountains. The Skirich overlord was puzzled. Could something have happened? Otherwise, how could dozens of overlords pass by in such a short time? The Skirich overlord deliberately counted. Those who passed by were not weak. Almost all of them were 4-star overlords and above. Seeing that Tion did not wake up, the Skirich overlord sneaked out. He was very curious about what had happened. After a while, he came back from outside with a hint of excitement on his face. Should I tell Tion about this? The Skirich overlord pondered. If he had not gone out just now, he would not have known about this. What are you thinking about? Look at you. Did you see someone from the Windcloud clan? While the Skirich overlord was hesitating, Lin Fei woke up and naturally saw the Skirich overlord's expression. Ah, you're awake. If I don't wake up, am I supposed to go into seclusion? Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1557. As soon as he successfully cultivated the void evasion technique, Lin Fei knew that it would be of great help to him. If he could kill a 7-star sovereign now, it would be much easier. Most importantly, he could use the God Tier 1/ continuously. 160,000 divinity points were equivalent to divine power. It was even more terrifying when activated. 3 to 5 slashes would kill a 7-star dominator. It's not the Windcloud clan. The Skyrend Hegemon said. Rather, it's something you wouldn't expect. Not too long ago, quite a few people passed by this area. I snuck out to investigate, and found out that a platform had appeared 1 billion kilometers away from them, and on that platform was a godly class technique. Lin Fei was not that surprised by the god tier skill, but his expression changed. A god tier skill? What was going on? No, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He immediately thought of something. Are you sure it's a god tier skill? I'm sure. The juggernauts there are locked in a fierce battle. They're all fighting over the divine tier cultivation technique. The Skyspan juggernaut couldn't help but feel excited at the mention of this word. This was also something the Skirich dominator was hesitant to say. That place was not safe now. If someone recognized it, it would not end well for him. The dominators would definitely hunt him down. After confirming that it was a god tier skill, Lin Fei understood why the god servant wanted him to collect god roots. The goal was to cultivate a god tier skill. Before this, Lin Fei had always wondered about the specific purpose of god roots. Now he understood. Completely understood. God roots were to make it easier to cultivate god tier skills. Why did 7-star dominators, 8-star dominators, and even 9-star dominators come? Everyone was here for the god tier skill. Questions arose. Who left the god tier skill? What were god roots? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger if I go? Lin Fei also understood why the Skirich dominator was frowning. Yes. He readily admitted it. I'll definitely help you with what I said. Lin Fei said seriously. Stay here for now. I'll be back soon. Fighting for the god tier skill? The dominators were fighting? For Lin Fei, this was great news, great news. His divinity points would depend on them. In the end, the Skyspan Hegemon chose to stay behind. That was not a place he could go. Even if his combat power was not bad, it would be useless to go there. Void Escape Technique. After leaving the mountain range, Lin Fei used the Void Escape Technique. There were no fluctuations in the void at all. Several sovereigns had flown past him, but none of them had noticed him. It's good. Consuming 10 divinity points for one breath isn't cheap either. After an hour, it's 70 to 80,000 divinity points. His heart ached, but the void escape technique would be of great help to him. After appearing in the sky, Lin Fei's cloak covered his entire body, revealing only his eyes. Spreading his demonic wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. A distance of 1 billion miles was covered in just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. They had yet to approach the place. Off in the distance, the shockwaves of a sovereign's attack radiated out like a tidal wave. It was a huge commotion. Lin Fei flew forward for another few tens of millions of miles before stopping. There was already a battle ahead. At least 100 sovereigns were fighting. A stone platform floated quietly in midair, and a jade slip lay on the stone platform. If this was still fine. But there were a few words left beside the stone platform, as if someone had specially come down. They were full of energy and wrote, "Divine Cultivation Technique, Heaven's Severing Palm." The words left behind were not simple. Lin Fei focused his gaze and sensed a terrifying divine might from the ancient characters. Fortunately, the divine might was completely restrained, and only a trace of it was revealed. No one dared to question it. If the divine might was unleashed, no ruler in this region would feel good. Their strength would be suppressed by at least a third. The jade scroll should really be a divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The divine general platform had a god root, and now there was a divine cultivation technique. It was undoubtedly a path to the heavens. Anyone who obtained a divine cultivation technique would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step as long as they had some achievements in their cultivation. It's really strange that such things kept appearing in this place. Could it be that this place has become a free place? Lin Fei pondered for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The competition in the distance was getting more and more intense, and sovereigns kept falling. In order to fight for the divine cultivation technique, everyone was putting their lives on the line, hoping to obtain it themselves. Fortunately, I have the God Pavilion, so I don't need to fight for the divine cultivation technique. But it's different for them. No one can control their desire. Who knows how many people will die? Lin Fei shook his head violently. Since when am I being sentimental? If someone wants to fight for it, then they have to pay the price. Don't get killed. These are all divinity. In any case, it's either you die or he dies in the fight for the divine cultivation technique. Why don't they die by their own hands? At least they can contribute divinity points to me. Lin Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them, but that they were going to die themselves. It didn't matter who killed them. There are so many people around who want to be the fisherman. Lin Fei used his divine senses to sense that there were many sovereigns hidden in the surrounding void. They were not in a hurry to make a move, as if they were waiting for more sovereigns to die. Coincidentally, the remaining sovereigns had also used up a large amount of Great Dao power. Their strength was not as good as before, so it was easy to deal with them. Lin Fei had never thought of being the fisherman. At that time, if everyone died, where would he find his divinity points? He had to make a move. As for the divine cultivation technique Heaven's Severing Palm on the stone platform, Lin Fei was not interested. He spread his demon's wings and rushed in. Windcloud clan, Windcloud Wuhan is here. I'll kill whoever dares to take the divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei's shout was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Hundreds of sovereigns looked in his direction instinctively. This guy was too arrogant. What Windcloud clan? Divine cultivation techniques are not something your clan can take. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly agitated some people. They looked back and saw a 5-star sovereign with a disdainful look. How dare he come with such strength? Windcloud clan son of AB*TCH, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your Windcloud clan for a long time. Today, I'll kill you first, then I'll settle the score with your Windcloud clan. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, there were some who had suffered at the hands of the Windcloud clan. They immediately gave up on attacking their opponents and charged at Windcloud Wuhan. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart. The Windcloud clan didn't seem to be well liked now. That was good. Chapter 1559. Who's Windcloud Traceless? How dare that guy brag so shamelessly at a time like this? He must be tired of living. I think he's from the Windcloud clan. The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. Since when did they have the guts to interfere in the fight for the god-tier skill? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by angry rulers? You've never heard of the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan was famous in the Netherworld Weave. Their reputation in the Outer Weaves was average. Only the ancestor of the 9 Stars ruler was well known. Almost no one in the lower ranks knew of them. But recently, the Windcloud clan had become famous, almost inciting public outrage. The first-rate clans of several weaves were looking for trouble with the Windcloud clan. The matter was very simple. The Windcloud clan stole food from the tiger's mouth. Not only did they kill people, but they also stole deity roots. Many rulers did not know about this. With the arrival of Windcloud Traceless, it was hard not to know about it. In a short time, the news spread. As a 5-star ruler, he dared to say that he would kill anyone who stole the god-tier skill. They really admired this guy. Maybe he was the vanguard. The Windcloud clan's powerhouses were right behind him. If the Windcloud clan dared to steal the deity roots of first-rate clans, it would be terrible if they interfered in the fight for the god-tier skill. Many rulers secretly pondered about this Windcloud clan. Good. Lin Fei did not think as much as they did. Seeing the rulers charging at him, he was in a good mood. They were either 4-star or 5-star rulers. These were pulsating divinity points. Divinity points that belonged to him. There were over 100 rulers, but in Lin Fei's eyes, only a handful in the middle could threaten him. The rest were useless. Great Sword Chi's secret technique. 5 great sword chis crushed over, like a gust of wind sweeping over them. Bam bam bam. The 4-star ruler who bore the brunt was immediately minced by the sword will. The 5-star sovereigns weren't any better. Before the Grand Sword Energy secret art could reach them, Lin Fei pulled out a sovereign saber and slashed it toward one of the sovereigns. This 5-star ruler was a ruler from a second-rate family. He wasn't weak, and he was a 5-star ruler after all. Even so, when he was struck by the Great Sword Chi, his mid-grade ruler battle robes were left with sword marks. The sharp sword Chi constantly sliced through the void. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. The 5-star overlord roared. He aggressively and domineeringly slashed at the 5-star dominator. As the 5-star dominator's voice fell, a tyrannical power came crashing over, and his entire body exploded like popcorn. Everyone could only hear a boom, and this 5-star dominator's corpse did not remain. He was directly turned into dust. Awesome. Lin Fei had obtained 300 divinity points after killing a 5-star ruler with a single slash. Compared to using the divinity points to activate the single slash, he had not suffered a loss at all. Instead, he had earned quite a bit. Again. Lin Fei locked onto the other 5-star sovereign, he drew his blade, the 5-star sovereign was turned into dust again. Since divinity points were useful, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. After all, he had earned them. Not only that, but he could also obtain experience and invincibility points. The Windcloud clan's people are actually so strong. A 5-star sovereign killed with a single slash. What kind of technique is this? Whether it was the onlookers or the people plotting in secret, everyone's expression changed at this moment. That Windcloud clan's Windless Traceless actually killed a sovereign with a single slash. Moreover, it was not a low-level sovereign, but a mid-level sovereign. Anyone who was targeted by Windcloud Traceless killed a 5-star sovereign with a single slash. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. The Windcloud clan actually produced such a super genius. The most terrifying thing was that they could not see through the slash's traces. If they could not see through the traces, they naturally could not block it. It was not that they could not block it, but they could only block it head-on. However, seeing that a mid-grade ruler battle robes were destroyed with a single slash, they could only use their physical bodies to block it. To hell with it. Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Everyone, let's attack together. He can't use this kind of saber technique for long. Kill him, and this technique will belong to everyone. The sovereigns who hated the Windcloud clan felt their scalps go numb. In less than a moment, a total of 8 sovereigns were killed. Among them, 4 were 5-star sovereigns. They were killed with a single slash. This was an instant kill, and a single slash at that. Since when were 5-star sovereigns so strong? The more it was like this, the more intense the killing intent of the remaining people became. No matter what, they could not let this monster Windcloud Traceless go. If he advanced to 7 or 8-star sovereigns, perhaps only 9-star sovereigns could suppress him. 3 6-star sovereigns attacked. 5-star sovereigns were killed in a single slash. They did not believe that they could be killed in a single slash. As long as they could suppress the opponent's attack, there was no need to fear Windcloud Traceless. The Windcloud clan is taking this god-tier technique. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Lin Fei ignored the attacks coming from behind and attacked a 6-star sovereign with white eyebrows. Such arrogance. Instant arrow. The white-eyebrowed sovereign was also furious. The Windcloud clan was truly arrogant. 5-star sovereigns were easy to kill. Did they want to kill him? A dozen black shadows shot at Lin Fei's face. As the black shadows attacked, Lin Fei felt as if the void around him had sunk into mud. His movements slowed as he was affected by the power of the Great Tao. Break. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. This slash came crashing down like a huge wave. One slash was not enough. The second slash came. The space in the mud collapsed. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed a third time. The white-eyebrowed sovereign instantly felt the sky full of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. He was cut into pieces by the slash. The other 2 6-star sovereigns also attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei did not dodge, nor did he activate invincible defense. He swung his hand and slashed twice. The 2 6-star sovereigns were cut into pieces. Did you see that? This is the consequence of going against the Windcloud clan. Lin Fei laughed. He was overjoyed. A lot of divinity points landed on him, not to mention the invincibility points. As for the abundant EXP, Lin Fei could not be bothered to look at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light flashed. Lin Fei was like a terrifying demon king, taking care of 5-star sovereigns with a single move. So fierce. Even 6-star sovereigns can't block a single slash. What a monster. If his saber technique was mine, I could be just as impressive. That Windcloud Traceless won't be able to maintain such an overbearing saber technique for long. Once the 7-star sovereigns attack, that guy will die. Windcloud Traceless is already so overbearing. If the Windcloud clan comes later, we won't get any benefits. Why don't we snatch it now? The sovereigns changed their minds. Chapter 1560. Who wouldn't change their minds? No matter how tough a 5-star dominator was, he couldn't be that tough. A 6-star dominator could kill a 5-star dominator with a wave of his hand. He couldn't even leave a wound on his opponent. If they couldn't see this, then there was no need to continue cultivating. The Windcloud clan guy was overbearing. Those who had been hoping for death began to secretly calculate whether it was the best time to make a move now, or to make a move later and observe the situation. Previously, there were at most a dozen dominators attacking. Now, there were more than a dozen dominators surrounding him. Each of them could tell that Traceless Windcloud was not easy to deal with. Most of the spectators in the void nearby were 6-star dominators and 7-star dominators. They planned to observe and wait for the best time to attack. It would be best if they could search his soul to obtain his saber technique. Whoosh! The saber light was dazzling. A 5-star dominator was blown to pieces. Lin Fei also had wounds on his body, but they were all intentional. He was afraid that he would be too tough and scare everyone away. As long as he pretended to be injured, the divinity points would still be his. Both 6-star dominators and 5-star dominators couldn't help but attack. If they couldn't get the god-tier cultivation technique, they could get their hands on this guy's saber technique. They lowered their target. If they still couldn't see how overbearing this saber technique was, then they could go back to sleep. There was no need to come out to fight for the god-tier cultivation technique. Surround him. He's already injured. He can't hold out for long. More than a dozen 6-star dominators surrounded him. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on this guy who called himself Traceless Wind Cloud. Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques were dazzling. These dominators used their trump cards. They had no hope of getting the god-tier cultivation technique. There were still 7-star dominators present. They couldn't cross this mountain, but they could attack Traceless Wind Cloud saber technique. Lin Fei was instantly drowned. The moment he was drowned, the void escape technique came into play. In that one breath's time, Lin Fei escaped the attack range and appeared behind the 6-star dominators. He raised his saber and swung it down. He used double the amount of divinity points. His surging divine power turned into a terrifying saber light that swept over them. Bam bam bam! The group of 6-star dominators who were secretly pleased were instantly plunged into endless darkness. Before they lost consciousness, they were probably wondering why he was behind them. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer. More than 10 6-star martial sovereigns were instantly killed. This kind of brutal saber technique shocked them quite a bit. If he had thought of him as valiant before, then at this moment, he was savage. He had killed over 10 6-star hegemons with a single saber strike. Even a 7-star hegemon might not be able to do it, but Traceless Wind Cloud had done it. Too monstrous. That was insane. The entire place was silent. They were all scared out of their wits. The sovereigns who were still fighting also subconsciously pulled away from each other and stopped. This was a fierce man who could threaten them. Who was the one who said that he would kill me just now? Speak if you have the guts, but don't have the guts to attack. With this slash, Lin Fei's ruler long saber shattered into pieces. Another ruler long saber fell into his hands. Looking around, the people who were about to charge forward stopped in their tracks. If he went up again, he would be courting death. These juggernauts weren't stupid, either. More than 10 6-star juggernauts had been killed with a single slash. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the 5-star martial sovereigns, their faces were pale. After stopping, they began to retreat quietly. They did not want the god-tier cultivation technique anymore. With this guy here, they had to consider whether they could survive. They retreated. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, their overall strength was not high. The strongest was only a 7-star martial sovereign. This was also because the divine general stage was vast, and no powerhouses would appear for a while. It was easy to become a 7-star martial sovereign, but difficult to become an 8-star martial sovereign. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. The Wind Cloud clan's belongings are not for you to covet. Lin Fei threw out another sentence and attacked. Run. Would it work? Lin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful, he disappeared. Divine consciousness can't catch him. Damn it. The sovereigns who had stopped could not stay calm. Would the Wind Cloud clan dare to keep them here? Not only were there 6-star martial sovereigns here, but there were also 7-star martial sovereigns. The 7-star martial sovereigns who had not attacked stopped now. Their eyes flashed as they searched with their divine consciousness. Then, their expressions changed. There was no trace of him. Did he leave? Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the center of their battle circle. He slashed with his saber. This slash turned into a golden saber river. It was 1,000,000 feet long, and the saber was extremely sharp. With a gentle sweep, more than 20 sovereigns fell into the saber river. The crowd only saw them struggling for a while before they stopped breathing and turned into pieces. The Golden Saber River swept toward them again. Even the 7-star martial sovereigns became targets. What a Windcloud clan, what a Windcloud traceless. I didn't expect them to hide so much. I've seen it all. A white-haired 7-star martial sovereign's face twitched. The martial sovereign's armor was almost on the verge of collapse. He had only exchanged a blow with the Golden Saber River. As long as we don't die today, the Windcloud clan can forget about monopolizing the God-tier technique. Another 7-star martial sovereign roared. Everyone, run. His saber technique is too domineering. It's not something we can defend against. Lin Fei mobilized his divinity points. His divinity burned. In this area, the Golden Saber radiance was like a nightmare. One slash and a martial sovereign's life was taken away. Anyone below 7-star martial sovereign level who was not wearing a mid-grade martial sovereign battle armor could not withstand a single slash from the God-tier saber slash. Its power was far more terrifying than the power of the Great Path. Whether it was those who had been watching or those who had attacked, all of them fled. Were they not going to fight for the God-tier technique? Who would dare to fight for it? With Windcloud traceless of the Windcloud clan around, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Did they not see that a few 7-star martial sovereigns had been killed? The rest were all vomiting blood. There was no way to fight at all. His opponent's saber technique was domineering and terrifying. One slash could break all of their attacks. When their lives were in danger, who would dare to fight for the God-tier technique? They wished their parents had given them a few more legs so they could leave. 7-star martial sovereigns were very arrogant. Before they could attack, they were already injured by the saber radiance. They turned and ran, not even thinking about the people they had brought with them. When they saw the golden radiance, their hearts trembled. If not now, then when? It had not even been 10 minutes. There's no one left. Lin Fei stood in the empty air. There was no one around him. The original mountain range had been razed to the ground. The remnant saber intent cut through the void ceaselessly. I didn't expect to use up 50,000 divinity points in such a short time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I've gained more than 40,000 divinity points. It's not a loss. The God-tier saber slash was too useful. The power unleashed by divinity points was terrifying. And this was with Lin Fei controlling his strength. Otherwise, no one present would have been able to leave. The Windcloud clan should be happy now. Lin Fei turned to look at the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, a long saber radiance blasted on the stone platform. Crash. The outer layer of energy was broken. Chapter 1561. Lin Fei attacked aggressively. The hundreds of juggernauts who were fighting for the God-tier skill were either killed or injured in an instant. In less than a moment, the place was cleared. There was no one else around the stone platform except for Lin Fei. Lin Fei also broke the restriction on the stone platform. If it was someone else who did not know about the connection between divinity points and power of divinity, Lin Fei would not be able to break it in a short time. Lin Fei felt the presence of divinity the moment he got the jade scroll. This was really a God-tier skill. Little devil, what do you think? Lin Fei was very excited to get the God-tier skill. This was the first time he got his hands on a God-tier skill, and it was easier than expected. All he had to do was pay some divinity points. Once Little Devil came out, he used the system to scan the jade scroll and nodded. Yes, it's a God-tier skill. Even though it's the lowest level, it's very suitable for you. How much is it worth if I exchange it? About 3,000 to 5,000 divinity points. Lin Fei squinted. This God-tier skill came at the right time. You scanned the jade scroll just now. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Fei had some doubts about the Divine General platform, especially now that God roots and God-tier skills had appeared. Lin Fei had to be careful. I've scanned it. There's nothing wrong with the God-tier skill inside. Lin Fei was relieved. He sent Little Devil back and kept all the storage rings nearby. There were dozens of storage rings, and a few of them belonged to 7-star dominators. Lin Fei obtained another 20 god roots from the dozens of storage rings, which was an extra income. As for the holy stones, he used them to exchange for energy points. This was another big income. Windcloud clan, just you wait to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Not long after Lin Fei left, people returned. These dominators were all 7-star dominators. They were all scared away by Traceless Windcloud. When they returned, they saw that the stone platform was broken and the god-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, had disappeared. Traceless Windcloud has obtained the deity tier art, Heaven's End Palm. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode. The Skyspan Hegemon was still waiting anxiously. Just now, when the Skyspan Hegemon had sensed that terrifying aura in the distance, even though it was still quite a distance away, he had felt his heart palpitate. Did something big happen? The Skyspan Hegemon asked. You'll know in a few days. Lin Fei didn't intend to make it so clear. It's best not to go out for the next few days if it's not necessary. If you want to go out, you'd better wait for 10 days. The Skyspan Hegemon wanted to ask further, but Lin Fei had entered the cave abode next door and activated the restrictions. It was too late even if he wanted to ask. It can't be. He did something big again. The Skyspan Hegemon retracted his gaze, his heart no longer calm and collected. Even after spending some time with D. Tian, I still can't see through him. His cultivation isn't high, but his combat prowess is abnormally high. I wonder how he cultivates. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. I'd better endure for a few more days. The Windcloud clan had produced a monster, Windcloud Traceless, who was able to fight against hundreds of sovereigns. Traceless Windcloud had stolen the deity tier cultivation technique, Heaven Extinguishing Palm. These two pieces of news spread like wildfire. Who was the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave? They had stolen the god-tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm? Since when had the Windcloud clan become so awesome? All the sovereigns in the area received a message from their good friend, describing what had happened that day, proving with certainty that the god-tier skill was in the hands of the Windcloud clan. The appearance of a god-tier skill caused a huge commotion. Originally, many sovereigns headed to the area after hearing that a god-tier skill had appeared. A clan in a weave only had one 9-star sovereign. How dare they monopolize a god-tier skill? The god-tier skill had to be handed over. Or shared. Windcloud Killer had been in a bad mood for the past few days. The person who killed the Windcloud clan was nowhere to be found. If that was all, Windcloud Killer would not be so angry. However, sovereigns from 5 stars to 7 stars sovereigns attacked them from time to time. They would ask if they were from the Windcloud clan when they saw them, and attack immediately as soon as they nodded, not giving them a chance to speak. More than 10 7-star sovereigns had died in the hands of Windcloud Killer these days. The sovereigns who attacked them were getting stronger and stronger. Windcloud Killer looked at the 5 injured sovereigns behind him. He felt very uncomfortable. Let's go back. They were attacked for no reason, and only 5 sovereigns were left. It would be strange if Windcloud Killer had a good temper. Since when did the Windcloud clan offend so many clans? Windcloud Killer recognized that a few of them were forces from other weaves. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Windcloud clan, but they treated them like enemies. He was puzzled. Hearing that they were going back, the remaining 5 sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to live like this anymore. Whoosh! Just as they were getting excited, a black shadow flashed by, and a cold snicker could be heard. Windcloud Killer, he, the 5 sovereigns had a green wound on their bodies. Following that, they let out miserable cries as white smoke came out of their bodies. They turned into puddles of blood in no time. Who? Windcloud Killer was in a bad mood. Now that the last 5 sovereigns were dead, and right in front of him, his veins were popping. Windcloud Killer, your Windcloud clan really hid such an expert well. Hee hee, what a pity. A chilling voice came from the void, like a gust of chilly wind blowing past. You're the poisoned sovereign. Windcloud Killer revealed a hint of fear. Why was this old geezer here? Hee hee, you can even recognize me. The voice was still in the void. Since you can recognize me, I won't waste time with you. As long as the Windcloud clan hands over the item, I won't attack. Windcloud Killer was confused. What item? And what do you want to attack? The poisoned sovereign had been famous for a long time. He was now a peak 7-star sovereign. Although his realm was not as high as an 8-star sovereign, he had a poison technique. Even 8-star sovereigns had to be careful and were not willing to fight with the poisoned sovereign. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The poisoned sovereign said, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking you down and searching your soul. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as a few deaths. Windcloud Killer was very wary of the poisoned sovereign. He had come to bully him, and his words were vague, which made Windcloud Killer furious. Old geezer, don't go too far. I don't even know what you want. How do you want me to take it out? Hee hee hee, then I'll do it myself. Chapter 1562. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in more than one place on the Divine General platform. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in many places. Each God-tier cultivation method's appearance led to a bloodbath. Within a month, 6 God-tier cultivation methods appeared on the Divine General platform. All the powerhouses fought for them. The 6 and 7-star dominators who were originally participating withdrew from the competition. All the participants were 8-star dominators. Each 8-star dominator could suppress a 7-star dominator. Any 7-star dominator who tried were killed by the 8-star dominators. There were also terrifying supreme 8-star dominators among the 8-star dominators. 3 of the God-tier cultivation methods were snatched by the 8-star dominators. Once they mastered the God-tier cultivation methods, these 8-star dominators' strength would soar. At the same time, the Windcloud clan's God-tier cultivation method spread. We found the Windcloud clan's base. On a mountain. A dominator landed on the mountain. There were already 3 dominators waiting here. All 3 dominators emitted the aura of an 8-star dominator. The Windcloud clan is in a valley hundreds of millions of miles away. If not for Windcloud murderous leaving traces, we might not have found them. The 8-star dominator, Windblade Dominator, said. These 3 8-star dominators were here for the God-tier cultivation method, Heaven Severing Palm. They were from the major clans in their own weaves. The temptation of a God-tier cultivation method was enough to tempt these 8-star dominators. Well done. As long as we know the Windcloud clan's base, there's hope for a God-tier cultivation method. Who would have thought that a clan in the Netherworld weave would have such a powerhouse? Come to think of it, why would the Windcloud clan expose such a peerless prodigy? If they kept it hidden for another 1,000,000 or 10 million years, the Windcloud clan might have another terrifying 9-star dominator. Who knows? Maybe the Windcloud clan released that prodigy. Other than the God-tier cultivation method, we also want that saber technique. If we get it, our combat strength will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. The 4 8-star dominators were in a frenzy. Even if they cultivated for a few chaos years, it was impossible to increase their combat strength by 4 or 5 levels in a short period of time. In another part of the void, someone had opened up a temporary space here. A dominator with long hair stood quietly in the space. The howling astral wind stopped before it even got close. Young master, Windcloud Killer has returned. A spatial ripple spread out, followed by a black shadow appearing and half-kneeling in front of the long-haired hegemon. The infamous Windcloud Killer is now like a rat on the street that everyone wants to kill. Interesting, truly interesting. The long-haired hegemon said calmly. Traceless Windcloud, heh heh. The long-haired hegemon took a single step forward, leaving the dimension behind him. The space behind him instantly collapsed, and an astral wind howled past, destroying everything. Say, Wind Cloud Killer, a veteran 8-star martial emperor, is being chased by someone for billions of miles, and he's in such a miserable state? Lin Fei smiled when he heard the Skirich Hegemon's words. Lin Fei had been hiding ever since he snatched the god-level cultivation technique, Sky-Severing Palm. He completely isolated his own aura. He hid for more than 10 days. There were countless sovereigns in this area, all searching for traceless wind clouds' whereabouts. 3 days ago, Lin Fei had taken the Skyspan Hegemon with him and left his estate. In the meantime, the Skyspan Hegemon had asked around about Wind Cloud Killer. He had never heard such good news before. That old man is really tenacious. He's been chased all the way, and he's been poisoned by the Poison Lord Hegemon, but he can still persevere. The Skyspan Hegemon could not wait for Wind Cloud Killer to die in someone else's hands. The Wind Cloud clan had sent 3 8-star martial emperors this time. Every death was equivalent to cutting off one of the Wind Cloud clan's arms. You're still the best, brother. You've put the Wind Cloud clan in danger in just a few moves. The Skyspan Hegemon was full of admiration for Di Tian's abilities. Lin Fei had long guessed this would happen. The only thing he did not expect was that Wind Cloud Killer of the Wind Cloud clan was so tenacious that he was still alive. Don't you want to know about the god-level cultivation technique? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Nope. The Skyspan Hegemon shook his head. It won't do me any good. Ever since he heard the news, the Skyspan Hegemon knew that the god-level cultivation technique was definitely in Di Tian's hands. He was neither jealous nor envious. It was enough that Di Tian had helped him vent his anger. According to what you said, Wind Cloud Killer is a veteran 8-star martial emperor. He's being hunted down, so he'll definitely return to his base camp. Once he does, you'll be able to avenge yourself. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to guess that this was one of their tricks. They would use Wind Cloud Killer to find their base camp. Once the 8-star martial emperors surrounded them, even the 3 8-star martial emperors of the Wind Cloud clan would not be able to hold out for too long. The outcome was set in stone. Lin Fei did not mind making the Wind Cloud clan a scapegoat. With them around, he would not stand out so much. Explain? No one would explain at a time like this. Alright, you can go now. It's best if you leave this area. After all, there are some martial emperors who know about you. Lin Fei said. Aren't you coming with me to take a look? Lin Fei smirked. If I go, I'll be hunted down by them. The Skirich Dominator did not know what Di Tian was thinking. He also felt that it was very dangerous for Di Tian to go there, especially at a time when all 8-star Dominators were gathered to deal with the Wind Cloud clan. It would not be a good thing for Di Tian to go there. Thank you, fellow cultivator. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to avenge myself. The Wind Cloud clan has lost a young master. I believe that elder ancestor will go completely mad. Ha ha ha. When Hegemon Skyspan thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. This place is different from the outside. Be careful. I hope we will meet again. Lin Fei said. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei tossed a storage ring to the Skyspan Hegemon. This is for you, take it. The Skyspan Hegemon accepted it without standing on ceremony. After the Skirich Dominator left, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he used the void evasion technique and headed straight for the Wind Cloud clan's base camp. How could he miss out on such a good show? What Lin Fei cared about was that young Master Feng Yun. After refining the god roots and killing him, he would definitely be able to obtain a sum of divinity points. Danger? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. As for why he didn't go with the Skyspan Juggernaut, it was because it wasn't convenient for him to act. It would not be good to drag others into this. Lin Fei used the void evasion technique along the way and wasted some divinity points, but he did not mind. After all, he would gain something later. So many 7-star martial emperors. Arriving from the void, Lin Fei saw many 7-star martial emperors. There was a faint energy fluctuation in front that was even stronger than the 7-star martial emperors. Without a doubt, these were all 8-star martial emperors. Chapter 1563. Miserable. Never before had it been so miserable. In a valley on the Divine General platform, Windcloud Killer spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not blood red, but dark green with an intense rancid stench. The green blood landed on the grassland, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a poisonous land. There was no sign of life. Cough, cough, cough. Windcloud Killer spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Half of his originally murderous face had turned green. His face was almost unrecognizable. He had lost his left arm completely. His chest and back were filled with wounds. Some of them were even horrifying. The residual power of the Great Tao kept colliding in Windcloud Killer's body. Why is this happening? Since when did our Windcloud clan offend so many forces? Ever since the battle with Sovereign Poison Master, although Windcloud Killer had repelled Sovereign Poison Master, he had been poisoned and could not resolve it immediately. If Windcloud Killer was given enough time to heal, he could definitely resolve it. That was what Windcloud Killer planned to do. Unexpectedly, just as Windcloud Killer was about to heal, 8-star Sovereign came out and told him to hand over the item. Then, he attacked Windcloud Killer. Windcloud Killer was already in a rage and attacked immediately. He used his strength to suppress his opponent, leaving another wound on his body. After repelling the first wave of enemies, the second wave came. There were 7-star Sovereigns and 8-star Sovereigns. Windcloud Killer was initially able to resist, but after being forced to retreat, he was being chased. The most despicable thing was that the poisoned Sovereign had been secretly poisoning them this entire time. Windcloud Killer had no idea how he survived these days. Especially with 8-star Sovereigns appearing and disappearing, he had no time to resolve his wounds and poison. At this moment, Windcloud Killer seemed to know something. Someone wanted to attack the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer had been fleeing, using a few secret techniques and expending a large portion of his strength to shake off his enemies and return to his temporary base. Cough, cough, cough. Once Windcloud Killer entered the valley, the huge valley turned into a land of poison. The first few who came were poisoned. The poison spread everywhere. Killer, how did you end up like this? Windcloud Killer coughed out blood. Affected by the poison, Windcloud Little Saint and Windcloud Autumn, the two 8-star Sovereigns rushed up and were shocked when they saw Windcloud Killer's appearance. Seal. Little Saint Feng pointed his finger at Feng Sha's forehead. A stream of energy entered Feng Sha's body, temporarily sealing up the chaotic energy within his body. Following that, Feng Sha's complexion was no longer as pale as before, recovering a trace of color. Let's go. Someone's trying to attack the Windcloud clan. This place isn't safe anymore. Suppressing the chaotic energy, Windcloud Killer urged. Little Sage Fengyun's calm face revealed a hint of doubt. Killing? Didn't you go out for a while? How did you end up like this? Not only do you have a powerful poison on you, but you also have several great Tao forces on you. I don't know. I really don't know. Windcloud Killer shook his head. We need to escort the young master away right now. Otherwise, there won't be any time left. They'll be here soon. Windcloud Killer felt a tinge of fear. After being chased for millions of miles and almost dying, no one could remain calm. Take the young master away immediately. As long as we leave this place, we'll have a chance to find out who's behind all this. Little Saint Feng Yun knew Feng Sha's strength very well. To be able to come back with such severe injuries, the attacker must be an 8-star dominator, and it wasn't just one. Boom, boom, boom. Little Saint Feng prepared to leave with his men. A violent tremor came from the outside. Layers of barriers were broken, and more than 28-star dominators barged in. Windcloud Killer, thank you for bringing us here. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have known that you're in your base camp. Now is the perfect time to capture all of you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm. Hand over the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hand over Traceless Wind Cloud, hand over the Saber Technique. Boom boom boom. More than 28 star dominators appeared, and their terrifying aura locked onto everyone from the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer and the other two 8-star dominators became the focus of attention. Even though the three of them were 8-star dominators, they still felt immense pressure. More than 28 star dominators, were they trying to take their lives? The words God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, made them understand what was going on. Our Windcloud clan obtained a God-tier skill? The three 8-star dominators did not smile. Instead, they had a sudden realization and unease. Especially Windcloud Killer, who finally understood what was going on. Why were they being hunted down? So it was because their clan obtained a God-tier skill. Following that, another question arose. Who was Traceless Windcloud, and when did their clan have such a person? Little Saint Windcloud realized that things had gone south. These people were coming at him aggressively, and he could not hold them off. If he could not explain himself, he said, "Everyone, are you mistaken? There's no one called Traceless Windcloud among the people from our Windcloud clan who came in this time. We didn't obtain a God-tier skill either." More than 28 star dominators came for the God-tier skill. They found the Windcloud clan's base camp. Naturally, they did not believe the Windcloud clan's words. What did they mean by they didn't obtain it? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Your Windcloud clan only has one 9-star dominator. A God-tier skill isn't something you can take for yourself. Since you won't hand it over, we'll look for it ourselves. It's in your hands. Worst comes to worst, we'll take it. The 8-star dominators were impatient. If they could not come to an agreement, they would attack. As soon as the 8-star dominators attacked, the people brought by the Windcloud clan were destroyed. The 7-star dominators could not withstand a few moves from the 8-star dominators and were killed. Windcloud Killer, Little Saint Windcloud, and Autumn Windcloud were given special attention. Little Saint, take the young master and leave first. I'll fight them. Windcloud Killer yelled and burned his great Tao energy. His strength increased greatly, and he held up 7 or 8 8-star dominators. Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud rushed into the formation, wrapped the young master up, and broke out of the encirclement. You can't escape. You must hand over the God-tier skill. Little Saint Windcloud and Little Saint Windcloud used all kinds of treasures without mercy. They barely managed to carve out a bloody path and rushed out with the young master. Behind them, 8 or 9 dominators caught up. With the strength of 8-star dominators, Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud could not shake each other off. The 8-star dominators behind used all kinds of treasures, vaguely trying to surround them. Once they were surrounded, they would have no way out. Young master, I'll send you off. Little Saint Windcloud knew that he had been tricked. The only thing he could do now was to send the young master away. As long as the young master could enter the godly general platform, it was not impossible to take revenge today. Holy Light Passage. Little Saint Windcloud punched the void and forcefully opened a passage, sending the young master in. Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the 2 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the two could not withstand their combined attacks. In the final attack, the two chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the two walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort. They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the God-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search, apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The god-tier cultivation method jade scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the god-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind. Feng Xiaohuang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaohuang saw the pursuit of more than 28 star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaohuang in the Yellow Springs weave. Feng Xiaohuang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaohuang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaohuang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaohuang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaohuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaohuang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Fengyan clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment little Saint Fengyan opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root. Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an eternal instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaohuang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaohuang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaohuang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaohuang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaohuang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaohuang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now, it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaohuang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaohuang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity points. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of, I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red dot, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. Whoosh! I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The Sky Sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-star sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-star sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-star sovereign? No, the Divine General platform doesn't allow 9-star sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-star sovereign? But this 8-star sovereign has hidden himself too deeply. To be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Daoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign Ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the poison sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the poison sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Taoist has seen what that person looks like. The poison sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the poison sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. Humph. You're just an 8-star sovereign. The poison sovereign ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Feng Yun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Feng Yun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The poison sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range. This place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Taoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusion successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The rainbow ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common, they were all young. Big Brother Feiyun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them, said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Feiyun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Feiyun smiled as he looked at the rainbow ruler. Of course, fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The rainbow ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Feiyun, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then, he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The rainbow ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the rainbow ruler. Even though he hadn't made the rainbow ruler swear an oath to become a rainbow ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the rainbow ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegeman Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumera Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The rainbow ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Fei Yun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to: his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did Ruler Fei Yun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, Ruler Fei Yun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars ruler so quickly. Ruler Fei Yun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, Ruler Fei Yun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Kakik, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot. Until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King. Hegeman Feiyun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wits. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth. An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity roots. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegeman Feiyin had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9-star sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory, and had the power to kill 9-star sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegeman Feiyin's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hegeman Feiyin's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hegeman Feiyin could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. You're purposely setting a trap for me. Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew. Hegeman Feiyin hurriedly said, I can swear on the Fei family's character. Sovereign Night King was expressionless. You are from the Fei family. Hegeman Feiyin was delighted. I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score. So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you? Who was it? Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hegeman Feiyin's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the 7-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the 7-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him. The 7-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. I knew that person was up to no good. If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy. Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Night Sovereign said calmly, you know what to do. Feiyin knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the 7-colored dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Pfft. Feiyin's left arm exploded. Thank you for not killing me, senior. The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least. Unless she left this place and returned to her Fei family. Don't kill us. We didn't kill your nephew. Sovereign Night Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-colored dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star Dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-color Dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom! Boom! As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. Pfft! The 7-colored Dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored Dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star Dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said disapprovingly. Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me. Why do you need to do it? I'll cut off her head myself. Feiyin said flatteringly. Feiyin was nothing in front of this 8-star Dominator, Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Interesting. Feiyin understood what Sovereign Knight Sovereign meant. Die, bitch. Feiyin's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the 7-colored Dominator. Boom! A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. You shameless B***starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The 7-colored Dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Knight Sovereign's great Dao power. A 7-colored bridge blocked in front of her. Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Feiyin had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway. The 7-colored bridge shook, and cracks appeared on it. You can't stop it. The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The 7-colored Dominator used the 7-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect Dominator Feiyin. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions. Another fist landed on the 7-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Feiyin, a peak 7-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the 7-colored hegemon. The 7-colored hegemon wept. Hegemon Feiyin, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger. At this moment, the 7-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the 7-colored ruler finally said the word master. Perhaps even if he became a 7-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemon Feiyin. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? And you, Knight Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The 7-colored ruler stared coldly at Knight Sovereign. Hegemon Feiyin's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B***TCH has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegemon Feiyin clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B***TCH had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Knight Sovereign. However, she was different. She would definitely be hunted down. Hegemon Feiyin didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Hegemon Feiyin could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B***TCH's master really that powerful? B***TCH, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that bullsh *T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Hegeman Feiyun threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the seven-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Hegeman Feiyun's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Hegeman Feiyun's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time Great Tao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the seven-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, the seven-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the seven-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the seven-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Hegeman Feiyun felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many seven-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a seven-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom! A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your sure-kill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Hegeman Feiyun's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the seven-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Hegeman Feiyun's ears. Could it be that he had helped this *TCH block her sure-kill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The seven-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The seven-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the seven-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the seven-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch couldn't break through Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the seven-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The seven-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Fei Yun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the seven-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful sure-kill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Fei Yun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a 5-star ruler. Ha ha ha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Fei Yun had seen through his opponent's realm. 5-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Feiyun Hegeman wanted nothing more than to slap that *TCH. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Feiyun Hegeman had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Fei Yun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Feiyun unleashed the sure-kill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. A domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Hegeman Feiyun laughed coldly and thought to himself, This guy dares to say that he'll kill me? He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the seven-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The seven-colored sovereign smiled. The seven-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Feiyun, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Daoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The seven-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the seven-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The seven-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The seven-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Hegemon Night King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Hegemon Night King had cut off one of Hegemon Fei Yun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the seven-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master? Wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Hegemon Night King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Hegemon Feiyun. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Feiyun was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation techniques. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the seven-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The seven-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Whoosh. Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and two terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. "Humph, a junior like you dares to make a move." Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. "I'll show you what a real saber technique is." Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. "Burn your divinity points." Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Whoosh! 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 As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. "You're shameless." The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. "I'll be back." Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. "It's actually a clone." Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. "Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity points." Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. "You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler." The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler. And one of the 8 great generals under the darkness ruler. "Hee, you are my maid." Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. "Don't you like it?" Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet." Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Knight Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Knight Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the endless dominion wants to kill. You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head. The seven-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The seven-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The seven-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, he was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The seven-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemon Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the seven-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemon Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The seven-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The seven-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme-grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The seven-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirements. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The seven-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the seven-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the seven-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The seven-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the seven-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the supreme grade experience pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the seven-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom boom boom. The seven-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. a golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then, it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine grade cultivation technique on the divine mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the divine mountain. The seven-colored overlord looked at the golden mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the divine mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the divine mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the divine mountain was the goal of this trip, the divine general platform. The divine general platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the divine mountain, and the divine mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The seven-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the divine mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine general platform. As for the divine servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity points. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the divine mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the divine mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The divine mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ha ha ha. A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the divine mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the fire god ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the divine mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the divine mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited divine mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the golden divine mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the divine mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the divine mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure. A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The 7-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The seven-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The seven-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The seven-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a seven-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The seven-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. I want this treasure. Hand it over. Boom. A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The seven-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a seven-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The seven-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The seven-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the seven-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion, break for me. Boom boom boom. The seven-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the seven-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The seven-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The seven-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out.